Tang Xiaofan arrived in the Demon and God continent, becoming the lord of the castle and participating in a fair and just competition among the various races. Upon his arrival, each castle lord would randomly receive a type of military building, recruit soldiers, plunder resources, establish a dynasty, and compete for supremacy among the races. To his surprise, Tang Xiaofan discovered that the building he randomly received was the unique military structure known as the Farmer Factory. It could only produce the most basic soldier type, farmers. Despite this, he was unexpectedly aided by a system. "Sir, I am your system, and my name is Jarvis. Sir, it has been detected that your world is extremely dangerous, and I have provided the optimal solution. The Mark I mech. Sir, I recommend that you quickly assemble an Iron Mech Legion to embark on your journey to dominate the continent. Sir, I suggest you swiftly seize the ugly nation's castle and force it to submit to the Dragon Nation." Chapter 1. My system is Jarvis. Welcome to the Demon and God continent. This is a fair survival competition. Human nations will compete as the basic units for survival. In the Demon and God continent, a contestant will be randomly selected from each nation. Contestants will automatically bind to their respective nations upon entering the Demon and God continent. Resources explored by contestants will manifest in the real world at a 100-fold increase. The extent of damage to a contestant's castle will also manifest in the real world at a 100-fold increase. If a contestant's castle heart shatters, they will be declared dead, and their nation will suffer a 1,000-fold penalty. Nations with deceased contestants can send forth new contestants until the nation is annihilated. The Demon and God continent will be live-streamed, synchronized with major streaming platforms on Blue Star, allowing all Blue Star citizens to follow their nation's contestants through the broadcast. Contestants will randomly receive a castle and a military building to plunder resources and develop their forces. Contestants will take on the role of castle lords, leading their armies on the path of survival competition. Blue Star is not the end. Randomly generating castle and military type. Tang Xiaofan opened his eyes to find himself in front of a shabby metal garage. The garage appeared quite sturdy, with walls made of bricks and a roof covered in metal sheets. However, it was chaotic inside, with parts scattered everywhere, and something resembling a machine tool, but its old and greasy appearance suggested it might not even be functional. Demon and God continent, Lord, Castle, military type, survival competition. These phrases kept appearing in his mind as Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath of the fresh air. The sky here was gray and oppressive, making him feel weighed down. Freshly graduated from Qingbei University and having just received an offer from an aerospace technology company, he never expected to find himself in such a brutal world. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Lord of the castle, from now on, you will receive a 7-day beginner protection period. During this protection period, your castle will be in an invincible state. After 7 days, the shield will disappear, and you and your castle will face your first trial. The initial beast tide will sweep through the territories of all castle lords on the Endless Continent. If the heart of the castle is destroyed by the beast tide, you will lose your life, and your nation will suffer a 1,000-fold damage." Tang Xiaofan looked up and noticed a glowing dome hovering above his head, completely enveloping him and the castle before him. A beginner protection shield, an invincibility buff. 7 days, a safe period for beginners. Once the safe period ends, the shield will disappear, and the beast tide will come. A sense of urgency washed over Tang Xiaofan. "First, I need to know what my castle's troop type is. Each castle's troop type is unique and cannot be changed." Soon, Tang Xiaofan discovered another building in the courtyard, a more rudimentary iron shed. An iron shed that would sway with the wind. Was this really all they could provide? Was my troop type that weak? Before he could blink, 2 burly men suddenly burst out from the drafty iron shed. What the heck? Tang Xiaofan nearly kicked them in shock. However, the 2 men, clad in coarse linen, knelt on one knee with a thud, clasping their fists and shouting in unison, "We greet our lord." Are they out of their minds? Tang Xiaofan noticed that a line of small text floated above each of the burly men's heads. Farmer 01, excellent stamina, skills, mechanical repair, construction. Farmer 02, excellent stamina, skills, mechanical repair, construction. Farmers can improve their skills through continuous labor and earn corresponding titles. No joke, my troop type is a farmer. Just as Tang Xiaofan lamented his luck, the live broadcast of the Demon and God continent began streaming to the entire world. The broadcast was divided into 223 rooms based on each contestant. and soon, people of all ages and backgrounds began flooding in, eager to see what was happening. Oh, is it starting? What the heck? This is the Dragon Kingdom's castle? It looks so flimsy. What? Is this handsome guy the contestant from the Dragon Kingdom? Could the two burly men next to him be his troops? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone saw the exceptionally handsome Tang Xiaofan. Indeed, although he was still dressed in casual clothes, they also saw what his troop type was. His troop type is actually a farmer. I have a feeling that after 7 days, the Dragon Kingdom is going to suffer a major loss. Everyone don't panic. Maybe these two farmers are extraordinary troop types. At the same time, the international friends flooding into the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room began to make snide remarks. Oh really? A legendary weapon. Our big brown bear from the ugly country is the true legendary weapon. We are indeed the chosen ones. Ha ha ha. What does the big brown bear even mean? Our East Japan's weapon is the two-headed giant snake, the invincible god of war. Whoa. The two-headed giant snake can evolve into the 8-headed serpent in the future. Talk about lucky. Oh my goodness. I truly feel sorry for your Dragon Kingdom compared to our Miracle Nation's Anubis beast. You guys are just pathetic. The Dragon Kingdom's netizens naturally weren't about to let these foul-mouthed international friends get away with it. Thus, a smoke-free battle erupted in the livestream room of the Dragon Kingdom. But at this moment, Tang Xiaofan ignored the chat messages. Instead, he was drawn in by the voice in his head. Sir, if you let Farmer 01 and Farmer 02 defend against the beast tide with bare hands, your chance of failure will be 100. The voice sounded very real, but it was still recognizable as machine-generated. Who's speaking? Tang Xiaofan became alert. He had new player protection, and dying for no reason would be incredibly unfair. Sir, I am your system. You may also refer to me as your intelligent assistant. My name is Jarvis. Jarvis, are you the AI from Iron Man? As a nerd, Tang Xiaofan never expected that his system would be Jarvis. However, the crisis was imminent. Jarvis was just an AI and couldn't come out to help him fight, which didn't solve his pressing problem. What can you do, Jarvis? Tang Xiaofan asked tentatively. If he couldn't survive the first wave of the beast tide, it wouldn't matter if he could create the Infinity Gauntlet. Sir, detecting extreme danger in your world, Jarvis will do everything possible to assist you in surviving. I have scanned the surrounding items, and there are a total of 36 weapon manufacturing schemes available. The optimal solution has been provided. Mark I Mech. Chapter 2. Crafting the Mark I Armor. Mark I Mech. The first mech of Iron Man. If he could create this killing machine, then dealing with the first wave of the beast tide would be a piece of cake. Suggest creating a substitute for the arc reactor, using energy or from the west side of the town center to make an external energy pack. Then craft an exoskeleton armor to enhance the mobility of the two farmers. Considering the current primary purpose is defense and energy issues, it is advised to abandon the flight function and focus on defense and attack. Taking material limitations into account, cold weapons will be used as combat weapons. Once the two Mark I units are completed, your castle's defense success rate will increase to 99.98, and the chance of protecting the castle without any damage will rise to 96.57. Jarvis provided a series of upgrades and then listed all the necessary materials, even marking their locations. Everything was readily available in the courtyard. Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized that despite his seemingly desperate situation, there were so many resources around him that he could use. When there's a will, there's a way, but you need to have the insight to find that way. Under the immense pressure of survival, Tang Xiaofan didn't want to waste any time. He instructed Farmer 1, go gather these materials including, but not limited to, wrenches, machine tools, iron plates, wires, coils, and so on. Farmer 2, go and ship off a few pieces from the energy or over there. With no knowledge of cutting-edge technology or mechanical engineering, Tang Xiaofan started directing the two farmers to collect materials, preparing to create the Mark I model, and he aimed to build 2 of them. While Tang Xiaofan was busy with the two farmers, the viewers in the live stream were buzzing with discussions. Is this guy reliable? What's he up to? Looks like he's trying to build something, but there are only 7 days left before the beast tide. Is there enough time? Sigh, the whole world is watching us make fools of ourselves. I really don't know where Longwa should go from here. 5 hours later, the two Mark I battle suits were finally completed. Since Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 had skills in mechanical maintenance, they handled almost all the production work. They transformed the castle into a workshop, and surprisingly, that old machine tool was still operational. They were proficient in welding, wiring, electromechanics, lathe work, and assembly. There was hardly any technique they didn't master. My lord, we both graduated from Lanxiang. and we guarantee you'll be satisfied. Thanks to the hard work of the earnest Farmer 1 and Farmer 2, Tang Xiaofan hardly lifted a finger. With Jarvis' assistance, he successfully directed the two of them. Now, the Mark I battle suits were entering the testing phase. The suits were extremely ugly, and Tang Xiaofan could swear that this was nothing like the impressive suit he had seen in movies in his past life. The current suits were filled with a grotesque, terrifying post-Soviet style, featuring a mechanical exoskeleton wrapped in a tangle of wires, powered by two energy stones hanging from the back. One hand wielded a massive shield, taller than a person and made from uneven iron plates, while the other held a crude steel pipe spiked with nails. Just imagine the two farmers charging forward in their rugged mechanical exoskeletons, brandishing that shield. Tang Xiaofan loved it. This was his favorite style, even more than the futuristic Iron Man suits. It didn't need to look good, it just needed to maximize mechanical brutality. If only he could add a big axe, it would be perfect. This was the true definition of mechanical armor in Tang Xiaofan's heart. Tough and violent. Wow, what am I seeing? This guy might actually have some skills. No way. He built two mechs? This is exoskeleton armor. I didn't realize Tang Xiaofan had it in him. Looks like they're about to test it. I wonder how capable it is, from an appearance standpoint. This suit of armor is nothing like Tony Stark's Mark I suit. Unlike the hastily constructed armor Stark made in the cave, Tang Xiaofan's armor emphasizes a sense of brute force. The foundation of the armor consists of two massive iron plates originally meant to be workbenches in the town center. Using these plates as a base, Tang Xiaofan had Nong E and Nong Air hammer them into the shape of armor, then attached all the armor components on top. In addition, Tang Xiaofan thickened the originally thin iron plates to the point where they could withstand conventional rifle rounds, bringing the overall weight to a terrifying 1 ton. This directly resulted in Jarvis estimating the energy crystal battery's runtime to decrease from 3 hours to 2. However, all of this was worth it. After debugging the neural conduction device, Tang Xiaofan looked at the powerful Mark I armor before him, feeling incredibly excited. At that moment, a single thought occupied his mind. Who needs aerodynamic designs? Armor should be thick. It should be big and bulky. If the battery life is insufficient, just add more batteries. If that doesn't work, add 2. Hurrah! Jarvis, initiate the first test. After saying this, Nong E and Nong Air couldn't wait to don the Mark I armor. Given the armor's massive size, it was less like two strong men putting it on and more like they were climbing inside. Test starting neural conduction device, functioning normally, all systems operational this time. It seemed that Nong E and Nong Air were perfectly in sync with the Mark I armor. The armor accurately responded to their every movement. When they raised their hands, the armor would raise its hands in unison. Their movements matched perfectly, even down to every finger. Basic functions are all normal next. Please proceed to an open area for advanced testing, Jarvis suggested. Nope. Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said to the slightly excited Nong E and Nong Air, let's jump straight into a real battle. It's time to explore the surrounding area of the town and see if any pesky monsters have come our way. With that, Tang Xiaofan walked toward the elevator in his armor. Jarvis began a self-check on the Mark I helmet. Helmet donned. Performing self-check air circulation system operating normally built-in cushioning system functioning correctly. Once the self-check was complete, Tang Xiaofan and the two others had already reached the gate of the courtyard, which led directly to an endless forest. Moreover, Tang Xiaofan had no intention of exploring himself. In Jarvis's database, there were various Mark armors, numbering well over 100. Any one of them would be sufficient for his self-defense. But not now. For now, I'd better stay put at home. Nong E, Nong Air, go outside and clear the area. After giving his orders, Nong E and Nong Air struck their shields with their spiked clubs and marched resolutely out of the courtyard. With armor weighing nearly a ton, each step they took echoed like thunder. It looked cumbersome, but the speed was surprisingly quick. Boom, boom, boom. Are we really getting started? Where are we headed? Whoa, these two actually seem pretty formidable. Chapter 3. Leaving the castle to hunt raptors. As Tang Xiaofan watched two farmers walk into the forest, he turned around to rest. Feeling a bit tired after the past few hours, suddenly, he noticed a glowing exclamation mark in the lower right corner of his vision. What is that? He reached out and tapped it, causing a list of options to appear in front of him. Personal information, friend information, world chat channel, trading channel, and so on. He decided to check his personal information first. Castle Lord, Tang Xiaofan, Strength, Level 0, Castle Level, Beginner Castle, Castle Units, Farmers, Castle Buildings, Farmer Factory, Equipment, none, Soul Stones, none, Magic crystals. None. My strength is level 0. Compared to the native creatures of the demon and god continent, Tang Xiaofan is essentially as helpless as a newborn chick. However, that's not too concerning. He is the castle lord, a ruler, an emperor, and his units are his reliance. He continued to explore his information panel. Both soul stones and magic crystals were at 0. What are these two items used for? And how can I obtain them? As soon as he finished his thoughts, a notification chimed in his mind. Killing wild monsters, beasts, or enemy units can yield soul stones. Conquering enemy castles can yield a large amount of soul stones. Killing powerful monsters has a chance to yield magic crystals. Upgrading buildings requires soul stones and magic crystals. Got it. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. This was clearly encouraging castle lords to venture out, kill wild monsters and enemy units, and even pushing them towards conflict with one another, indirectly leading them down the path of survival of the fittest. In this world, trying to survive quietly is basically impossible. After all, the newbie protection period only lasts for 7 days. After 7 days, the beast tide will strike. If he doesn't work hard to improve his strength, he will be doomed. Looking at the town center that had been transformed into a workshop, Tang Xiaofan felt a bit more at ease. He then checked the other menus. The friend information was empty. The super space trading channel was also blank. However, the world chat channel was buzzing with activity. World chat channel world announcement. Castle lords from Blue Star, welcome to the demon and god continent. Join the fair and just survival competition. Here, you will gain power, authority, and bring rewards or punishments 100-fold to your nation. Demon and god continent? What kind of place is this? Survival competition, beast tide approaching. Oh no, I don't want to die. Didn't they say it's fair and just? Why is my starting unit a pig? Am I supposed to roast it? I'm going crazy. Pats the dog head upstairs, expressing sympathy. Haha. My unit is a grizzly bear, weighing a whopping 500 kilograms. I must be the chosen one. Would I say grizzly bear compared to that? My unit is the two-headed serpent, which has the potential to evolve into the legendary Yamada no Orochi. Wow. The two-headed serpent is a mythical grade unit. What incredible luck. The one upstairs with the two-headed serpent definitely has a top-tier unit. I'm so envious. Great one, please take care of me. Looking at the chat channel, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the farmer who had disappeared into the forest. The farmer might be a bit better than the cocoa pig. Is that fair? Tang Xiaofan thought it was quite fair. After all, unit types are random. Among the over 200 lords entering the demon and god continent from Blue Star, there are those with bad luck, but also those with good luck. Just then, a message in the chat caught Tang Xiaofan's attention. I have an important announcement for everyone. Do not leave the castle. The outside world is too dangerous. My 2 knights just went out to gather wood and got bitten to death by a few velociraptors. Damn. My dwarf warrior was also squashed into a pancake by a tyrannosaurus. There's a big crab that has settled outside my castle. It must be coveting my beauty. Blood-curdling warning. Do not break the seal on the mines. There are carnivorous ants inside. Don't go fishing. There are monsters in the water that swallowed my 2 cat servants. I don't believe you can get such cute units like mine. The wilderness is so tough, but I'm so hungry. Where do you all get your food? Reading these chat messages, Tang Xiaofan became wary. It seemed that in this game, everything depended on oneself. Not only did he have to defend against beast tides, but he also had to prepare his own food and drink. He took a stroll around the castle and discovered a small kitchen and a well, but no food. Meanwhile, 2 farmers dressed in Markai armor had just left the castle when 3 velociraptors, several meters long, leaped out from the dense jungle in the distance and lunged at Farmer 1 and Farmer 2. Today's dinner is looking promising. In an instant, a massive spiked mace fell from the sky. With pinpoint accuracy, it struck the tops of the 2 velociraptors' heads. The 2 velociraptors couldn't even scream before their skulls were smashed into pieces. Within seconds, they stopped twitching, becoming 2 lifeless bodies. Killed level 2 velociraptor. Soul power 5, killed level 2 velociraptor. Soul power 5, the last velociraptor widened its eyes and turned to flee. Stand still, that's our dinner. The 2 farmers quickly chased after it, pinning the several meter-long velociraptor to the ground. Swinging their massive shields, they slapped it down repeatedly, eventually beating it to death. Killed level 2 velociraptor, soul power 8, soul stone 1. Tang Xiaofan felt the 3 streams of power within him, feeling somewhat dazed. Is the Markai armor really this powerful? No wonder it's called Iron Man. With Jarvis's help, Tang Xiaofan felt confident he could gradually develop various advanced technologies. Just a moment ago in the world chat channel, a castle lord lamented that his militia was killed the moment they left the castle by velociraptors, highlighting the formidable nature of these wild monsters. However, in the face of Tang Xiaofan's 2 novice Iron Men and 3 velociraptors, they couldn't even last a single round before being defeated. The farmer equipped with the mark-eyed battle armor instantly transformed from a weakling into an extraordinary superhero. When the last Velociraptor fell, it dropped a soul stone. In addition to the soul stone, by defeating the 3 Velociraptors, Tang Xiaofan also gained soul power points, 5, 5, and 8, totaling 18 points. This soul power was flowing through his body, indicating an important fact. Even if he didn't take action himself, as long as his troops defeated the enemy, he, as the lord of the castle, could still enjoy the benefits and enhance his own strength and level. This is indeed good news for castle lords. Chapter 4. The production of weapons of mass destruction and food trading. Jarvis, what else can you do besides making weapons? Tang Xiaofan asked curiously while mixing fertilizer bombs. Sir, my database contains all the weapon production data from Stark Industries, blueprints for the arc reactor, manufacturing diagrams for all mark armor, designs for the helicarrier, formulas for the super soldier serum, and improved plans for the apocalypse virus. Jarvis began to rattle off. While Tang Xiaofan had already stopped what he was doing, his face gradually lighting up with excitement. He realized that with Jarvis's help, he could create his very own Iron Man army in the Demon and God continent. It's no exaggeration to say that the technological level in Jarvis's database is at least 100 years ahead of Earth. Some of it may even be several hundred years advanced. Just the Mark series of Iron Man suits alone has nearly 100 variations. From the original Mark 1 to the Mark 85 seen in Avengers, in-game, everything is included. Even some armors from the comics are not excluded. Clearly, the current system Jarvis has far surpasses the artificial intelligence depicted in the movies. With such a system, just imagine sitting in a castle commanding an army of Iron Men in the future. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Yet, he did not let this cloud his judgment. He was well aware that these were just documents for now. Only by surviving could he transform this technology into his own strength. Otherwise, it would all be mere talk. Jarvis, let us continue, he said. Of course, sir. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiaofan resumed making fertilizer bombs. Considering the first wave of beast tides coming in a few days, fertilizer bombs and Molotov cocktails became the best options based on the resources available in the castle. The assembly of both weapons was quick, and just as they were completed, knock, knock, knock. Master, Nomi trudged in, dragging a 10-meter-long Velociraptor corpse into the castle. He handed over the fallen soulstones and the Velociraptor's body to Tang Xiaofan. The soulstones were white crystals, about 2 centimeters in diameter, unremarkable in appearance. However, the Velociraptor's corpse. As Tang Xiaofan looked at the Velociraptor's body, an option popped up in his vision. Monster corpse detected. Do you want to collect it? Yes. No, collect. Collection successful. You have obtained 10 units of dinosaur meat. You have obtained 1 complete dinosaur hide. You have obtained 3 sharp dinosaur teeth. Looking back at the spot where the Velociraptor's body lay, it had already vanished. Instead, a pile of dinosaur meat, hide, and 3 dinosaur teeth now rested nearby. This made things much easier. Tang Xiaofan stored the spoils. Dinosaur meat was clearly food. Whether it tastes good or not didn't matter. What was important was that it could fill his belly. Tang Xiaofan looked at the 2 farmers and asked, "Did you gain any strength when you killed the raptors?" "Yes, my lord." Farmer 1 responded eagerly. "I can feel energy flowing into my body. If I purify 20 more evil dinosaur beasts, I'll be able to level up." Farmer 2 nodded in agreement. Killing enemies is indeed a shortcut for troops to quickly level up. However, how many years would it take for farmers 1 and 2 to reach a level comparable to that of dragons through their own training and growth? They still needed the power of the collective. Of course, there was also advanced technology. Unfortunately, Tang Xiaofan's castle was currently barren, and he needed to gather resources to build a solid foundation. "That's good," Tang Xiaofan said. "Continue hunting monsters in the wild and bring back their corpses and any dropped items to the castle." "Understood, my lord." The 2 farmers bowed respectfully. They then turned and drove their heavy mark-on machines out of the castle. In the Dragon Nation livestream, discussions erupted once again. "Well, the mech capabilities are so strong. Is our Dragon Nation about to take off?" "No. These 2 Gundams don't seem capable of flight. But their attack and defense are outrageous. Maybe it's because they're only encountering weak monsters, so it looks easy? Well, up there in the underworld. Tang Xiaofan is doing quite well. Keep it up." The 2 Iron Men still had their external mineral resources unchanged, suggesting they could hold out for a long time. They quickly entered the forest. Before long, Tang Xiaofan received a series of kill notifications. Energy points were flowing into him, enhancing his strength. Occasionally, he would also receive notifications about soul stones dropping. The harvest was quite impressive. This also indicated that there were a lot of wild monsters around. No wonder many castle lords in the World Chat channel were complaining about their troops dying as soon as they went out. This game was unplayable. The 2 farmers hunting outside occasionally returned to the castle with several monster corpses. The soul stones in Tang Xiaofan's hands were gradually increasing. During his free time, he turned his gaze to the dilapidated, workshop-like, but immensely important castle before him. Basic castle, unnamed, normal building, warehouse, special building, farmer factory, upgrade requirements, 2,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 100 units of iron ingots, next level, intermediate castle, current status, invincible, current faction, none, unnamed? Then let us name it the Black Technology Castle. I want you to know what advanced technology from hundreds of years in the future looks like. After renaming the castle, Tang Xiaofan noticed another building right next to his metal workshop, a small iron shed with half-brick walls. A warehouse? Tang Xiaofan had a thought. The meat, fur, and dinosaur teeth he had just collected instantly disappeared, all stored in the warehouse. What a convenient and amazing feature. But what exactly is a faction? Could it be order? Chaos, neutral, good, and evil? Tang Xiaofan felt a bit puzzled. He then reopened the world chat channel, which was as lively as ever. Despite each castle lord being busy with their own affairs, collecting food, training troops, and so on, there were still many people who seemed anxious and idle. After watching for a while, Tang Xiaofan suddenly noticed someone in the chat channel looking to buy food. There were numerous messages seeking food. 1 soul stone for 10 units of food. 20 units of wood for 15 units of food. 10 units of stone for 5 units of food. That's right. The Demon and God Continent is not just an online game. It's a real world. If people don't eat, they will starve to death. Chapter 5. The unexpected host of the live show is Yuchi. The captured city lords, along with their troops, all require food. In fact, the more powerful the unit, the more food it needs. A single farmer requires 1 unit of food per day, while the initial unit obtained by the ugly kingdom, the large brown bear, needs at least 10 units daily. Of course, 10 unarmed farmers might not be able to take down a brown bear weighing over 10 tons. However, whether the bear can hunt enough food on its own is another question entirely. On the other hand, the demand for purchases from the castle lords in the channel is extremely high, yet the trading area is very quiet, with no one willing to exchange food. The reason is simple: wild monsters are too difficult to kill. A slight misstep could result in the loss of one's troops. Once summoned soldiers die, there will be even less food available. Today marks the first day of entering the Demon and God Continent, and the number of troops for the castle lords is too low to effectively hunt wild monsters. This makes food incredibly precious. It seems I can cash in on this opportunity. With the diligent efforts of farmers 1 and 2, they gradually gathered several corpses of wild monsters, and soon, their warehouse was piled high with food. Tang Xiaofan, alone, could survive for half a month on it. As for the farmers, their consumption is merely 1 unit of food. With this in mind, he asked, Jarvis, give me a solution. I think I can trade food for some houses. Sir, based on my analysis of the chat channel information, I've found that over 100 people are looking to buy food, while more than 200 are selling wood, stone, and iron ore. However, there is no trading information regarding soul stones. Therefore, I suggest the following exchange rates. Immediately, Tang Xiaofan posted his trading information in the adjacent trading channel. 1 unit of food for 1 soul stone. 1 unit of food for 20 units of wood. 1 unit of food for 10 units of stone. 1 unit of food for 1 unit of iron ingots. Current food, 50 units. Once the trading information was posted, the world chat channel exploded. Scammer. The chat was filled with outrage against Tang Xiaofan, a typical profiteer. In the Blue Star world, the current Demon and God Continent is incredibly captivating. People all over the world are spontaneously following the developments in the Demon and God Continent. This is a massive stream of traffic. With such traffic, the exchange of benefits is inevitable. Indeed, at the very moment the Demon and God Continent opened, the Toilet Channel quickly established a new program, Today in the Demon and God Continent, and scheduled it for prime-time broadcasting. Although the show was launched on short notice, the Toilet Channel's strong production capabilities for variety shows are well known. The host of the program is the popular cross-border star Yuchi. Even though she was dispatched on short notice, her popularity is undeniable. Once the news was announced, advertisers flocked in, offering sky-high sponsorship fees. As the original pillar of the toilet station, Yuchi has always been a highly popular figure. With her as the host, the show already has a massive draw. However, since this is a talk show, having just Yuchi is not enough. Although many are unfamiliar with the world of gods and demons, considerable effort was put into inviting relevant guests. First, the show tests the defensive capabilities of castles, so it makes perfect sense to invite a military expert. Professor Zhang, a highly popular military analyst online, has earned the nickname Juzwa after making several impressive predictions that garnered him a loyal following. Additionally, the latest live stream indicated that the contestant from Longhua, Tang Xiaofan, is taking a handcrafted technology approach. Thus, it was fitting to invite Master Gung, an expert in handcrafted technology, who became famous in the tech world for his innovative creations and is often referred to as the Edison of Longhua. With one being a scholar and the other a warrior, their combination, along with Yuchi as the cherry on top, indeed creates a luxurious lineup. However, aside from these three highly popular figures who have made significant contributions in their respective fields, the production team also brought in a rather controversial character. Another internet sensation, Tang Xiaofan, has joined the lineup. Upon seeing the roster for this episode of today's Gods and Demons, netizens from Longhua had plenty to say. Yuchi, you're amazing. We will always support you. Juzwa, will you predict the final outcome of this Gods and Demons contest? Master Gung. With Master Gung on board, our contestants have hope. What? Tang Xiaofan. What does the production team mean by bringing someone like this in to annoy us? Online, the calls for Yuchi, Master Gung, and Juzwa are quite strong, given their solid credentials. However, many look down on Tang Xiaofan. The reason is simple. Not only does she lack substantial abilities, but her personality is also somewhat off-putting. Regardless of public opinion, the show has officially begun. This episode of today's Gods and Demons is being broadcast live, featuring a host and 3 special guests providing commentary. The show's popularity is rapidly increasing. Seeing the bustling live stream chat, Yuchi quickly jumped into the conversation. Hello everyone, I'm Yuchi, and our show is officially on air starting today. Please tune in every night at 8 p.m. for today's Gods and Demons on Toilet Station. Back to the topic at hand. Many viewers are concerned about the performance of the contestant representing Longhua, as their success directly affects us. So, Juzwa, what are your thoughts on our contestant from Longhua? Yuchi is well aware that, at this moment, the online community is skeptical about the identity of Longhua's contestant. While they may not be outright insulting, most netizens seem to hold a rather pessimistic view. Yuki hit the nail on the head by bringing up a topic that everyone is incredibly concerned about. Upon hearing her words, the host didn't hesitate to share his views. Many people online believe that this competitor will achieve nothing in the world of gods and demons. But in my opinion, that is not necessarily the case. After hearing the hostess' comments, Yuki seized the moment to ask, "Oh, what insights do you have, host?" Picking up on Yuki's cue, the host continued, "When it comes to people, I believe I have a good eye. Our representative from Dragon Country may not look particularly impressive or extraordinary, but to me, he is far from an ordinary person." The host paused for a moment. And at that time, Master Gung chimed in. The host is right, especially regarding Tang Xiaofan. What many don't know is that I've seen some of the things he has created over the past couple of days, and they are quite remarkable. For instance, the fertilizer bomb he developed shows a high level of expertise. Tang Xiaofan watched as the group engaged in discussion, feeling a bit left out. He quickly interjected, "Expertise? Expertise in what? Are you all really going to add another useless inventor to the world of pointless inventions?" Chapter 6, Recruiting Farmers to Establish a Blacksmith Shop. Upon hearing Tang Xiaofan's words, both the bureau chief and Master Gung exchanged a glance of disbelief but chose not to respond. Meanwhile, Yuchi, smiling, quickly changed the subject. "Haha, Master Gung is right. According to the information we've gathered so far, Tang Xiaofan's IQ test score is an astonishing 190. He truly is a bona fide academic prodigy." As she spoke, Yuchi raised her index finger and continued, "So, everyone shouldn't worry too much. With an IQ of 190, Tang Xiaofan will surely navigate the demon and god continent with ease. Moreover, after graduating from Qingbei, he has already received a top-tier offer from NASA, the world's largest airline." Hearing Yuchi's words, the viewers in the live stream were equally shocked. 190? Wow, he's a genius. For him, studying is like playing a game. Master Gung really has a keen eye to see Tang Xiaofan's extraordinary talent. Tang Xiaofan must be feeling embarrassed now. Noticing the comments flooding in the live stream, Yuchi became intrigued. However, she couldn't find any information on this particular topic. Just as she was about to pose a question to Master Gung, the live stream from the demon and god continent suddenly changed dramatically. Indeed, the transaction that Tang Xiaofan had made in the trading channel finally bore fruit. In her urgency, Yuchi quickly exclaimed, "Everyone look! It seems that all of Tang Xiaofan's food has been sold out." On the very first day of their arrival in the demon and god continent, it was rare for a lord to have 50 units of food at their disposal. Either they were beginners who didn't understand the preciousness of food, or they were seasoned players with an abundance of resources. After all, many castle lords had weak troops, and some were too afraid to venture out of their own castles, let alone gather food. The amount of food they could collect was minimal, just enough for personal consumption, and definitely insufficient for trade. Even if castle lords dared to hunt, many of their troops wouldn't stand a chance against wild monsters. The most they could do was gather some wood, stone, and other resources near the castle, activities that posed little danger and didn't take much time in the early stages. Once wild monsters attacked, they would immediately retreat to their castles. Thus, under the threat of wild monsters, food became exceedingly valuable. Castle lords capable of defeating wild monsters to obtain food were indeed a minority and belonged to the elite, commanding strong troops. Such lords were worthy of admiration. However, now in the global chat channel, many castle lords were vehemently criticizing Tang Xiaofan, accusing him of being a profiteer. They believed he was exploiting his fellow Blue Star inhabitants by artificially inflating prices. The reason was simple: Tang Xiaofan's exchange rate was shockingly high, raising the market price of food by several times. Originally, the market price for 1 unit of wood or 1 unit of stone was equivalent to 1 unit of food. However, when it came to Tang Xiaofan, 1 unit of food required 20 units of wood or 10 units of stone to exchange. Isn't that just price gouging? Yet, despite the scorn from numerous castle lords, Tang Xiaofan remained unfazed. At this stage, food is valuable but scarce. If you don't buy it, someone else will. With hundreds of castle lords around, there would always be someone willing to grit their teeth and purchase his food. Sure enough, just as Tang Xiaofan anticipated, his food was quickly sold out shortly after it was listed on the trading channel. 50 units of food were all traded away. Lost 1 unit of food. Gained 20 units of wood. Lost 1 unit of food. Gained 10 units of stone. Lost 1 unit of food. Gained 20 units of wood, and so on. The prompts kept coming. Meanwhile, those who had been cursing Tang Xiaofan as a swindler revealed their true colors. 50 units of food disappeared that quickly? What the heck? A bunch of fools. I hesitated for just 2 seconds, and the food was gone. To the person upstairs, are you stupid? With hundreds of castle lords, 50 units of food can't even satisfy the market. By the way, does the big boss have any food left? My T-Rex looks really hungry. And if I don't feed it, it might eat me. Can I get 10 units of food from you? I'll have the Flower Kingdom transfer 300 million to you. I'll offer 1 billion. This is another world. Money is useless. Instead, my troops are cat girls. And they are undeniably cute. Interested, big boss? To the person upstairs, are you a madam? I'm really curious about what kind of troops Tang Xiaofan has that can slay wild monsters. Where are your big brown bears from the ugly country? In the end, the 50 units of food were exchanged for 600 units of wood and 300 units of stone, all automatically stored in the castle's warehouse. The castle lord's warehouse seems to have infinite space and can stockpile a large amount of resources. It also has a preservation function, allowing food to be kept fresh for a long time. Jarvis's voice chimed in. Sir, according to the information collected, this transaction only involved wood and stone. No one exchanged soul stones, and no one traded iron ingots either. It's likely that many people Haven T built a blacksmith shop or refined iron ingots. I recommend constructing a blacksmith shop to refine iron ingots. Soul stones can be used to upgrade troop buildings and can only be obtained by defeating wild monsters. Clearly, soul stones are more precious than resources like wood and stone. Then I'll build a blacksmith shop first and make a few more exchanges. After that, my castle can be upgraded, Tang Xiaofan said. However, I can't rely solely on the existing resources. Pursuing technological advancements requires a lot of resources, and a blacksmith shop is a top priority. Of course, compared to troop buildings and production buildings, the castle is paramount. The higher the level of the castle, the greater the defense value of the castle's heart, making it harder to destroy. In the future, the castle can be upgraded to a town, a city, a main city, or even a kingdom or empire. It serves as the core foundation for the castle lord. Tang Xiaofan, who is following the Marvel Tech route, has a high demand for iron, as well as special steel and electrical equipment, making the blacksmith shop very important for him. With this in mind, he walked over to the drafty metal shed and spent 20 units of food to recruit 2 farmers. However, he has now reached the population limit. Fortunately, farmers, being the weakest unit, only occupy 1 population unit each. Otherwise, he would have to build more cottages to recruit additional farmers. My lord. Looking at the 2 burly men kneeling on one knee, Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. Above their heads, small text displayed. Farmer 03, excellent stamina, skills, mechanical repair, construction. Farmer 04, excellent stamina, skills, mechanical repair, construction. At this moment, the materials in the warehouse have met the requirements for the blacksmith shop. Build the blacksmith shop. Chapter 7. Damn it, the Dragon Kingdom must be cheating. Consuming 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, and 10 units of iron ore. Construct a level 1 blacksmith shop. Please select the number of farmers. The moment the system prompt appeared, a virtual frame appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan, moving with his line of sight. Similar to a building blueprint, he could vaguely see doors, windows, chimneys, and iron furnaces. The house wasn't too large, equivalent to 3 brick houses, occupying an area of about 100 square meters. After confirming, Tang Xiaofan arranged for 2 strong men to start the construction. On flat ground, they laid the foundation, drew lines, and built walls. Unlike reality, all materials and tools were provided by the system. Tang Xiaofan took a close look. They were using stone blocks for compacting, but there were also a dozen wooden stakes. When will it be finished? Reporting to the Lord, it will take about an hour. Tang Xiaofan pouted, planning to wait until he accumulated enough resources before constructing more houses and recruiting more farmers. By then, when the blacksmith shop was ready, dozens of farmers would swarm in, and it could be completed in no time. He took advantage of the time to check the functions of the blacksmith shop, which included smelting, forging, casting, and repairing. The blacksmith shop was indeed powerful. However, it required farmers to level up their mechanical repair skills to the maximum before they could be promoted to blacksmiths. Fortunately, during this time, Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 were busy working on the Mark I mechs, and they had already met the requirements. He planned to promote both of them first to activate the blacksmith shop's functions. Then, after recruiting more farmers, he could produce more Mark I armor. This way, he would have another batch of farmers with maxed out repair skills ready to become blacksmiths. A blacksmith shop could accommodate 15 blacksmiths. By then, they would not only forge weapons, but also conduct technical research, developing new smelting, forging, and casting technologies in preparation for the future Mark mechs. As for the repair function, damaged mechs could have their batteries removed, taken inside, and after consuming a certain amount of iron ore, they could be restored to like new condition after a couple of hours. It was quite incredible. This made Tang Xiaofan feel very excited, almost overwhelmed with the urge to summon 100,000 farmers to build skyscrapers. An hour passed, and the blacksmith shop was finally complete. Ding! Blacksmith shop completed. Looking at the iron furnace and the complete set of forging and casting tools, Tang Xiaofan was very satisfied. However, he couldn't produce iron ingots yet because there was no iron ore. Sir, I suggest prioritizing the construction of cottages to expand the population units. Recruiting more farmers for gathering and production will maximize efficiency. Tang Xiaofan nodded. So he didn't rush to send farmers out to gather iron, but instead had Farmer 3 and Farmer 4 continue building cottages. Consuming 100 units of wood and 100 units of stone, he began constructing a level 1 cottage. Please select the number of farmers. On flat ground, they laid the foundation, drew lines, and built walls. This time, the speed was much faster. It seemed the difficulty of building a cottage wasn't too high. Ding! Level 1 cottage completed. The newly constructed system cottage was a large 3-room structure, spacious and bright inside, equipped with 2 layers of bunk beds, accommodating 30 people. This was great. That meant a total of 30 population units. More farmers can now be recruited. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and when it faded, Tang Xiaofan quickly checked his personal information. Sure enough, he had leveled up. His level increased from 0 to 1. Although he was still at the very bottom of the divine demon continent, at least he was no longer completely powerless. The corpses of wild monsters in the castle courtyard had piled up quite a bit, totaling over a dozen. Tang Xiaofan directed Farmer 3 and Farmer 4 to collect the bodies in turn. They gathered a total of 200 units of food, several complete pelts, and a variety of monster materials, such as wolf fangs, snake scales, and rabbit heads. Tang Xiaofan wasn't sure what these monster materials were for, so he decided to store them all for now. He had also accumulated 10 soul stones, making his progress towards the 100 soul stones required to upgrade the farmer factory about 10% complete. Compared to the castle and blacksmith shop, it seemed that upgrading military buildings was more challenging. Soul stones couldn't be collected through gathering for the time being. They could only be obtained by defeating wild monsters. In contrast, resources like wood, stone, and iron are needed for upgrading the castle were readily available everywhere. Sir, we've harvested another 200 units of food. I suggest we convert all of it into farmers to expand production and prepare for the assembly of the Mark I combat squad. Tang Xiaofan believed that with Jarvis's computational abilities, the proposed solution was undoubtedly optimal. Without any hesitation, he went to the farmer factory and spent 200 units of food to summon 20 farmers. Watching the 20 burly men kneel before him, calling him Lord, Tang Xiaofan felt a sense of camaraderie, reminiscent of a gathering hall. Next, with many hands making light work, they naturally began collecting iron ore. Thanks to the efforts of Farmers 1 and 2, all the monsters around the castle, whether friendly or hostile, had been cleared out, making the area very safe. With a wave of his hand, Tang Xiaofan sent Farmers 3 and 4 along with a group of underlings to start mining for ore. Although farmers were the lowest tier of units, they were quite skilled at their work, and soon the blacksmith shop was overflowing with ore. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Tang Xiaofan's actions sparked quite a debate. Zhang Xiaoxiao, looking quite pleased, smiled and said to Yu Qi and the other guests, "See? I told you so. This person may be smart, but he lacks a broader perspective." Ignoring the strange looks from others, he continued earnestly, "I suggest we replace Tang Xiaofan. His actions are a complete waste of resources. He is misguiding the nation and its people. It's utterly shameless. Isn't it a bit excessive to say that?" Yu Qi, as the host, quickly interjected, "Is there really a problem with Tang Xiaofan's choice?" The director habitually pondered for a moment, then shook his head with a smile and said, "I don't see any issues, and in fact, the advantages may gradually amplify." Noticing Zhang Xiaoxiao's expression, the director continued, "I predict that Tang Xiaofan has grand ambitions. He may even want to upgrade his castle before the protection period expires. This way, he can have enough farmers to work." Master Gung nodded in agreement, saying, "Anyone who has worked knows that many hands make light work." With Tang Xiaofan's outstanding performance, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was packed. Especially with the added popularity of the show Today's Demon and God Continent, which attracted many foreign viewers. They weren't there to admire the Dragon Kingdom, instead. They aimed to disrupt the mindset of its competitors. Why do the Dragon Kingdom's contestants have so much food? Why have they recruited so many different types of troops? Meanwhile, my Miracle Nation only has one Anubis beast. I suspect that the Dragon Kingdom is routinely using something called cheats. That's right, the Dragon Kingdom's contestants are cheating. Chapter 8. High-tech hive refining for battery production. What a load of nonsense. You're the one cheating. The people upstairs are way too lenient. These are foreigners. And their brains are as small as boogers, so it's no wonder they can't comprehend Tang Xiaofan's actions. That's right. Zhang Xiaoxiao's brain is indeed tiny. It makes sense that he is called Zhang Xiaoxiao. During the live broadcast of Today's God and Demon Continent, the chat messages from viewers directly targeted Zhang Xiaoxiao. And both Yu Qi and the commander couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face turned from pale to red, but fortunately, Tang Xiaofan on the live stream came to his rescue once again. Jarvis. As Tang Xiaofan looked at the nearly full pile of ores, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. In the Iron Man movies, Tony was kidnapped and taken to a cave, where under the watchful eyes of the enemy, he built the first Mark I armor using nothing but a pile of scrap metal, and his miniature arc reactor was also created in that cave. "Do you think I can make a miniature reactor here?" Tang Xiaofan asked Jarvis. "Sir, the necessary elements for reactor construction are lacking." Tang Xiaofan wasn't surprised by Jarvis's response. Although he had blueprints for a series of Mark armors, the biggest issue remained the arc reactor. The elements needed to create a reactor are not something you can find just anywhere. Tony had also tricked the enemies into providing him a bunch of missiles under the guise of constructing Jericho missiles, from which he extracted the necessary elements. "Can we replace the reactor with something else?" "Sorry, sir. The Iron Man suit has a huge energy consumption, and even the original model is no exception. The arc reactor is the most perfect power source. What if we switch to battery power? After all, the energy ores here seem quite powerful." Tang Xiaofan proposed a hypothesis. Calculating. Energy ore analysis progress 5. The ore battery scheme is feasible. By abandoning the flight capability, the suit's energy consumption will be greatly reduced. But regular batteries still won't sustain the suit's operation. I suggest creating a high-capacity or battery. Soon, Jarvis presented the method for this scheme to Tang Xiaofan. High-capacity battery? Huh. Tang Xiaofan realized. Based on the current analysis progress, the hive refining method can be used to extract high-capacity battery materials from these ores. Hive refining method? Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction, estimating this would be another piece of high-tech innovation. Once Jarvis provided him with the specific method, it turned out just as Tang Xiaofan had expected. The details of the hive refining method revealed another piece of Marvel's high-tech. Compared to traditional refining methods, hive refining does not require complicated equipment. It's somewhat similar to mechanical stripping, but the efficiency is exponentially higher. Jarvis, show me the other materials needed for the high-capacity battery that can be collected in the castle. After reviewing the refining method, Tang Xiaofan spoke solemnly. "Not a problem, sir," Jarvis replied. All the materials needed to create the high-capacity battery were laid out before Tang Xiaofan. Most of them were common materials, while a few required refining, for which Jarvis provided the corresponding processing methods. "Great, if I gather the materials today, I can start making it right away." After memorizing the materials, Tang Xiaofan called over 2 farmers who were transporting iron ore. "Farmer San." "Farmer C." "Yes, my lord." He handed them the list of materials and instructed them to gather everything. The 2 acted quickly, and in no time, they had collected all the materials needed for the high-capacity battery and brought them to a makeshift workbench in the castle. The so-called workbench was essentially a pool table with the edges removed. "Let's get started, Jarvis." As soon as Tang Xiaofan said this, a virtual figure appeared before him. beginning to demonstrate the process of making the high-capacity battery. The entire procedure was very detailed. All he had to do was follow the figure's actions. No wonder it's called the honeycomb refining method. During the refining process, when he saw the honeycomb-like fragments appearing on the surface of the energy ore, Tang Xiaofan finally understood the origin of the name. After several hours of refining, what lay before him was a little over 10 grams of black powder. Phew, finally got one done. Tang Xiaofan wiped the sweat from his forehead and carefully stored the powder away. After finishing, he checked the time. It was already noon. Farmer San. Farmer C, you will process everything exactly as I just demonstrated. With the energy powder ready, Tang Xiaofan gathered the remaining materials needed to make the battery in under 2 hours. Let's start making it. Tang Xiaofan continued to follow the steps shown by the virtual figure to create the high-capacity battery. The process wasn't too complicated. As long as he followed the steps, everything would be fine. The only challenge was precision. He had to pay close attention and keep his hands steady. Otherwise, the battery could pose safety risks. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath, focusing all his attention. After more than an hour of concentrated work, a high-capacity battery the size of a brick appeared before him. It was completely black, with 4 metal contacts on each end. It weighed over twice as much as a lithium battery of the same volume, giving a heavy feel in his hand. Jarvis, are you sure one is enough? Tang Xiaofan asked, holding the black brick. The capacity of the high-capacity battery is over 2,000 times that of a lithium battery, which is sufficient to power the armor for more than 3 hours, Jarvis replied, then added, Sir, your materials are only enough to make one high-capacity battery. I recommend you activate the blacksmith shop soon to produce the necessary components for the battery. All right. Tang Xiaofan nodded and placed the battery back on the table. At that moment, the farmers E and Air, who had been out hunting, returned with 500 units of food from the animals they had hunted. Meanwhile, the farmers who were gathering or had also put down their work, waiting for Tang Xiaofan to reorganize their tasks. Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 transformed into blacksmiths. As his words fell, the 2 burly farmers thumped their chests and shouted, Yes, my lord. 2 beams of golden light flashed, and the small labels above their heads changed. They went from bare-chested to donning leather aprons, each wielding a hammer like true blacksmiths. Farmer 01, excellent stamina, skills, mechanical repair, blacksmithing. Farmer 02, excellent stamina, skills, mechanical repair, blacksmithing. The 2 of them picked up their hammers and dove into the freshly repaired blacksmith shop, clanging away as they got to work. Before long, the piles of iron ore dwindled, and ingots began to appear at the entrance of the shop. Very good. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. Although these farmers were basic units, their work ethic was undeniable. At that moment, Jarvis made another suggestion. Sir, given the current situation, I recommend that the remaining farmers begin crafting Mark I steel mechs. Chapter 9. The mech squad sets out to eliminate the wolf pack as a group of farmers began forging iron ingots into the rugged, brutalist-style Mark I armor components. The live stream on Blue Star sparked another wave of heated discussions. Guests, what do you think of Tang Xiaofan's decision to send all the farmers to the forge? Sister Yuchi expressed her concerns and posed a question to the 3 guests. He must have lost his mind. He could have exchanged food for resources, but instead summoned useless farmers. Now he's making these pointless mechs. He's just giving up. Zhang Xiaoxiao was the first to speak up, admitting he had never been fond of Tang Xiaofan, who only seemed to point fingers without getting his hands dirty. I think we should replace him. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't start with farmers. I actually think Tang Xiaofan's approach is understandable, another guest chimed in. First, he doesn't lack food, and secondly, his farmers can be upgraded. We just saw that the 2 initial farmers have already become blacksmiths. Let us wait and see what surprises this contestant from the Dragon Kingdom brings us. The military advisor, known for his experience in big situations, provided a well-reasoned analysis. So, Master Gong, do you think having a mech for each person could withstand the first wave of beasts? Master Gong set down his old pliers and stopped fussing with his mustache. He nodded and replied, I don't think that's likely. I've worked on these before. They're mostly for show. The power just isn't there. They're basically held together by wishful thinking. Exactly. I said it. Don't be fooled by their current enthusiasm. They'll soon be in for a rude awakening. With Zhang Xiaoxiao's emphatic statement, today's episode of Today's Demon and God Continent came to a close. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaofan's first batch of farmers had finished crafting their Mark I mechs, and they had even helped him create a set for himself. Farmers 1 and 2 had completed their iron ingot production, and after accounting for the ingots used for the Mark Is, they still had over 100 left. Tang Xiaofan checked the upgrade requirements for his castle. 2,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 100 units of iron ingots. Now, he just needed wood and stone. easily obtainable through food exchanges. So, he called out, "Everyone, gear up in your matches. We're going hunting." "Yes, my lord." More than 20 strong men responded in unison as they donned their Mark I armor. Except for Tang Xiaofan, who was empty-handed, the others all wielded massive clubs, wolf-tooth maces. Well, their taste in aesthetics is surprisingly uniform. I hope the monsters in the forest have insurance today. Let us go. Boom. Boom. Tang Xiaofan followed the mech squad into the forest. Thanks to the earlier clearing efforts by Farmers 1 and 2, the forest felt much more peaceful. There were significantly fewer velociraptors, two-headed dogs, and hell pigs. "Sir, based on the current thermal analysis, we have a pack of magical wolves ahead. Approximately over 100 of them. Combat power assessment. Utterly defenseless." Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. He loved this kind of overwhelming victory. "Advance, scattered troops. Straight ahead. Target, the magic wolf pack." "Yes, my lord." 25 Mark I battle suits formed a wedge formation and charged towards the magic wolves. Soon, the sentry wolves spotted them. And with the howls of the wolves echoing, a fierce battle ensued. The wind blades of the wolves were incredibly dense, but unfortunately, they were powerless against the heavy iron plates. When the wolf pack attempted to flee, they realized they were already surrounded. Huge wolf clubs, howling through the air, wreaked havoc. "Oh my gosh, is the Dragon Kingdom player too strong? I think farmers are the strongest unit. The ugly country is invincible. A single bear from the ugly country can wipe out the entire wolf pack." Exactly. The two-headed snake from Sakura country is also powerful. It has become the ruler of the forest. Stop bragging. It's so shameless. You can watch the live stream from the Dragon Kingdom. And we can also see your player streams. Haha, keyboard warriors are everywhere, especially among international friends. Tengu is awesome. Farmers are awesome. With a mighty swing, a ferocious wolf club smashed the head of the lead magic wolf into pieces, and the wolf pack was completely annihilated. Tang Xiaofan was suddenly excited. He didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. This Iron Man mech was indeed formidable, and there were 25 of them. Oh. There's a command-type Iron Man that only talks and doesn't fight. A golden light fell down, and Tang Xiaofan quickly checked his personal information. Sure enough, he leveled up. His level changed from 1 to 2. He now felt that his physical abilities should match those of his farmers. "Did you all level up?" "Yes, my lord. We all leveled up." "All right, Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 have reached level 4. And the other farmers have all leveled up by 1. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, collected the spoils, and returned to the city. With more people, there's more strength. This time, he directly harvested 2,000 units of food. Unfortunately, there weren't many soul stones, but he wasn't worried at all, as his farmers were busy too. 15 of the farmers changed their profession to blacksmiths, with some responsible for mining, others for smelting iron ingots, and a few gathering stones and wood. A few were tasked with building cottages to expand the population units. As for the farmers' population, Tang Xiaofan didn't plan to rush expansion. On one hand, he wanted to upgrade the castle. On the other hand, he hadn't secured a stable food source, such as farmland or animal pens. Rushing to expand the population would create significant pressure later on. So, he directly put 200 units of food on the trading channel. The goods for exchange were the same as before. 1 unit of food. Exchange for 1 soul stone. 1 unit of food, 20 units of wood, 1 unit of food, 10 units of stone, 1 unit of food, 1 unit of iron ingot. Current food supply, 200 units. This time, as soon as the food was available, it was snatched up by the lords of the castles. Many of them camped out in the trading channel, fearing they would receive news too late and miss the opportunity. Indeed, Tang Xiaofan's exchange rates were quite steep. However, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and trade. After all, even if they could endure hunger, they wouldn't starve to death within a day or two. But their troops couldn't hold out. When troops go hungry, their combat effectiveness declines, and their loyalty drops. If loyalty falls below 60 points, there's a high risk of betrayal. Unlike the troops of other castle lords, Tang Xiaofan's farmers, born in the farmer factory, start with a loyalty of 100 points. Locked in as fanatical and loyal, farmers would never betray their lord. This is a hidden attribute of the farmers. Chapter 10. Upgrade the castle and roll up your sleeves to work hard. Aside from farmers, other troops will show varying attitudes toward the castle lord based on their loyalty. So, when 200 units of food were available, they were snatched up in an instant. Are you kidding me? Is everyone here just a reincarnation of starving ghosts? Not a single crumb left. 200 units of food gone in just 2 seconds? Are you all pigs? Each and every one of you must be a Tabaugh Star Diamond buyer, right? Mastering the art of flash sales, I see. If we run out of food, my pigs at home will start eyeing me. You animals! My flower kingdom has always been peaceful, and all we did was summon an ancient giant python. Yet you are so envious. Hurry up and release the food. Is there anyone kind enough to tell me how to cook tree bark? Does the great Tang Xiaofan have any food left? If so, put it all up for sale. I'm so curious about what kind of troops Tang Xiaofan has. He's managed to acquire 200 units of food in such a short time. His troops must be incredibly powerful. I bet they are mythical troops. I started with 2 farmers, and now I'm down to 1 because the other was eaten by a rabbit. The Dragon Kingdom just has better luck. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, Tang Xiaofan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected someone else to start as a farmer too. He could only wish that brother good luck in his heart, as he probably didn't have a system to help him. But he didn't dwell on it too much. With over 200 countries competing, his farmer was already gearing up towards becoming an Iron Man. Other monsters posed little trouble for him. If one Iron Man might struggle against Thanos, what about 1,000 Iron Men? After all, his farmer could infinitely produce troops. Tang Xiaofan opened the castle warehouse to tally his harvest. After a final count, he found that the 200 units of food had been exchanged for 2,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of stone. Plus, the farmers had been continuously gathering wood and stone. He now had over 3,000 units of wood and over 2,000 units of stone. The requirements to upgrade the castle were 2,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 100 iron ingots. The conditions were met. It was time to upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the castle? Yes. No, upgrade. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan selected yes. In an instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped his castle. A few seconds later, the golden light faded away, revealing a sturdier red brick house in his view. Compared to before, the upgraded castle had replaced the metal roof and was no longer shabby and old. It had taken on a somewhat modern appearance. Congratulations. Your castle has been upgraded to a mid-level castle, expanding your influence radius to 500 meters. The defense value of the castle heart has tripled. Your castle's impact and prestige in the Endless Continent have significantly increased. Congratulations, you have unlocked a portion of buildings. Castle of Advanced Technology, current level. Level 2 Castle, Common Building. Warehouse, Special Building. Farmer Factory, upgrade requirements. 10,000 units of wood, 7,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of iron ingots, new buildings. Kitchen, Plank Factory, Stone Workshop, next level. Level 3 Castle, current status, invincible, current faction, none. Looking at his new castle, Tang Xiaofan felt happy, thinking he must be the first person on the Divine Demon Continent to upgrade his castle. Jarvis, start analyzing the new castle and initiate the development preparations for the new Mark mech. Sir, at your command. At that moment, those still in the live stream noticed the changes in the Dragon Kingdom player's castle. Oh my god, the Dragon Kingdom player is so impressive, upgrading their castle so quickly. Isn't that right? Our Iron Pot Kingdom has always been loyal to the Dragon Kingdom. This time, they will definitely take care of us. Take care? The Dragon Kingdom can barely take care of itself. How can they look after you? You're dreaming. Is the person upstairs an idiot? Don't you know? The resources discovered by the player will multiply 100-fold in their current country. The Dragon Kingdom is so powerful because it must have found the most resources, making it the strongest nation. At this moment, Jarvis had completed the analysis and said to Tang Xiaofan, Sir, the analysis is complete. We can begin production of the Mark II model, but we first need to address the metal issue. The key upgrade for the Mark II is the transition from regular steel plates to alloy armor, which greatly enhances its defensive capabilities. However, we currently cannot produce an arc reactor, so flying capabilities are temporarily unavailable. But, sir, if we utilize the new alloy armor, the overall weight of the armor will significantly decrease, and with an external battery, the Mark II can achieve a brief flight of 30 minutes. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, All right, better than nothing. This way, we can travel a bit faster. With a clear direction, he didn't want to waste time, especially since the first beast wave was approaching. It was crucial to enhance his combat power as quickly as possible. He summoned 25 farmers from the farmer factory, dividing them into 5 teams, all equipped with Mark I steel armor, and sent them off in 5 different directions to explore. Remember, our exploration target is 10 kilometers. We need to thoroughly investigate the mines, monsters, and roads within this 10 kilometers. Yes, my lord. The 25 strong men responded in unison, starting to don their Mark armor, wielding their spiked clubs as they ventured into the surrounding forest. For the remaining farmers he had summoned, Tang Xiaofan directed them to construct the newly released buildings, the kitchens, plank factory, and stone workshop. The kitchen was the most urgent since Tang Xiaofan was feeling a bit hungry and intended to find something to eat in the warehouse. Just then, one of the farmers was also looking for food. Hearing Tang Xiaofan mention he was looking for something to eat, he quickly dug out a piece of meat from a pile and handed it to him, saying, My lord, please enjoy your meal. Looking at the somewhat dried wolf leg, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the castle's functionality. But can this thing be eaten directly? Is it really edible as is? Yes, my lord. That's how a unit of food is, the farmer explained, demonstrating by putting a piece of meat in his mouth and chewing it down. Jarvis, do you have any cooking skills? I really can't eat this, Tang Xiaofan said. Sorry, sir, I'm a high-tech system, not a dark culinary system, Jarvis replied. Now that they finally had a kitchen, Tang Xiaofan instructed the farmer to build it as soon as possible, considering that everyone would need to eat. He also had a simple greenhouse constructed next to the kitchen to serve as a dining hall. Then, he showed Farmer 2 a plate design he had used in college and asked him to create a batch of plates based on that model. Finally, he sat in the dining hall, eagerly waiting for the meal to be served. I must have a serving of braised pork. Chapter 11. Discovering the secrets of the divine and demon world. When the meal prepared by Nung Ba was brought out, Tang Yifan nearly had his eyes pop out. Is this a braised pork set meal? Yes, my lord. This set includes braised pork, stir-fried dried tofu, steamed eggs, sautéed greens, and an egg soup. Did you make this? The 2-meter-tall Nang Ba felt a bit embarrassed by Tang Yifan's question and nodded with a hearty smile, saying, Yes. I made it, my lord. Let us go to the kitchen. Tang Yifan immediately took Nung Ba to the kitchen. He was joking, but he clearly saw that one unit of food was just a piece of meat. How could it transform into vegetables and egg soup? However, when he saw Nang Ba toss a piece of meat into a machine that looked like an oven, a ding sounded, and a complete meal of 4 dishes and a soup was ready. Tang Yifan took a closer look and was surprised to find options for roasted chicken, hamburgers, hot pot, and more. Jarvis, analyze this. What principle is at work here? Back in the dining hall, Tang Yifan began to eat the braised pork set meal that the system had produced. It tasted quite good. The oily red sauce was rich and flavorful, much better than just the meat itself. Sir, after analysis, this technology involves the conversion of energy and mass, which is currently beyond our understanding. Tang Yifan shook his head helplessly. Since even Jarvis couldn't crack it, it indicated that the technological capabilities of this divine and demon continent surpassed what Blue Star currently comprehended. The key now was to survive in this competition. Meanwhile, the scene of Tang Yifan eating stirred excitement among the Blue Star audience. Is Big Boss Tang eating? Of course he is eating. I mean, it seems like no one else has this set meal. Everyone else is just holding a piece of meat, either roasting it or boiling it. How come Big Boss Tang has a full meal? And even egg custard? Right. Now that you mention it, I realize that only the castles in the Dragon Kingdom have dining halls. No wonder it's called the Big Foodie Country. The Dragon Kingdom contestants are living too leisurely. It's completely incomparable. Watching our Sakura Country contestants gnawing on raw meat, we can't help but envy the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, I hope the Dragon Kingdom castle can hold out a bit longer. Our ugly country contestants will definitely come to take over this dining hall. Dream on. You bunch of shameless ugly folks. Not long after, a team that had gone out to explore returned. They discovered an abandoned mine that was currently occupied by a group of demonized spiders. They didn't want to startle them, so instead, they returned to the castle and handed a piece of ore to Tang Yifan. Sir, this is titanium ore. It's the core material for the Mark Series matches. Tang Yifan nodded in satisfaction and said to the farmer who brought it back, Well done, now let us eat. Then, he took the ore to find Ning Yi, who was currently busy upgrading technology with his team. Seeing their lively discussion, Tang Yifan couldn't help but interrupt. Nung Yi, come and melt this ore into metal ingots. And then according to this formula, forge a machete. All right, my lord, just a moment. Nung Yi has now transitioned to being a blacksmith. And his every move no longer resembles that of a farmer. He exudes the aura of a master metallurgist. In less than a minute, he produced a titanium ingot. He then glanced at Tang Xiaofan, who was following the high-tech titanium alloy formula provided by Jarvis, combining the titanium ingot with several other materials. He swung a large hammer while several other blacksmiths took turns with smaller hammers. After 5 minutes of clanging, a gleaming, towering broadsword was forged. Sir, this is highly unscientific. Allow me to explain. Titanium cannot be melted in a regular iron furnace. Moreover, the strength of titanium alloys cannot be shaped by just a few hammers. All right, I'll abandon my ridiculous scientific viewpoint. This broadsword contains the very materials we need for the Mark II and even the future Mark Mech. Tang Xiaofan secretly chuckled, sensing that Jarvis's pride had been challenged. Compared to the high-tech of the Marvel Universe, perhaps the technology of the Demon and God Continent is the real black tech. In this blacksmith shop, there's no alloy that can't be melted, nor any weapon that can't be forged. At this moment, the lumber mill and stone workshop were also completed. Tang Xiaofan immediately went to check the results. Just like the kitchen and blacksmith shop, These two factories can produce desired items as long as someone operates them and inputs the raw materials. For instance, to create seating for the cafeteria, simply input 3 units of wood, and it will spit out a set of furniture consisting of 1 table and 6 chairs. If 10 units of stone are put in, a 5-meter-high, 3-meter-wide section of wall will be produced quickly. Tang Xiaofan was overjoyed. Now, as long as he had enough resources, he could unleash the factories to work nonstop. Moreover, the farmers were thrilled. Their greatest joy was working for their lord, and they didn't even need wages or time off. However, Tang Xiaofan issued his first order. All factories must strictly adhere to an 8-hour workday and a labor compensation system. Jarvis, please draft a labor protection regulation as soon as possible. In the absence of money, use points as a substitute. Laborers must have dignity. Of course, for the sake of survival, Tang Xiaofan informed Jarvis that the labor protection regulations would not include provisions for combat against enemies. Every bit of strength was essential, and everyone must go to battle. Once the other 4 exploration teams returned, Tang Xiaofan also learned about the general situation around his castle. Currently, they had discovered an abandoned titanium mine with intact mining equipment, but it was occupied by mutated spiders and had yet to be cleared. There were 2 lumber yards, occupied by mutated raptors, which had been cleared, 3 stone mines, occupied by mutated wild boars, which had also been cleared, and 5 iron mines, occupied by packs of mutated wolves, which had been cleared as well. There were also some abandoned factories and supermarkets, and they even found a few large buildings. However, the farmers' ability to discern value was limited, and they couldn't assess it yet. Tang Xiaofan was quite satisfied. This showed that the demon and god continent was not a technologically backward world. It just seemed that this world had been overrun by magical beasts, and the remaining resources and ruins needed to be repurposed by the lord of the castle. Time to eat. A hard-working person must eat. Yes, my lord. At a single command, nearly 50 farmers gathered in the cafeteria and started to dig in. Hey, don't just eat. Chatting and joking are fine too. Understood, my lord. Tang Xiaofan watched with pleasure as the farmers awkwardly interacted with one another. He believed that as long as he and Jarvis kept working hard, they would surely help these men live their lives to the fullest in this world. Just as Tang Xiaofan was enjoying a hearty meal with the farmers, the lumber yard, stone quarry, and iron mine they had acquired were already multiplying their resources 100-fold in Dragon Country. Chapter 12. Resource Manifestation in Long Kingdom. Blue Star within the borders of Long Kingdom. As Tang Xiaofan, a farmer, seized those resources, the entire Long Kingdom began to undergo a series of subtle changes. Indeed, the first manifestation of the divine demon continent in Blue Star had commenced. The citizens of Long Kingdom felt a warm breeze sweep through, akin to the comforting rays of spring sunshine, enveloping them in warmth and ease. Many were puzzled by this sensation, and before long, life in Long Kingdom returned to its usual calm. However, the changes brought about by the manifestation did not go unnoticed by some. Many vacant lots, barren hills, and even long-neglected desert areas suddenly transformed, giving rise to iron mines, forests, and stone quarries. Naturally, these occurrences captured everyone's attention. Coupled with the initial hints from the divine demon continent, those who were observant realized that these resources were the result of Tang Xiaofan's conquests on the divine demon continent, now manifesting in Long Kingdom. As anticipated, after analysis by the higher-ups in Long Kingdom, it was confirmed that several resources had indeed appeared out of thin air. Although these resources emerged in various locations, they shared a common characteristic. They turned previously worthless areas into valuable resource points. After all, this was a 100-fold manifestation. In the divine demon continent, while the full extent of these resources was not visible, they were presumably not substantial in size. Yet, the scale of the resource points that manifested was astonishing. For instance, a forest emerged in the desert, covering thousands of hectares, transforming a previously inhospitable wasteland into a lush, tree-filled forest. This dramatically altered the local ecology. The iron mines appearing on the barren hills were even more remarkable, providing high-quality iron ore that addressed the industrial and employment challenges in these regions. It's important to note that while Long Kingdom is vast and rich in resources, it has long been troubled by the scarcity of iron ore. Now, these iron deposits could directly alleviate the pressing needs. As for the stone quarries, or more accurately, the stone mountains, there hadn't been any effective methods for their development. News of Long Kingdom's resource manifestation couldn't be kept under wraps from other nations. Once this news hit the internet, it instantly sent shockwaves around the globe, igniting a flurry of discussions online. Wow, it really manifested. 100-fold manifestation. Though it's just ordinary iron ore, forests, and stones, in a country like Long Kingdom, it's like giving wings to a tiger. I wonder how long it will take for our country's players to find their first resource. Our big brown bear from Ugly Country is heading out tomorrow. These resources are just standard operations. We, from Cherry Blossom Country, don't care. Wait until our two-headed snake grows up. And you'll see these resources are just a piece of cake. Haha, you're all just jealous. The news of Long Kingdom's sudden acquisition of iron or resources quickly stirred up a massive uproar worldwide, becoming the hottest topic of the moment. People finally realized that this manifestation from the divine demon continent could genuinely address the pressing resource shortages facing the entire Blue Star today. It's important to recognize that. Aside from a few countries that rely heavily on natural conditions, almost every nation faces a scarcity of various resources. To maintain the normal operation of businesses, importing resources from other countries is essential. Take oil as a prime example. Most countries worldwide can only watch as the rulers of oil-rich nations indulge in lavish and extravagant lifestyles, while they are left to provide them with vast sums of money in exchange for oil. Not to mention the unpredictability of these rulers, who might suddenly change their moods, causing oil prices to fluctuate wildly. Now, however, there is the potential for a 100-fold manifestation. The good days for those oil-rich nations may finally be coming to an end. Although right now, Dragon Country has only acquired resources like iron, ore, stone, and timber, which are not directly usable for survival. What if the players from Dragon Country discover life-sustaining resources? What if they find a freshwater lake, or even an oil field? That would be a 100-fold manifestation. Resources that are minor in the realm of gods and demons could become incredibly significant once they manifest in the real world. Such an outcome cannot be overlooked. The initial perception that the realm of gods and demons posed a global crisis has changed with the emergence of this 100-fold manifestation. Naturally, the high-ranking officials in various countries are now on high alert. They clearly understand that this new realm will fundamentally alter the global landscape, potentially allowing previously unnoticed small nations to rise and join the ranks of world-class powers. After all, resources are of utmost importance to any nation. The reactions from various countries have indeed been swift. Only about 8 hours have passed since the realm of gods and demons opened, and expert teams formed by various nations have already assembled. These teams of specialists are working diligently to strategize for the players within the realm. Unfortunately, the players cannot see the comments and advice from the outside world. They must rely solely on their own ingenuity to survive. The turmoil outside remains largely unrelated to the experiences of the players within the realm. At this moment, the Dragon Country player, Tang Xiaofan, has not only discovered resources. If it were merely a matter of finding resources, it would greatly benefit the real world but wouldn't necessarily provide significant advantages for the players in the divine realm. Compared to earlier, he received notifications like, "Congratulations, you have successfully occupied a resource point, expanding your influence to 10 kilometers. The defense value of your castle's heart has tripled. Your high-tech castle's influence and prestige in the realm of gods and demons have significantly increased. Special reminder, you are located in the Hills of Solitude, and your castle is currently gaining prominence." Is that it? Tang Xiaofan waited for a long time, but the rewards he anticipated never appeared. After acquiring so many resource points, didn't he receive any rewards? This left him feeling quite disappointed. Tang Xiaofan firmly believes he was the first to occupy a resource point. After all, the other players had only just arrived in the realm of gods and demons a few hours ago. No one could have claimed a resource point in such a short time solely by their own strength. It was only through trading for Jarvis's advanced technology system that he was able to activate resources in the early stages of the game, crush the monsters in the forest, and seize the resource point. Although he was the first to occupy a resource point, there was no reward for it. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Tang Xiaofan asked, "What does the term territorial range specifically mean?" After occupying the resource point, his territorial range expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers. All resources within the territorial range belong to the castle lord. External beings, including monsters and players, who enter your castle's territorial range without permission will trigger a notification. So that's how it works. This is actually quite good. At least he would have a warning radar. 10 kilometers is neither too far nor too close, allowing for adequate defense. From the notification, Tang Xiaofan also learned that the vast forest he was in was called the Hill of Loneliness. Chapter 13. The Farmer's Promotion Potential in Titanium or Mining. So that's how it is. What does emerging mean? This special reminder does not seem to be good news. His high-tech castle has started to emerge in Lonely Hill. The state of emerging is a reflection of the castle's influence and prestige. The influence and prestige of the castle in a certain area can be categorized as emerging, fledgling, renowned, illustrious, and world-famous. The higher the influence and prestige, the more likely it is to attract the attention of monsters from the demon and god continent. When influence and prestige reach a certain level, there will be a chance for monsters to come seeking them. Additionally, there is also a chance of being actively attacked by monsters. It turns out to be good news. The possibility of being actively attacked by monsters is not good news for others, but for Tang Xiaofan, it's the best news possible. Imagining the scenario where monsters come to attack, only to be besieged by steel mechs at the castle gates, turning into a pile of materials and food, Tang Xiaofan felt it was time to accelerate the construction of the walls. As for attracting visitors, a high-tech castle that has just begun to emerge probably doesn't possess such allure yet. Regardless, the 7-day beginner protection period must be fully utilized. He needed to upgrade the castle to the third era, enhance the farmer factory, construct the walls, and recruit enough farmers. The key point was that the Mark II mechs had to be equipped. Sensing Tang Xiaofan's determination, the farmers quickly finished their meal, donned their Mark I mechs, and led by Farmer 1 and Farmer 2, a group of skilled farmers waited for Tang Xiaofan's orders. They would set out early, capture that resource point, and return to rest. Yes, my lord. After a group of sturdy men saluted, they turned and set off toward the titanium mine. Meanwhile, the remaining farmers took advantage of the early hour to process the spoils brought back by the 5 teams. The stone workshop and lumber factory were fully operational. As they had a significant amount of work to do, Tang Xiaofan had decided that starting tomorrow, they would build the inner walls and animal pens, as well as roads to several mines. Although the demon and god continent did not provide stable food sources like farms and animal pens, he did not intend to sit idly by. He decided to take matters into his own hands, starting with the animal pens, to see if he could establish a breeding industry. As for planting, he needed to find suitable land and seeds to get started, and the time required for farming was too long. His current preparations were not quite sufficient, so he would focus on raising animals first, as perhaps the mutated animals in the demon and god continent had strong reproductive capabilities, alleviating his concerns about food shortages. At this moment, a group of farmers heading to the titanium mine was engaged in a fierce battle. The area was guarded by a group of mutated spiders, who had claimed the mine as their nest. Countless corrupted spiders crawled out of the mine, shrieking as they sought to tear apart the farmers clad in steel armor before them. However, they unexpectedly became the victims of the farmers' brutal assault. In their quest for food, the farmers didn't resort to the fire attacks that would have been deadly for the spiders. Instead, they violently smashed the corrupted spiders to death with their spiked clubs. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of countless clubs striking down shattered the air, leaving the spiders bloodied and lifeless. After about 10 minutes of this relentless assault, a massive 6-eyed spider burst forth from the cave. This spider was clearly the leader of the nest, its gigantic legs sharp enough to pierce through steel. Hiss. But unfortunately for it, its opponents were a group of farmers lacking any knightly spirit, with over 20 clubs descending upon it. The brave spider met its end on the spot, while the farmers successfully claimed the titanium mine, planting the flag of the high-tech castle. Watching the mine begin to produce, the farmers turned to leave, shouldering the corpses of the spiders as they headed back to the castle. Soon, Tang Xiaofan found himself surrounded by piles of monster corpses. The farmers were well practiced in collecting and dismantling the bodies of the corrupted spiders. They stored food, hides, teeth, and other materials in the warehouse. This time, Tang Xiaofan had no intention of putting the food up for trade in exchange for resources, aside from soulstones. He wasn't in urgent need of resources. Unfortunately, so far, he hadn't managed to trade for any soulstones. However, the wood, stone, and iron ore in the warehouse continued to accumulate. As night fell, the quantities of wood and stone in Tang Xiaofan's possession reached 5,000 units, 3,800 units, and 2,000 units respectively, while food had broken the 8,000 mark, seemingly enough to sustain the 50 farmers for a while. Furthermore, this hunt for corrupted spiders had yielded 50 soul stones. Upgrading the farmer factory required 100 soul stones, which wasn't too far off. As for upgrading the high-tech castle from level 2 to level 3, that could wait until tomorrow. With a bit more effort, it should be possible to achieve that upgrade. By tomorrow, there would be no need to venture out for expansion. The focus would shift to resource collection and preparation for future growth. With the combined efforts of 50 farmers, it was certain that the resources they had acquired would quickly translate into combat power. With this thought in mind, Tang Xiaofan felt a surge of anticipation. At that moment, he noticed the expressions of Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 becoming more animated. When they had first been recruited from the farmer factory, they seemed robotic, with blank faces devoid of any spirit. Now, however, they displayed expressions and even began to make small movements. Farmer 1, Farmer 2, have you leveled up? Yes, my lord. Farmer 1 respectfully said, my lord. We've been working at the blacksmith shop and fighting in battles, and we've gained energy and completed our upgrades. Farmer 2 looked at Tang Xiaofan with enthusiasm and exclaimed, "Praise to you, my lord. Your favor has allowed our strength to grow rapidly. Before long, we will reach level 10, and then we can choose to change our profession." Changing professions. Once farmers reach level 10, they can transition to other classes. It seems that this lowest tier unit has truly limitless potential compared to other units. For example, the advanced unit, the Wyvern, reaches maturity at level 14, with a growth cap of level 18. After reaching level 18, it becomes very difficult to advance to the ranks of true champions through defeating enemies. One must seek other means to break through. In contrast, the growth cap for farmers is astonishingly high. Even the weakest farmer may have a growth potential akin to that of a deity, because the most powerful gods often emerge from ordinary people. Excellent. Maintain this ambitious mindset. One day, our technologically advanced castle will dominate the entire continent. Chapter 14. Successfully synthesizing titanium alloy to create the Mark II. Tang Xiaofan smiled as he applauded his two most capable subordinates. The two farmers were instantly excited, and then, with a solemn expression, they thumped their chests and said, "My lord, we will move forward under your command." Tang Xiaofan replied, "All right." After that, he dismissed everyone, leaving only a few to keep watch while the others began to rest. The next day, Tang Xiaofan woke up early in the castle. He first received a basin of clean water from Farmer 1 for his morning wash. Then he headed to the castle dining hall, where a hearty breakfast awaited him: 3 dishes and a soup, 1 large meat dish, 1 small meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup. Thus began a new day. The other farmers had already finished their breakfast and were busy gathering materials on their own. Compared to many castle lords who were enduring hunger, Tang Xiaofan's lifestyle could be described as that of a king. After breakfast, Tang Xiaofan went to the castle courtyard. He saw many farmers carrying stones, timber, and iron ore, spontaneously collecting resources. Farmer 1, gather more hands and start building transport carts, seeing that relying solely on manpower was too inefficient. And given he had a blacksmith shop and a lumber mill at his disposal, it would be foolish not to utilize them. He instructed the blacksmith shop to forge the axles and the carpenter at the lumber mill to build the carts. Combining the two would yield a functional transport cart. This method should at least improve efficiency. Tang Xiaofan watched as the farmers began transporting resources with the carts, nodding in satisfaction. This stage was a good start. "Sir, based on current efficiency, the hand-pushed carts are the most effective. However, if we gather more resources and need to transport them over longer distances, I recommend starting a railway transport system." "A railway? Right now, we have too few people and not enough resources. It would be a bit wasteful. But if I manage to acquire a second castle, then building a railway could be considered." Tang Xiaofan had to set that thought aside for now. The Mark II mech was not yet mature, and his guard strength was still weak. It was not wise to expand too early. Farmer 1, Farmer 2. We need to produce the titanium alloy today. "Yes, my lord." After finishing the transport carts, Farmer 1 and Farmer 2, along with 5 blacksmiths, began collaborating with Tang Xiaofan to refine the titanium alloy. Once the alloy formula was handed to Farmer 1, his demeanor suddenly transformed, becoming as profound and unfathomable as a mountain peak. The furnace in the blacksmith shop was glowing red-hot, and Farmer 1 tossed in titanium ore, iron ore, and a mix of various odd materials. New smelting formula detected, combination complete. Would you like to proceed with smelting? Yes. No. Tang Xiaofan naturally selected yes. Instantly, a silver-white metal ingot dropped from the smelting furnace. After the heat dissipated, a gleaming silver ingot appeared before Tang Xiaofan's eyes, though it looked unremarkable at first glance. The continuous shimmering of the silver light filled Tang Xiaofan with immense joy. Titanium alloy. This is a unique characteristic of titanium alloy. Moreover, this is not just any ordinary titanium alloy. It's the advanced Mark 40 model from the Jarvis database, capable of automatically absorbing energy. For instance, this titanium alloy can absorb surrounding energy, such as heat and kinetic energy, and convert it into electricity. It can even directly absorb electricity to charge batteries. Yes, this is exactly what I want. As for that nano armor, the entry barrier is too high. I'll think about it later. Let us mass produce it. Make as many as we can. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Tang Xiaofan's command, Nong Yi and Nong Air quickly began organizing the workforce to get to work. Jarvis, I need the design blueprints for the Mark II model. All right, sir. I'll draw them up right away. With Jarvis's assistance, Tang Xiaofan quickly completed the design for the Mark II shell. This time, unlike the Mark I model, there were many more details, joints, hands, and an auxiliary system, along with a weapon system. Of course, we can forget about mini reactors and handheld cannons. However, there are plenty of fertilizer bombs and Molotov cocktails. Based on Tang Xiaofan's experiments, These two types of weapons are relatively easy to make, and Jarvis' experience made them standard long-range weapons for the Mark II mech. That's right, long-range weapons, because there are also close combat weapons. Considering that the Hive battery provides sufficient power but lacks endurance, Tang Xiaofan decided that the close combat weapon for the Mark II would be a giant axe. A double-bladed giant axe that stands 3 meters tall and weighs 1.5 tons, such a weapon could hardly be withstood by any ordinary carbon-based life form. After completing the drawings, Tang Xiaofan called for Nong San and Nong Si, instructing them to bring the team to start crafting the new Mark II mech shell. To simplify things, they only needed to create a right hand. The left hand could directly attach to the axe handle. Nong San and Nong Si immediately bowed respectfully and went to work. Tang Xiaofan nodded with a smile, then glanced at the warehouse. Supplies were increasing, and several factories were operating at full capacity. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could upgrade the castle. He then remembered he hadn't collected enough soulstones yet, so he opened the trading channel, hoping for some luck. Finally, I got some food. When I exchanged affordable wood for food, I truly felt how cunning the great Tang Xiaofan is. Early in the morning, I got to enjoy steaming hot roasted beef, and I wanted to cry. Praise be to the great Bai Yi. I love you, Bai Yi. Just to add, let us resist the great Tang Xiaofan and all unscrupulous merchants. Upon seeing this, Tang Xiaofan immediately realized that someone was competing with him for business, exchanging food for wood and stone. This was the shortcut for him to quickly upgrade his castle. He thought he could enjoy the benefits for a couple more days, but to his surprise, it was only the second day when someone started encroaching on his business. And they were offering affordable food? He began to climb the stairs, thankful that it was still morning and the chat records hadn't been buried yet. He quickly zeroed in on the target, the prominent figure known as Uncle Bai, who frequently appeared in the global chat channel. This morning, Uncle Bai had listed a total of 500 units of food for sale, all of it beef. Moreover, the resources he was offering in exchange were half of what Tang Xiaofan had. Besides Uncle Bai, there were a few other castle lords selling food. But as soon as their stock hit the market, it was snapped up almost instantly. It was clear that some of the castle lords with powerful troops, despite having a rough day yesterday, had rallied and summoned even more troops the following day. They were quick to seize the opportunity, trading food for resources held by other castle lords to bolster their own strength. Among these castle lords, Uncle Bai was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Chapter 15. Invitation from the contestant of the ugly country because the food brought out by Lord Bai was the most plentiful, reaching up to 500 units. And also the cheapest. His generous act earned him the recognition and praise of many castle lords. He was hailed as the new big boss. As for Tang Xiaofan, he was labeled a shrewd merchant. Indeed, one should never underestimate these people. The lords of the ugly country do possess some skills. If one is careless, they will surely be left behind. Tang Xiaofan didn't mind being scolded as a shrewd merchant. He considered it a contrasting example to Lord Bai. What he truly cared about was the development of his own castle's power. As long as he was strong enough, the title of shrewd merchant would not be remembered. Tang Xiaofan opened his friend requests. From yesterday to today, at least 1 million castle lords had sent him friend requests, all of which he uniformly rejected. Coincidentally, in the new friend requests he saw Lord Bai, who noted that his unit type was the Ancient Giant Bear. The Ancient Giant Bear is a top-tier unit in the Divine Demon continent. It seemed that this was indeed Lord Bai's true unit. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Xiaofan rejected the request as usual. In his view, there was no need to add friends in the early stages of castle development. After all, it was difficult to achieve mutual aid. If there were any conflicts of interest between them in the future, they could establish contact then, provided they were not enemies and had not been eliminated. All of Tang Xiaofan's actions were clearly observed by the viewers in the live broadcast room. Wow! Incredible! The contestant from the ugly country is actually the famous Lord Bai. Lord Bai? Wow, he's a tough guy. And this contestant from the ugly country indeed has quite the background. He is known worldwide as an expert in wilderness survival, nicknamed Lord Bai. He is regarded as a man who stands at the top of the food chain. What is most important in wilderness survival? That's right. It's the acquisition of food and water. And this Lord Bai is indeed an expert in this field. He claims that there's nothing he wouldn't dare to eat. And at least within this forbidden area of the divine realm, he won't have to worry about survival. After all, everyone can see that this environment is extremely harsh for survival. If one cannot even secure their own survival, there's no hope for acquiring resources. No wonder it's Lord Bai. Survival is indeed the top priority, right? With Lord Bai around, at least we in the ugly country have nothing to worry about. That contestant from Long Country, Tang Xiaofan, is too ungrateful. He rejected Lord Bai. Just wait for him to regret it. Haha. Do you know about the contestant from Long Country? It's truly ridiculous. His unit type is a farmer. Haha. What? Is it that bad? I feel sorry for Long Country. On a vast plain far from the dark forest, a remarkably strong man was riding on the back of an ancient giant bear. Not far away, several more ancient giant bears were hunting a herd of bison. This man was none other than Lord Bei. He rejected my friend request? Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. His friend requests had never been denied before. After all, he was a castle lord with top-tier troops, and his future looked bright. Many castle lords sought to build a closer relationship with him. Yet, Tang Xiaofan had turned him down. Perhaps there were just too many people sending him friend requests. And he simply didn't take notice Bai Yi's. It must have been a blanket rejection. Thinking this way, Bai Yi felt much better. He then glanced at the trading channel and shook his head slightly. He couldn't engage in the kind of shady business practices Tang Xiaofan was known for. He wasn't pretending to be generous or playing the role of a saint. He had grand ambitions. He wanted to establish his reputation within the circle of castle lords and expand his notoriety. When the battle for supremacy began, it would be easier for him to win over other castle lords to rally around him and serve his castle's interests. The more castle lords pledged allegiance to him, the stronger his castle would become. The higher he stood, the further he could see. Therefore, he needed reputation and fame. In the early stages, a little food could earn him the goodwill of countless castle lords. For him, this was a lucrative investment return. In his eyes, Tang Xiaofan's actions seemed to isolate him from the circle of castle lords, making it difficult for him to gain the support of others in the future. If the opportunity arose, Bai Yi thought he might remind him that one shouldn't only focus on immediate gains. The future was what truly mattered. Bai Yi was keen to befriend Tang Xiaofan, not just to have him serve him, but forming an alliance would also be beneficial. He believed that since Tang Xiaofan had been able to distribute food on the trading channel from day one, he must be a formidable player. They were of the same ilk, both qualified to stand at the top of the demon and god continent. Such individuals were worth courting and befriending. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the distance across the plains. The ancient giant bears Bai Yi had sent out quickly retreated, each dragging a wild buffalo in their mouths. His bright eyes narrowed slightly. It was the wild buffalo boss from yesterday, an elite-level monster. Although his ancient giant bears were powerful, they were no match for it. He decided to wait a bit longer. In a few days, he would have the capability to take it down. What loot could the wild buffalo boss drop? Hopefully, it wouldn't just be soulstones. If it dropped equipment, that would be even better. Bai Yi gazed into the distance, filled with anticipation. Equipment was a rare drop from monsters in the demon and god continent, even more so than soulstones. The odds of obtaining equipment from regular wild monsters were slimmer than winning the lottery. He just hoped that the drop rate for elite-level monsters would be a bit higher. In the high-tech castle, Tang Xiaofan lay back on a bench in the courtyard. Not far away, the factory was bustling with activity, filled with the characteristic noise of industrial production. The sounds enveloped Tang Xiaofan, bringing him an immense sense of peace and tranquility. Compared to other castle lords, he was living quite comfortably. Moreover, his castle was protected by a shield, rendering it invincible. He doesn't have to worry about his safety at all and can enjoy a brief period of peace. After all, the beginner's protection period lasts only 7 days. Once that period is over, he will face a brutal test alongside hundreds of other castle lords. This easygoing time is fleeting. It's not that he is being lazy. It's just that he is only at level 1 and hasn't mastered any skills yet. Even if he goes hunting with the farmer team, he wouldn't be able to contribute much and might even end up putting himself in danger. Rather than going out and distracting the farmers with the need to protect him, it would be better to stay in the castle and guide them in their work. He can also take the opportunity to gather information about the demon realm through the world chat channel. At least, that's the advice Jarvis gave him. Sir, do not take risks until you have the protection of 1000 Mark 46 battle suits. Chapter 16. The situation in the realm of gods and demons and the elimination of elite monsters. The reason why Bei chose to form an alliance is that he understands the realm of gods and demons is a vast and extraordinary world, teeming with countless races and endless monsters, as well as powerful native empires. However, based on his knowledge, the lords of castles from Blue Star have all descended in the wilderness, far away from the native empires of the continent. This is good news, as it allows the lords from Blue Star to develop without the threat of powerful forces invading in the early stages. Moreover, the random types of troops that the castle lords from Blue Star have are quite diverse. They include humans, dwarves, elves, dragonkin, as well as humanoids, half-dragons, beastmen, and undead. There are good-aligned, dark-aligned, evil-aligned, and neutral-aligned troops. Some are powerful top-tier units, while others are weak low-tier units, and there are countless variations in between. The vast majority of castle lords receive random mid to low-tier troops, while only a few fortunate ones obtain high or top-tier units. Bei's ancient giant bear is classified as a top-tier unit. whereas Tang Xiaofan's farmer is considered a low-tier unit that is destined to be eliminated in the early stages of the descent. Fortunately, Tang Xiaofan descended with a system, which alone indicates that his castle's potential is immense. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, the future looks promising. Currently, Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 are leading 5 farmers in smelting iron, while Farmer 3 and Farmer 4 are leading 10 farmers in crafting Mark II mech parts. Another 10 farmers are responsible for transporting resources, and the remaining farmers are busy in the stone workshop, producing segments of castle walls that are stacked outside the workshop. Observing the busy scene of the farmers, Tang Xiaofan feels very pleased. He decides to recruit another batch of farmers, this time adding 25 more. After seeing Bei from the ugly country being able to produce such a large amount of food for trade, he realizes he cannot give up hunting. Additionally, he needs to quickly accumulate soul stones to upgrade the farmer factory. Greetings, Lord. As the food units are consumed, the 25 farmers come to report to Tang Xiaofan once again. He calls over 5 farmers who have participated in hunting and instructs them to take the new farmers, equipped with Mark I mechs, to hunt the monsters surrounding the castle. The 25 farmers begin hunting monsters outside the castle. The number of monsters outside has not decreased. Although the farmers killed quite a few wild monsters yesterday, many more have appeared overnight. While this poses a safety risk to the castle's production, it also provides a stable source of food. Tang Xiaofan is satisfied with this discovery, as it means he can start trading food for resources again. All resources are obtained through the wild monsters killed by the farmers. This is the advantage of having strong power, coupled with resource point gathering. He can quickly acquire a large amount of wood and stone in a short period. If the troops in the castle are unable to clear the wild monsters outside, they can only quietly focus on basic resource gathering, indirectly losing valuable time to enhance their military strength. Among all the castle lords, only a select few with top-tier troops dare to emulate Tang Xiaofan. This group of lords has surpassed countless others right from the start, leading the way. At that moment, Tang Xiaofan suddenly heard a chorus of wolf howls coming from the dense forest not far away. In that direction, there were also massive sounds reverberating. Had they stumbled upon a wolf den? He vaguely heard the farmers shouting. The lord said to aim carefully, strike at the head. Swing those wolf clubs, don't hold back. 500 meters away from the castle, the battle was fierce. Dozens of massive gray wolf corpses lay sprawled across the battlefield, their bodies riddled with wounds and soaked in blood. The farmers wielded their wolf clubs with ferocity, easily smashing the intact wolf bodies into pieces. Without corpses, there would be no resources to gather. So, in the absence of any danger, Tang Xiaofan prohibited the farmers from venting their frustrations excessively. Instead of wildly flailing about, the farmers developed their own clever techniques, which proved to be more lethal. Although the attacks from the wolf clubs would damage the fur on the monsters, they increased the speed of the hunt and helped the farmers grow stronger more quickly. In comparison, losing some monster pelts was worth it. The battlefield was thick with the smell of blood. Besides the dead mass of wolves, 6 more were still fighting valiantly. But they wouldn't hold out for long. They flailed about like headless flies before being swiftly dispatched by the farmer squad. Eventually, only one giant wolf remained, standing atop a large boulder, surrounded by the farmers. This wolf was similar in size to the others, but it had mottled patches of golden fur and exuded a powerful aura. Level 10. This was an elite giant wolf, a mini-boss. It bared its teeth and growled, issuing a warning filled with threat. However, its expression was clearly one of panic. It shifted its limbs, beginning to retreat. Its eyes were a pale gray, revealing its distress. These guys in iron cans are too formidable. Not only are they impervious to blades and bullets, but each one is incredibly strong. Watching its subordinates fall one by one, the elite wolf had tried to organize counterattacks, retreats, and charges, all to no avail. Now, it was finally its turn. It let out an angry roar. But alas, the farmer squad would not be intimidated. Not even a dragon could scare them off. Food. You must give up resistance. We, the representatives of justice from the Black Technology Castle, will eradicate you. Farmer 23, an experienced hunter, raised his wolf club smeared with brain matter and shouted at the elite wolf, kill. The other 20 farmers immediately swung their wolf clubs, smashing down on the elite giant wolf. Aru. The elite giant wolf opened its fearsome jaws and blindly unleashed wind blades, each half a meter long, in all directions. As the blades sliced through the air, they cut down trees, some toppling over, showcasing their immense power. However, the farmers remained unfazed. The defensive capabilities of their Mark I mechs perfectly withstood the onslaught of the wind blades. With nowhere left to escape, the elite giant wolf had no choice but to charge at Farmer 23, the leader of the squad, hoping that if it retreated, it might find an opportunity. Unfortunately, It had no time to contemplate, as 20 spiked clubs rained down mercilessly on the elite giant wolf. It howled in agony, leaping off the large boulder and desperately trying to flee. But the farmer's spiked clubs were not just for attack. They could also form a defensive thicket. Under the command of their leader, any monster would find itself with nowhere to run. Chapter 17. Crafting the web shooter in an instant. The Mark I mech unleashed a surge of power, fending off the counterattack of the elite giant wolf. Meanwhile, the other farmers swung their spiked clubs once more, striking the elite giant wolf. Immediately, the elite giant wolf found its movements hindered, its escape speed reduced severalfold. It howled desperately, struggling to break free from the encirclement. But the strength of the Mark I was too formidable. It couldn't resist and remained trapped in place, unable to escape. Farmer 23 had already leveled up. Although he was a farmer, his extensive combat experience had awakened more combat techniques within him. Perhaps becoming a professional warrior or hunter was the ideal path. In the future, could he even take on bosses like this with the new mechs? As Farmer 23 lost himself in thought, the other farmers were relentless, continuously striking the elite giant wolf with their clubs until it was finally defeated. At the same time, a radiant golden light enveloped Farmer 23 and his companions, signifying their promotion. The other farmers looked at him with respect before they began to clean up the battlefield. Farmer Castle. In the courtyard, a dazzling golden light surrounded Tang Xiaofan. When the light faded, he realized he had been promoted to level 3. He checked the notification and was immediately filled with joy. Kill the elite gray wolf. Energy points, 60. Soul stones, 10. He had obtained 10 soul stones. Soul stones were special materials needed to upgrade the farmer factory. Upgrading his farmer factory to level 2 required 100 soul stones. With a bit more effort, he could gather the needed stones and upgrade the factory. This was great news. The level 10 elite gray wolf was considered a mini-boss compared to the ordinary level 2 and level 4 gray wolves. The drop rate for bosses was evidently higher. It was not surprising that the farmer team could defeat the elite gray wolf, especially since several farmers had rich hunting experience. Before long, a large number of giant wolf carcasses were brought back to the castle by the farmers. As per routine, Tang Xiaofan instructed them to collect and dismantle the giant wolf bodies, including that of the elite gray wolf. In total, they harvested 280 units of food and various monster materials like fangs and pelts. Adding the food collected earlier, the total came to 400 units. It seemed that the daily stable food acquisition could be maintained at 400. Any improvement was still an improvement, reflecting on the battle experience. Tang Xiaofan decided to let this team of farmers focus on hunting the monsters that respawned near the castle until the Mark II mech was ready. Thus, the modification of the Mark I would be prioritized. After Farmer 23 removed the Mark I armor, he first bowed to Tang Xiaofan and replied, "Yes, my lord. Currently, the Mark I's offensive capabilities are still too limited. It only has the spiked club as an attack mode, which can be inefficient against certain monsters. Moreover, the Mark I lacks any ranged attack weapons. Faced with numerous fleeing monsters, it's difficult to pursue and hunt them down. A siege is necessary. But it's not very efficient. Moreover, it's still not flexible enough. This is the biggest problem with the Mark I model. Although Tang Xiaofan has improved the transmission device, the heavy armor significantly limits its mobility. Ultimately, it all comes down to limited manufacturing conditions. If only there had been higher strength alloys, or even titanium alloys back then Tang Xiaofan wouldn't have had to sacrifice flexibility for the sake of defense. Never mind. He'll consider flexibility when creating the Mark II. He shook his head, dwelling on what materials to use for the Mark I is pointless now. Besides, he didn't have any other options at that time. It's better to think about ways to restrict the monster's movements, he murmured to himself. Based on his years of experience playing League of Legends, slowing down the enemy is equivalent to speeding up oneself. That is a must-read manual for champions. Sir, would you like to equip a high-power spotlight on the Mark I? Jarvis inquired. A light? Tang Xiaofan imagined the scene and immediately shook his head. Jarvis, I don't want to walk around with a little sun on my head. We can install a light, but it can only be a regular illumination lamp. High-power spotlights? Not a chance. Besides, those things consume a lot of power. It would definitely affect the armor's endurance. After dismissing Jarvis's suggestion, Tang Xiaofan had to keep thinking. Wait, I just thought of something. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up in Tang Xiaofan's mind. Something he had overlooked for a long time came rushing back to him. Sir, what is it? A web shooter. Yes, a web shooter. Tang Xiaofan exclaimed excitedly. He had been so focused on the steel armor that he completely forgot that Iron Man has a spider's son. Little Spider. Jarvis, do you have any data on web shooters in your database? Sir, there are a total of 365 sets of information on web shooters and 184 sets regarding spider suits, including the Iron Spider suit and Nano Spider suit, just as he expected. Hearing Jarvis's response, a smile finally appeared on Tang Xiaofan's face. With a web shooter, the issue of armor flexibility is resolved. Of course, it wouldn't be like Spider-Man swinging between skyscrapers. After all, if a 1-ton armor were to swing, the web could hold, but most trees in a forest would definitely fall under that weight. Moreover, the kinetic energy from 20 or so armors swinging could even harm their own people. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan's idea is to use the web shooter purely as a weapon. When facing fast-moving enemies like monsters, he can directly trap them with webs, compensating for the armor's lack of speed. Jarvis, help me find the most suitable web shooter using the existing data here, and then let me know. Understood, sir. Please hold on. Not long after, Tang Xiaofan heard, Sir, I have come up with a solution. All right, Jarvis, let me see the web shooter you've chosen. Sure, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, a holographic projection of the web shooter appeared before Tang Xiaofan, along with the materials needed to create it, based on your usage environment and available materials. This shooter should be the most suitable choice, Jarvis continued. How many web modes does it have? 2. They're the web mode and the webnet mode. With that, Jarvis began to explain, the web mode can shoot webs that are 5 to 10 millimeters thick, with a tensile strength 45 times that of high-strength steel, a range of 300 meters, and an adhesive capacity that can support 5 to 10 tons. The webnet mode, on the other hand, fires a net made of hundreds of 0.5 millimeter webs with a diameter of 3 to 5 meters, a range of 10 to 20 meters, and each web can withstand 0.5 tons of tensile force. Chapter 18. The Soulstone begins to become a commodity after listening to Jarvis's introduction. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Jarvis. Where did the materials come from? Sir, they were discovered by the farmers during their occupation of the titanium mine, specifically the enchanted spiders. Given that the spider silk will become a primary combat resource, I recommend that you start breeding these spiders. Breeding enchanted spiders. That sounds like a great idea. Tang Xiaofan replied enthusiastically. Sir, spiders have an extremely high reproductive capacity, and you have a stable food source to continuously produce them. Jarvis truly proved to be an advanced artificial intelligence, presenting completely viable plans whether it was for weapon design or economic development. Tang Xiaofan nodded in approval. This was exactly what good AI should do. And sir, there are still some spider eggs left from the last hunt that can be used for breeding. The lumber factory can easily create a spider breeding enclosure. The only inconvenience is that harvesting the spider silk will require wearing iron armor each time. That's a minor issue. These farmers are skilled laborers, all eager for rewards, working without wages, insurance, or unions. This spider breeding plan is simply perfect. With that, he promptly decided to have Farmer 23 start the spider breeding industry, instructing him to build a separate enclosure on the outskirts of the castle, using wooden boards to create a closed cage, ensuring that the enchanted spiders couldn't escape through any gaps. Next, they would construct a tall door that would allow him to wear the mark armor while entering to feed and collect silk. Of course, this enclosure currently had no functional capabilities. It was merely built according to Tang Xiaofan's personal needs. He anticipated that the castle would need to be upgraded to level 3 before a system for animal enclosures could be activated. Watching the bustling construction site, Tang Xiaofan refrained from interrupting the farmers. Instead, he returned to studying the blueprints for the spider silk launcher. Surprisingly, both the materials and the manufacturing process were far simpler than he had anticipated. Compared to the complex mark armor, the difficulty of creating this silk launcher was almost negligible. However, when Tang Xiaofan saw the name at the bottom of the documentation, all his doubts vanished. Peter Parker. Indeed, the spider silk launcher recommended by Jarvis was the very first model created by the little spider himself. How complex could a launcher be when built by a high school student working to earn some money? At that time, Peter Parker probably didn't even grasp the components of the silk. All he needed was something that could help Spider-Man swing around the world. Tang Xiaofan realized he needed a spider silk launcher just like that, simple and practical. Calling over Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 to assist him, Tang Xiaofan brought them to the castle, which also served as a workshop, and began crafting the spider silk launcher. Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 quietly observed from the side. Occasionally, Tang Xiaofan would let them try their hand at it, guiding them on what to do. As it turned out, Farmer 1 and Farmer 2 were naturally gifted at building things. Once they got into work mode, the timid demeanor of Nong E and Nong Air vanished. Their hands steady as they worked with precision, almost as stable as a CNC machine. Their small hands wielding tweezers showed no sign of tremor. Each component was placed exactly where it needed to be, with almost no margin for error. With the strong assistance of the two, the last part was soon installed. And after covering it with a metal casing, the prototype of the silk launcher was complete. The time taken was far less than what Tang Xiaofan had anticipated. Great. The launcher is ready. and the next step is to create the silk. After making a few adjustments and confirming that the launcher was functioning properly, Tang Xiaofan began the silk production. Compared to the launcher, making the silk was much simpler. All it required was to mix certain chemical minerals in proportion with the silk from the enchanted spiders to produce the silk. Normally, the silk is in liquid form. Once it comes into contact with air, it rapidly solidifies, forming the silk. Therefore, while making it, Tang Xiaofan kept adding a neutralizer to prevent the silk from solidifying prematurely. The finished silk was stored in several square pouches the size of mobile phone batteries. The silk pouches were replaceable, just like the magazine of the silk launcher. Tang Xiaofan loaded the pouches into the launcher, tested it, and then attached it to the right arm of the Mark I armor. Okay, after finishing all of this, Tang Xiaofan instructed Gnome E to put on the armor and said to him, "Let us test it out. If everything is fine, we can start mass production." So, Gnome E raised his right arm and aimed the silk launcher at the roof of the blacksmith shop. With a soft hiss, the silk shot out from the launcher. It extended like a white line and instantly connected to the surface of the building's exterior. It felt very sturdy. Tang Xiaofan tugged on the silk and felt it was secure. Then, he took a few steps back and started running forward. As he pulled on the silk, its incredible elasticity instantly lifted the 1-ton Mark I armor, successfully swinging. Wow, this blacksmith shop is really solid. Watching Gnome E swing, Tang Xiaofan nodded. This weapon was a success. In the trading channel, soul stones finally started appearing. This was partly due to the increase in the number of troops for the castle lords after the recruitment and summoning the next day. With stronger forces, they had a broader hunting range, naturally increasing their chances of obtaining soul stones. Moreover, for many castle lords, even if they couldn't take down powerful wild monsters, they could still hunt rabbits, chickens, and other small animals around the castle or gather fresh fruit. All these activities could potentially yield soul stones, albeit with a lower probability. Additionally, many powerful castle lords began emulating Tang Xiaofan, hunting monsters, and exchanging for basic resources like wood and stone. In the early stages, survival and development were paramount. Soul stones could only upgrade troop factories and couldn't be consumed or used to upgrade castles. Therefore, selling soul stones had become the norm in the trading channel. Compared to other soul stone buyers, Tang Xiaofan could indeed be considered a shrewd businessman. His exchange price is the lowest. The lords of the castles, who are in urgent need of resources, will only grit their teeth and buy Tang Xiaofan's resources when they have no other options. Just as Bear Grylls said. Within the circle of castle lords, Tang Xiaofan has gained some notoriety, but his reputation is quite tarnished. Countless castle lords have been suppressing Tang Xiaofan's unscrupulous business practices, accusing him of inflating food prices and exploiting the working class. However, Tang Xiaofan is indifferent to all this. While some seek prestige, recognition, and followers, he does not. With his system, he can easily establish himself in this world, taking care of younger siblings, bringing along disciples. All of that would only disrupt the growth of the Black Technology Castle forces. Chapter 19. The dispute in the trading channel. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaofan's acquisition of soul stones has sparked a huge uproar among the lords of the castles. The world chat channel is buzzing with discussions about his actions. Can you believe it? Just the day after, the big boss Tang Xiaofan is already ready to upgrade his unit factory? My goodness, that's incredibly strong. According to my research, only elite monsters can drop soul stones, and without sufficient strength, elite monsters are virtually impossible to defeat. The majority of castle lords have units that are generally only level 1 or 2, with very few reaching level 3. Hunting elite mini-bosses seems nearly impossible. Yet, Tang Xiaofan has managed to do it. He is about to gather 100 soul stones in no time. Wow, I have to say, although Tang Xiaofan is a bit of a rogue, his strength is undeniable. I really want to cling to his leg for support. The Dragon Kingdom is incredibly lucky this time to have Tang Xiaofan in action, leading the way ahead of all other nations. Soul stones are so expensive. I really can't afford them. The price of a single soul stone in the trading channel has skyrocketed to 30 units of food. As expected, Tang Xiaofan lives up to his reputation as a cunning merchant. When he makes a move, he clears out all the soul stones being sold by other castle lords. Naturally, other powerful lords won't just sit back and let Tang Xiaofan control the market. They also jump in to grab soul stones. Dragon Cave Castle is purchasing soul stones, offering 35 units of food, no limit on quantity. Fury Tribe Castle is purchasing soul stones, offering 35 units of food, no limit on quantity. Bloodthirsty Demon Castle is purchasing soul stones, offering 35 units of food, no limit on quantity. Death Knight Castle. Wow, look at these big shots in the front row. Are the units from Dragon Cave Castle dragons? You know, the kind that flies in the sky and breathes fire? What on earth is Fury Tribe? Are they barbarians? And what about Bloodthirsty Demon Castle? Are their units going to be incredibly powerful? Could they be vampires? All of them are top-tier players. When the big shots take action, it's a whole different ballgame. They're all starting to purchase soul stones, which means they're all gearing up to upgrade their unit factories. Having swept the market clean of 30 soul stones, Tang Xiaofan is now on the verge of upgrading his unit building. The guy upstairs knows too much. Meanwhile, as many big shots emerge, the World Chat channel is heating up to an extreme level. Many hidden elites are drawn out by the scarcity of soul stones, voluntarily making themselves known. Some are genuinely interested, while others want to ride this wave to announce their presence and expand their influence. As soon as the business of acquiring soulstones starts, it can immediately boost their reputation within the castle community. It's a win-win situation. As for Tang Xiaofan, who is at the center of the discussion, he is naturally raking in the profits. Just from this round alone, he has collected 30 soul stones. He had put in some food, along with some wood and other resources, and combined with the soul stones he had previously stored, the total reached 95. Just 5 more. And the farmer factory could be upgraded. Dragon Cave Castle, Rage Clan, Bloodthirsty Demon, Death Knight Castle. Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself. The lords of these castles evidently possessed high-level, even top-tier units, which could potentially become his rivals in the future. Curious about how quickly Tang Xiaofan had gathered so many soul stones, one couldn't help but wonder what powerful units he had. Surely it wasn't just farmers, as they were practically useless in combat. Perhaps there were other mutated units involved? How enviable. Is this what it means to be a big shot? So low-key yet formidable. It would be great if Tang Xiaofan could reveal his units to satisfy the curiosity of the many castle lords, especially after accumulating so many soul stones. Agreed. As Tang Xiaofan scrolled through the chat, he decisively blocked those people. What his units were had nothing to do with them. Sharing his secrets could lead to others targeting him. There were quite a few people in the chat, and many were jealous of him. Since yesterday, some had been urging him to disclose what his units were. He ignored them all. Those who insisted he reveal his units from the so-called perspective of the human community were all blocked by him, as a sign of his disdain. The upgrade of the farmer factory should happen in the next couple of days. After the upgrade, it could produce higher-level farmers. As for upgrading the castle, that was also just around the corner. After this period of resource accumulation, the wood and stone stored in the warehouse had reached 9,300 units and 6,500 units of iron ingots, respectively. Upgrading the castle to level 3 required 10,000 units of wood, 7,000 units of stone, and 1,000 units of iron ingots. If all went well, Tang Xiaofan could upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a level 3 castle today. Tang Xiaofan paid no attention to participants from other countries, but they had no intention of letting him off easy. In the live stream channel of Blue Star, the questions about Tang Xiaofan were once again causing a stir. The players from the Dragon Kingdom are too arrogant. They act as if no one else exists. That's right. I'm Bei from the ugly country, so approachable. And you rejected my collaboration. We from the Cherry Blossom country strongly demand that the Dragon Kingdom player reveal the secrets of his units. Why is he able to build mechs? Yes, we strongly urge the Dragon Kingdom to share all the resources and technology they have gained. You shameless bunch upstairs. What time is it? And you still want to bully the Dragon Kingdom? You should check if your own neck is clean. What do you mean? I take a shower every day. I'm wearing a white shirt. My neck is very clean. You upstairs are foolish. Why are you even trying to joke with these clueless people? Listen up, all of you idiots. The resources of the Dragon Kingdom will not be shared at all. And our technology will not be shared with you either. What? The Dragon Kingdom is troublesome, and we must unite to take it down. Yes, let us take down the Dragon Kingdom. The online disputes have no impact on the competitors from various countries. At this moment, they are in the realm of gods and demons, completely cut off from any information from Blue Star. Besides facing monsters, they will also have to confront the challenges posed by the billions of castles spread across the realm. Right now, they are in a safe period, a blissful safe period. Tang Xiaofan is currently looking at the map drawn by the farmers during their armed patrols at the resource points. He points to the marked locations on the map: Jarvis, some abandoned factories, supermarkets, and a few high-rise buildings. Once the Mark II mechs are completed, I want to see these places with my own eyes. Sir, I recommend that you wait until at least 50 people are equipped with the Mark II mechs before starting any exploration plans, as the current risk assessment indicates that the outdoors is not safe. Chapter 20. The emergence of the Mark II mech. Tang Xiaofan had never doubted Jarvis's judgment. Thus, he readily went along with it, temporarily setting aside his plans to venture out, choosing instead to be a quiet and unassuming man. At that moment, Nong Yi and Nong Air approached him, saying that a new set of mech components was ready, while the other parts were still being crafted. Ready? Tang Xiaofan exclaimed with excitement as he made his way to the workshop in the castle. He laid out his hand-drawn blueprints in front of Nong E and Nong Air, eager to officially start assembling the Mark II. The blueprint depicted a true iron suit, aside from missing the arc reactor in the chest. The design was nearly indistinguishable from Iron Man's Mark II. This was what a steel battlesuit was supposed to look like. Jarvis, look at this transmission method, it's incredible. At first, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but be captivated by the appearance of the Mark II, but he quickly became immersed in the complex high-tech features of the suit. Wait a minute, Jarvis, why doesn't the armor have an operating system? Suddenly, Tang Xiaofan noticed something strange. The blueprint made no mention of any operating system, yet every function of the armor was linked to it. Sir, the operating system for the Mark II is my avatar, Jarvis answered in Tang Xiaofan's mind. Since mass production is required, each armor will have the support of my system, although they won't be able to connect to the internet. When these mechs return to the castle, they can exchange data. Sir, as long as 2 or more mechs are within 10 kilometers of each other, they can still communicate and exchange data. This way, even if other competitors learned how to manufacture the Mark armor, they wouldn't be able to operate it. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't build it, it was that they wouldn't be able to make it move. Every piece of technology in the Mark armor needed to be linked to Jarvis. Without Jarvis as the operating system, even if they built the armor, it would just be a lifeless hunk of metal. In that case, let's just focus on building the armor, Tang Xiaofan said happily, knowing this would ensure his technological edge in the realm of gods and demons. All right, Nong E and Nong Air, of course, didn't think too much about it. They were still in awe of the Mark II. Just watch for now. While they were examining the blueprints, Tang Xiaofan began inspecting the components for the Mark II. The craftsmanship of these farmers was impeccable, as if they were mechanical arms, perfectly crafting many intricate parts of the Mark II armor. Have you finished looking at the blueprints? Yes. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaofan led the two of them towards the workbench. As usual, let's start with the transmission device. Pay close attention. You need to learn how to assemble the rest, and you'll also need to teach the other brothers. Yes, my lord. Nong E and Nong Air answered in unison, and the three of them officially began constructing the Mark II on the machine tools. For the next half-day, Tang Xiaofan stayed in the basement with Nong E and Nong Air. Fortunately, both Nong E and Nong Air were quite skilled and quickly mastered the assembly techniques, making Tang Xiaofan's job much easier. However, looking at the protective shield above, which would disappear in a few days, he felt the pressure of time ticking away. Tang Xiaofan gazed at the nearly completed Mark II armor and sighed. After that, he picked up the welding gun and continued working. Finally, before the sun set, Tang Xiaofan finished the remaining parts of the Mark II. Sir, I must congratulate you. You have completed the production of the Mark II armor. Jarvis suddenly chimed in. Haha, don't worry. I've been waiting for this moment. Tang Xiaofan completely ignored Jarvis's reminder, focusing all his attention on the shiny armor before him. The Mark II. From this point on, it would be the true Iron Man suit. It was also a war machine for the future. Too bad I don't have a Gatling gun right now. Otherwise, I would turn you into a war machine. Tang Xiaofan lovingly stroked the Mark II. Compared to the Iron Man suit, which excelled in solo combat, it was clear that the war machine was more suited for a post-apocalyptic scenario. However, the Mark II still lacked the most critical component, the arc reactor. Currently, its power source came from 8 detachable high-energy stone batteries installed on its back. 8 batteries. Plus, with the Mark II weighing less than 300 pounds. Yes, it had dropped from a ton to 0. 3 tons, which was a significant weight saving. The benefit of this was that it extended the combat endurance to 48 hours. Although it still couldn't match the reactor, it fully met most combat needs for now. From this moment on, Tang Xiaofan no longer needed to worry about the armor's endurance. As for weapons, well, there weren't many changes. Aside from the prepared dual-blade giant axe and web shooter, everything else was far from the real Mark II. There was no paint job for now, as there were no resources available. However, the palm had been reserved for an arc pulse cannon. It also served as a flight stabilization device during flight. Even the foot-mounted jet system had been reserved. Of course, all of this was a preparation for the reactor. Once the micro-reactor was developed successfully, it could be directly installed in the chest of the armor, activating these devices. Moreover, the batteries were removable. As soon as the reactor was built, Tang Xiaofan could install it on the Mark II right away. Everything was ready. It was time to start testing. Sir, for your health, please remember to take a break. Jarvis reminded him. Okay, I know. I'll handle this test myself. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment and decided to let Jarvis check his physical condition. Soon, Jarvis reported back with the scan results. Sir, the test results show that your health is excellent, with all indicators reaching perfect levels. How does it compare to before? Compared to your last scan, all your metrics have improved by about 5. That's great news. Is there anything abnormal? No abnormalities detected. Hearing Jarvis's response, Tang Xiaofan felt relieved. Although he was unsure what changes would come with the upgrade, the results were positive, and there were no abnormal findings, yet his physical condition had significantly improved. All right. We need to move quickly. N01 and N02 are currently testing the various functions of the Mark II armor. What stage are you at in the testing? My lord. Upon hearing Tang Xiaofan's voice, N01 and N02 quickly put down their instruments and looked up. The main functions have been tested, and we are now assessing the weapon systems. No need to test further. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand and said, sometimes you need to learn to run before you can walk. Let us jump straight into the combat phase. Chapter 21. Practical test of the Mark II mech. After Tang Xiaofan finished speaking, he had Nong E and Nong Air help him put on the Mark II armor. Unlike the simple and crude Mark I, the Mark II, with its complex components, couldn't be worn by one person alone. Since Tang Xiaofan didn't have a mechanical arm at the moment, he had to rely on Nong E and Nong Air to assist him in donning the armor. Soon, with the last piece installed by Nong E and Nong Air, the internal knobs tightened automatically. The Mark II was fully equipped. Jarvis also immediately linked up with the Mark II. Great, no delay. Tang Xiaofan moved his joints and even took a lap around the castle. Not only was there no delay, but his speed had actually increased beyond his own. Tang Xiaofan clenched his fist. Thanks to the neural conduction integrated into the armor, he could even feel the terrifying power of the armor's grip. Now this was what exoskeletal armor was meant to be. Tang Xiaofan smiled with satisfaction and then picked up the helmet beside him and put it on. As soon as he donned the helmet, he was plunged into darkness, followed by a series of virtual images appearing before his eyes. This was the HUD virtual display of the armor. Then, in Tang Xiaofan's view, the dark visor became transparent, allowing him to see the castle clearly once again. Moreover, whenever he focused on a specific object, a holographic projection displaying detailed information would appear above it. Mark II self-check in progress. Self-check complete. Sir, all functions are normal. At the same time, Jarvis's voice sounded from the Mark II. Jarvis, why do I feel like your voice has become more pleasant? In a great mood, Tang Xiaofan made a little joke with Jarvis. Thank you for the compliment, sir. You can now have Nong E proceed to an open area for the practical test. That's exactly what I was thinking. After saying that, Tang Xiaofan lifted the faceplate and said to Nong E and Nong Air beside him, now that the mech is operating normally, Nong E, you'll wear the armor for the practical test. If you encounter any emergencies, contact me immediately. Remember, this Mark II mech is capable of remote communication. Got it? Hearing Tang Xiaofan's instructions, Nong E nodded vigorously, excitement on his face as he prepared to equip the Mark II. Although they didn't have a mechanical arm to assist, Tang Xiaofan and Nong Air still helped him get suited up, holding a double-bladed giant axe and a web slinger. Nong E stepped out of the castle. My lord, everything is normal, visibility is clear, and my movements are very agile. My lord, I'm moving quickly. My lord, this armor is far more powerful than the previous one. I feel like I can take on a pack of wolves now. As Nong E continued to report back, he had already ventured far away. Meanwhile, the Blue Star viewers tuning into Tang Xiaofan's livestream also noticed the new armor. Wow, a new set of armor. Tang Xiaofan is incredible. He has created another new mech. What kind of armor is this? It looks shiny and silver. Oh, is he going out for a hunt? Which livestream has the signal? Nong E was driving a Mark II, moving in a large circle around the center of the Black Technology Castle. He showed no interest in the various small animals along the way. This guy, where exactly is he planning to go in this direction? I have no idea. Isn't he just picking a direction at random? Wait, is he really heading towards that cave? Oh well, he actually is. Just as the viewers in the livestream had pointed out, Nong E was indeed heading towards that cave. The viewers, noticing this, began to flood the chat with messages urging Tang Xiaofan to stop Nong E. Bro, stay calm. There must be some nasty monsters in that cave. Exactly. The last time, a bipedal dragon flew in there and never came out. What will you fight it with? That rusty axe in your hand. You were just asking for trouble. As the viewers pointed out, Nong E had nothing but a double-edged axe and a web shooter at his disposal. However, the double-edged axe was no ordinary weapon. Rather than a simple axe, it was actually a dual-sided mountain axe, a well-known traditional cold weapon from the Dragon Country. It was not only stylish, but also quite lethal. Nevertheless, regardless of how formidable Nong Yi's axe might be, the viewers had no way of knowing this. Being modern people, they instinctively believed that cold weapons were inferior to firearms. After all, a gun is fast over 7 paces and accurate and quick within that distance. Not to mention Nong Yi's stubborn determination to head for the cave. Meanwhile, his appearance in the Mark II had caused a stir among the audiences from other nations across the Demon and God continent. People from other countries were both envious and fearful of the Dragon Country's competitors. After all, everyone knew that Tang Xiaofan from the Dragon Country was continuously rolling out new battle armor, which put immense pressure on competitors from other nations. Tang Xiaofan's speed was astonishing. While other countries' competitors were still basking in their new units, Tang Xiaofan had already armed a team of farmers and seized all the resources around the castle. Just on the second day, he had developed new battle armor. It looked incredibly impressive. Is the Dragon Country really going for a death wish? They're definitely going to lose a farmer this time. But losing just one farmer doesn't seem like much. This game is just so unbalanced. The Dragon Country's competitors have way too much advantage. And what about Ugly Country and Cherry Blossom Country? Are you even ashamed? Your competitors are the ones taking advantage and still dare to criticize others. Without exception, discussions about the Dragon Country erupted into chaos once again. However, neither Tang Xiaofan nor Nong Yi paid any attention to the comments from outsiders. Before long, Nong Yi had arrived at the cave that everyone had been talking about. The environment of the cave was nothing special. Being a hidden spot in the forest, it was easily overlooked. In fact, every castle typically has such a place nearby, home to a powerful mini-boss. This mini-boss is around level 10, and early-stage players may challenge it before the 7-day protection period ends, once they have organized their troops. It's not surprising that it hadn't been discovered by the farmer patrols before. The audience became aware of it because, in addition to the player perspective live streams, there were many open-area live feeds that allowed viewers to switch freely. By chance, someone discovered this cave and had been observing it. Although no one had seen what kind of monster the mini-boss was, many powerful creatures had entered the cave before and never returned. It was like a black hole in the forest, devouring other formidable monsters. Chapter 22 Encountering the Ancient Ground Sloth. As Nong Yi approached the cave, he suddenly felt a chill and the stench of blood. He abruptly stopped in his tracks and reported, "My lord, I've detected a suspected powerful monster. Requesting permission to conduct a combat test." Granted. Engage in battle. However, all the spectators were acutely aware of the hidden danger lurking beneath the calm surface. Yet, Nong Yi seemed utterly unfazed, striding straight towards the cave as if taking a leisurely stroll, in stark contrast to Nong Yi's relaxed demeanor. The path he traversed was littered with devastation. Fragments of bones lay scattered across the ground, mingled with large patches of blood. It was obvious that these remnants were the result of previous encounters with smaller bosses. Moreover, at intervals, there were more chilling bloodstains seeping into the earth, the grim evidence of creatures that had met their demise within the cave. Witnessing such a horrific scene, the viewers in the live stream were understandably shaken. They actually went in. I'm getting chills. Is this hell? This is terrifying. However, the fact that Nong Yi remained composed in the face of such horror raised questions. Could he really have confidence in his abilities? Come on. From my perspective, he's just putting on a brave face. The comments from the live chat, of course, went unanswered by Tang Xiaofan. Sir, Nong Yi's opponent is likely a formidable monster. Oh, is there a problem? The system assessment shows no issues. Jarvis had issued a danger alert, but due to the low threat level, it hardly affected Tang Xiaofan, who was currently focused on his dinner and indifferent to the challenges faced by Nong Yi. The Mark II armor, aside from lacking a microreactor, could essentially take down any carbon-based monster in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the scent of blood in the air made Nong Yi's nostrils flare. To others, this overwhelming odor would be unbearable, but for him, it was more enticing than any delicacy in the world. Instincts from the thrill of battle surged within him. The moment to hunt had arrived. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from deeper within the cave, only to be followed by an eerie silence. This noise instantly heightened the tension among the online viewers. Sure enough, in the next moment, a shocking figure emerged on screen. It was an ancient ground sloth. The ground sloth before them had no resemblance to the sloths found on Blue Star. Its forelimbs were massive, its hind limbs short, and all 4 feet ended in razor-sharp claws, complemented by a tail nearly a meter long. What appeared before everyone was a rusted relic of an ancient ground sloth. However, the rust stains here clearly refer to bloodstains. Indeed, at this moment, the ancient ground sloth was covered in various bloodstains. Yet, everyone could see that none of these bloodstains belonged to it. They were all remnants from the monsters that had been lured into the cave before. Moreover, everyone noticed that despite having gone through so many battles, the ancient ground sloth showed no signs of injury. Not even a creature as fierce as a bipedal dragon could inflict any damage on it? Just how terrifyingly strong was its defense? Hiss. However, the ancient ground sloth was oblivious to the comments from viewers in the live stream. Its crimson eyes stared intensely at the unexpected visitor before it. The ancient ground sloth let out a low growl. At that moment, everyone noticed that the creature appeared to have just finished a hearty meal. as its massive crocodilian jaws slightly opened, revealing chunks of flesh caught between its serrated teeth. And seeing those pieces of flesh, everyone knew they belonged to monsters. Some sharp-eyed viewers even spotted a wing hanging from its mouth. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were naturally horrified. My God, this is way too terrifying. It still has bits of the previous monsters hanging from its mouth. This is a genuine man-eater. Oh no, you need to run. There's still time to escape. But it's too late. A normal person absolutely can't outrun it. If it were further away, it might be manageable. But now it's only a few steps away. It feels like this is really the end. Come on. I believe this tin can monster will take a few minutes to finish its meal. However, the livestream's comments continued to receive no response from Tang Xiaofan. He was also observing this creature through Jarvis's shared vision. At this moment, Nong Yi wore a blank expression, calmly watching the man-eating beast before him. A ferocious beast killing? A ferocious beast eating? For ordinary people, this might be alarming, but facing Nong Yi now, in his current armored state, who was really the prey? This was something the audience had no way of knowing. Only Nong Yi was aware. Viewers from around the world were flocking to witness the event. After all, Dragon Country is considered the second largest country in the world after the U.S. With the impressive performances of Dragon Country's contestants in recent days, global viewers seemed to be hyped up, eager to find faults. And seeing the ancient ground sloth in such a savage state, they couldn't help but revel in the situation. Haha, this fool really showed up. A level 10 creature, and Dragon Country's contestant actually dares to challenge it? The contestants from Dragon Country don't seem very smart. Waiting for Dragon Country to fail. Haha, how many resources did this mech cost, just to waste them like this? The Dragon Kingdom contestant initially seemed impressive, but who would have thought they would be so reckless? They really aren't a match for my country's beard guy. In fact, they don't even measure up to the competitors from my cherry blossom country. Let's just sit back and watch the Dragon Kingdom contestant suffer. Haha, actually, it's not just the ordinary folks who are tuning into the livestream. High-ranking officials from countries around the world are also secretly keeping an eye on the progress of the competition. After all, the only contestant significantly ahead of others is Tang Xiaofan from the Dragon Kingdom. Although there hasn't been any conflict yet, it's only a matter of time given how the game is unfolding. This brings us to the Cherry Blossom country, which has long had a contentious relationship with the Dragon Kingdom. They have already begun to conduct in-depth research on Tang Xiaofan. Chapter 23. The Schadenfreude of foreign netizens in the original plan of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. They intended for their own players to target those from the Dragon Kingdom within the Demon and God continent, as the animosity between the two countries had long been brewing. However, ironically, before the higher-ups of the Cherry Blossom country could issue this directive, they witnessed the Dragon Kingdom's player, Nong Yi, encountering an ancient earth sloth. At that moment, in the conference hall of the Cherry Blossom country as high-ranking officials, a slightly plump, balding man smirked and said, how foolish. It seems we won't even need our players to take action. The ministers under his command shared the same mocking expressions. The leader is right. The Dragon Kingdom's player is indeed incredibly foolish. Facing an ancient earth sloth, he is bound to meet his demise. They sneered. Humph. This saves us the trouble of intervening ourselves. In truth, the thinking among the high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom country was quite simple. Upon observing the previous rules of the Demon and God continent, everyone understood that if a player perished in the divine realm, their representative country could essentially declare its own extinction. A nation without resources, regardless of its technological prowess or strength, is merely a step away from annihilation. Now that they saw the Dragon Kingdom's player in dire straits, the officials of the Cherry Blossom country naturally felt quite pleased. However, aside from the Cherry Blossom country, another nation harbored the same intentions, the Ugly Country. For the Ugly Country, the recent development of the Dragon Kingdom was alarmingly swift. They recognized that if they continued to allow the Dragon Kingdom to grow unchecked, their position as the world's leading power would surely be jeopardized. Like the Cherry Blossom country, the higher-ups of the Ugly Country also planned to instruct their players to target the Dragon Kingdom's participants in the Demon and God continent. Yet, based on the current situation, it seemed they wouldn't need to intervene after all. Nevertheless, the Dragon Kingdom had no way of knowing the plans of either the Cherry Blossom country or the Ugly Country. Upon seeing their player encounter the ancient earth sloth, the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom were understandably anxious. Meanwhile, the expert teams organized by the Dragon Kingdom were working furiously, brainstorming ways to help Nong Yi escape the clutches of the ancient earth sloth. However, these officials seemed to have made a critical mistake. The one currently facing the ancient earth sloth in a Mark II suit was not Tang Xiaofan, but rather a summoned farmer under his command. Unfortunately, the players, including Tang Xiaofan, couldn't see the barrage of comments. and the high-level meetings of various countries had no connection with the board's citizens glued to the livestream, allowing this misunderstanding to persist. Consequently, the suggestions from these experts were lost on Tang Xiaofan. Even if he had seen them, it wouldn't have mattered. Did he even need experts? 1J, A, R, V, I, S could take down all the experts of Blue Star in an instant. Back in the Demon and God continent, the ancient Earth Sloth was greedily eyeing the metal canister before it. For the ancient Ground Sloth, today was truly a stroke of luck. Although it didn't quite understand why, the creature that had wandered into its territory seemed to smell quite appetizing, and it looked like it could make for a hearty meal. With that thought in mind, the ancient Ground Sloth let out a threatening roar. Hiss. However, this menacing hiss, from the perspective of Nong Yi, sounded like the delightful aroma of food being cooked. Though Nong Yi wouldn't articulate it that way, his instincts from battle told him one thing. This creature in front of him was incredibly delicious. Seeing Nong Yi seemingly frozen in fear, the guests from the Gods and Demons continent program were equally anxious. Due to the immense popularity of the show, it had premiered earlier than planned. And observing Nong Yi's predicament, Yuqi wore a bitter expression as she turned to the director and said, "Director, in a situation like this, what do you think is the best course of action?" However, before the director could respond, Zhang Xiaoxiao interjected, "Do we really need to think about it? I say we should prepare early, or else we'll be helpless when it comes time for resource deprivation. Besides, we must protect our key players at all costs, especially for the future of Long Nation. Like me, a high-quality male human. Damn it, this guy." Zhang Xiaoxiao's comments silenced everyone once again. Now, even Yuqi was questioning how this fool had managed to join the production team. Yet, regardless of how outsiders assessed the situation, it was of little concern to Tang Xiaofan from the Gods and Demons continent. Following the roar emitted by the ancient Ground Sloth, Tang Xiaofan issued a direct order. "Get it." Nong Yi immediately charged forward. Crack. He switched his giant axe to a two-handed grip and began sprinting towards the ancient Ground Sloth. However, even though this ancient Ground Sloth had defenses that bullets and explosives couldn't penetrate, how would it fare against Nong Yi's giant axe? As Nong Yi rushed towards it, the ancient Ground Sloth, despite its lack of intelligence, could sense a chill in the air. In that moment, the brutal aura emanating from Nong Yi left the ancient Ground Sloth momentarily stunned. Yet, at the same time, it seemed to become enraged, letting out a roar. How could this seemingly weak reptile unleash such a powerful presence? It was inconceivable. With such thoughts, the ancient Ground Sloth began to close the distance to Nong Yi. At this moment, the ancient Ground Sloth, much like the other monsters it had devoured, had lost its basic judgment due to greed. Faced with this delectable meal, it was unwilling to let it slip away. Under the tense gaze of everyone present, the ancient Ground Sloth continued to approach Nong Yi step by step. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. Soon, the ancient Earth Sloth had arrived in front of Nong Yi, who was closest to it. Without hesitation, the ancient Earth Sloth opened its massive jaws, ready to swallow Nong Yi whole. Upon witnessing this scene, the hearts of the people of Long Country raced to their limits, and a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over them. How could this be? Was our great Long Country on the brink of extinction so soon? Suddenly, at that moment, a figure darted in front of everyone. It shot towards the ancient Earth Sloth with incredible speed. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, a silvery figure flashed by, racing towards the ancient Earth Sloth. Yes, it was none other than Nong Yi himself. Chapter 24. The Mark II armor strikes with unmatched power. As the figure of the ancient Earth Sloth approached, Nong Yi let out a fierce roar. However, in the face of this threat, Nong Yi showed no signs of hesitation. With a sudden movement, Nong Yi halted directly in front of the ancient Earth Sloth. In an instant, he swung his dual-bladed axe. The butt of the axe struck the sloth's jaw with a tremendous force, completely beyond what the ancient Earth Sloth could comprehend in terms of strength. With Nong Yi's powerful blow, the sloth's massive jaws were forcefully clamped shut. A mournful cry echoed as the ancient Earth Sloth let out a pained wail. Yet, Nong Yi's assault did not cease. As he swung the dual-bladed axe, a dazzling cold light flashed before everyone's eyes. Crack, flash, flash. With each movement of the axe, it transformed into a work of art in Nong Yi's hands. Stunningly beautiful, yet dangerously lethal, like a rose with thorns. The cold glint in the sloth's eyes grew larger, and in that moment, it finally felt the threat of death. Just as it had regained its footing, it attempted to strike back at Nong Yi. But Nong Yi would not grant it that opportunity. Flash, thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Nong Yi plunged the dual-bladed axe deep into the sloth's skull. Indeed, the tough skin that even bullets could not penetrate was pierced as easily as thin paper by Nong Yi's axe. A shrill scream shot into the sky, and the ancient earth sloth thrashed wildly in excruciating pain. Its massive form kicked up clouds of dust as it struggled, and the winds in the cave stirred up debris and grit. Yet, Nong-yi remained unfazed, as if he possessed an inexhaustible power within him. Despite the vast difference in size, the ancient earth sloth could not shake him even slightly. With a fierce determination, Nong-yi drove the dual-bladed axe deeper into the sloth's head, piercing it completely and pinning it to the ground. Blood from the ancient earth sloth began to seep into the surrounding soil. Only then did its struggles gradually weaken, marking the end of its wicked life. Panting, Nong-yi finally withdrew the dual-bladed axe, a flick of the blade leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The once bloody double-bladed axe was now clean again, its mirror-like blade reflecting the calm visage of Farmer 1 in his armor mask. Ding. Eliminated elite earth sloth, energy value 80, soul stones 20 soul stones. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel pleased. He could finally upgrade the farmer factory. Jarvis analyzed the battle data and summarized the issues with the battle armor. Sir. At your command. Sir, the combat process posed no difficulty. It was a complete, overwhelming attack. The pressure on the armor itself was minimal, and it can be expected to achieve quick kills against similar types of monsters. The double-bladed axe performed excellently, enhanced by titanium alloy. Its sharpness combined with the immense strength of the Mark II battle armor created a lethal strike against monsters. In terms of defense, the Mark II was outstanding, sustaining no damage from monster attacks and evenly distributing pressure, ensuring no harm came to the pilot. After hearing the analysis, Tang Xiaofan felt quite satisfied. The Mark II battle armor was not comparable to the Mark I. If it were equipped with a miniature reactor, it would undoubtedly be a cutting-edge piece of technology, completely overpowering all armed technologies on Blue Star. Now, with just a small test against a monster, the results were utterly unsurprising. Tang Xiaofan then communicated remotely with Farmer 1. Farmer 1, bring the monster back. The test is complete and very successful. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, amidst the bewilderment of everyone present, Farmer 1 single-handedly scooped up the corpse of the ancient earth sloth lying on the ground, while the other hand hoisted the massive double-bladed axe, heading back to the castle. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment Farmer 1 struck to the ancient earth sloth's demise, the entire process took no more than 10 seconds. The once ferocious ancient earth sloth had now completely turned into a corpse. The sudden shift in the scene was so rapid that everyone's brains hadn't registered it until now. The live stream's chat exploded like a waterfall, with countless viewers expressing their shock. What just happened? I don't know. I just saw the tin can take out the monster in an instant. I'm stunned. What is going on? Didn't they say bullets couldn't even harm it? How did it go down with one strike? Could it be because of the double-bladed axe in his hand? What kind of double-bladed axe has such power? Stronger than bullets? No, it's not just bullets. This is a defense that even grenades can't breach. How could there be a cold weapon stronger than a grenade? I don't know. But where did Tang Xiaofan get such a powerful double-bladed axe? He must have discovered some treasure. The luck of the Dragon Kingdom players is off the charts. It's so unfair. Why do the players from the Dragon Kingdom have such good fortune? Yes, it's so unfair. Our ancient giant bears from the ugly country couldn't possibly take down an ancient earth sloth so easily, unlike the leisurely Farmer 1. At this moment, the entire world watching the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was utterly stunned. The person they thought would be powerless had, in an instant, defeated the ancient earth sloth. How could this not shock the viewers? People from all corners of the globe began attributing Nong-yi's incredible strength to the double-edged axe he wielded. After all, they simply couldn't believe that an ordinary-looking tin can could possess such immense power. Yet, no matter how much they speculated, no one was there to provide them with the answer. In the realm of gods and demons, after defeating the ancient earth sloth, countless forests began to emerge on the barren land within the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star. Since the ancient earth sloth was the lord of the forest, after Tang Xiaofan took it down, he automatically became the lord of forest resources, doubling the supply of timber. Moreover, the forest resources would manifest 100-fold within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 25. Upgrading the farmer factory and opening career paths as the forest resources continued to materialize in the Dragon Kingdom. The production team of today's Demon and God continent was deep in discussion. Master Gong, noticing the double-bladed axe in Farmer 1's hands, remarked with great interest. The double-bladed axe is one of our proudest cold weapons. This Farmer 1 contestant wields a double-bladed axe that would be considered top tier even in our military. And just look at how skillfully he handles it. He must be quite the expert. Nearby, Yuchi playfully chimed in, "Oh, so Master Gong, you're also a master of the double-bladed axe, huh?" "Haha, I wouldn't say that. I know a thing or two," Gong replied modestly. Hearing their exchange, The bureau chief interjected, "That double-bladed axe in Farmer One's hands is likely more than you think. It can break through defenses that even grenades can't penetrate. So calling it a divine weapon is entirely justified." Yuchi and Master Gung nodded in agreement with the bureau chief's statement. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed eager to assert his presence and prepared to speak up. At the end of the day, it's just a cold weapon. If it faced a hot weapon, sharpness wouldn't matter. But I will admit, that axe is indeed impressive. It's somewhat wasted on a farmer like him. Whoa, what the heck? Zhang Xiaoxiao's comment immediately sparked outrage among netizens. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on farmers? I really want our farmer neighbor downstairs to ask you what kind of trash you are. Who would have thought that our farmers would be looked down upon by a wimp? Please do not insult the term wimp. Thank you. In reality, just as Zhang Xiaoxiao stated, netizens from around the world still believe that it was Farmer One's double-bladed axe that was capable of defeating the ancient Earth Sloth. And they didn't think Farmer One himself was all that remarkable. After all, in everyone's eyes, Farmer One, clad in tin cans, didn't seem particularly formidable. However, Farmer One was naturally unaware of the external commentary. Even if he did hear it, he would likely just laugh it off. The news of Farmer One's swift defeat of the ancient Earth Sloth continued to gain traction. Meanwhile, officials from Sakura Country and Ugly Country, who had been closely watching the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, were left utterly dumbfounded. According to the original script, wasn't he, the ancient Earth Sloth, supposed to tear him apart? Then the Dragon Kingdom would be defeated, and they would divide the spoils, right? Why isn't it following the script? Is this how you show us respect? How is this possible? That skin can't even be penetrated by grenades. What kind of weapon is this? Why isn't such a powerful weapon in the hands of our Sakura Country contestant? We need to come up with a way to seize that weapon. Yet, no matter how incredulous both sides were, the undeniable facts before them left them without any grounds for rebuttal. The slightly plump Mediterranean man, with a gloomy expression, directed his subordinates, "Hurry, activate the plan, flood the screens, and make sure our orders reach our competitors." "My lord, what do you mean? What do you think I mean?" "Focus all efforts on eliminating the Dragon Kingdom competitors. I want the Dragon Kingdom to be completely destroyed." Yes, just like in Sakura Country. The higher-ups in the Ugly Country also began to flood the screens at the first opportunity, hoping their competitors could launch an attack on the Dragon Kingdom's participants. However, while the two countries were secretly plotting against the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Xiaofan was beginning his new upgrade. He arrived near the farmer factory. After a day of hunting, the farmer squad had killed over 200 wild monsters and collected 60 soul stones. Through the trading channel, they managed to acquire 35 more. Now, after the farmer squad defeated the ancient Earth Sloth, they had gained an additional 20 stones, bringing Tang Xiaofan's total to 115 soul stones, meeting the upgrade requirements for the farmer factory. Would you like to upgrade the unit building, farmer factory? Yes, no, upgrade. Tang Xiaofan naturally selected yes. After working hard for 2 days, this was the moment he had been waiting for. Soon, the farmer factory was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. Even Tang Xiaofan couldn't see what was inside the golden glow. He could only wait for it to dissipate. Approximately 10 seconds later, the golden light finally faded. Farmer factory, unique unit building, current level, level 2. Can summon ordinary profession farmers, blacksmiths, carpenters, chefs, builders, warriors. Upgrade required. 500 soul stones. The upgraded farmer factory didn't change much. The metal shed remained a metal shed, but the walls were much sturdier, and the energy fluctuations were stronger. This was the level 2 farmer factory. The changes may not be significant, but what's important is the ability to summon professional farmers. Now, professional warriors can be summoned, which solves the experience issue for combat personnel. Additionally, there is a chance for rare professional farmers to emerge. With specialized roles, my castle will expand even faster. Furthermore, with builders available, the previously envisioned city walls can finally be initiated. Efficiency will improve significantly. For Tang Xiaofan, this was another piece of good news. Clearly, the faster the unit building upgrades, the better. The sooner I upgrade, the easier it will be to get ahead. The gap between me and the other castle lords can only widen. To dominate the divine demon continent, establishing supremacy among all castle lords in Blue Star is the first step. The second step is to use Blue Star's power to suppress the existing forces on the divine demon continent. If I can't even surpass the other castle lords starting from the same line, how can I compete for supremacy among the myriad races? Tang Xiaofan looked at the farmer factory and immediately gave the order to summon 10 builders. Summon 10 builders. After spending 20 units of food, 10 farmers dressed in construction uniforms, wearing hard hats and holding various building tools, stood neatly in front of Tang Xiaofan. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Seeing their professional attire, Tang Xiaofan felt it was worth the investment. "All right, from now on, You'll be known as Team 1 to Team 10. The day is still young. So let us start building the city walls. With a wave of his hand, Tang Xiaofan led the group of builders to the stone workshop, where piles of wall segments were stacked. We need to build a wall that's not too large, just around a circular area. Jarvis, how big should our walls be? Sir, I recommend that the inner city area should not exceed 2 acres for initial defense purposes. Once resources are abundant, we can construct an outer city and expand the scale then. All right, let us build a wall around 2 acres. Remember, this is not just for decoration. It needs to be sturdy enough to withstand battles. Yes, Your Excellency. Chapter 26. The completion of the city wall and the discovery of 2-headed monsters. Upon hearing Tang Xiaofan's instructions, the leader, Jian nodded in agreement and took the group to measure the construction site. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before Tang Xiaofan's eyes. Jian and the others donned the currently idle Mark I mechas and, one by one, effortlessly lifted sections of the city wall to begin construction. Clang, clang. Sections of the wall were easily placed down. As Tang Xiaofan observed their building process, he realized that these builders were indeed different from ordinary farmers. After setting down the wall segments, they automatically excavated the foundation, leveled the ground, and aligned the segments. Then, 2 wall segments automatically plastered and adhered tightly together, functioning like fully automated construction machines. As Tang Xiaofan thought about the workings of the blacksmith shop, he understood. It seemed that the new farmer profession had a high degree of integration. Jarvis, assess the progress. When will the wall be completed? Understood, sir. Based on the current pace, it should be finished by tonight. Once the city wall was completed, large-scale resource collection could commence, and he could recruit up to 100 farmers. Adhering to the daily food limit of 400 units, he would then divide them into 2 teams of 50, one for daily combat readiness and resource collection, and the other for resource production, specifically for the manufacturing and processing of the Mark II mechas, while also preparing for the castle's upgrade. The strength of the farmer teams would surge, enabling them to hunt more numerous and powerful wild monsters, seize more resources, and even discover new ways to obtain food. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. A bit later, Farmer E returned, bringing back the carcass of an ancient land sloth. It was taken for disassembly, yielding food and hides, all stored in the castle warehouse. The materials from the monster seemed useless at first glance, but the fact that they could be collected indicated they held some value. It was just that he had yet to find a way to utilize them. My lord, Farmer E, with the help of other farmers, removed the Mark II armor and approached Tang Xiaofan respectfully, bowing. On our way back, we discovered some unusual signs. Oh, please elaborate. Tang Xiaofan immediately thought of the local factions in the Demon and God continent. He had received a warning during the first upgrade of the Black Technology Castle that local forces might have taken notice of it. Their appearance now was not surprising. Farmer E continued respectfully. I investigated and tracked those signs. In the end, I found that they were not wild monsters, but a group of 2-headed monsters. 2-headed monsters? Yes, my lord. Farmer E nodded. They wear tattered leather armor and wield various weapons. They possess a tribal language, clearly indicating intelligence. Their strength is generally around level 10. The strongest have reached level 12 elite status. There are many of them, over 100, and they are inherently bloodthirsty. Upon realizing I had discovered them, they actually came to hunt me down. In the end, without your orders, I did not engage with them and instead circled around to escape back to the castle. Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment and said, the newcomers are not friendly. Those with good intentions do not come uninvited. Let us arrange for guards tonight. As I expected, under the cover of night, they might approach the castle. However, since we have walls now, we don't need to worry too much about the heart of the castle being ambushed. After we've eaten and rested well tomorrow, we'll check on their situation. If they came with friendly intentions, they would not attack upon discovering the farmers. Clearly, this is an enemy force. They have ill intentions. Since they are enemies, they are just experienced monsters for the farmers. We'll kill as many as we can. Yes, my lord. Farmer E.'s expression was resolute. The invaders will definitely be eliminated and turned into resources to strengthen your castle. Night has fallen. In the darkness, the beasts roared and the night owls shrieked. The walls were finally completed. Looking at the towering 3-meter walls beside him, Tang Xiaofan felt that even his meal tasted exceptionally good. Observing the group of tough men eating in silence, he instructed Farmer E and Farmer Air to start arranging the patrols. Although we have walls now, safety still relies on the farmers. Otherwise, if the heart of the castle is damaged, it would be a huge loss. Watching the farmers assigned to the night shift work without complaint, Tang Xiaofan felt a pang in his heart. Although the farmers' loyalty was at an all-time high and they worked tirelessly every day, they were still living, breathing people. It couldn't be good for them to be under such tension all the time. How about giving them a few days off? But what would these dozen strong men do? Go shopping hand in hand? That's absurd. This place is crawling with monsters. There's south no place to even buy a lollipop. How about organizing an event? Singing? Dancing? But a group of farmers shouting patriotic slogans is fine. But anything else would be a stretch. Then, a tug-of-war competition? That seems a bit idle. Tang Xiaofan frowned in deep thought, surveying the vast development area. When suddenly an idea struck him. With such a large space, how about a basketball game? Great idea. There are 65 farmers now. Tomorrow we can gather 100. We can easily form 10 teams. For instance, the blacksmith team, maintenance team, hunting team, lumber mill team, stone workshop team, construction workers team, warriors team, and miscellaneous team. Wow. Upon further reflection, Tang Xiaofan realized there were indeed quite a few teams that could be formed. Right. We can't just let the farmers participate. We should set up some awards to boost their enthusiasm. 10 teams competing together. Wow. It feels like we're on the brink of a perfect balance between work and play. Tang Xiaofan blinked. Does this count as hitting the nail on the head? Since that's the case, and the space is ample, we could also set up a soccer field outside the walls. By the way, what should the prizes be? I need a phone, but I don't even have a computer. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to lend it to anyone. Sir, considering your current situation, I suggest focusing on honor medals for now. After all, the main goal of the castle is to establish itself. Tang Xiaofan thought about it carefully and agreed. There really isn't much we can do with such limited entertainment options. A team typically consists of at least 11 people. So medals should be awarded based on the rankings of the champion, runner-up, and third place. Let's have Nongi produce a few iron medals. Building a basketball court is quite easy. Tomorrow, we can quickly set one up by having a few people follow a simple design. We don't need turf. Just level the ground, install a couple of hoops, and leave the surrounding area open. We can even build a 3-tiered wooden stand. It's that simple. We can make it happen. Tang Xiaofan called over a few farmers. Who knows how to play basketball? The farmers exchanged glances and replied, Boss, we've never played basketball. But we know how to kick, could you? Could you? Chapter 27. Castle Upgrade and Discovery of the Ogre Tribe. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment and instructed Nong to retrieve some animal hides from the warehouse. Under his guidance, they quickly stitched together a leather basketball. They then stuffed it with a specially formulated animal gelatin to serve as the inner bladder. However, they still needed a pump to inflate it. With no other option, Tang Xiaofan sketched out a design for the pump and the basketball valve. Watching as Nong took the blueprints into the blacksmith shop. Before long, a pump and a basketball valve core were crafted. What an amazing blacksmith shop! After a brief moment of admiration, Tang Xiaofan began to explain the basic rules of the game: dribbling, passing, shooting, and so on. They chose a farmer at random to give it a try, who was named Farmer 23. At first, Farmer 23's techniques were quite clumsy, struggling to control both strength and direction. Then, Farmer 23 dribbled down the court, weaving and maneuvering, pulling the ball back, making quick cuts, faking a shot. And then he took a shot that went in, simultaneously knocking Tang Xiaofan, who rushed in to steal the ball, 3 meters away. All right, time for bed. With the castle walls built, Tang Xiaofan enjoyed a good night's sleep. The next day, the high-tech castle resumed its bustling activities. After a night of resource accumulation, a steady stream of materials flowed into the warehouse. Upon counting, Tang Xiaofan found he now had 200 units of wood, 600 units of stone, and over 700 units of iron ingots, enough for the high-tech castle to upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the castle? Yes, no, upgrade. In an instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped the high-tech castle. Moments later, the golden glow dissipated, revealing a magnificent castle. High-tech castle, level 3 castle, standard building, warehouse, special building, farmer factory, upgrade requirements, 100,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of fine iron. Next level, primary town, new buildings, farmland, beast pen, weapon workshop, current status, invincible, current faction, none. The castle had completely transformed, now towering over 30 meters high, equipped with cranes, lathes, machine tools, cutters, and more, resembling a fully equipped workshop. Above the main castle, a small iron hammer stood, cast from black iron, exuding a sense of hardness and severity. Congratulations, your high-tech castle has upgraded to a level 3 castle, expanding its influence radius to 15 kilometers. The defense value of the castle heart has tripled. Your high-tech castle's influence and prestige in the demon and god continent have significantly increased. Special reminder, certain factions in the forest have already taken notice of your castle. Standing in the courtyard, Tang Xiaofan gazed up at the castle. Clearly designed with a technological theme, waves of emotion stirred within him. He had seen many tall buildings, But the presence of such a workshop in another world gave him a profound sense of security. Moreover, this castle belonged solely to him, evoking a sense of accomplishment. The high-tech castle had reached level 3, expanding its influence from 10 kilometers to 15 kilometers. The defense value of the castle heart has been tripled once again. The castle heart is located at the core of the castle and resembles a stone tablet. Only by destroying the castle heart can the identity of the castle lord be truly erased from the realm of gods and demons. Now that the high-tech castle has reached level 3, the defense value of the castle heart continues to soar, making it even harder to destroy. However, Tang Xiaofan believes that if the enemy has already breached the castle and is attacking the castle heart, it means that the castle's forces have been completely dismantled by the enemy. No matter how high the defense value is, it becomes practically useless. It merely serves to buy some time, delaying the inevitable. After the upgrade, the influence and reputation of the high-tech castle have risen once again. Although it hasn't reached a level of notable fame, it has attracted the attention of certain factions within the forest. This is clearly not good news. During the newbie phase, they can't do anything to me, but once that phase is over, it could be a different story. I have 5 more days. And it's not just me. Other castle lords will likely face similar circumstances. The enemies of the castle lords are not only wild monsters but also the local factions of the realm of gods and demons. In comparison, the local factions pose a much greater threat to the castle lords. Wild monsters are ultimately just wild monsters. They exist primarily to help the castle lords' troops gain experience. The real opponents are the local factions of the realm. In the struggle for supremacy among the myriad races, those local factions are what everyone is fighting over. Perhaps before the newbie protection period ends, my castle might come into contact with the local factions of the forest. The reason is naturally that my castle is leveling up too quickly. This is only the 3rd day since my arrival, and the high-tech castle has already reached level 3. The influence and reputation within the forest are likely very close to achieving notable fame. Local factions will certainly come to scout for information about my castle. At that point, friction and even war are bound to occur. What is meant to happen will eventually come. As long as my development speed is fast enough and my troops are strong enough, even the local factions will just be experience-giving monsters to me. The prerequisite, of course, is that I must be stronger. With this thought in mind, Tang Xiaofan's gaze fell on a few construction workers. It was time to start building new structures, farmland, beast pens, weapon workshops, and cottages. Yes, my lord. Builders 1 and 2, with their bellies full, immediately began their work. The farmland and beast pens were constructed outside the castle walls, while the weapon workshop was built inside, next to the blacksmiths, for easier transfer of materials like iron ingots. The farmland and beast pens are clearly the top priority for securing food sources. These need to be completed quickly so that production can begin. Once the food output from these 2 structures is confirmed, Tang Xiaofan will construct them in large quantities and then mass-produce troops, farmers, and steel-armored warriors. The weapons workshop. It's unclear whether it's producing cold or hot weapons. Given the situation in the demon and god continent and considering their recent explorations, it's evident that this is a world where technology and magic coexist, and the technological level is quite advanced. If they can produce firearms and similar weapons, the information in Jarvis's blueprint archive would surely astonish the natives of the demon and god continent. Just imagine the scene of thousands of steel-armored warriors advancing with guns and missiles that surpass the technological standards of this land. It's quite exciting to think about. Tang Xiaofan watched the construction workers happily, when suddenly, an alarm blared in his mind. Alert! Alert! Hostile forces detected within the territory. A 2-headed ogre tribe has been spotted 13 kilometers away. Tribe level unknown. Tribe combat power unknown. The 2-headed ogres are marching towards the castle. Estimated arrival in 1 hour. Chapter 28. Recruiting professional warriors and bracing for battle. They come right to our doorstep. Tang Xiaofan was overjoyed when he heard the alarm from the castle. He initially thought he would have to gather people and search for a timid monster tribe, which would be quite a hassle. But now, they had delivered themselves right to him. Farmer 1, Farmer 2, count the battle armor. Yes, my lord. Before long, they reported back. 25 complete sets of Mark I battle armor, equipped with large shields and spiked clubs, and 10 sets of Mark II battle armor, fitted with double-bladed axes and web launchers. Great. I command. Tang Xiaofan stood on the dining table in the hall and addressed all the gathered farmers. Brothers, a horde of monsters is about to attack our castle. I don't know their combat strength, but they definitely won't match us. However, they are numerous, at least 100. Are you afraid? Hearing that monsters were coming, the farmers cracked their knuckles and eagerly prepared for battle. Based on their previous combat experiences, they knew that donning battle armor meant they could easily crush these creatures. No fear, no fear, no fear. The crowd responded in unison, eager for a fight. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. His efforts in training them hadn't been in vain. All right, we are building our homeland, but suddenly we are faced with a bandit invasion. Life has been hard enough for us on this unfamiliar land, and now we have such despicable enemies trying to destroy our home. Can we allow this? No, no, no. Seeing that morale was high, Tang Xiaofan waved his hand. From the farmer factory, 30 burly and fierce-looking men marched out. They had crew cuts, wore light armor, and sported tiger head boots, equipped with long hair and large knives, exuding an intimidating aura. Greetings, my lord. Tang Xiaofan laughed heartily. These were the professional warriors he had summoned, and they all looked like seasoned veterans. Farmer 1, lead them to familiarize themselves with the battle armor and prepare for combat. Yes, my lord. The farmers, together with these warriors, began to get accustomed to the Mark I and Mark II battle armor, thanks to the neural systems and Jarvis' assistance. The warriors quickly got the hang of it. One of the leading warriors approached, saluted Tang Xiaofan, and reporting, my lord. Combat Team 1 is ready for action. Please give your orders. There is a clear difference between professional soldiers and regular farmers. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction and said, all right, everyone, prepare for battle and annihilate the invading enemies. Yes, my lord. Then, the gates of the wall opened, and a squad of armed warriors marched out of the castle, forming ranks outside, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Tang Xiaofan was busy as well, continuing to organize the tasks at the castle. Farmer 1. We can't halt the construction of the castle. Keep producing iron ingots. We will need refined iron soon. Get it done as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. Farmer 2. You lead the team to assemble the Mark II armor. We need to complete 100 sets. Aim to finish today. Yes, my lord. Builder 1. You and your crew need to repair the weapons workshop as quickly as possible. Yes, my lord. The others also got busy, as they were about to embark on a period of significant development. Everyone, let's give it our all. Yes, my lord. Watching as all the farmers began their work, Tang Xiaofan strolled up to the castle wall, observing the 30 armored figures forming a line below. The only farmer not working was Farmer 23, the one who had knocked Tang Xiaofan down earlier. He had stayed by Tang Xiaofan's side to relay messages, and now he set up a chair and coffee table for Tang Xiaofan to sip tea while watching the battle. Before long, sounds began to emanate from the forest outside the castle as startled birds circled in the sky, unable to settle down. These monsters even knew how to gather. This could be interesting. Just as Tang Xiaofan finished his thought, dozens of sharp spears suddenly shot out from the dense woods, striking the castle's protective shield before falling to the ground. Next, several basketball-sized fireballs soared through the air, crashing against the shield and exploding into dazzling fiery blossoms. The shield rippled from the impact, but it remained unbroken. With a 7-day novice protection period, it was invincible. I thought you weren't coming, Tang Xiaofan exclaimed, noticing the green figures emerging from the forest. All units, prepare for battle. True to their training as professional soldiers, the 30 warriors below the wall formed a pointed arrow formation with 5 sets of Mark II armor at the forefront, patiently waiting behind the protective shield for their opponents to attack. The castle is ours. Not a single one will escape. Annihilate these foolish humans. We will turn them into soup. The great ogres are the true masters of this forest. Heretics, you shall perish. Nearly 100 monsters surged out from the forest, shouting incoherent slogans as they charged toward the castle. In the eyes of these monsters, this was not a heavily fortified castle. It was merely a weak human village for them to hunt and slaughter. The two-headed monsters generally stood around 2 meters tall, with green, eerie skin, large eyes, and wide noses filled with yellow teeth, sporting 2 heads each. They wore various types of armor, from tattered leather to half steel, and even burlap sacks. In their hands, they wielded an assortment of weapons, including wooden clubs, large knives, spears, and spiked clubs. There were also some 2-headed greenskin creatures dressed in flowery green robes, wielding staffs that resembled magic wands, with a stone-like object embedded at the tip. These 2-headed monsters were waving their staffs, unleashing massive fireballs to attack the castle's protective shield. They believed the shield was a magic array that could be breached by external forces, unaware that it was an invincible defense artifact for beginners. As the 2-headed creatures rushed towards the shield, crowding together and desperately attacking it with their weapons, their leader, Zhang Yi, raised his double-bladed axe and shouted, "All units prepare. Charge." The other 4 warriors clad in Mark II battle armor followed Zhang Yi, forming a sharp spearhead as they charged into the chaotic mass of monsters. The razor-sharp double-bladed axe swung through the air, cutting down all who stood in its way. As the Mark battle armor squad penetrated the enemy ranks, a gruesome scene unfolded, blood and flesh flying everywhere, a sight too horrific to behold. One by one, the 2-headed creatures fell into pools of blood, their attacks leaving not a single mark on the mark armor. As the slaughter continued, the 30 mark battle armors formed a straight battle line, using their slender formation to wipe out the two-headed creatures near the protective shield, and they even began to counter-encircle the monsters. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 29, Annihilate them. Kill every last one of the invading ogres. The two-headed monsters were dumbfounded. They couldn't comprehend why their attacks, whether weapon or magic, were unable to stop these armored figures. They couldn't even make them pause. Moreover, these armored figures seemed tireless. They not only moved with incredible speed, but also possessed astonishing strength. Almost all the two-headed monsters that fell were cleaved in half by a single axe strike or smashed into a pulp by the terrifying spiked clubs of their opponents. No matter how chaotic the battlefield became, these 30 armored figures maintained their formation, each one skillfully outnumbering and slaughtering the two-headed monsters as effortlessly as a farmer harvesting ripe crops in his field. Yesterday, a few two-headed monsters, upon seeing the farmer, were filled with greed but failed to catch him. They returned to rally their friends, successfully persuading the tribe's elders. They gathered nearly 100 so-called warriors from the tribe of two-headed ogres, preparing to bloodily cleanse the dark technological fortress. However, they had severely underestimated the strength of the dark technology fortress. 5 Mark II battle armors and 25 Mark I battle armors, combined with professional warriors skilled in combat, easily turned their forces to ruins. Even though the Mark I battle armor was the mainstay, and the Mark II was still just a basic model, their combat power was beyond what these monsters could compare to. Not even the level 10 two-headed ogres, nor the elite ones among them, stood a chance against the might of the Mark battle armors. This was a dimensional suppression of superior technology against carbon-based life forms. It was like the strongest military power of Blue Star facing the ancient Romans from 2,000 years ago. No matter how powerful the Roman legions were, they could not withstand the crushing force of tanks and artillery. Yes, it was an absolute crush, an unquestionable domination. In just a few minutes, more than 2/3 of the nearly 100 two-headed ogres had fallen. The remaining ogres, sensing the dire situation, let out strange cries and attempted to flee. At that moment, the ranks of the two-headed ogres had been breached by the warrior squad. Dozens of two-headed ogres lay dead in pools of blood, while the others, panic-stricken, fled in terror. The enemy was far too powerful. They had thought this suddenly appearing fortress was a weak and vulnerable faction, only to discover it was a razor-sharp giant axe. They had foolishly charged in with their flesh and blood, destined for a bloody end. Now, all they could do was run. Those two-headed ogres wielding magic staffs ran the fastest, occasionally waving their staffs to unleash fireballs at the pursuing Mark II battle-armored warriors. However, these warriors not only struck with devastating force but also moved with remarkable agility. They dodged the searing fireballs with ease, darting like phantoms, covering dozens of meters in an instant. With a flash, they swung their gleaming double-bladed axes, effortlessly severing the heads of the fleeing ogres from behind. The broad blades cut through, taking down 2 heads in one clean stroke. The Mark I warriors, armed with shields, formed an impenetrable wall, following closely behind the Mark II warriors as they trampled forward. They crushed the injured ogres who had miraculously survived, ignoring their pleas for mercy. The two-headed ogres had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Their pride in their combat prowess and magic was utterly shattered. Every ogre was terrified and fled in panic. Unfortunately, as a disorganized mob, they were destined to become the victims of these warriors. Moments later, the forest's edge was littered with the bodies of two-headed ogres. The battle was over. Nearly 100 invading two-headed ogres had been slain. In the guest seats of today's demon and god continent, there was a profound silence as everyone was left in shock. If yesterday's defeat of the ancient Earth Sloth was merely the initial experience of the Mark II armor, today's slaughter of the ogres showcased the terrifying power of the Mark armor. I must say, our Dragon Kingdom is truly fortunate to have chosen Tang Xiaofan. The military commander, watching the bloody scene on screen, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Uttering these words, indeed, this was overwhelmingly fierce. These monsters are not mindless beasts. They can speak. Master Gung, as an inventor, had never witnessed such a bloody massacre and could only exclaim in astonishment. It seems both guest experts hold Tang Xiaofan's abilities in high regard, which suggests a promising future for the Dragon Kingdom, right? I don't see it that way. The future of the Dragon Kingdom cannot be entrusted to a butcher with blood on his hands. Suddenly, after a long silence, Zhang Xiaoxiao made a surprising remark, sharing his unique perspective. Such bloody slaughter. How will other countries view us? How will other factions in the demon and god continent perceive us? The Dragon Kingdom prides itself on being a nation of etiquette. Inside the castle, a golden light enveloped Tang Xiaofan. When the light faded, His level had risen to level 3. The Mark II armor indeed proved to be powerful, with a miniaturized reactor equipped. Sending a single warrior into battle could easily harvest these monsters. After all, a Mark armor with flight capability, infinite palm cannons, and mini-missiles would have a combat power at least 100 times greater. Soon, the farmers waiting in the castle rushed out to collect the nearly 100 bodies of the two-headed ogres, bringing them back for disassembly. Once inside the castle, the bodies of the two-headed ogres began to automatically decompose. As the corpses vanished, Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched. From the earlier kill notifications, he learned that this tribe of two-headed ogres was called the Candy Ka tribe. The two-headed ogres were intelligent beings in the demon and god continent, not mere wild monsters. He could not collect food or other items from their bodies, and in the end, he only received some tattered armor, spears, and mace-like low-tier weapons, none of which any farmer wanted to use. The only valuable item is the two-headed ogre mage's staff. The crystal at the top of the staff is none other than the soul stone, which is an upgrade material for the farmer factory. Although I didn't gather any food, obtaining some low-level weapons and upgrading experience is still a big win. After all, there is also a staff embedded with an exotic crystal, which holds great value. Next time I upgrade the farmer factory, I can directly remove the soul stone from the staff. After this battle, Tang Xiaofan fully understood the power of the warriors he had summoned earlier. Equipped with the Mark battle armor, they would be invincible warriors. At this moment, all the warriors had returned to the castle, gathering in front of Tang Xiaofan, waiting for his orders. Everyone, take a half-hour break. Then we'll continue our assault and wipe out the two-headed ogre camp, leaving no one behind. They were able to assemble nearly 100 warriors in a short time to attack our castle, which suggests that there is a tribe of them nearby. Find the ogre tribe. Annihilate them. We need to show other forces what happens when they provoke the Black Technology Castle. Chapter 30. The eye-catching new battery ogres. The low-level intelligent beings in the realm of gods and demons typically possess very low levels. With the strength of other castle lords' troops, it would be difficult to defeat an entire ogre tribe. However, the farmer squad is an exception. Equipped with Mark battle armor, even without the ability to fly, they still hold the advantage against 300 to 500 ogres. At your command, my lord. Zhang saluted Tang Xiaofan, and then began to drink water and eat, quietly preparing for another expedition. After the battle, Tang Xiaofan felt unsatisfied. Having watched the slaughter, he was eager to join the fray himself. Sir, considering the current battlefield situation and the protective capabilities of the battle armor, I advise you to think carefully. It would be wise to equip a microreactor before engaging in combat. All right, Tang Xiaofan conceded, acknowledging that he was not a highly skilled warrior. However, that did not stop him from continuing his role as a merchant. He packaged the weapons and armor he had collected into 3 sets and listed them in the trading channel. These items, coming from the ogres, were very basic spears, greatswords, spiked clubs, tattered leather armor, fragments of steel armor, cloth armor, burlap sacks, and more. They had everything one might need. However, the farmers had no use for them. His farmers wielded double-edged axes forged from titanium alloy as their weapons, making these low-tier items unnecessary for them. But other castle lords might be very interested in acquiring them. After all, when troops are summoned, they come without weapons or armor. These items could be of great value to those lords with humanoid troops. Weapon and armor auction. Equipment from the ogres of the realm of gods and demons. Very practical. Click to view specific equipment information. Equipment exchange for auction materials. Wood, stone, refined iron. Fair trade for all. Highest bidder wins. Just a few minutes after the Today in the Realm of Gods and Demons program had calmed down, as Tang Xiaofan began selling these spoils, Zhang Xiaoxiao was the first to jump out in opposition. Am I wrong? What is this behavior? This is aiding the enemy. Why is Tang Xiaofan selling these items? He must be trying to help others develop. Well, seriously, this guy just said Tang Xiaofan was no good, not comparable to competitors from other countries, and now he forgets his words and starts accusing Tang Xiaofan of aiding the enemy. Yuqi rolled her eyes, thinking to herself whether this person was some leader's relative, as such an idiot could still be a guest. She shook her head helplessly and turned to Master Gong, asking, Master Gong, what do you think of Tang Xiaofan's new mech? It seems more advanced than the previous ones. Master Gong, touched by Yuqi's question, quickly replied, absolutely. This new mech is much more powerful. And did you notice? He has upgraded the power source to a battery. Zhang Xiaoxiao scoffed. What's so great about a battery? You can buy a bunch on some online store. Not the same. The power, compression ratio, and reliability of this battery are all quite impressive. For instance, as you can see, with Master Gung's assistance, Yuqi captured a screenshot from the live broadcast, showcasing a clip of the Mark II armor in battle. In the footage, the Mark II moves with incredible agility, its speed surpassing the human eye's ability to track it, while the massive ogre stands no chance of resistance. Such a large battlesuit can still output tremendous power. Even if contestant Tang Xiaofan found a new alloy to reconstruct the armor, it wouldn't diminish the strength of its entire power system. And the foundation of this powerful system is the battery. Master Gung sighed, thinking that if he had this battery technology, many inventions wouldn't be mere castles in the air. General Zhu also chimed in, saying, "That's right. Such batteries are extremely rare even in the military domain. As you can see, if used properly, these batteries could even drive large weapons. If Tang Xiaofan could bring this technology back, the rise of Longwo would surely accelerate." Everyone felt a stir in their hearts, realizing that Tang Xiaofan would likely be far ahead on the continent of gods and demons. However, aside from bringing resources back home, there's no way for his high technology to be transmitted to the domestic market. I've heard that today several hundred barren lands have suddenly sprouted forests. Unfortunately, there aren't many high-tech resources. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, contemplating that if Longhua had technology like Tang Xiaofan's, perhaps the situation on Blue Star would stabilize. Exactly. All his hard work would be in vain. Damn it. Everyone looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao's face, wishing they could slap him hundreds of times. Meanwhile, on the trading channel of the continent of gods and demons, the equipment that Tang Xiaofan posted caused an uproar as soon as it went online. Although these items are of low level, and some weapons and leather armor are quite tattered, there are many of them. Altogether, there are over 100 pieces of weapons and armor, enough to assemble 60 to 70 sets. With these weapons and armor, the combat effectiveness of human units will be significantly enhanced. Wow, so many weapons and armors, all from ogres. Did Tang Xiaofan just wipe out an ogre tribe? Yesterday, a few ogres with big swords chased my militia squad near my castle, trying to hack at us. Luckily, we went fast. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out. Tang Xiaofan actually killed so many ogres. His strength is incredible. It seems this is the first time anyone has sold equipment. A big shot is indeed a big shot. Their moves are extraordinary. Tang Xiaofan is definitely the strongest among the hundreds of castle lords. Worship. Just when everyone was feeling envious, some discordant voices emerged. Suddenly, a few people spoke up. Although the quantity of these equipments is large, their levels are too low. Ogres are low-tier intelligent creatures in the continent of gods and demons. How good can their equipment be? Some weapons and leather armor have already decayed and deteriorated, rendering them completely pointless to purchase. Honestly, I have no use for them. Unfortunately, these dissenting voices are not mainstream, and soon, someone stood up to refute these absurd claims. Some people just aim too high. Is the princess syndrome acting up again? At this stage, the vast majority of humanoid troops are empty-handed, at best picking up a stick. In comparison, weapons like swords, spears, and morning stars are simply beginner's artifacts. After today, there are only 4 days left until the beast tide strikes. Being able to acquire these weapons will undoubtedly increase survival rates and even improve scores, leading to better rewards for events. There will always be some who are secretly envious and resentful of the big shot, Tang Xiaofan, ignorant and self-righteous. In an instant, all the haters disappeared, afraid to show their faces. Chapter 31. Adding the first friend on the trading channel. Meanwhile, in the super trading zone, Tang Xiaofan's 3 weapon and armor auctions are all receiving bids from the castle lords, and the frequency of bids is quite high. Clearly, there are many who can see the current situation clearly. So what if they are low-tier weapons? At this stage, a broadsword or a spiked club is considered a divine artifact. No matter how much you belittle them, there will always be discerning buyers eager to snatch them up. Tang Xiaofan, you have the qualifications to be my rival. On a mountaintop in the demon and god continent, a young man stands with his hands behind his back. In his line of sight, a dozen bipedal dragons, each about 20 meters tall, are hunting a group of wild elves. Perhaps due to the nature of their summoning, these bipedal dragons, creatures that stand at the top of the food chain in fantasy novels, are not as invincible as described in the books. As juvenile creatures, their physical and magical defenses are still quite weak. The potency of their acid breath is limited, insufficient to intimidate even such humble and weak beings as wild elves. On the contrary, upon seeing the bipedal dragons, the wild elves take the initiative to attack, their eyes filled with greed as if they had spotted treasure. Ogres. Their strength is not much different from that of wild elves. My bipedal dragon troops are currently incapable of assaulting an ogre tribe, but they will grow. One day, my castle's strength will surpass Tang Xiaofan's and stand at the pinnacle of the demon and god continent. The young man is very confident. His bipedal dragon castle is destined to look down upon the world. Tang Xiaofan is merely a stepping stone on his path to greatness, easily kicked aside. On a vast plain, Bai is leading his ancient giant bears to hunt a herd of wild buffalo. Compared to the first day when he was chased all over by the buffalo, his ancient giant bear team can now easily hunt these herbivorous monsters. Tang Xiaofan is one step ahead of me, but soon I will catch up with you. Bei is equally confident. I have gathered 100 soul stones. After this hunt, I will be able to upgrade my troop building. His gaze shifts to a level 10 elite wild buffalo not far away. By tomorrow at the latest, he intends to take down this boss. If it drops soul stones, his ancient giant bears will soar. In his view, as long as he upgrades his troop building, he will surpass Tang Xiaofan. In other parts of the demon and god continent, many castle lords are filled with confidence, believing that Tang Xiaofan is only temporarily in the lead. They will catch up sooner or later because they possess top-tier troops. They're the chosen ones. After placing items on the trading channel, Tang Xiaofan suddenly sees a friend request, and his heart stirs as he clicks to accept it for the first time. It's a reply from Kur. Tang Xiaofan, is it really you? I'm so happy. I can't believe I actually got to add you as a friend. Hee. The next moment, another message arrives. Tang Xiaofan, Kua's unit is the Black Iron Dwarves, who specialize in mining, smelting, and crafting equipment. The castle is located in the underground world, surrounded by stone and iron mines. I have stored the stones collected from the stone mine and the iron ore, and I can provide fine iron and stone. I estimate I can produce over 1,000 units daily. Would you like some, Tang Xiaofan? Tang Xiaofan replied, I'll take it all. What is the price? Kur. 1 unit of food can be exchanged for 4 units of fine iron, and 1 unit of food for 10 units of stone. What do you think, Tang Xiaofan? Tang Xiaofan was taken aback. He thought he'd have to pay a hefty price since fine iron is precious. He was surprised that Kur's exchange rate was lower than the market price. Just yesterday, he saw the trading channel offering 3 units of fine iron for 1 unit of food, but no one was willing to trade. Now, Kur was offering 4 units of fine iron for just 1 unit of food. What was her intention? Tang Xiaofan, haven't you seen what others are pricing in the market? Kur, I have, but I want to maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with you, Tang Xiaofan. If it's at market price, once fine iron becomes more abundant, you might not come to me for trades anymore. Your strength is formidable, and being able to collaborate with you is beneficial for my Black Iron Fortress. Upon hearing this response, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but label Kur as a shrewd businesswoman. While it seemed like she was losing out, in the long run, she was actually gaining. After all, Tang Xiaofan is recognized as the strongest castle lord. Establishing a long-term partnership with him for the cost of 1 unit of fine iron is a worthwhile investment. In the later stages, not to mention the difference of 1 unit of fine iron, even a whole box of soul stones in front of Tang Xiaofan might not sway him. Tang Xiaofan replied, Let us collaborate. I'll come to you once I gather some food. Kur, that is fantastic. Tang Xiaofan inquired, How do you smelt iron or into fine iron? Fine iron is one of the materials needed to upgrade towns. However, up until now, he hadn't heard of any castle lord being able to smelt iron or into fine iron. He initially thought only his own blacksmith shop could do that. But it turns out Kur could as well. Kur, my little dwarves accidentally stomped on a cockroach while mining, and unexpectedly, they dropped a blueprint for a smelting furnace. I've already built the furnace, and as long as I throw the iron ore in, I can get fine iron. Stomping on a cockroach led to finding a building blueprint? Tang Xiaofan was momentarily stunned. His farmers had killed at least 500 or 600 wild monsters in the past few days, yet he hadn't seen a single blueprint. A cockroach? Tang Xiaofan looked around his high-tech castle, unsure if there were cockroaches inside. If there were, he was tempted to stomp on one to see if he could get a blueprint too. In a certain underground world of the demon and god continent, nestled within is a level 2 castle. Outside the castle, a dozen black iron dwarves are diligently mining iron ore. Above the castle courtyard, thick black smoke billows from a 30-meter tall smelting furnace. Nearby, several black iron dwarves are tirelessly tossing ore into the furnace. Standing beside them is a little girl in a pleated skirt, her face smudged with soot, directing the operation. Everyone, let's work harder. I found a big client. It's the most powerful lord in the realm of gods and demons. Soon, our Black Iron Fortress will enjoy a good life. Yes, Princess Kur. The Black Iron Dwarves redouble their efforts. Some are mining, while others are smelting. The sounds of their labor echo continuously. This is a hardworking race. And of course, they deserve to be well-fed and well-watered. Chapter 32. The battle against the ogres begins with farming after spending some time browsing the information on the trading channel. Tang Xiaofan watched the builders resume construction on the buildings that had been delayed due to the earlier battle, namely, the weapons workshop, farmland, and beast pens. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before everything was completed. The warriors were also nearing the end of their rest period as they inspected their weapons. The Black Technology Castle was once again bustling with organized activity. He remembered the new friend request from Kur and opened his friend information. To his surprise, There were many castle lords who had sent him friend requests, and the number was increasing day by day. Some castle lords were persistent, repeatedly applying even after being rejected multiple times. Others came seeking him out, most of whom were trying to attach themselves to his big tree in hopes of leveraging his strength to enhance their own castle's power, although they didn't say it outright. Tang Xiaofan was well aware of their intentions. After all, terms like little brother, warm bed, school beauty, and versatile frequently appeared in their application notes. Only a few castle lords had high-tier or top-tier units, believing in their own strength and confidence about the future. They wanted to ally with Tang Xiaofan to discuss great endeavors during this era of competition. Without exception, Tang Xiaofan rejected all of them. He hadn't even passed the newbie phase yet. Discussing grand plans was premature. He'd focus on surviving the first wave of beast tides first. Opening course friend request. He found several messages waiting for him. Big brother Tang Xiaofan, Koa admires you so much. You actually killed so many ogres. I've never even seen what an ogre looks like. Big brother Tang Xiaofan, what are you doing right now? Big brother Tang Xiaofan, I'm so bored. Can you talk to me for a bit? Big brother Tang Xiaofan, I have good news. My blacksmith dwarves killed a worm while mining and dropped a blueprint. It's a blueprint for a blacksmith shop, and I've already built it. Now I can make equipment for you. Big brother Tang Xiaofan. Hehe. At the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan shook his head slightly, not giving it much thought. Soon after, Zhang Yi, fully equipped, approached and respectfully saluted Tang Xiaofan. My lord, we are ready. We have located the ogre tribe and can launch an attack on those monsters at any time. Tang Xiaofan nodded. A group of battle-hardened warriors clad in mark battle armor stood silently before him, their gazes filled with respect and fervent belief. There were 30 professional warriors in total, 5 of whom wore Mark II battle armor. As professional soldiers, they understood the value of this armor all too well. It was impervious to arrows and possessed immense strength, truly a warrior's favorite. Originally, such divine weapons were only meant for commanders or generals, yet now, every one of Tang Xiaofan's 30 warriors had a set. Moreover, looking at the busy blacksmith workshop, a number of new Mark II mechs were nearing completion. In the future, every professional warrior will possess this kind of armor, so how could they not be filled with excitement? Tang Xiaofan asked, how far is the ogre tribe from our castle? Zhang Yi respectfully replied, reporting to you, my lord, the ogre tribe is less than 15 kilometers from the castle. 15 kilometers, just as he had guessed. It wasn't far at all. It was precisely because of the close distance that the ogre tribe could quickly gather a larger number of ogre warriors to invade the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan then inquired, what is the strength of the ogre tribe? Zhang Yi said, according to Brother Nong Yi's investigation, it is a small tribe. There are only over 500 ogres in total. Among them, there are about 200 ogre warriors, with the highest level being level 10. There are also some elite ogres around level 12. Zhang Yi looked at Tang Xiaofan with admiration. My lord, with the strength of our armored team, we are more than capable of exterminating the ogre tribe and eliminating all invaders. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. All right. In that case, Zhang Yi, lead the attack on the ogre tribe. After the battle, bring the spoils back to the castle. As for the ogre's corpses, just leave them. They're of no value. Understood. My lord. Seeing Tang Xiaofan wave his hand, Zhang Yi saluted him before immediately turning to head outside the castle. The remaining warriors collectively saluted Tang Xiaofan and then followed closely behind, disappearing into the nearby dense forest. Tang Xiaofan did not personally participate in the war against the ogre tribe either. His level was only 4. Compared to other castle lords, he might have the highest level. But against a local force like the ogre tribe in the demon and god continent, a level 4 was merely on par with an ordinary warrior. If he entered the battle, he would likely be taken out by an elite ogre in an instant. He did not want to risk his life before achieving any victory. Moreover, his role was that of a behind-the-scenes strategist, a powerful lord for the farmers, and he did not need to engage in combat directly. As long as he remained in the castle and issued commands, that would suffice. This was also the reality for most castle lords. Some, seeking thrills and relishing combat, wandering on the edge of life and death, had already met their end. As a ruler, one should possess the awareness that comes with the role. Otherwise, one day they would find themselves eliminated. Watching the departure of the Mark armored team, Tang Xiaofan shifted his focus to the new construction. The first task was to build the farmland. The farmland was a square piece of land that had been turned over, with the special feature of being enclosed by wooden boards on all sides. My lord, this piece of farmland requires a farmer to take care of it in order to operate, Jian Yi said to Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan nodded and assigned a farmer to the task. My lord, I am Nong Shi, previously responsible for iron smelting. A sturdy, honest-looking man approached. And when he heard Tang Xiaofan asking him to farm, Tang Xiaofan surprisingly noticed a sense of relief wash over him. Farming was the farmer's profession, and the man, who had just set down his hammer, skillfully picked up a shovel and began to till the land. Moments later, tender sprouts began to emerge in the fields. Then, he took out a watering can and started to water the plants, and before long, the green shoots visibly surged, growing to ankle height in no time. Jarvis, what do you think this is? Some kind of technology? Sir, it's not in my database, so I can't determine. But it should relate to biology and the laws of causality. My information on these subjects is limited, so I'm unable to assist. Well, if even Jarvis can't analyze it, then it must be some advanced technology. Tang Xiaofan shrugged it off and watched as Farmer 16 worked the fields, while the animal pen was being constructed nearby. The animal pen was simpler than expected, just a square frame made of a few wooden planks. Following suit, Tang Xiaofan assigned Farmer 17 to oversee the animal pen. But he hesitated and said, "My lord, the animal pen requires one male and one female animal to function." Animals? That shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 33. Producing while expanding the army is the right path. We recruited a few farmers and suited them up in the newly made Mark II battle armor. They took a quick stroll around the castle and soon captured some live mutated wild bulls, which they tossed into the beast pen. To our surprise, these previously untamable bulls began to change once inside the pen. Their wild, bloodthirsty demeanor faded away, and under the care of Farmer 17, they quietly started munching on the feed. Watching the patterns on the bull's body shift and eventually settle into a striking black and white, Tang Xiaofan realized that this beast pen had some truly magical properties. At that moment, Farmer 16, who was tending to his field nearby, announced that his crops were ready for harvest. The small field was filled with ripe wheat, and with a massive scythe in hand, he swiftly finished the job, filling 2 burlap sacks with the freshly harvested grain and tossing them aside. "Master, this field yielded about 100 kilograms of produce, and I can manage 5 fields at once," Farmer 16 reported. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. "That's impressive. How long did it take?" "About 30 minutes, my lord." "Great. A single field can produce up to 800 kilograms of grain in a day, though the farmers need to rest." "Excellent. GNE, continue to expand to 20 fields." 23. "Take this grain to the kitchen and see how much food we can produce." Farmer 23 quickly complied, hoisting 2 sacks of wheat over his shoulder and following Tang Xiaofan to the kitchen within the castle walls. Soon after, the chef processed the grain and discovered that 1 sack could produce 20 units of food. This meant that a single field could normally yield 480 units of food. With 20 fields, we could produce 600 units of food daily. For the entire Black Tech Castle, each farmer consumed 1 unit of food per meal. 3 meals a day. Thus, 20 fields could sustain 3,000 farmers. At that moment, Farmer 17 approached, carrying a bull. After slaughtering it, he placed the carcass nearby, automatically gaining 30 units of food. "My lord, the beast pen can produce 10 bulls per day. I can manage for beast pens. Each pen generates 300 units of food, enough to support 100 farmers. GNE, hurry over." Fortunately, GNE, who was not far away building the fields, quickly arrived. "Build a total of 20 beast pens." "Yes, my lord." With that, the beast pens could support 2,000 farmers daily, while the fields could sustain 3,000 farmers. "Shouldn't we start expanding our army now?" "Jarvis, what do you think? Should we recruit soldiers now, or do we have another plan?" "Sir, based on my calculations, I recommend you summon farmers according to the production efficiency of the Mark II battle armor." "That's right. We're currently recruiting too many farmers who have nothing to do." Although farmers seem strong, they are really not much on this land of gods and demons. A single mutated beast could easily take down a farmer. Farmers without battle armor are unable to fight. The bottleneck in the development of the Black Technology Castle lies in the number of Mark II battle armors. "All right, I've decided to recruit a full 100 farmers to speed up resource collection and food production." Soon, a group of farmers was produced, and they were assigned to fields and livestock pens, while the remaining ones were distributed to various workshops and resource points. In the program Today's Land of Gods and Demons, Yuchi excitedly raised her fist and asked the guests, "Commander, Master Gong, what is this crop? It matures in 30 minutes? The commander also excitedly stood up, looking at the rapidly maturing crops, shaking his head and saying, "I'm not sure either. This crop definitely has appeared on Blue Star." "Master Gong, do you know?" "I don't know. I specialize in technology inventions and speeches, not biology," Master Gong replied. "Humph. It must be fake. How could such a thing exist?" Zhang Xiaoxiao was ignored by everyone, but he stubbornly jumped in to express his opinion. Still so confident and self-assured. "Damn it. Who can tell me how to get this jerk off the show? I want to blow up the complaint hotline for toilet TV." "Calm down, bro. The more you complain, the more useless it is, because he's just generating traffic like this. Exactly. The more you complain about someone like Tang Xiaofan, the more toilet TV thinks he's got traffic. They'll be even less willing to replace him. If you ignore him, he'll just double down on making his presence known and annoy everyone. Damn it. 15 kilometers away. They were already far from the influence of the Black Technology Castle, but for the team of professional warriors led by Jean-E, this distance was still within the castle's territory and didn't count as a risk. As long as it wasn't nighttime, they could roam freely in the forest. With the combat power of the professional warrior team, they were capable of handling most emergencies. The assembled professional warrior team, fully equipped with 30 mark battle armors, swiftly approached the ogre tribe deep in the forest and quickly reached their destination. Looking out, it was a primitive tribe with low productivity. Dozens of large and small thatched huts and wooden houses were haphazardly piled together, surrounded by wooden fences. In the center was a large courtyard with a fire burning, roasting the carcasses of unknown animals. Scattered throughout the tribe were ogres of all sizes, numbering in the hundreds. Deep within the tribe stood a wooden tower, 3 stories high and about 20 meters tall. At the gate below the tower, strong ogre warriors were on guard. Jean-E led the charge, wielding a double-bladed giant axe. Pointing at the panicked ogre tribe, the Lord has commanded, destroy the ogre tribe and wipe out all the monsters. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Eradicate them completely, leaving no trace behind. The warriors bowed in unison. Yes, we shall obey the Lord's command. My Lord, we will charge forward with courage. Jean-E shouted, then took the lead into the ogre tribe. In an instant, he soared into the sky and struck down the ogre on the watchtower with a single swing of his axe. His armor gleamed silver, radiating a blinding brilliance. A group of ogre warriors guarding the tribe soon detected his presence, letting out strange cries to summon other ogres in the tribe. At the same time, they hurled their spears at the airborne Jean-E. Jean-E gracefully swayed his body, easily dodging the spears. He looked down at the ogres in the tribe, his gaze filled with pity. Pitiful beings from another world. You dare to trouble the great Lord? Then only death can cleanse your sins. Chapter 34. Only death is your redemption. He quickened his pace, running while spinning his double-bladed axe in both hands. My Lord is the savior of this world. You worthless scum should kneel before him. How dare you harbor evil thoughts? Your only fate is to become the mud of death, fulfilling my Lord's grand design. As the last words left his mouth, he transformed into a whirling mowing machine. He cut through the ranks of ogres, leaving them in pieces scattered across the ground. Only a few powerful ogre warriors, elite ogres, managed to narrowly escape the path of the mowing machine and survive. Scum, still trying to run? There is no chance left for you. Ever since evil thoughts took root in your feeble minds, death has become your best outcome. In an instant, several Mark II battle armor warriors caught up with a few elite ogres, and with swift strikes, they sent them crashing to the ground. In less than 5 seconds, those elite ogres were reduced to fragments. Meanwhile, a professional warrior squad armed with large shields and spiked clubs charged into the ogre tribe. Scum, meet your end. Those who offend my Lord shall be pursued to the ends of the earth. We will root out every last one of you. A powerful force quickly enveloped the entire tribe, as if the garbage was being thoroughly cleaned. The formidable warrior squad pushed forward like a bulldozer, sweeping through the entire ogre tribe without a hint of hesitation. Not a single ogre stood a chance against them. The warriors showed no mercy towards the monsters invading their lord's territory. They believed that even monsters, if willing to face death and shed their blood, could find redemption through their demise. Their sins could ultimately be forgiven. Therefore, they weren't just killing, they were saving. If they couldn't redeem the monsters' bodies, they would redeem their souls. Soon, all the ogre warriors lay in pools of blood. The professional warrior squad surrounded the wooden tower, the heart of the ogre tribe, guarded by 3 ogre mages. 2 of the ogre mages had rushed out during the battle and were quickly overwhelmed by the warriors. This meant that only 1 ogre mage remained inside the tower. He was old, his body frail and emaciated, yet he grasped his magic staff tightly. Appearing at the 3rd floor window, he stared at the warriors outside. Scum, he shouted as he leaped to the high platform, his expression cold as he looked at the old ogre mage. Do not cling to your delusions. To dare invade my lord's territory is to invite your own reckoning. Redemption through death is your ultimate fate. Faced with the encirclement of the professional warrior squad, the old ogre mage showed no fear. He raised his magic staff high and shouted furiously, invaders from another world, you will not sway me. In the land of gods and demons, the creatures do not require faith, they only seek the truth. In our realm, deities are as numerous as the stars in the sky. One day, you beings from other worlds will be driven out. Suddenly, several massive fireballs hurtled towards Jean-E. The intense heat made the air sizzle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jean-E dodged swiftly. The giant axe in his hand transformed into streaks of cold light, shattering all the fireballs. After the previous battle, he had leveled up, becoming even more formidable. The other warriors had also significantly increased their strength. Foolish and obstinate, you are beyond saving. You scum, even gods must be appointed by the Lord. Otherwise, you are mere wild gods. Kill. As Zhang Yi's voice fell, he swung his axe down, slaying the ogre elder. With that, this small ogre tribe was completely defeated. The battle was over. In the Black Technology Castle, the dazzling golden light around Tang Xiaofan faded away. He had leveled up to level 5. At the same time, based on the information prompt, he learned that the professional warrior team attacking the ogre tribe had achieved a great victory. A bountiful harvest. Not only had he eliminated the invading ogre tribe, earning a substantial amount of energy points and leveling up, but he also received numerous notifications about obtaining soul stones. What delighted Tang Xiaofan was that since this world had many gods, it meant there were plenty of monsters waiting for him to hunt. Even though the upgrade requirements for the farmer factory needed many soul stones, at this rate, leveling up wouldn't matter. Just then, a prompt sound appeared. Your troops have discovered the heart of the ogre tribe. Please choose whether to destroy it. Yes. No. Tang Xiaofan inquired. What is the difference? Destroying the heart of the tribe will cause the enemy forces to disappear, and your side will gain additional soul stone rewards. The stronger the enemy forces, the greater the soul stone rewards. Choosing not to destroy will prevent you from obtaining extra soul stone rewards. Retaining the heart of the tribe allows you to control the tribe and make them a subordinate tribe. A subordinate tribe? Huh. What value would an ogre tribe hold as a subordinate? Are we waiting for them to eat people? Moreover, with all the ogres in this tribe killed, a tribe with no one left is worthless. There is really no choice here. Destroy it. With Tang Xiaofan's command, 15 kilometers away, the professional warrior team smashed a stone tablet in the wooden tower. As the tablet was destroyed, the buildings in the ogre tribe began to collapse, ultimately turning into a heap of ruins. Congratulations to the Lord of the Black Technology Castle. Your troops have destroyed the heart of the ogre tribe, earning you an additional 50 soul stones. You have eliminated the ogre tribe. Your castle's influence and prestige in the forest have increased. Special reminder, due to the continuous rise in influence and reputation, more and more local factions in the forest have taken notice of your high-tech castle. Tang Xiaofan pretended not to see it. After all, he was already being watched. The addition of a few more local factions was no big deal. At least for the next 3 days, he didn't need to worry about safety. Moreover, the more factions that came, the more soul stones he would collect. The key was that Tang Xiaofan discovered a way to control the opposing tribe's hearts. So, could the heart of the castle also be controlled? If he could seize another's castle heart, it meant he could turn competitors from other Blue Star nations into his vassals. Their lives and deaths would be at his command. Not long after, the professional warrior squad returned triumphantly. They had so much loot that the farmers had to make several trips to carry everything back to the castle. In total, they collected various low-tier weapons and armor, totaling 390 pieces, 3 magic wands, 180 soul stones, 720 units of food, and 200 units of refined iron. Additionally, the warrior strengths had significantly increased. Currently, in his professional warrior squad, the first team member reached level 10, while team members 2 through 5 all leveled up to 9. The remaining warriors leveled up to 8. The entire warrior squad experienced a substantial boost in power. Chapter 35. The lucky girl with the royal physique. The farmer's team had hunted wild monsters and collected nearly 5,000 units of food. Among them, 200 units of food were exchanged for 800 units of fine iron for cure. The remaining food was all put up for sale in the trading channel by Tang Xiaofan, and now it had all been sold out. He had harvested 20,000 units of wood and 3,600 units of stone. Currently, the castle's storage held 50,100 units of wood, 11,300 units of stone, 2,920 units of fine iron, and 9,200 units of iron ingots. Although there was still a distance to go before upgrading the castle, it wouldn't take long. It was evident that his castle's strength was rapidly increasing. However, Tang Xiaofan, caught up in the trading vortex, was oblivious to this. After packing up his weapons and armor for sale, he returned to the castle's bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, he woke up at noon. After freshening up and enjoying a sumptuous meal prepared by Farmer 23, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the kitchen had managed to make braised beef today. How wonderful! Where did all these seasonings come from? With a strong curiosity, Tang Xiaofan called the chef over and asked him to pick out the spices from the beef. We have them in the kitchen. There are always some available, the chef replied. Tang Xiaofan nodded, signaling the chef to get back to work. As many people were ordering beef today, Jarvis, what do you think? At this rate, the technology in this world surpasses all known scientific principles of humanity, he said. Sir, if I may be blunt, this is not the right time to consider such matters. Instead, we should make the most of these resources to amplify your power and take control of this world. Analyzing yesterday's battle records indicates that there are many deities in this world. The challenges you face may not be any easier than those faced by the Avengers, Jarvis replied. Tang Xiaofan nodded. It seemed that something like the Infinity Gauntlet might be a common item in this world. Moreover, it was good news that the technological foundation of this world wasn't solely based on magic. There was also technology, and it was quite advanced. Oh, how does it compare to your database? There is still a gap of a few hundred years. Tang Xiaofan swallowed a piece of the tender braised beef with satisfaction and said, That's great. Let's teach the natives of this world what high technology really means. Yes, sir. After finishing the beef with rice, Tang Xiaofan felt a sense of fullness and contentment. Compared to other castle lords, he was undoubtedly living a happy life now. While other lords would be lucky to have a meal of meat, most of their food had to go towards feeding their troops. They could only gather edible flowers, fruits, honey, and even wild grasses and tree bark from the dense forests. Although these were bitter and hard to swallow, they were still a means to survive. After all, one must eat to live. Of course, since arriving in this world, Tang Xiaofan had never worried about filling his stomach. Since the kitchen was set up, the issue of dining habits has not arisen. After all, he is from the Dragon Kingdom and is only accustomed to Dragon Kingdom cuisine. He feels that this way of life can continue indefinitely. Of course, he also looks forward to something better. This world has exotic beasts, and he wonders how good those dragons and phoenixes would taste. With this thought in mind, Tang Xiaofan called the chef again and instructed him not to neglect his culinary skills just because there was an automatic cooking kitchen, especially since the ingredients here are abundant. He should work hard to hone his cooking skills. The chef took his orders and went off. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Tang Xiaofan opened the information prompt and discovered that the 3 sets of packaged weapons and armor had all been auctioned off. He had set a time limit of 3 hours for the auction. When time was up, the highest bidder would win. He took stock of the results. The 3 pieces of equipment fetched a total of 830 units of wood, 200 units of stone, and 120 units of refined iron, which was quite a profit. To be honest, the true value of those pieces of equipment wasn't worth even a fifth of these resources. However, these are exceptional times. In extraordinary times, things hold extraordinary value. With weapons and armor, the strength of the humanoid troops can rise sharply. Although he lost some resources and delayed the castle's upgrade, the castle lords who acquired the equipment could equip their troops to hunt more wild monsters and raise their troop levels. Whether this was a gain or a loss is up for debate, as perspectives vary. Moreover, today marks the 4th day of their arrival. In 3 days, the protective shield will disappear and the beast tide may follow. The stronger the castle's troops, the higher the chances of withstanding the beast tide. They should be grateful to Tang Xiaofan for this. In fact, it is indeed the case. The 3 castle lords who acquired the equipment saw their harvest multiply after a day of hunting. In their excitement, they shared their achievements in the World Chat channel, praising Tang Xiaofan. Meanwhile, those castle lords who participated in the auction but missed out on the equipment were heartbroken, regretting not having invested more. Overall, while Tang Xiaofan made a significant profit in resources, he also gained a wave of reputation and recognition among the castle lords. Although he is not like Bai Yi, who cares about such things, he thought of a friend who could provide a large amount of stone and refined iron. Since he needed to produce the Mark II battle armor, the progress of refining refined iron was not very fast. Now that Tang Xiaofan had enough food, he decided to hand over the refining of refined iron to Kuer. This is called division of labor, each with their own role. Then he realized that he had yet to see what the blueprints looked like. After looking at the message Kuer sent, Tang Xiaofan fell silent for a long time, feeling inexplicably hurt. He thought he was lucky enough to have had a one-time explosion of luck to acquire Jarvis, while Kuer seemed to be experiencing a continuous outpouring of luck, a favored one by the goddess of fortune, no less. In the friends list, Tang Xiaofan sent a message. I was busy earlier. What materials do you need to craft the equipment? Do you need the equipment blueprints? In an underground world, a small, gray-faced little girl jumped up in surprise. Tang Xiaofan replied to me. She exclaimed excitedly, her voice drawing the attention of the surrounding gray-skinned dwarfs. With her large, black gemstone-like eyes squinting, the little girl quickly typed a response. Tang Xiaofan must be doing something really important, right? She remembered the message from the crafting shop. Creating regular equipment doesn't require blueprints. You can use materials from monsters or combine them with other resources to forge items directly. Only magical equipment needs blueprints. Regular gear includes items like the giant swords, spears, and clubs wielded by ogre warriors, as well as leather armor. As for magical equipment, Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment. A magic wand stored in his warehouse appeared in his hand. This wand, topped with a soul stone, was obtained from a level 12 elite ogre mage. Its purpose was to amplify the power of low-level spells. This must be what they meant by magical equipment, albeit a very basic one. Materials from monsters, huh? Tang Xiaofan glanced towards the castle's warehouse. Inside, he had collected thousands of monster materials from over 1,000 wild creatures. Fur, scales, claws, and stingers. There was a wide variety. Chapter 36. Agreeing on a plan to make money from equipment. Tang Xiaofan replied, I have a lot of monster materials. What is the collaboration like? Seeing his response, Kuo quickly replied, no need. Kuo's gray dwarves can forge equipment for you at no cost. Free? This intrigued Tang Xiaofan. After a brief pause, he replied, I don't need regular equipment for now. The equipment you forge should be sold in the trading channel to obtain resources for upgrading the castle. I'll provide the monster materials, and you'll forge the equipment. We'll split the proceeds 50-50. How does that sound? A 50-50 split would earn Tang Xiaofan some profit, though not much. He wasn't a greedy person. He just thought it would be a good opportunity to utilize Kuo's forging abilities to make some money, while he wouldn't leak the blueprints for the more valuable mark armor that he truly needed. Tang Xiaofan suspected that Kuo's forge was likely the only building capable of creating equipment at this stage. In fact, she could easily bypass him. Buy monster materials at a low price, forge them into equipment, and then sell them for a higher price. In that case, she would definitely make more profit. Of course, her earnings would eventually decline once the number of forges increased, but that was a long way off. The drop rate for the blueprints was too low, making it unlikely that someone would have the necessary forging units and also obtain the blueprints. By collaborating with Tang Xiaofan and splitting the profits, she could still earn money, especially since it was a no-cost deal for her. While it wouldn't make her rich overnight, it was more aligned with the meaning of long-term cooperation. Okay. Kuo will listen to you, Tang Xiaofan. However, Kuo had considered these issues. Tang Xiaofan's understanding of her was actually mistaken. She wasn't a shrewd businesswoman. Her high-priced exchanges for Tang Xiaofan's food weren't a long-term investment. She simply wanted his protection. After all, she was just a 15-year-old girl, alone in a strange world. She felt lonely, fearful, and insecure. Tang Xiaofan's strength gave her a sense of safety. After getting to know him, her fear of this unfamiliar world had diminished significantly. Thus, she was eager to get closer to him, much like a child trying hard to gain the approval and protection of an adult. Then it settled. Tang Xiaofan asked, how much refined iron have you forged so far? Kuo replied, Tang Xiaofan, I've already forged 800 units of refined iron. Tang Xiaofan was taken aback. So much? Kuo sent a smiling face emoji. Yes. I can recruit 9 gray dwarves every day, blacksmiths, miners, and warriors. They all work very hard. The recruitment mechanism for military units allows for more recruits of weaker units and fewer of stronger ones. For instance, Tang Xiaofan's farmer factory has unlimited recruitment for farmers since they are the weakest. Today marked the 4th day, and Kuo had clearly already amassed 36 little dwarves. While that was a considerable number, their combat power was quite low. Tang Xiaofan casually put on his battle armor and easily defeated her dwarf squad. This illustrates the vast difference between top-tier troops and lower-tier troops. Tang Xiaofan replied, I will list 200 units of food and packaged monster materials on the trading channel later, and you can exchange them for 800 units of refined iron. You are the only one allowed to make the exchange. Once the equipment is crafted, you can list it in the trading channel to exchange for soul stones and materials for castle upgrades. After selling the equipment, please transfer 60 of the materials to me. Kuo quickly responded, okay, Tang Xiaofan. I understand. Tang Xiaofan then proceeded to list the food and monster materials, restricting the exchange to Kuo. He wasn't worried that Kuo would embezzle his monster materials and disappear. That wouldn't be worth it. A long-term collaboration was in both their interests. A moment later, Kuo messaged him, Tang Xiaofan, when you have some free time, can you chat with me? I promise I won't take too much of your time. I just want to know that you're there for me. My parents are missing, and I'm really scared being alone. Tang Xiaofan paused for a moment. How old are you? Well, in 2 months, I'll be 15. Where are you from? I'm from the Galloping Horse Kingdom. All right, only during your free time. Thank you. Tang Xiaofan. In the dim underground world, the little girl with a dusty face cheered and sang. Kuo was very happy today. In the high-tech castle, Tang Xiaofan communicated with the little girl in the underground world and urged her to craft all her equipment before the newbie protection period ended, which was in 3 days. After 3 days, the newbie shield would disappear, and the initial beast tide would sweep across the territories of all castle lords in the Divine Demon Continent. This was a test. Those who succeeded would stand tall in the Divine Demon Continent and embark on the path of competition among the races. Those who failed would be eliminated. As long as the little girl could craft the equipment within 3 days, they could make a significant profit. Tang Xiaofan believed that to survive the impending beast-tide crisis, Castle Lords wouldn't mind spending heavily. After all, being eliminated meant losing everything they currently had, and even death. Clearly, no one wanted to face such an outcome. The little girl listened intently to Tang Xiaofan's words, following his instructions without question. She immediately summoned a full 20 grade dwarves to the blacksmith shop to craft equipment. The remaining dwarves were all busy gathering iron ore and forging refined iron. Knowing that what Tang Xiaofan needed most right now was refined iron, Kurer exclaimed, "You've given me over 1,000 types of monster materials. And with what I had before, my little dwarves can craft at least over 2,000 low-tier equipment." Tang Xiaofan replied, "Not just that. There are still 3 days left. I will hunt more monster materials. We will craft more than just 2,000 pieces of equipment. You can leave a part of it behind to arm your little dwarves and protect the castle." Kutter sent a smiley face. "Thank you, big guy." The little girl was very happy. Her decision turned out to be the right one. Being close to Tang Xiaofan made her feel incredibly safe. Kurer secretly thought, if I find useful blueprints for Tang Xiaofan next time, I'll give them to him. He would definitely be very happy and like me even more. If Tang Xiaofan knew her thoughts, he would surely be moved and let out a long sigh. The little girl's gray dwarves accidentally stepped on mice and squashed little spiders while mining, resulting in the discovery of blueprints for a smelting furnace and a blacksmith shop. Meanwhile, he swept through a 15-kilometer radius of dense forest, slaying over 2,000 monsters, yet he had no idea what the blueprints looked like. Compared to him, Kuro was truly the favored one by the goddess of luck. Chapter 37, Successful Machine Gun Test. The Dragon's Onslaught. It was a calm afternoon. After arranging a lucrative scheme, Tang Xiaofan instructed Nong Urshizen to set up some chairs on the city wall, ready to bask in the sun. The work had now fallen into a steady rhythm. The newly built weapon workshop was currently busy processing the M249 that Tang Xiaofan provided. Yes, the same one that the Winter Soldier used, known for its infinite ammunition, the Big Pineapple, with a theoretical firing rate of 1,000 rounds per minute. Sir, based on the known monster data, this weapon paired with the Mark II battle armor can effectively suppress these creatures. Moreover, it compensates for the Mark II's inability to attack at range. Alright, let us produce 2 of them first. Infinite ammunition is simply outrageous. This time, the responsibility for the weapon workshop was handed over to Nong Er. As a seasoned blacksmith, he had successfully completed his job transition. At this moment, he was clad in a leatherwork outfit, sporting a magnifying glass on his head, with various intricate tools hanging from his apron. "Master, the structure of this weapon is quite unique, but with the blueprints, it shouldn't be a problem." With that, Nong Er took the blueprints into the workshop, along with a batch of titanium alloy. Soon, the sound of machinery roared to life, and a gun barrel emerged. Before long, a brand new M249, still exuding the scent of fresh ink, was completed. Holding the hefty machine gun, Tang Xiaofan reflected on how, with Jarvis, he had discovered a system bug. As long as he input the blueprints, the workshop could manufacture the items. Coupled with Jarvis's extensive database, he no longer needed to envy Ku-Er, the lucky one, because Jarvis's database could be considered the epitome of good fortune. Test the gun. Watching Nong Er, clad in the Mark II armor and effortlessly wielding the M249, opened fire into the forest, a torrent of steel erupted from the muzzle, effortlessly knocking down thick trees. The barrel remained cool, and with the advantage of infinite ammunition, it could be said that within a range of 1,000 meters, there was nothing the M249 couldn't shred. If something didn't get torn apart, then just fire again. The test was a resounding success. After arranging for rapid production, Tang Xiaofan learned that the latest 10 sets of Mark II battle armor had been completed, and he was overjoyed. Today had been a fulfilling day. As night fell once more, the blood moon's glow enveloped the entire endless continent. The eerie red light cascaded down, making the already sinister forest even more terrifying. A pack of beasts roared in unison, and night owls hooted in the darkness. At some point, a dense mass of ghostly green light appeared in the thickets outside the castle. On the city wall, Jean raised the M249 and unleashed a barrage into the forest. Rat-a-tat-tat. Instantly, the tracer rounds illuminated countless feral monsters lurking in the wild. There were gray wolves, demon bears, giant pythons, and black foxes during the day. They had been scattered by the farmer squad, but as night fell and the blood moon rose, they regrouped, frenzied like demons, eyeing the high-tech castle with malevolent intent. There are just too many monsters outside the city. At least 1,000 of them, including a large number of elite and commander-level monsters. With the night bonus in the forest right now, their strength is tripled. Even if the battle armor squad goes out, it would be difficult to eliminate them all, and there is a chance of encountering unforeseen dangers. Awakened by the commotion, Tang Xiaofan climbed up onto the city wall and looked at the monster corpses outside. He said, "For now, let us not worry about them and stay inside. In a few days, we can set up searchlights and build another layer of walls on the outskirts to keep the monsters out. At that point, we can use the machine guns and sniper rifles on the walls to systematically clear the monsters. Perhaps when the shield disappears, the number of farmers will increase exponentially, and their individual strength will also significantly rise with hunting. Once we gather 200 units of Mark II battle armor, I can turn this forest into my own garden. For now, I choose to endure a little longer. Reducing farmer casualties and avoiding unnecessary sacrifices is what a qualified leader should do. So, if we can avoid risks, we should." Tang Xiaofan doesn't take actions without certainty. Just then, in the dark horizon, a sudden burst of flames erupted. A massive figure soared through the sky, breathing fire. The flames ravaged the forest, and many of the lurking shadows were reduced to ashes. Those were countless small flying monsters that, in their panic, began to swarm the massive figure. However, the flying monsters were no match for it, and were instantly turned to ash, raining down from the sky. Finally, the massive figure emerged victorious, dominating the entire dense forest. No monsters dared to provoke it anymore. The giant figure flapped its wings and flew towards the high-tech castle. When Tang Xiaofan took a closer look, he was shocked to see that it was a western dragon measuring dozens of meters in length. This dragon was exceptionally agile. Its entire body a dark red color, covered in fine scales that sparkled. Its wings, when extended, also spanned several dozen meters, casting a shadow over the land. The red dragon hovered high in the sky, blocking the blood moon and casting a large shadow as it looked down upon the high-tech castle. Its face was fierce, and it breathed flames from its mouth and nostrils. Its cold gaze was fixed on Tang Xiaofan and his farmers standing in the castle courtyard, revealing a bloodthirsty and merciless nature. Yet, in the end, it did not attack. Instead, it flapped its wings and disappeared into the distant sky amidst the raging winds. A dragon, and a fully grown one at that. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath, feeling grateful that he hadn't sent the battle armor squad out to wreak havoc. Otherwise, if the dragon had attacked, it would surely have resulted in farmer casualties. This dragon must be a native intelligent creature of the forest, not a wild monster. It was drawn to the high-tech castle out of curiosity but wisely left, knowing it could not breach the castle's shield. The strength of the iron armor squad must become even stronger. Otherwise, once the novice period is over and the protective shield disappears, this big guy will return, and my castle will be in serious trouble. Tang Xiaofan knows that the Divine Demon Continent is not a vacation spot or an amusement park. Danger is always present. Jarvis, do you have any suggestions? Sir, the best approach is naturally to develop a microreactor to activate the flight capabilities of the Mark II armor. That way, we can engage in combat with the dragon in the air. Tang Xiaofan shook his head helplessly and replied, "Unfortunately, we haven't discovered palladium yet, so we can't do that. The urgent task is to create a long-range weapon that can pose a deadly threat to the dragon." "Oh, what kind of weapon?" "Conventional weapons can barely pierce through those hard dragon scales, right?" "Sir, ordinary weapons, even firearms, are indeed difficult to defeat a dragon, but I can." Jarvis's supercomputing power can lock onto an animal, even a giant one, flying at a speed not exceeding 50 kilometers per hour. That's almost a piece of cake. However, conventional weapons won't work, but we can use a shoulder-mounted cannon, specifically the XM-109 sniper rifle. Chapter 38. Recruiting more professional warriors, also known as the shoulder cannon. The XM-109 sniper rifle has a range of 2 kilometers and can effortlessly penetrate a steel plate that is 5 centimeters thick, combined with my aiming and tracking computation capabilities. If that giant dragon comes again, it might not get away. Haha, great. Tang Xiaofan heard there was a chance to directly kill that dragon. With that thought, all his worries vanished. As midnight approached, the farmers were sound asleep in their cottages, while the sentinels patrolled the city walls. A gentle white light bathed them, a testament to the power of trust. The farmers were not robots. They were flesh and blood people who needed to replenish their energy through food and rest after a day of hard work. Tang Xiaofan returned alone to the workshop in the castle, where he could finally relax. After browsing the global chat for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Even in the dead of night, the global chat channel was still lively. Many castle lords, having nothing to do, were discussing how terrifying the knights in the demon and magic continent could be. Some castle lords, confident in their strength, sent out troops to hunt, only to suffer complete annihilation, leaving them furious and bloodied. Earlier, some lords had already learned their lesson the hard way. Yet, there were always those who remained overly confident and enjoyed taking risks. They sought to use the night for hunting to widen the gap between themselves and other castle lords, even hoping to surpass Tang Xiaofan. In the end, however, they faced heavy losses and regretted their decisions. Little did they know, even Tang Xiaofan was reluctant to let his armored squad venture out for risks. What chance did they have? Overall, at this stage, the knights in the demon and magic continent were extremely dangerous for castle lords. Moreover, they needed to accelerate their strength enhancement. At the very least, they needed to clear out all the monsters in their territory. Otherwise, once the novice period ended and the protective shield disappeared, their territories would inevitably face assaults from wild monsters, not to mention the beast tide. At that time, without the shield as protection, the situation for the castle lords would be dire. The only solution was to strengthen the castle. A night passed, the sun rose, and the forest, which had been in chaos all night, became calm again. The wild monsters that had gathered around the high-tech castle during the night retreated. The clever ones distanced themselves from the castle's territory, while the foolish ones wandered in the nearby dense woods. These wild monsters would become the hunting targets for the farmers during the day. In the bedroom, Tang Xiaofan awoke and casually opened the trading channel. The 5 sets of packaged gear he had listed yesterday were all sold out. In total, he earned 28,000 units of wood, 12,000 units of stone, and 500 units of refined iron. Together with the supplies he had previously stored, the castle's warehouse now held 62,100 units of wood, 21,800 units of stone, 1,520 units of refined iron, and 7,000 units of iron ingots. He was one step closer to upgrading the high-tech castle to a high-tech town. Tang Xiaofan was undoubtedly the wealthiest among the countless lords of castles. No other lord had reserves that could compare to his. In fact, many castle lords hadn't even upgraded their castles yet, while Tang Xiaofan was already preparing resources to upgrade his town. He was ahead of everyone. After finishing his morning routine and enjoying a bowl of mixed grain porridge along with a traditional Chinese breakfast of pickled vegetables, Tang Xiaofan felt warm and content as he stepped into the courtyard. 30 warriors had gathered together, looking at him with admiration. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. These were his dedicated farmers, who didn't need to work. Their sole purpose was to engage in combat and train during peacetime. His gaze suddenly fell upon Johnny, and he was taken aback. "Johnny, you've leveled up?" Yesterday, when he returned to the castle, Johnny was still at level 10. Now, he had reached level 11, achieving a rapid advancement. Moreover, after leveling up, Johnny had grown to about 2 meters tall, with muscles that were incredibly robust and a chiseled face. While all farmers were strong, Johnny's presence exuded even more of a tough and battle-hardened aura. He had become exceptionally fierce. Tang Xiaofan was puzzled and couldn't understand why Johnny suddenly leveled up. Could it be that the encounter with the dragon last night had inspired him to sneak out and train? Upon hearing Tang Xiaofan's question, Johnny respectfully replied, "My lord, when I returned yesterday, I was just a hair's breadth away from leveling up to 11. This morning, after training and with your blessing, I managed to reach level 11. Tang Xiaofan realized that his blessing was not the deciding factor. Johnny's advancement indicated that warriors could level up not only by defeating enemies, but also through self-training, which could similarly earn them energy points. However, defeating enemies yielded more energy. "Very good. Keep up the hard work," Tang Xiaofan said with an appreciative smile. At that moment, Noli approached Tang Xiaofan to report that they had completed a total of 25 sets of Mark II battle armor, with more in production that would be finished in 2 days. Tang Xiaofan was thrilled. That meant he now had 50 sets of armor, 25 sets of Mark I and 25 sets of Mark II. Then, Noli came to report that they had completed 50 units of the M249 infinite ammunition machine gun, ready to be equipped to the battle armor. The XM109 sniper rifle was expected to be completed by tomorrow. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction and instructed Johnny to receive the equipment. He then went to the farmer factory nearby and summoned another 20 professional warriors. Soon, another batch of strong fighters emerged from the factory. "My lord." The 20 newly recruited professional warriors stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Tang Xiaofan, their eyes filled with admiration and unwavering faith. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded, giving each of them names. Afterwards, he commanded Johnny to lead the team for a hunting expedition. Tang Xiaofan said to them, while hunting wild monsters, "Keep an eye on the local forces hidden in the dense forest. Our goal is to eliminate and suppress these local powers and dominate this forest. Hunting wild monsters is merely to gather food, monster materials, and gain experience. The struggle among the myriad races must start with conquering the local forces of the divine demon continent. Moreover, conquering these local forces yields even greater rewards. Yesterday, after we wiped out the ogre tribe, the Black Technology Castle reaped a large haul of equipment, energy stones, and exotic crystals. which has given me a taste of the benefits. Yes, my lord. Jean-E and Nina replied respectfully. Rest assured. The warrior team will cleanse the heretics from this forest and assist you in ruling over it. Jean-Yi's gaze was resolute. Warriors are the sword of our lord. Our duty is to clear all obstacles for you and spread your brilliance, allowing the entire world to bask in your glory. Before the ogre's old mage died, he roared in anger. The creatures of the divine demon continent only seek the truth. They do not need faith. Such words are foolish. Only the glory of our Lord is eternal and undying. To honor our Lord as King is the only way to earn the right to survive. Chapter 39. The Turmoil of Blue Star and New Plans. Wow, is this a castle from Dragon Country? Are you sure it's not from the homeland of Dragon Country? That's right. The brothers who are here for the first time aren't mistaken. This is indeed the castle live stream of Dragon Country's contestant, Tang Xiaofan. How come there are so many farmers? And they even built a city wall. A city wall. Other people's castles are lucky to have a shed. Look closely. The city wall is just a small part. Nothing to write home about. Let me see. Oh my gosh. So many workshops. What's that? Don't tell me that's battle armor. And machine guns. That's right, machine guns. Authentic M249 machine guns. Is this a rich kid's life experience or a realm of gods and demons? Why does the castle of the Dragon Country contestant look thousands of years ahead compared to others? Haha, it's still not too late to consider joining Dragon Country. They have already entered the era of battle armor, while those so-called contestants from other countries are still stuck in ancient times. It's unfair. Cheating. Cheating. Dragon Country is cheating. As Tang Xiaofan's castle livestream was shared by netizens, the trending topic about cheating by Dragon Country contestants became the most popular search of the day. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaofan's livestream room once again became the hottest streaming space. High-ranking officials from various countries fell into deep confusion once more. In the Pentagon of the ugly country, a high-level joint meeting was convened, including federal scientists, sociologists, combat troops, special forces, and even the president of the government. I just want to know why contestants from Dragon Country can recklessly produce fully automatic battle armor, while we in ugly country can't even manage to make a vending machine. I want to drink some soda, and I want to eat a big burger. Mr. President, shouldn't you consider that we are in a meeting? The president of ugly country, Chuan Deng, was not happy at all. He just remembered that he was the president of ugly country, and in the Black Palace, there wasn't even one vending machine. All right, what are we discussing today? So many people are here. Did they buy tickets? Mr. President, please conduct yourself properly. Otherwise, we will start the impeachment process. Fine, let us start the meeting. Damn it. Everyone sit up straight. The meeting concluded in a pleasantly chaotic atmosphere. A group of people discussed for half a day. And the conclusion was that they should not remind Dragon Country that their contestants possess technology far surpassing ugly country. In Cherry Blossom Country, a chubby man with a red face was furious in the conference room, shouting, "What are you all doing? You still haven't contacted the contestants from Cherry Blossom Country. If we let the contestants from Dragon Country continue to develop, there will be no chance for us to rise again. Sorry, sir. They can't see this live stream at all. We really can't get in touch with the contestants. What are you all doing? Find a way." A group of subordinates helplessly replied, "Yes, but there is really nothing we can do." In Dragon Country, the higher-ups were naturally very concerned. But their enthusiasm couldn't match that of the citizens. It was already morning, and although today's realm of gods and demons hadn't started broadcasting yet, netizens from Dragon Country were already eagerly gathered around the live stream room to discuss. Tang Xiaofan's situation must be quite difficult for other countries, right? Sigh. There's nothing we can do. We can't just stand still, can we? If they can't handle it, there's nothing we can do either. Indeed, Longwa has been very low-key. We can't just let others slack off while we don't develop, can we? I feel uneasy if I don't watch the live streams every day. You're absolutely right, bro. For the first time, I feel like we're directly slapping other countries in the face. It's so satisfying. And soon, those foreign netizens will come back and accuse us of cheating. It's just too enjoyable to counter them. Exactly. I'm ready to fire back. With a lively discussion going on, 50 professional warriors marched out of the high-tech castle in unison. A new day meant that the strength of the battle armor squad was once again on the rise. Even when facing field monsters of commander level, they could easily overpower them. Field monsters are categorized into ordinary and elite types, each with different levels. Around the high-tech castle, aside from the fleeting appearance of a giant dragon, no threatening monsters had been discovered. The battle armor squad could sweep through everything. Moreover, the warriors would upgrade themselves, becoming more adept at controlling their battle armor. So even when encountering higher-level monsters, the battle armor squad could still achieve victory. Tang Xiaofan found himself in the high-tech castle, feeling like there was nothing to do. He didn't need to train himself. While the battle armor squad hunted field monsters, he could share in the experience and level up. Besides, he had no idea how to train. Training? As the lord of the castle, should he really train himself? After some thought, Tang Xiaofan started browsing the world chat channel to learn about the status of the castle lords and gather information about the endless continent. While chatting with the little girl from the underground world to pass the time, Kua was very happy, chatting away in the friend messages. She first asked Tang Xiaofan if he had a girlfriend and where he was from before his arrival. Then, she detailed the progress of the black iron dwarves in forging fine iron and making equipment. Finally, the little girl complained to Tang Xiaofan. Her little dwarves had killed many rats and squashed numerous little spiders, yet they hadn't dropped any blueprints, which made her very sad. However, this actually made Tang Xiaofan feel much better. If the little girl could casually drop blueprints, he would seriously start to question her relationship with the goddess of luck. As for the world chat channel, it remained as lively as ever. Hundreds of castle lords, bored and idle, chatted continuously, making the world chat channel bustling with activity. From the chat messages, Tang Xiaofan gathered many keywords: Fallen God Desert, Death Marsh, Kalami Prairie, Home of the Nature Spirits, Dragon's Roost, Ice and Snow Kingdom, and so on. Among them, Tang Xiaofan also noticed that some castle lords mentioned forests. This clearly indicated one thing: in this vast forest, he was not the only castle lord. There were other castle forces as well. This news was neither good nor bad for him. With the strength of the high-tech castle, he had nothing to fear from any castle lord. Once contact is made, whether or not to engage in battle is entirely in his hands. Of course, even if a castle war were to break out, it would have to wait a few days until the Beast Tide event is over. Right now, all castle lords are still under the protection of the novice period. Castles are invincible. Even the gods cannot breach them. As noon approached, Tang Xiaofan seemed to have an idea. He sent a message to the world chat channel. In 2 days, the trading channel will sell standardized equipment crafted by professional dwarf blacksmiths. Quality is guaranteed. Limited quantities available, so act fast, first come, first served. Tang Xiaofan realized he shouldn't waste his growing reputation within the castle community. He needed to run a bit of advertising to ensure that on the last day of the novice period, castle lords would exhaust all their resources preparing for the Beast Tide event. As soon as Tang Xiaofan's message was posted, the world chat channel erupted with activity, buzzing 10 times more than before, with countless castle lords eagerly joining the conversation. Chapter 40. Far ahead, sparking jealousy among competitors worshipped the great Tang Xiaofan. As expected from the illustrious Tang Xiaofan, he has already started selling standardized equipment, putting him ahead of all the castle lords. Standardized equipment? Has Tang Xiaofan found a way to craft gear? We need Tang Xiaofan to clarify what prerequisites are needed for crafting equipment. Don't bother asking. He is making a fortune from this. Why would he share? It's pointless to ask. I think everyone should just assess their own situation. Those who look down on buying standardized equipment have probably mastered it already. As for those asking, don't you know your own strength? Can you even make it? I suspect that crafting equipment definitely requires building blueprints, like a blacksmith shop blueprint. First, you need the building, then a specialized blacksmith unit, and finally the materials. And you should be able to craft equipment. The person upstairs is spot on. I still haven't seen any blueprints. I don't even know what a blacksmith shop is. Let alone blueprints. I haven't even had any equipment drop. This just shows you're all a bunch of noobs. Has your castle been upgraded? Once you upgrade to a level 2 castle, you can build a blacksmith shop. My goodness, it's only been a few days. And you're already expected to upgrade your castle? No wonder Tang Xiaofan has been hoarding resources. I see how it is now. People are just getting more and more envious. You're feeding Tang Xiaofan's resources and then have to spend your own money to buy the equipment he produces. Talk about being exploited. If you're being exploited by Tang Xiaofan, just be happy about it. Think about the beast tide that is about to arrive. How many of us will survive after the protection period ends? Exactly. If we survive, we can complain about being exploited, but if we don't, it's all for nothing. Countless castle lords express their sorrow and envy. The wild monsters in the demon and god continent have a pitifully low drop rate. Equipment doesn't drop at all. The rarity of blueprints surpasses that of soul stones. At this stage, the castle lords who have dropped blueprints are among the very few. Even Tang Xiaofan hasn't had a chance to see a blueprint. Doesn't he envy that little lolly from the underground world? I can't wait for the equipment sale in 2 days. I've already been stockpiling resources this time. I absolutely have to secure a batch of equipment to arm my castle units. The beast tide is imminent, and this batch of equipment is crucial. Once equipped, the strength of our units will surge, not only helping us withstand the beast tide, but also improving our scores for better event rewards. As long as we get the equipment, it'll be a huge profit. If we can't withstand the beast tide, we'll be eliminated, so we have to fight for it. You're absolutely right. Being eliminated means death. This isn't just a game. There are no second chances. I hope Tang Xiaofan can sell more equipment this time. The more equipment available, the greater our chances of getting some. Countless castle lords are discussing this fervently and praying for more equipment from Tang Xiaofan. However, Tang Xiaofan feels powerless about this. Time is too short. Even the black iron dwarves need time to craft equipment. According to the equipment crafting information provided by the Little Lowly, under conditions where monster materials are abundant, her black iron dwarves can produce up to 4,000 standard pieces of equipment by the day after tomorrow. 4,000 pieces of equipment simply cannot meet the demands of the castle lords. In fact, even 40,000 pieces wouldn't suffice. If she had 40,000 pieces, the resources exchanged could potentially upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a Black Technology City, or even a Black Technology Main City. Unfortunately, that's just a thought. Of course, 4,000 pieces of equipment would still allow Tang Xiaofan to make a substantial profit. It might even help him gather enough resources to upgrade the Black Technology Town. This would be a significant boost for his castle power. It's definitely something to look forward to. Today marks the 5th day of the event. In 2 days, the beginner period will end, and the castle shield will disappear. The beast tide will come. This is the first official event, involving all castle lords. Those who survive the beast tide will officially embark on the path of competing against various factions. Failure will lead to elimination. Moreover, those who perform exceptionally well will receive rewards. The higher the score, the more generous the rewards. Additionally, there is a unique special reward that belongs solely to the strongest castle lord. Tang Xiaofan's goal is this special reward. He isn't worried about the Black Technology Castle being unable to withstand the beast tide. After all, if he were to be eliminated, it would mean a catastrophic massacre for all castle lords in the Blue Star. He believes that the Divine Demon Continent wouldn't be foolish enough to allow such a scenario. Therefore, with the strength of his armored squad, he has a 99.9 chance of passing. What he seeks is that special reward meant for just one person. The unique reward must be the best. The busy work made time fly, and soon it was noon. It was time for lunch again. And Tang Xiaofan found himself squeezed in with a group of farmers to eat. Without a television, everyone was enjoying their meal while watching other farmers play basketball. The current basketball game was thrilling, as the farmers were all towering figures at 2 meters tall. Having mastered shooting skills, their dribbling, shooting, and breakthroughs were impressive, rivaling professional players. After watching one farmer successfully slam dunk after knocking over his opponent, Tang Xiaofan joined in the cheers, stomping his feet and clapping hands along with everyone else. He was looking forward to the completion of the outer wall so he could start building a football field. Then, dressed in his gear, they could hold a grand football competition. Now that would be a true man's game. After cheering for the team he supported, Tang Xiaofan noticed that Zhang Yi and their patrol squad had returned. The castle courtyard was once again piled high with monster corpses. Tang Xiaofan called over the other farmers, asking them to set aside their daily tasks to handle the corpses. They then put the food they had gathered onto the trading channel to exchange for other resources. Ordinary food had one price, while special food had another. The monster materials were packaged and sent to the little girl in the underground world, where they would be crafted into standard gear to be sold together in a couple of days. Today, the armor squad hunted over 300 wild monsters, and the food supply exceeded 4,000 units. Today's hunting results clearly surpassed yesterday's, which is directly related to the increase in the number of warriors. With 50 professional warriors, along with their steel armor, they can definitely dominate this forest. Unsurprisingly, the legendary blueprint didn't drop as usual, but they did manage to gather quite a few soul stones, 84 in total. Adding to the soul stones he had previously saved, the total now stands at 346. The second upgrade of the farmer factory is just around the corner. With some extra effort, upgrading it to level 3 before the beast tide arrives should not be a problem. Currently, all aspects of the high-tech castle are developing positively, and Tang Xiaofan is quite satisfied with this pace of progress. Chapter 41. The completion of the double walls lures the enemy time to eat. Time to eat. The armored squad returned to the castle. They surveyed the area, and aside from a few low-level monsters, there were no signs of dragons. After half a day's hunting, the warriors had become more adept with their mark armor. Their overall strength was steadily increasing. Once Tang Xiaofan finished dismantling the last batch of monster corpses, he noticed everyone heading off to eat. Zhang Yi respectfully reported, "My lord, the armored squad has followed your orders and searched the dense forest surrounding the castle's territory. So far, we haven't discovered any new local forces. Tomorrow, we will venture further into the forest to continue our search." Additionally, during our search, we encountered a herd of woolly mammoths numbering nearly 80. Among them, the strongest mammoth reached level 15, looking extremely powerful. There are more than 10 elite woolly mammoths in the group. Since they occupy a section of the forest and show no intention of attacking, we do not dare to launch an assault on them without your command. It's wise to be cautious. Tang Xiaofan nodded. There are always animals living in the forest, and wild monsters tend to go berserk when defending their territory, increasing their strength by at least threefold after being attacked. If the armored squad recklessly attacked the woolly mammoth herd, they could very well be besieged by other monsters lurking in the woods. If that fire dragon from last night decided to come back for another round, the armored squad would find themselves in an even more troublesome situation. Caution is not a bad thing, Tang Xiaofan said. There's no need to rush. Once the walls are completed, the armored squad will immediately seek out the woolly mammoth herd's whereabouts. If they haven't left and are still in the area, we will lure them to the base of the walls and eliminate them. Understood, my lord. Zhang Yi answered respectfully. Tang Xiaofan then gazed at the forest outside the castle, which was being continuously chopped down, hoping to complete the town soon. That way, he could recreate his life back on Blue Star. Hopefully, it won't disappoint me. Moreover, this discovery of nearly 80 woolly mammoth monsters, including a level 15 mammoth leader and over 10 elite woolly mammoths, could potentially yield soul stones if luck was on his side. Currently, he had already accumulated over 300 soul stones. This time, if they successfully dealt with the woolly mammoth herd, the upgrade requirements for the farmer factory would surely be met. One could say that upgrading the farmer factory was just around the corner. Now, it all depended on whether the woolly mammoth herd would fulfill his wishes. The progress on the walls was good, as Tang Xiaofan had a plentiful supply of stone materials. He was not only gathering various resources from the market but also receiving stone supplies from Kuo Castle. It must be said that the black iron dwarves had a significant advantage in their mining speed. Now, the outer city wall, spanning an area of 10 acres, is gradually nearing completion. The wall stands at a height of 3 meters and has a width of 8 meters, built in accordance with the traditional style of the Dragon Kingdom. For city gates have been left intact, positioned to the east, south, west, and north, with the east gate named as Shengmen by Tang Xiaofan. Additionally, watchtowers and bunkers have been constructed at each corner of the wall, and every 10 meters along the wall, a bunker has been built, equipped with M429 defense machine guns. The bunkers have been designed with firing ports that allow for all-angle shooting without any blind spots, ensuring robust defensive capabilities. In the watchtowers at the 4 corners of the wall, XM109 sniper rifles have been specially arranged, along with 4 Mark II battlesuits stationed permanently there. Each watchtower is manned by 5 farmers tasked with defense and reconnaissance. Currently, the food production from the high-tech castle is astonishing, and there are no constraints in recruiting soldiers and farmers. Recruitment is entirely based on demand. The only limitation on recruitment numbers is the quantity of Mark II battlesuits. Despite half a day's efforts, the production hasn't exceeded 100 units. The bottleneck lies in having only 1 titanium mine, and the blacksmith shop is unable to process titanium or quickly. Unlike iron ingots, titanium ore must first be converted into titanium ingots, and then the blacksmith must follow the formula provided by Tang Xiaofan to process the titanium alloy. The final step of outputting the titanium alloy is progressing at a slow pace. The blacksmith shop cannot be upgraded for now, but it is expected that once the castle upgrades are completed, it may allow for further improvements in the blacksmith shop, speeding up the production process. After all, for a town, a single blacksmith shop is likely insufficient to meet the demands. During the brief lunch break, the farmers finished their meals, participated in a basketball game, and then returned to their posts. They need to work diligently, as today's crucial task is to complete the city wall and position all defensive personnel. Then lure a herd of woolly mammoths to attack the castle to test the defensive capabilities. Jian, how is the progress going? Tang Xiaofan called over Jian, who was overseeing the nearing completion of the wall. Your Highness, we are about to finish. Please come and inspect. Great. I didn't expect it to be so quick. Tang Xiaofan paused for a moment, then asked, Jian, do your construction workers also upgrade their skills? Yes, Your Highness. The more buildings we construct, the more our building capabilities improve. I'm now a skilled builder, and I can work much faster than before. Such a thing exists, Tang Xiaofan exclaimed. So, if these skilled workers reach a certain level of proficiency, could they construct high-rise buildings? As someone who has crossed over from the modern world of Blue Star, he had a habitual fondness for skyscrapers, always feeling they were out of reach. Of course, but the current situation isn't quite suitable. We need a stable city before we can proceed with that. Gathering his thoughts, Tang Xiaofan looked at the city wall that was gradually completing its connection. This is a city wall designed in the style of the Dragon Kingdom, featuring a gate constructed as an archway. The large door, covered in iron, is made entirely of steel and can withstand powerful impacts. The mechanism to open and close the gate relies on a massive winch that pulls a heavy iron chain, ensuring the gate's security. But the defensive measures don't stop there. In front of the gate is a moated area, where the wall extends outward in two sections. This design may seem like a flaw, but it's actually a strategy derived from the ancient warfare of the Dragon Kingdom. Enemies who enter the moat will be subjected to attacks from all sides by the defenders, turning it into a deadly trap. Coupled with the M429 automatic infinite ammo machine gun, even a dragon would be reduced to minced meat here. My lord, the city walls are complete. Good. Johnny. Position the soldiers in the defensive formation and send someone to lure the mammoth herd here. Yes, my lord. As the soldiers took their positions, Johnny issued orders to the ambush fighters hidden near the mammoth territory. Just then, Tang Xiaofan suddenly received a notification. Kill a level 6 mammoth for 20 energy points. Report, my lord. The mammoth herd is approaching. They will soon reach the castle. Hearing the report from the frontline soldiers, Tang Xiaofan felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the mammoth herd. Chapter 42. The mammoth hunt encounters a tough opponent as the alerts of mammoths approaching the castle continued to come in. Tang Xiaofan's emotions began to fluctuate. He was eager for this test to perfect the defense system he had constructed and also hoped for some good loot. Even if he didn't get any blueprints, obtaining soul stones would be a great outcome. He had nearly 400 soul stones in reserve, and with this wave, he estimated he could meet one of the upgrade requirements for the farmer factory. There were almost 80 mammoths, the weakest among them being level 6. There were over a dozen elite mini-bosses, and even a level 15 chief mammoth. This was the most formidable group of wild monsters he had encountered so far. However, the strength of the armored squad was even greater. Jean-Yi was already considered an experienced player, and under his leadership, the armored squad was more than capable of defeating the herd of mammoths. Not even the chief mammoth could withstand their assault. Moreover, the defense system on the city walls should be able to annihilate the mindless herd of mammoths without requiring the armored squad to engage in melee combat. Tang Xiaofan stood on the Dushing Gate Tower of the outer wall of the high-tech castle, gazing into the distant forest. He could faintly see trees being knocked down in the distance. That was the herd of mammoths charging forward. At the same time, he could hear the furious roars of the mammoths. The mountains trembled, and flocks of birds took flight. The battle had already begun. Now, he could only hope for some soul stones to drop. As he watched the trees in front of the city wall being flattened, 2 soldiers clad in Mark II armor quickly retreated, sprinting toward the wall. They were coming. Seeing countless mammoths roaring and charging with red eyes, Tang Xiaofan laughed. Jean Lu, what did you do to provoke the herd like this? In response to the lord, I shot and killed the chief mammoth's calf. Jean Lu replied, sounding quite proud. That's ruthless. At this moment, not only were Tang Xiaofan and his farmer warriors on high alert, but the live broadcast room was also packed with viewers. And today's Demon and God Continent had even started streaming early. Dear audience, today we will witness Tang Xiaofan's wall defense in action. Commander, what do you think about Tang Xiaofan's decision to provoke the herd of mammoths? Yu Qi asked with a hint of concern. Watching the screen where the towering mammoths stood over 5 meters high, while the outer wall constructed by Tang Xiaofan was only 3 meters tall. She couldn't help but worry. No worries, Tang Xiaofan has a strong grasp of the situation, the commander replied, taking a sip of tea. This was his first time seeing such massive creatures, but he had plenty of confidence in the M249 that Tang Xiaofan had created. On Blue Star, no carbon-based life form can withstand the hail of bullets from an M249, and I believe the powerful creatures of the Demon and God Continent will be no exception. If the mammoths are strong enough to disregard bullets, then Tang Xiaofan can always deploy his armored soldiers. Upon hearing the commander's confidence, Yu Qi quickly asked, Master Gong. It seems the commander has a lot of faith in Tang Xiaofan's armored soldiers. What do you think? Master Gong looked at the Mark II battle armor on the screen with admiration and said, this armor definitely surpasses the current technological level of Blue Star. Not only is the concept incredibly advanced, but the final design is nothing short of divine. If Blue Star had a suit like this right now, world peace would be within reach. No country could withstand such armor. Just one unit could wipe out all the military forces on Blue Star. Haha. Zhang Xiaxia suddenly burst into a hearty laugh and said, don't be ridiculous. What are you, a civilian scientist? No. Don't you realize that Boston Dynamics in the U.S. has robots that can already dance? What is this? Armor modification? Haha. You're killing me. Damn it. Well, the enraged mammoth watched as its enemies swiftly climbed the wall ahead, where a group of similarly shaped little bugs were gathered. They charged forward without hesitation, crashing into the wall like a force of nature, heading straight for Tang Xiaofan's position. 500 meters. 400 meters. Suddenly, countless flashes of fire lit up the wall, in the eyes of all the viewers watching the live stream. The massive 5-meter-tall monster running ahead suddenly turned into a mass of flesh and blood, as if it were a candle melting away. Within moments, The area in front of the wall was littered with the corpses of over a dozen mammoths. The surviving mammoths dashed around like headless flies in chaos. This was the result of a barrage from the defensive machine guns on the wall. A death line woven by bullets left the mammoths bewildered. Under the onslaught of the bullet rain, most of the mammoths were hit. In an instant, over 10 were killed, and the remaining mammoths fled in terror, crashing into countless trees. Even the elite-level mammoths, ranked 10 or 12, were not spared. The world before them was filled with blinding white light, and their eyes felt as if they were being scorched by flames, causing unbearable pain. But all they could do was roar in fury, opening their massive jaws to randomly unleash giant energy balls in all directions. Some unfortunate mammoths were struck by these energy balls and exploded into a shower of blood and meat. This demonstrated just how powerful the M249 was. As the herd descended into chaos, the reserve team clad in Mark II battle armor leaped down from the wall and began to hunt the mammoths. Their machine guns continuously unleashed deadly streams of bullets, and wherever they went, mammoths fell one after another. In just a few minutes, the elite mammoths were completely wiped out. Soon, the battle armor squads gathered and started hunting the elite-level mammoths. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the dense forest 200 meters away, Jean led 10 warriors in Mark II battle armor to jointly attack the level 15 elite mammoth leader. This mammoth stood at an imposing height of 8 meters, and each step it took caused massive tremors. If it stomped down hard, it would create a deep pit in the ground. Its body was covered in deep brown fur, with each strand as thick as a finger. The massive trunk of the mammoth moved with the agility of a giant serpent, capable of effortlessly shattering boulders and severing ancient trees, while also launching deadly surprise attacks. Its strength was astonishing. It let out a low growl as it strode forward, shaking the ground beneath it, its pale golden eyes coldly fixed on the armored squad members that appeared before it. This beast was at the pinnacle of level 15, a battle-hardened creature known for its ferocity and immense power. Bullets from the M249 struck its body without even disturbing its long fur. A shimmering aura surrounded it, deflecting the bullets. At that moment, it was on high alert, aware it was facing a formidable foe. The continuous screams of its fallen kind echoed in the distance, igniting its fury. Roar. The mammoth leader opened its massive jaws and unleashed a deafening roar, determined to annihilate these little pests. Chapter 43. The Mammoth Chief's massacre leads to promotion. However, it was clear that even without the Mammoth Chief's arrival, Tang Xiaofan wouldn't let it off easily. He planned to have the warrior team work together to take it down. Just then, the Mammoth Chief launched a sudden attack. Its massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a barrage of over 10 gigantic fireballs towards Jean and his comrades. Each fireball was a meter in diameter, larger than the bodies of 2 warriors combined. The pale golden fireballs emitted a terrifying energy wave and directly blocked the retreat of the 2 warriors. No matter how they tried to dodge, they would inevitably be hit by one of the fireballs. Since dodging was not an option, they would have to intercept. Jean Yi's figure blurred as he stepped in front of his comrade. "Cover me." In an instant, Jean Yi swung his giant axe down towards a fireball, and brilliant flames erupted beneath him. This was an ability awakened by the Mammoth Chief. The heat from the fireball was astounding, containing immense energy. However, Jean Yi's speed and strength gave him every reason to believe he could cleave the fireball in 2. Boom. The next moment, the fireball collided with the double-bladed axe, resulting in an explosion. Jean Yi was thrown back by the shockwave, landing several dozen meters away. Within the explosion's radius, several large trees vanished, leaving behind a deep pit several meters wide. Nearby warriors were also knocked back. The severed fireball trembled a few times before shattering into nothingness. The Mammoth Chief's attack was incredibly fierce, but Jean Yi had managed to break its fireball. Nonetheless, he had held his ground. "I'm fine. The armor's protection is exceptional," he shouted. "Everyone, take this chance to break the fireballs. I'm coming. Move aside. Let me through." A group of warriors rushed towards the massive fireball, each one cleaving it apart, sending them soaring into the air. The Mammoth Chief, however, was quite clever. Upon seeing this scene, it dared not linger and quickly turned to flee, with Jean Yi leading the chase. The Mammoth Chief possessed a certain level of intelligence. It unleashed its powerful attack to repel its strong enemies and seized the opportunity to escape. Its running speed was astonishing, akin to a 4-legged tank, its stout legs pounding the ground fiercely. In the blink of an eye, it began to pull away. For it, the most critical thing was to survive. The species would always endure. However, it was evident that no matter how fast it ran, it could not match the speed of the Mark II battle armor. Jean Yi quickly closed the gap, wielding an M249 machine gun and unleashing a hail of bullets at the Mammoth Chief's rear. Though Jean Yi's memories portrayed him as a battle-hardened warrior, he had no recollection of weapons like armor or machine guns. Yet, That did not hinder his rapid familiarization with these two weapons. After experiencing them, he understood that their presence turned the battle into a one-sided crush. Jean-E raced towards the mammoth chief, raising his giant axe high. From a distance of over 20 meters, he swung his weapon in the air, aiming for the head of the mammoth chief. In an instant, he swiftly positioned himself above the mammoth chief's head, and the massive axe came crashing down. It pierced through the mammoth chief's body, pinning the rapidly charging giant to the ground. Roar! The mammoth chief let out a pained bellow. A massive axe, several meters long, had impaled its back, penetrating all the way to its neck. Blood gushed forth, and the pain was unbearable. The axe was incredibly heavy. Not only did it tear through its flesh, but it also severed its nerves. Struggling to rise, the mammoth chief, gravely injured and unable to escape, could only fight desperately for survival. Even in death, it wanted to make its enemy pay a price. However, at that moment, other warriors rushed in. Dozens of M249 machine guns unleashing a torrent of fire, showering the mammoth chief with bullets. In an instant, a dazzling barrage enveloped the mammoth chief. Roar! The mammoth chief howled in agony. Its once protective fur was rendered ineffective by its severe injuries. The scorching bullets struck its flesh, delivering pain that was immediate and intense. This kind of suffering was unbearable even for such a massive creature. The mammoth chief rolled on the ground, its cries echoing through the dense forest, startling countless birds and beasts. In the end, the warrior delivered a swift conclusion. Raising the massive axe, he severed the mammoth chief's head. A boss-level monster had fallen. In the high-tech castle, a brilliant golden light enveloped Tang Xiaofan. This was the manifestation of his promotion. Sure enough, when the golden light faded, Tang Xiaofan had advanced to level 6. A level 6 life form already possessed considerable combat power, even in the entire realm of gods and demons. A level 6 life form was far from weak and surpassed ordinary beings. Then, Lin Xiang glanced at the notification and his face lit up with excitement. The level 15 boss mammoth had been slain, and it had dropped a huge loot. Killed a level 15 boss mammoth, gained 200 energy points, 60 soul stones, and 1 blueprint. Tang Xiaofan beamed with joy. This was indeed a massive haul. Not only did he acquire a significant amount of energy points and soul stones, but most importantly, the blueprint he had long awaited had also dropped. Although he didn't yet know what the blueprint was, its value would be astonishing. Previously, the little girl from the underworld had repeatedly dropped blueprints, making him envious. Now, he finally experienced the thrill of surprise. Of course, compared to Kur, he was still not as lucky. After all, the blueprint was a reward for defeating a powerful level 15 boss monster. The armored squad emerged victorious. Watching the successive kill notifications, Tang Xiaofan felt elated. After the death of the mammoth chief, other elite mammoths were quickly taken down. The battle was nearing its end, and the victors were his armored squad. Once the warriors returned to the castle with their spoils, he would finally find out what the blueprint was. Tang Xiaofan's heart was filled with anticipation. In the depths of the dense forest, Jean-E led a squad of 50 Mark II armored warriors as they hunted down the remaining woolly mammoths. There were still 8 mammoths left, all at level 12 elite status. For any other castle lord's troops, defeating them would have been a daunting challenge. However, for the armored squad, this was merely a cleanup operation. In no time, one elite mammoth after another fell under the onslaught of machine gun fire and massive axes. Within just a few minutes, the remaining woolly mammoths were all taken down. At the same time, a golden light enveloped nearly all the warriors. The most dazzling among them was Jean-E, who was also surrounded by the golden glow. After 2 days of hunting, he had already amassed a significant amount of energy. Now, with the defeat of the level 15 leader mammoth and the annihilation of the mammoth herd, his energy finally broke through the level 11 threshold, reaching level 12. This was a moment to celebrate. In addition to Jean-E, all the other warriors also achieved rank promotions. Currently, Tang Xiaofan's forces boasted 80 Mark II armored units, all equipped with double-bladed battle axes, M249 machine guns, and web-slinging launchers. The armored squad's strength had surged dramatically. Chapter 44. The shock of mammoth meat in the dense surrounding forest, the great trees trembled and the ground shook. A multitude of wild monsters, all of considerable strength, were fleeing. They had been drawn in by the clash between the armored squad and the herd of mammoths. Now, the armored squad had achieved a resounding victory, slaughtering the entire herd of mammoths and showcasing an astonishing level of power. Realizing they couldn't gain anything from the situation, the wild monsters scattered and quickly vanished from sight. The armored squad did not pursue them. Their priority was to clean the battlefield and transport the spoils back to the castle. The corpses of the mammoths, along with the other loot, were all transported back to the castle by the farmers. This required multiple trips and took quite a bit of time. Fortunately, the battlefield was located near the castle, and at that moment, Nearly 200 people, including farmers and warriors, were present in the castle. To avoid disrupting production activities in the town, all factories, workshops, farmlands, livestock pens, and construction teams remained inactive. Only the resource-gathering workers and soldiers worked together to swiftly transport the mammoths back to the castle. They even restocked some young elephants into the livestock pens. As usual, Tang Xiaofan ordered the collection and disassembly of all the mammoth corpses. The results were quite good, yielding 500 units of ordinary food. There were even elite-level food items, amounting to 580 units and 30 units of leader-level food. Typically, the corpses of regular wild monsters only yielded about 10 units of food. The smaller the wild monster, the less food could be gathered. Mammoths, being generally massive, naturally provided a greater yield. Tang Xiaofan listed the ordinary food at a fair price on the trading channel. The elite-level mammoth meat was exchanged at a rate 5 times higher than ordinary food. As for the leader-level mammoth meat, after some thought, he decided to keep 10 units for personal consumption. The remaining 20 units of mammoth meat were listed in the trading area at a price 20 times that of ordinary food. In no time, the appearance of mammoth meat sparked a frenzy in the global chat channel. The level 15 leader-level mammoth meat astonished countless castle lords. Wild monsters, 12 level elites, and 15 level leaders. Level 15 represents the pinnacle of leader-tier monsters. At this stage, there are not many castle lords capable of defeating elite-level monsters. Many castle lords with advanced or top-tier units can now triumph over elite monsters. In the trading channel, elite-level food occasionally appears for sale. But it was the first time leader-level food had been available, especially from a level 15 mammoth. No castle lord possessed the strength to defeat a leader monster, at least not at this moment. Yet, Tang Xiaofan had achieved this feat. The power of his castle's units was truly terrifying. A level 15 mammoth leader. Just imagining its combat capabilities is enough to send chills down one's spine. My units can only handle level 6 or 8 wild monsters at best, while Tang Xiaofan has already managed to defeat a level 15 leader monster. The gap in strength is simply too vast. I can barely take down 1 or 2 elite monsters. Compared to boss-level monsters, elite monsters are just a piece of cake. Tang Xiaofan is simply invincible. The strongest castle lord, it's not just talk. I'm really curious about the types of troops in Tang Xiaofan's castle that can defeat even level 15 boss monsters. Their combat power seems to be more insane than top-tier troops. My friend's bronze dragon is a top-tier troop, but it has to flee when facing boss-level monsters. It's confirmed. Tang Xiaofan's troops are definitely super top-tier. I just want to know what good loot Tang Xiaofan got from killing the level 15 woolly mammoth boss. Not just a single woolly mammoth boss, but so many elite woolly mammoth meats and regular woolly mammoth meats. Clearly, Tang Xiaofan wiped out a sizable herd of woolly mammoths. He must have made a fortune. I envy that guy. The world chat channel is buzzing. Countless castle lords are discussing the woolly mammoth herd, Tang Xiaofan's troops, and the loot he obtained. All of it is the center of conversation among castle lords. Of course, there are also some detractors who suspect that Tang Xiaofan used underhanded methods, like traps, poison, or letting others fight while he reaped the benefits to take down the woolly mammoth herd, rather than relying on the true strength of his troops. However, their doubts were quickly drowned out by the chat messages. The castle lords really don't care how the woolly mammoth herd was defeated. A win is a win. Even if Tang Xiaofan did use some tricks, he is still the ultimate victor. At the same time, he is currently the first castle lord to kill a level 15 boss monster. Just this alone is enough to make countless castle lords envious and admire him. Meanwhile, the woolly mammoth meat that Tang Xiaofan listed on the trading channel was snatched up in a flash. In the blink of an eye, all the woolly mammoth meat was sold out. The items were taken down. Damn, a bunch of savages so quick to act. I tried to buy it right away, but when I was entering the quantity, I was too slow and got the message that the items were sold out. Could you leave some for me? From regular woolly mammoth meat to boss-level woolly mammoth meat, it was all gone in an instant. Are all castle lords this wealthy now? Boss-level woolly mammoth meat sells for 20 times the price. Are you new to this? Special food can boost energy values when consumed, so it's definitely in high demand. Boss-level food boosts energy values even more. Woolly mammoths belong to the subdragon family, possessing dragon blood. Don't even mention 20 times the value. There are people willing to pay 30 times. Dragon meat isn't something you can just eat whenever you want. Seeing this information on top of a mountain, a young man gazed longingly at a group of black dragons hunting wild monsters in the distance. Those are his top-tier troops, the dark dragons. His black dragons are pure blood dragons. If he kills them and sells the meat, he could probably get 100 times the price. Just what he needs. Resources. Roar. At this moment, the dragons roared. The black dragons seemed to sense something, halting their hunt for wild monsters. They turned their gaze towards the young man, their dragon eyes narrowing slightly. The young man immediately broke into a radiant smile, trying to reassure the group of black dragons. However, his expression soon turned troubled. He received a notification indicating that the loyalty of his troops had dropped to 73 points. At 73 points, there was a chance of defection. If loyalty fell below 60 points, defection could happen at any moment. What a loss. Tang Xiaofan, you're causing quite the trouble. Finding ways to increase troop loyalty had always been a headache for castle lords. Of course, that didn't include Tang Xiaofan. His farmers had a loyalty rating of 100. Consistently loyal and fervent. This was because he was currently constructing a new welfare building, a bathhouse. It was necessary. Having a bunch of grown men together was a smell Tang Xiaofan simply couldn't tolerate. Fortunately, the farmers' clothes didn't need washing. If someone's clothes got dirty, they could switch professions at different workshops and then switch back to receive a brand new outfit. However, the body odor was another matter that couldn't be avoided. A bath was absolutely necessary. Chapter 45. Maintaining farmer loyalty by building baths on the vast grasslands. A stern-faced bear master, muscular and clad in leather armor and shorts, revealed his strong, furry legs. At this moment, he was leading his ancient giant bears and hunting a herd of wild horses. Ever since his unit building, the home of ancient giant bears reached level 2, their strength surged, and his hunting targets shifted from bison to wild horses. The bison in the grasslands were generally of low tier and could no longer satisfy the upgrade speed of his ancient giant bears. Thus, he changed his hunting goals. Bear Master was quite confident. With his current development pace, catching up to Tang Xiaofan didn't seem difficult. However, at this moment, his confidence took a hit. Looking at the sold-out and removed from sale leader-level mammoth meat, he fell silent. The 3 elite-level swordback horse corpses piled beside him no longer seemed so appealing. It was hard to comprehend. How could his rival develop so quickly? It was one thing to eliminate the ogre tribe, but now he was able to kill even the level 15 leader-level mammoths. Was the strength of his subordinate units truly so abnormally powerful? Just a few days ago, he was helpless against the level 8 elite bison. Now, his ancient giant bear army could easily surround and eliminate elite swordback horses. The strength of the ancient giant bear army had skyrocketed. His confidence soared along with it, leading him to believe that catching up to Tang Xiaofan was only a matter of time. But now, Tang Xiaofan's sudden move was like a bolt from the blue to him. The blow was too great. A level 15 leader-level monster, and a mammoth with a powerful bloodline at that. If his ancient giant bear army encountered one, they would surely be wiped out. This directly indicated that Tang Xiaofan's unit strength was far superior to his ancient giant bear army. However, I will not give up. Moreover, the beginner protection period hasn't even ended yet. No matter how big the gap, there is always a chance to catch up. Looking at the ancient giant bears in the distance, hunting the wild horse herd, Bear Master quickly regained his confidence. He was not just any ordinary castle lord. He was a castle lord with top-tier units. This was his capital for chasing Tang Xiaofan. Once tomorrow passes, the beginner protection period will end. The beast tide will arrive. This beast tide event is my chance to catch up to, or even surpass, Tang Xiaofan. As long as he achieves the highest score and earns the unique reward, surpassing Tang Xiaofan would be a breeze. With this thought, Bear Master's heart calmed down. He stopped paying attention to the world chat channel and focused on leading his ancient giant bear army to hunt the wild horse herd. Besides Bear Master, many other castle lords with advanced and top-tier units were also shaken by Tang Xiaofan's feat of killing the leader-level mammoth and exterminating the mammoth herd. However, soon they too became full of confidence. After all, it was only the 6th day since the arrival of several hundred castle lords. This was still the early phase of the game. Being temporarily behind was hardly a big deal. They had the confidence to pursue Tang Xiaofan. Caught in the eye of the storm, Tang Xiaofan had little time to pay attention to the outside world. The likes of Uncle Bei and those top castle lords saw him as their target, eager to catch up and surpass him. However, he paid them no mind. What occupied his thoughts at that moment was his bathhouse. With the outer castle walls completed, the construction workers were in a relatively relaxed state, busy building a dormitory, but not in any hurry. So, after gathering them, Tang Xiaofan issued the order to construct the bathhouse, and they quickly mobilized to get to work. The first issue to tackle was the water supply. Since there was no fixed water source around the castle, drawing water from underground became the only option. The drinking water was originally sourced from food unit exchanges in the kitchen, so using that for bathing would be wasteful. Fortunately, the blacksmiths quickly crafted long iron pipes, and the construction workers began digging into the ground. Luckily, since this was a forested area, the soil was rich, and they soon hit underground water. Next, they set up a motor to pump the water. After a busy afternoon, the motor started working, and they finally began filling the constructed water tower. The next step involved laying out the network pipes to distribute the water from the tower throughout the castle. Water was needed in several places: the bathhouse, toilets, workshops, farmland, and animal pens, all of which were connected. Without the blueprint production method from the blacksmith shop, this entire process would have taken over a month to complete. Once the network pipes were laid, the construction of the bathhouse progressed quickly. Thankfully, Jarvis's database provided ample plans for electric heating. After selecting an electric water heater plan, the bathhouse, capable of accommodating 200 people at once, was finally completed. In the end, Tang Xiaofan took a refreshing hot shower, washing away the fatigue of the past few days. He then leisurely sat in the workshop, beginning to appreciate the spoils from the recent annihilation of the mammoth herd. Looking at the loot in his hands, he found an unknown blueprint and 60 soul stones. Added to his previous reserves, he now had a total of 420 soul stones. This meant that with just 80 more, the farmer could upgrade once again. By tomorrow at the latest, the farmer factory would reach level 3, allowing for even more advanced farmers. This was a significant boost for him. Tang Xiaofan stored the soul stones in the castle's warehouse. However, the harvest didn't end there. Through collecting and dismantling the mammoth corpses, he not only gathered food but also acquired a large quantity of mammoth materials. Items such as dragon claws, dragon scales, dragon hides, dragon teeth, and dragon bones were among the valuable materials he obtained. The materials from the level 15 mammoth leader were particularly precious. Even a scale the size of a palm held great value. All these mammoth materials were packed up and sent to the little lowly in the underground world. His black iron dwarf blacksmith could use these mammoth materials to forge even more powerful equipment. Perhaps even high-level equipment can be crafted. After all, the quality of the materials varies, and so does the quality of the equipment produced. Equipment made from level 15 mammoth materials is sure to be very appealing and highly sought after. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel excited. The more castle lords that compete for the equipment, the more profit he stands to gain. The resources he earns will undoubtedly strengthen the foundation of Angel Castle. Finally, Tang Xiaofan looked at the blueprint in his hand. The blueprint was rectangular, slightly larger than an adult's palm. It was predominantly a deep blue color, covered with countless strange patterns resembling runes. Faint golden light seemed to emanate from those runes, making it clear that it was no ordinary item. Found an unknown blueprint. Would you like to identify it? Yes. No. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan selected yes. Chapter 46. Obtaining the blueprints for the metal laboratory. Identifying blueprints is like opening a blind box. The types and quality of blueprints depend entirely on luck. Based on the information gathered from various sources, Tang Xiaofan concluded that there are several categories of blueprints, including building blueprints, equipment blueprints, and special blueprints for units, skills, legions, etc. The blueprints are also classified by levels. The most basic are low level, slightly better ones are mid-level, and the best are high level. As for whether there are even higher quality blueprints beyond high level, that remains uncertain for now. The 3 blueprints that little lowly Kier dropped all belong to the building category. Among them, the fence is a low-level blueprint, while the smelting furnace and forging workshop are mid-level building blueprints. Tang Xiaofan wondered what type his blueprint was and whether its quality was good or bad. He felt a bit anxious. After all, this was his first blueprint drop, and he was filled with anticipation. Although it was dropped from an 8th-tier Earth Dragon commander, which likely indicated a decent quality, he couldn't shake the worry that he might have bad luck and end up with a low-level blueprint. Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the azure blueprint in Tang Xiaofan's hand. This was the light of identification. Identification is one of the basic skills of a castle lord. The known basic skills include decomposition, identification, production, customization, and others. Basic skills are hidden skills and are not displayed in the castle lord's personal information panel. They must be discovered through exploration. After all, while it appears to be a competitive game, it is, in fact, a real world. Before long, the white light faded, revealing the true nature of the blueprint. In fact, the blueprint itself hadn't changed. It remained azure and emitted a faint glow. However, its information had transformed. High-level building blueprint, metal laboratory. Effect 1 can randomly mutate one type of metal into another metal of equivalent quality. Effect 2 can convert one type of metal into a known metal in the laboratory. Effect 3 can transform known metals into production recipes, allowing the blacksmith shop to forge them. Construction requirements: 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 50,000 units of refined iron. The metal laboratory. Looking at the blueprint in his hand, a smile instantly spread across Tang Xiaofan's face. It seemed today was his lucky day. He never expected to identify a high-level building blueprint directly, and it had 3 effects. He had been worried about how to obtain the metal for the arc reactor. Although the metal palladium exists in nature, it is extremely rare. Moreover, the element that Stark ultimately chose to create the arc reactor does not exist in the natural world. Now that he had the metal laboratory, it might just be possible to produce it. Jarvis, pull up the metal recipe for the arc reactor immediately. As Tang Xiaofan's voice fell, a panoramic model resembling the Stark Expo appeared before him. Sir, this is the new element that will make up the new type of arc reactor. Great. Once the metal laboratory is completed, we'll start producing this new element. Yes, sir. Jarvis was also very pleased, as he had a set of blueprints for his own body. However, the metals required for this body were extremely rare. If the metal laboratory lived up to its name, he could finally create his own physical form. At that point, he would assist Tang Xiaofan and become the most powerful support system in this world. When that time comes, Tang Xiaofan would be seen as a god in the eyes of all the different races. He believed that all the lords of the castles would realize that it was better to submit rather than challenge Tang Xiaofan. Loyalty is faith. This is the foundation of a castle lord. Without loyalty and faith, their troops would rebel, and the castle lord would cease to exist. Becoming a god through faith is the trend of the times. The strength of the god of faith is directly related to the number of believers. The more believers there are, the stronger the faith, and the greater the divine power the god of faith possesses. As the master of the farmer's faith, Tang Xiaofan was most suited to become a god through faith. After all, farmers represent the largest population in this realm, and with the mark armor, they would become the strongest. Moreover, they are fiercely loyal, holding an intense faith in Tang Xiaofan. He could gather even more power of faith from the farmers. Becoming the supreme deity of the demon and god continent in the future was not impossible, and Jarvis would become the right hand of the god. Suddenly, Tang Xiaofan hesitated. He was considering whether to upgrade the Black Technology Castle into a town first or to slow down the upgrade and directly build the metal laboratory. With the resources he currently had, he could immediately construct the metal laboratory as long as he exchanged the fine iron from the little girl in the underground world. However, this would force a delay in the castle's upgrade due to insufficient resources. At this point, it seemed that building the metal laboratory would yield the greatest benefits. Once the metal laboratory successfully developed the new metal, it could significantly enhance the combat power of the mark armor, proving invaluable for both hunting expeditions and the impending beast tide. For now, he decided to wait. Tomorrow is the last day of the novice period. All the equipment crafted by Kuer will be sold to acquire resources. At that time, he would reassess the resource situation. If resources are abundant, he could pursue both projects. If not, he would select one. With this in mind, Tang Xiaofan stored the blueprints for the metal laboratory in the warehouse, planning to decide tomorrow whether to proceed. Afterwards, he chatted with the little girl from the underground world about the equipment crafting situation. After pondering for a moment, he sent a message to the world chat channel. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m., a large quantity of equipment will be on sale. We will also auction high-tier gear crafted from materials obtained from level 15 mammoth bosses. Supplies are limited, so it's first come, first served. There are no restrictions on exchange items, and the highest bidder wins. Right now, Tang Xiaofan is in dire need of refined iron, but he has Kuer and his own resource points, so it's not a big issue. With that in mind, let's let the castle lords go wild for resources first. As soon as Tang Xiaofan's message was sent out, the world chat channel erupted with excitement. In the Endless Continent, wild monsters do not drop equipment. While humanoid monsters do have gear, they are intelligent beings from the local factions of the Endless Continent and are incredibly powerful, making them nearly impossible to defeat. Therefore, at this stage, the vast majority of castle lords don't even have low-tier equipment, let alone high-tier gear crafted from materials dropped by level 15 mammoth bosses. High-tier equipment is practically a divine artifact for the castle lords right now. Not only does it significantly enhance combat power, but it can also be used for a long time. Winning the auction means a huge profit. Chapter 47. The Madness of Resource Gathering for Equipment. Wow. High-tier equipment? I haven't even seen the most basic low-tier gear, let alone high-tier equipment. At this stage, this is practically a super artifact. When the great Tang Xiaofan takes action, it's truly extraordinary. If he is willing to sell high-tier equipment, does he have even more powerful gear in his possession? Tang Xiaofan is invincible. In reality, Tang Xiaofan himself doesn't have any equipment. However, he has collected a vast amount of materials from the corpse of a level 15 mammoth leader. He has over 300 thick strands of mammoth fur, as well as materials like mammoth hide, tusks, and bones. This is enough to forge more than one set of high-tier equipment. When the time comes, he'll keep one set for himself, one for the little underground girl, and the rest can be auctioned off. High-tier equipment is great, but isn't it a bit wasteful to equip troops with it? Indeed, acquiring high-tier equipment will consume a significant amount of resources, and the cost is high. In the end, it only enhances the strength of a single type of troop, which seems quite unworthy. The materials from the level 15 mammoth leader are evidently limited. It's impossible to forge hundreds of sets of equipment. Being able to craft 10 sets would already be quite impressive. Tang Xiaofan will clearly not bundle the high-tier equipment for auction, but will sell them separately. This means that only a very few lucky individuals will be able to purchase a set. Some castle lords believe that spending a large amount of resources for just one set of equipment is too low in cost-effectiveness. After all, the strength of the castle's troop army is what matters overall. A single powerful troop type is unlikely to save the world. However, soon a castle lord stood up to refute this. The previous speaker is simply lacking insight. Is high-tier equipment meant for the troops? Of course. It's for the castle lord themselves. Once the novice period is over and the castle's protective shield disappears, ensuring the safety of the castle lord becomes the top priority, even if all the troops are wiped out, as long as the castle lord survives. There's always hope for a comeback. What the previous speaker said is correct. High-tier equipment is not about boosting the combat power of troops, but rather about protecting ourselves. Without further ado, I have already dispatched my castle troops to gather resources. What a pity. Why does Tang Xiaofan set such high prices? Why not do a flash sale? A flash sale would be a loss. There's only one chance. And since it's a matter of life and death, one must be prepared for a significant expenditure. That makes sense. Tang Xiaofan is clearly preparing to upgrade the town, and upgrading the town requires a vast amount of resources. I'm envious. My castle is still only at the intermediate level. The world chat channel was bustling with activity, and the trading area was also very lively. It was already too late to gather resources now. Therefore, the focus shifted to trading resources. Among all resources, fine iron was the most scarce. And everyone began to speculate on fine iron. They sold food, wood, and stone at lower prices just to exchange for fine iron. Meanwhile, some castle lords started reselling businesses. On one hand, he was acquiring refined iron, and on the other, he was selling it at a higher price, profiting from the price difference. Suddenly, the price of refined iron surged. During the period of stable prices, 3 units of refined iron could be exchanged for 1 unit of food. Although there was little market activity, very few castle lords were willing to pay a higher price for refined iron, as they were reluctant to part with it. But now, the price of refined iron had multiplied. It quickly reached a point where 1 unit of food could be exchanged for 1 unit of refined iron. Some castle lords even began to trade wood and stone at high prices for refined iron. In short, with just a few words from Tang Xiaofan, the entire trading area was ignited, significantly raising the market price of refined iron. During this process, many castle lords profited, seizing the opportunity to make a quick buck. The only ones at a disadvantage were a few powerful castle lords with capital and confidence who were competing for high-level equipment. After all, they needed to pay a price to collect a large amount of refined iron. However, this had no impact on Tang Xiaofan. In fact, it was advantageous for him. With refined iron concentrated in the hands of a few castle lords, the auction prices would only rise. Conversely, if it were scattered among many castle lords, the auction prices would inevitably stagnate. It seemed that many top castle lords were intrigued. This was good news. Tang Xiaofan observed the bustling trading area and occasionally spotted familiar figures buying refined iron at high prices, such as the Black Dragon Castle, Elf Garden, Silver War Fortress, and Fingqing's Golden Capital. These top castle lords were also eyeing his high-level equipment. Although their troops were strong, they themselves were relatively weak. With the beast tide event approaching, no one knew how many monsters would attack their castles. If their troops managed to fend off the beast tide but the castle lord was killed in battle, it would be a significant loss. Therefore, even the top castle lords needed high-level equipment to protect themselves from dying in the onslaught of the beast tide. Even Tang Xiaofan wouldn't dare to be careless. He would don his equipment to participate in the battle against the beast tide when the time came. Given the current excitement, tomorrow's auction would undoubtedly be very hot. A smile appeared on Tang Xiaofan's face. The biggest winner was, after all, him. This was the advantage of being at the forefront. He was always the first to seize opportunities. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the blazing sun that had hung in the sky began to lose its intensity and started to set in the western horizon. The end of the novice period was drawing near, and time seemed to be passing even faster. Tang Xiaofan looked at the gradually dimming forest outside the castle. In the blink of an eye, the day was coming to an end. His farmer warriors were about to return to the castle, wrapping up a day of hunting. The number of wild monsters hunted today wasn't too large, less than 300. They had gathered around 4,000 units of food and various monster materials. Considering the group of woolly mammoths eliminated in the morning, today's hunting can be deemed a great success. However, Tang Xiaofan feels disappointed that the harvest of soul stones did not exceed his expectations. After hunting nearly 300 wild monsters, he only collected 28 soul stones. This means he still needs 42 energy stones to meet the upgrade requirements for the farmer factory. In other words, there is no hope for upgrading the farmer factory today. As night falls, the number of wild monsters multiplies. If the farmer team continues hunting at night, they should be able to gather the missing soul stones. The problem is that at night, the strength of the wild monsters increases threefold. Elite monsters, commander-level monsters, and even lord-level monsters appear in abundance. Night hunting is extremely dangerous. Even the armored team would be dancing on the edge of a knife. Safety cannot be guaranteed. If they were to lose some of the farmer warriors, it would offset any gains from upgrading the farmer factory. It's important to remember that the farmers Tang Xiaofan recruited cannot afford to lose even one. They are all his good brothers. It's better to be cautious. He decides to wait until 100 sets of Mark II battle armor are completed before conducting any night hunts. Tang Xiaofan doesn't dwell on it further. By tomorrow at the latest, the farmer factory will be able to upgrade. One day doesn't make a difference. Pursuing development speed too aggressively only risks putting the armored team in danger. If they succeed, that's one thing. But if they incur losses, it would be a significant setback, making it not worth the risk. Chapter 48. Discovering other contestants' castles as usual, Tang Xiaofan collected and dismantled the monster corpses piled up in the yard. All the food harvested was listed in the trading area, while the soul stones were stored away. The monster materials were packaged and sent to the little lowly in the underground world for equipment crafting. Meanwhile, the mammoth meat that had previously been listed in the trading channel was completely sold out. Ordinary mammoth meat, elite mammoth meat, and commander-level mammoth meat were all gone. Mammoths belong to the giant elephant category of monsters and possess a giant elephant bloodline. Their meat can barely be compared to that of dragons, which attracted many castle lords to rush in and purchase it. With the mammoth meat sold out, Tang Xiaofan naturally made a considerable profit. He totaled his harvest, 23,000 units of wood and 11,500 units of stone. He now had a total of 113,100 units of wood, surpassing the 100,000 mark. The wood required for upgrading the Black Technology Castle was finally satisfied, which was definitely a cause for celebration. Tang Xiaofan was indeed very pleased because the 3,800 units of food he had just listed could be exchanged for a large amount of wood and stone. His Black Technology Castle was rapidly progressing towards becoming a Black Technology town. Meanwhile, in a dense forest approximately 20 kilometers away from the Black Technology Castle, a farmer clad in steel armor suddenly emerged from the thick foliage. The sphere of influence of the Black Technology Castle extended 12 kilometers around it. The farmer, a level 46 warrior, had strayed far from the castle to complete the task assigned to his team by Tang Xiaofan, to search for local forces hidden in the vicinity of the Soul Continent. After 2 days of fruitless searching, today he finally discovered traces of the local forces. Several small goblins darted through the lush jungle, moving at remarkable speed and agility. Like quick-running black rats, the level 46 farmer concealed himself and followed closely behind the goblins. He did not want to alert them, but instead aimed to find their tribe or lair. Run faster. Go back and report to the chief that humans have invaded our territory. They are setting traps, capturing, and slaughtering our kin. This cannot be forgiven. Let the chief dispatch a powerful goblin warrior legion to eliminate those shameful humans. The goblins moved swiftly. The thickets filled with thorns posed no obstacle to their speed, and in the blink of an eye, they covered 2 or 3 kilometers, eventually disappearing into a tree hollow. This hollow was in an ancient tree towering over 100 meters, lush with branches and leaves. About several meters off the ground, there was a tree hollow less than a meter in diameter, seemingly naturally formed. This hollow served as one of the entrances to the goblin lair. The farmer stopped here. The goblin lair or tribe must be hidden in the underground world behind the tree hollow. Entering alone would make his safety uncertain. The entrance had been found. Time to report back to the Lord. The farmer marked the location and turned to fly back. Before long, he had moved far away. But suddenly, several arrows shot toward him with incredible speed and at tricky angles. Farmer 46, a level 12 with a Mark II battle suit, was naturally unafraid of such ordinary ranged attacks. He swung the massive axe in his hand, effortlessly cutting down the arrows one by one. Turning around, he saw a group of humans closing in. Among them, a few were wielding a large net made of vines, heading straight for him. Capture him. This little creature is either a monster or a rare one. A rare monster. Even if we can't tame it, we can sell it for a fortune. A team of over 10 human warriors surrounded Farmer 46. The strongest among them was level 10, while the weakest was level 8. In the back stood a young man, shouting orders with an excited expression. Without hesitation, Farmer 46 raised his machine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets in a sweeping motion. The air filled with the sin of death. The approaching vine net was instantly shredded by the gunfire. Two human warriors were hit in the head and fell dead on the spot. Just then, more arrows came flying at high speed. Farmer 46 quickly dodged and charged toward a level 10 elite human warrior. The elite warrior, with a grave expression, wielded a steel longsword. As he retreated, he unleashed his combat skills, leaping several meters into the air and slashing down at Farmer 46. The sword light was dazzling, slicing through dozens of trees. However, it still failed to hit Farmer 46, who forced the elite warrior closer. Faced with the descending giant axe, the warrior could only raise his wooden sword and muster all his strength to block. "I'll cleave you in two, you worthless fool." With a swift slash, the wooden sword was shattered, the warrior's leather armor was cut through, and his head flew off. Farmer 46 then turned and lifted his M249, shooting down several fleeing human warriors, casting a contemptuous glance at the young man in the distance. Seeing this scene, the young man in the dense forest turned pale instantly. That elite human warrior was his strongest soldier, a level 10 champion knight. Yet, he couldn't withstand a single combo from the armored humanoid monster. The enemy was too powerful to contend with. Terrified, the young man turned to flee. He was now filled with dread, completely abandoning the thought of striking it rich. He didn't even order a retreat, fearing he would be seen as a target. Survival was the priority. Soldiers could be recruited again, but he absolutely could not die here. The young man was level 5, not very strong, but his ability to escape was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the depths of the forest. In his ears, the notifications of loyalty dropping among his soldiers rang out one after another. But he had no time to care. His only thought was to escape. Safety awaited him back at the castle. Damn it, that is not a monster. It's a demon. A creature clad in wicked armor, impervious to blades and bullets, strong as an ox, and what was worse, it had a gun. To his surprise, the land of gods and demons had not only magic but also technology, and he had encountered it firsthand. What terrible luck! The young man cursed vehemently, filled with anger. Finally, he escaped back to the castle, letting out a long sigh of relief. The novice period had not yet ended, and his castle was still protected by a shield. Not even demons, let alone gods, could threaten his safety. For the time being, his life was secure. However, his expression remained grim. The notification sound continued to ring incessantly. Not only was the loyalty of his troops plummeting, but they were also dying one after another. It wasn't until several minutes later that the notifications finally ceased. After a moment, a bloodied human warrior stumbled back into the castle. Just as the young man was about to approach to comfort him and boost his loyalty, he caught a glimpse of a silver figure outside the castle. It was the very demon that had been decimating his troops. The young man was horrified. He had actually followed him. Chapter 49. Doubts spark a major debate outside the castle. Farmer 46 stood tall, gripping a massive axe and a machine gun, his gaze coldly fixed on the young man inside the castle. "You bastard. The Lord is aware of your location. You will either become his vassal or die." After delivering the threat, Farmer 46 marked the castle's position and turned to vanish into the dense forest. Damn it. The young man seemed to understand something, his face turning an ashen green. He then erupted in anger towards the soldier who had just returned. "You useless fool. Do you even realize what you've done? You've brought the enemy right here. Why didn't you die out there?" His mental state was collapsing. With the castle's location exposed, he would be in grave danger once the beginner's period ended. Your insults caused the champion swordsman, Hilby, to lose heart, resulting in a drop of 30 loyalty points, bringing his current loyalty down to 43. Seeing this notification, and watching the champion swordsman struggle to rise from the ground, the young man's expression changed dramatically. He shouted furiously, "Kill him. He's a spy. He betrayed the castle and your lord. Kill him now." Inside the castle, dozens of militia exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before they rushed forward and killed the champion swordsman. "Throw the body out." The young man looked utterly dejected. With a loyalty score of 43, Hilby was likely to betray him at any moment. Rather than risk betrayal, it was better to act first and eliminate the threat. The loss this time was too great. The young man was in a deep funk. In 6 days, he had recruited a total of 80 soldiers. Now, among them, only a handful could truly be called warriors, the champion swordsman being one of them. Now, with the entire army wiped out, all that remained were the militia, weak and ineffective. This was a huge blow to his castle's power, especially with the beast tide approaching and now being targeted by a powerful demon. It was giving him a massive headache. If only he hadn't provoked that demon. Damn it. How could there be demons in the forest? Aren't these mythical creatures supposed to dwell in hell? The young man felt both anger and regret, knowing that the days ahead would be quite difficult for him. After a moment of thought, he opened the world chat channel and sent out a major announcement. Breaking news, a special monster has appeared in the forest, the Steel Demon. Its power isn't too high. Around level 10, Killing it will yield a large amount of experience and special rewards. Castle Lords of the Forest, act quickly, kill the demon, and loot the artifacts. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. The young man's message caused an uproar among the Castle Lords. Countless Castle Lords began to voice their thoughts in the World Chat channel. Demons, creatures of hell from stories and legends. They actually exist in the demon and god continent? This revelation shocked many Castle Lords. Demons exist in the demon and god continent? Aren't they created by Satan? Has Satan come to the demon and god continent? Nonsense. Demons are created by the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell is a novel, and God is part of Western mythology. Essentially, they are the same, regardless of who created them. No need to argue about it upstairs. Perhaps the demons in the demon and god continent are just a result of life's evolution. Don't get hung up on the origins of demons. I just want to know where they are in the forest. Do you really want to go kill a demon? They're just level 10 elite creatures. How could we not kill them? Brothers of the forest, let us team up and hunt some demons. The forest is vast and boundless. In this endless expanse of forest, there are numerous castle lords. The arrival of demons excites them, as they believe this is a benefit for their territory. If they can kill a demon, they surely stand to gain a lot, not to mention blueprints. Artifacts could drop too. Of course, this is just their assumption. No one knows that the demons appearing in the forest are actually troops under Tang Xiaofan's command. If they knew, it would definitely cause a stir among the castle lords. While they are all excited, the live viewers from Blue Star are even more agitated. What fools. That is Tang Xiaofan's farmer. I'm so infuriated by this bunch of useless idiots. That armor is not from a demon. It's from a farmer from the Dragon Kingdom. Sigh, what kind of useless trash did my pig hoof nation send out? That they can't even recognize a farmer. What is the use of recognizing them? The base of your pig hoof nation-esque contestants has already been discovered by the Dragon Kingdom. Things are looking grim. You should know, after tomorrow. There won't be any protective shield left. Exactly. The farmers from the Dragon Kingdom are vicious. I found out yesterday that they almost have 100 sets of steel armor. My goodness. Do the contestants from other countries even have a chance? Of course they do. My Pig Hoof Nation has already sent a note to the Dragon Kingdom. Ah, is Pig Hoof Nation declaring war on the Dragon Kingdom? Of course not. We're not foolish. We're applying for surrender. You guys are ruthless. This will spark a wave of surrenders to the Dragon Kingdom. Stop flattering yourselves. My Dragon Kingdom is not a garbage dump that accepts all kinds of trash. Pig Hoof Nation barely meets the standards, but what about countries like Kimchi and Cherry Blossom? The Dragon Kingdom will refuse them. In the world channel of the Demon and God Continent, everyone calm down a bit. Don't try to gain something while losing out in the process. Demons are high-tier beings. How could they be just level 10 elites? Perhaps they are lesser demons that haven't grown yet. Even if they are lesser demons, they are still incredibly powerful. I suspect the person who leaked the information earlier is trying to set a trap for the castle lords of the forest. He likely offended the demons and, to avoid disaster, pulled more people into the mess. To say something selfish, if I were in that position, if demons were easy to kill, I would definitely keep all the gains for myself. The person upstairs is right. In front of demons, even top-tier troops like dragons are not that impressive. Trying to hunt demons is basically impossible. That guy is clearly trying to set everyone up. The castle lords in the forest, who were just excited, quickly regained their composure upon seeing this information. The legendary demons are creatures from higher planes of hell. Although dragons are top predators, they only reign supreme in the mid to lower planes. The current lord of the castle can't even handle a dragon, yet they want to hunt demons? If it were that easy, there wouldn't be any leaked information. Damn it. The person spreading the news must be trying to set us up. The forest is so vast that even if there are demons, it would be hard to find them. Indeed, staying calm is a good thing. If a castle lord in the forest encounters a demon, they shouldn't attack right away to avoid falling into a trap. First, assess the enemy's strength before deciding whether to engage. That makes sense. As I always say, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The one upstairs quoting Sun Tzu, that S classic. Get out of here. It's what I said. Chapter 50. Discovering the entrance to the underworld. Damn it. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Inside the castle, the young man was extremely frustrated. He really intended to drag the lord of the castle and the forest down with him. His goal was to divert the demon's wrath. However, this was definitely not a major trap. It could only be described as a minor one. That little demon, although it had wiped out his champion swordsman squad and was indeed powerful, was only at level 10. A level 10 elite monster could still be killed by a top-tier castle lord. Everyone knew that Tang Xiaofan, who was hailed as the strongest castle lord, had eradicated a herd of mammoths this morning, defeating a level 15 boss mammoth. What was a level 10 elite monster compared to that? He didn't know if Tang Xiaofan was in the forest. If he was, he could be dragged into this. With his castle's military strength, Taking out that demon wouldn't be difficult at all. The young man was unaware that the demon he encountered was actually a farmer under Tang Xiaofan's command. In fact, no castle lord would dare to believe that demons belonged to the military unit. This was because demons were of a much higher tier, classified as high-plane hellish beings, far more powerful than dragons. Dragons were already considered top-tier units. So what category did demons, which were even stronger than dragons, belong to? Demons could not possibly be a military unit. Naturally, no one would think of connecting this to Tang Xiaofan. A demon, you say? If I have the chance to encounter one, I might give it a shot. Somewhere in the forest, a young man murmured to himself. He was rational but also drawn to the idea of the demon. He wanted to take down the demon and win a grand prize. My military unit isn't a dragon. It's a fire elemental. It also belongs to the top-tier military units. If the demon appearing in the forest is really just a level 10 elite, it wouldn't be impossible to give it a try. He had over 20 fire elementals under his command. The strongest among them had already reached level 10. With so many top-tier units surrounding and taking down a level 10 elite demon wasn't out of reach. He was quite confident, viewing Tang Xiaofan's little demon as his hunting target. Has this spread already? In the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan looked at the messages in the chat channel. He truly hadn't anticipated that the hunting squad would be discovered by other castle lords in the forest, and that it would be reported directly in the world chat channel, revealing the existence of the Mark II battle armor to countless castle lords. This person is no good. Tang Xiaofan quickly labeled him as hostile. It was one thing to leak the existence of the Mark armor, but he even incited the other castle lords in the forest to hunt his farmers. He couldn't let this slide. Killing him would be the only way to relieve his anger. At the same time, it would serve as a warning to other castle lords. Currently, although no one had yet connected the demon to him, it didn't affect his ability to destroy the enemy castle. Tang Xiaofan didn't care whether the existence of the Mark armor would be leaked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have named his castle Black Technology Castle in the first place. He was unafraid of causing a stir and didn't mind the trouble. However, he couldn't stand the thought of anyone coveting his Mark armor. That was simply intolerable. As evening fell, the warrior squad returned. After a day of hunting, the warriors had gained a wealth of experience. Some of them received direct promotions. The most notable was Zhang Yi's advancement. After eliminating a herd of woolly mammoths, Zhang Yi had reached the pinnacle of level 12, just a step away from level 13. By the end of the day's hunting, Zhang Yi successfully leveled up to 13, having fully transformed into a killing machine. So far, Tang Xiaofan had one level 13 warrior, while the rest were around level 10, totaling nearly 100. Your Excellency, Zhang Yi approached to report to Tang Xiaofan. After his promotion to level 13, Zhang Yi's combat prowess was evident, each step radiating an aura of menace. He slightly bent his strong body and bowed to Tang Xiaofan, saying, "Reporting to Your Excellency. As per your orders, the warrior squad has been hunting while searching for hidden local forces in the surrounding dense forest. Farmer 46 has made a discovery and located an entrance to the Goblin tribe. The Goblin tribe resides in the underground world, and we have yet to gather detailed intelligence on their strength." Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. "Continue the investigation tomorrow." After speaking, he turned to Farmer 46. Farmer 46 quickly flew over and respectfully said, "Your Excellency, in addition to the goblins, I also encountered a group of human warriors. They attacked me without any provocation." "Go on," Tang Xiaofan replied, recalling the castle lord who had exposed the existence of the armor in the world chat channel. Farmer 46 continued, "Reporting to Your Excellency. They were a group of human warriors with levels between 6 and 10, poorly equipped and weak. After being attacked, I retaliated in time, defeating the enemies and letting one escape. I followed that person and ultimately found a castle. The castle is located about 18 kilometers from our high-tech castle, and I have marked it. Inside the castle, there is a level 5 lord and about 40 militia ranging from levels 1 to 6. We are just waiting for your orders. The warrior squad can easily cleanse the heretics from that castle. The warrior squad is strong enough to take down a castle guarded by only a few dozen militia. There's no rush. That castle will be dealt with sooner or later." Tang Xiaofan waved his hand. It was clear that the one who reported the information was the lord of that castle. He had initiated the attack on Farmer 46 and was subsequently defeated, leading to being tracked back to his stronghold. That person must be feeling fearful, worried about retaliation from the demons. So, let's spread the word in the global chat channel, rallying the lords of the forest's castle to hunt down the demon and share the risk. People like this are truly detestable. They cannot be allowed to remain. However, even if we want to storm that person's castle, we have to wait until the newbie protection period is over. During the newbie protection period, the castle is invincible. As long as he stays inside, even if a squad of warriors comes knocking, they won't be able to touch him. But once the newbie period ends and the protective shield disappears, he'll be at our mercy. The prerequisite is that he must survive the impending beast tide. Farmer 46 has wiped out his elite champion swordsman, leaving him with only a ragtag group of stragglers. The castle's strength has plummeted. He might not even be able to withstand the beast tide, and the castle could be flattened. At that point, Tang Xiaofan wouldn't even need to attack his castle. But if that person somehow survives, Tang Xiaofan wouldn't mind taking matters into his own hands to send him off. Tang Xiaofan said to his warriors, "Keep pushing yourselves and improve your strength. Soon after, the beast tide will strike. While defending the high-tech castle, we must kill as many monsters as possible." "As you command, my lord." The warriors replied respectfully. Warrior 1 declared, "Under the glory of our lord, no evil force can invade the high-tech castle." The morale among the other warriors was also high. The warrior squad is ready to sweep away all disloyal subjects for our lord. On this land, who dares to defy the king? Chapter 51. The final day has finally arrived. On the first day, the Lord descended, and without the Lord, the land of gods and demons remained shrouded in darkness for eternity. On the second day, the Lord created factories, giving rise to battle armor. On the third day, the Lord upgraded the castle, resulting in delicious food. On the fourth day, the Lord crafted new battle armor, leading to the extermination of monsters. On the fifth day, the Lord constructed walls, allowing us to sleep peacefully. On the sixth day, the Lord established trade, sparking a peak in commerce across the continent. On the seventh day, the Lord took the first step in ruling the world. The Lord is omnipotent, all-knowing, omnipresent, and possesses everything. In the castle's bedroom, Tang Xiaofan lay in bed, his eyes wide open. The farmer's recitations echoed in his ears. He could sense the farmer's faith in him, fervent and unwavering. At that moment, he truly questioned whether he was the creator of all things. Omnipotent, all-knowing. But I should get up. The creator of all things can rest on the seventh day, but I cannot. Tang Xiaofan rolled out of bed. After dressing, washing up, and enjoying a hearty breakfast prepared by the farmer, he stepped into the courtyard. The farmer's recitation came to a timely end. "My lord." Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly and spoke. "Johnny, lead the team out for hunting. Be careful. Today's hunt is especially important. We need 52 more soul stones to upgrade the farmer factory to level 3. And it's not just the farmer factory. The Black Technology Castle is also close to an upgrade. Plus, there are advanced building blueprints. The metal laboratory should be built soon with a bit more effort. Today marks the 7th day since the arrival of the lords of over 200 castles in Blue Star. It's also the last day of the newbie protection period. I must work even harder. Understood, my lord. Jean-E and his team, clad in Mark II battle armor, marched out of the castle wielding massive axes. As long as they gather the soul stones today, they can upgrade the farmer factory to level 3. A level 2 farmer factory can summon professional farmers. But we have yet to discover what types of farmers a level 3 factory can summon. Tang Xiaofan opened the trading channel. The food listed yesterday afternoon had sold out completely, yielding 17,500 units of wood and 11,300 units of stone. Compared to the previous days, the exchange ratio for stone had been increasing. This indicates that some castle lords have found sources for stone collection, such as mines. The more stone that is collected, the larger the market share that flows in. No longer does it resemble the first 2 or 3 days when the resources exchanged were primarily wood. Not just me, but other castle lords are also developing rapidly. I believe that soon, the currently scarce refined iron will become a mainstream trade item. Once the quantity of refined iron increases, lords with towns will emerge like mushrooms after rain. As for now, only Tang Xiaofan has the ability to upgrade the castle into a town. Currently, I have over 130,000 units of wood and have surpassed 50,000 units of stone. 2 of the 3 requirements for upgrading to a town are met. What I lack now is refined iron. The castle's warehouse has nearly 2,000 units of refined iron, so I'm still 8,000 units short of the 10,000 units required for the upgrade. While this gap seems large, it's not as daunting as it appears. Because Kuer has about 4,000 units of refined iron stored up. By tonight, it's possible that the amount could increase to 5,000 units. If I can trade for that refined iron, I would only need to find an additional 3,000 units. Plus, with the auction of high-tier equipment, gathering 10,000 units of refined iron will be a breeze. And if I end up with over 15,000 units of refined iron, I'll upgrade the town first. The advanced building, the metal laboratory, requires 50,000 refined iron, which is still a bit challenging at the moment. The real issue now is whether the lords of the castles can be generous enough. Will the high-tier equipment crafted from level 15 boss materials drive them wild? The more crazy they get, the more I stand to gain. The World Chat channel is still buzzing with excitement. The hype surrounding the demons has not faded. Many castle lords are still discussing matters related to the demons, with some expressing regret that the demons did not descend near their castles. Otherwise, they would surely hunt them down for powerful artifacts. There are even calls for the castle lords in the forest to send troops to search for traces of the demons. If they could kill a demon, it would undoubtedly lead to a windfall. Seeing such messages, Tang Xiaofan could only chuckle. Do they really think they can take down his battle armor? Now on the 7th day, the netizens of Blue Star are facing one of their most anxious days. If a contestant's heart of the castle shatters, they will be declared dead, and their nation will suffer a 1,000-fold punishment. Because starting tomorrow, the protective shield will disappear, and the beast tide will descend. At that point, if any castle is destroyed by the beast tide, the contestant's nation will face a 1,000-fold penalty. For example, if a contestant from the Pig-Leg Kingdom is killed, their country, which only spans 10 acres, will have no chance to escape and will be annihilated in the blink of an eye, completely and indiscriminately. As a result, many weaker netizens are scrambling to apply for immigration to other countries. Even those who can't immigrate are seeking visas to travel to more powerful nations. Like the Dragon Kingdom, the influx of foreign tourists to the Dragon Kingdom is overwhelming, mostly wealthy individuals, while some poor folks are even crossing the Pacific Ocean on wooden planks just to reach it. Although the Dragon Kingdom is overwhelmed by this wave of population influx, it's a bittersweet situation because many wealthy individuals and scientists, while applying for immigration, are also bringing wealth and technology. Even a significant number of people from powerful countries are immigrating here. These people, in order to immigrate to the Dragon Kingdom, manage to pass the extremely difficult Mandarin exam, earning the admiration of the local citizens for these overseas elites. In the Global Chat channel, today marks the 7th day of the arrival. The newbie protection period is down to its last day. I'm really anxious. I can't just say I'm anxious. I'm actually scared, worried that my castle will be besieged. The one who should be the most terrified is me. On the very first day of the arrival, gigantic birds circled above my castle, showing up every other day, clearly treating me as their next meal. Hang in there upstairs. The real danger comes from the beast tide, which poses a test for all the hundreds of castle lords. This single wave could very well eliminate a large number of castle lords. Don't know what the beast tide looks like. I don't care if it's spectacular. I'm only concerned about when it will arrive. Once today is over, the beast tide could show up at any moment. Damn it. Why can't I have a little more time? My troops haven't even grown strong yet. Chapter 52, Preparing to Attack the Underground Goblin Tribe who isn't. The vast majority of castle lords are just trying to survive. Only a handful of castle lords with advanced top-tier troops are confident enough to withstand the beast tide or even compete for rewards. Take the esteemed Tang Xiaofan, for example, along with Baia's Golden City, Black Dragon Castle, Silver War Fortress, Elven Garden, and the Land of Death Knights. These are all top-tier powerhouses with the strength to contend for that singular reward. In the World Chat channel, many castle lords are discussing the impending beast tide. The excitement is even higher than the appearance of the demons in the forest. After all, today marks the last day of the novice period. Once today is over, the novice protection shield will vanish. There will no longer be an invincible castle defense to provide them with safety. The peaceful period of steady development is coming to an end. From here on out, all castle lords will have to tread a harsh path of survival. This has left many feeling anxious, especially those who randomly received low-tier troops, who are filled with dread and almost despair. The World Chat channel has become a venting ground for many castle lords. Some express their terror, while others resort to cursing. However, the journey must continue. Standing still will only bring death closer. Fighting with everything they have might just give them a glimmer of hope. The hundreds of castle lords in Blue Star will be completely exposed to the perilous environment of the demon and god continent. Tang Xiaofan turned off the World Chat channel, his mood a bit complicated. He wasn't arrogant enough to ignore the dangers of the demon and god continent just because he had created the Mark Mech. On the contrary, he remained vigilant. With the absolute defense of the shield about to disappear, a sense of unease settled in his heart. This is a natural human instinct that cannot be overlooked. When one is weak, fear of the unfamiliar world around them arises instinctively. Only by becoming stronger can one's sense of security increase. He must become stronger. When he is powerful enough to easily slay that fire dragon, he might truly be able to stand his ground in the forest, unafraid of challenges from all sides. Ernyo, how is your sniper rifle coming along? Lord. In the weapon workshop, the gunpowder-scented Ernyo looked up to greet Tang Xiaofan, then picked up a long barrel over 2 meters in length and as thick as an arm from the platform, handing it to Tang Xiaofan. I've adjusted it. And considering it's meant for the fire dragon, I've specifically doubled the firepower. Of course, the trade-off is that the barrel is now thicker. Looking at the sniper rifle in his hands, Even with his body upgraded many times, it felt a bit heavy. He walked into the forest and took aim, firing a shot. Boom. The massive gunshot sent the monsters in the forest scattering in all directions, uprooting a row of trees and shooting at least 2 kilometers away. Wow. Tang Xiaofan was momentarily shocked by the recoil of the gun. If he hadn't already leveled up and strengthened his body, he might have been injured by that shot. Sir, this weapon is incredibly powerful, but it needs to be paired with the Mark II battle armor to unleash its full potential, Jarvis's voice echoed. Tang Xiaofan nodded. Indeed. With such a weapon, if combined with Jarvis's formidable computational capabilities to predict the bullet trajectory, the fire dragon would surely be captured. Afterward, Tang Xiaofan chatted for a while with the little girl from the underground world. He learned that she had built a fence to protect the entire Grey Dwarf fortress. The black iron dwarves under her command had also equipped themselves. The strongest among them had reached level 8, while the weakest was at level 2, totaling over 80 members, with an average level of 4. Although the little girl's black iron dwarves were not particularly strong, in fact, one could say they were weak. They had the fence and were all geared up. Their combat effectiveness was decent, and it shouldn't be a problem to fend off the beast tide and safely pass the initial test. Tang Xiaofan thought to himself, I have some good news. After upgrading my Grey Dwarf fortress to a higher level, a wandering dwarf from the underground world has come to join me. Tang Xiaofan inquired, a dwarf? What level? The little girl replied, well, the dwarf said he is the most powerful sky swordsman of the Black Iron Dwarf clan, at the peak of level 18. He also mentioned that before the beast tide arrives, he would help me summon more Black Iron Dwarf warriors. Tang Xiaofan fell silent. He questioned himself why he was worried about the safety of this little girl. He shouldn't overthink things. He had to admit that he was jealous of her. Here he was, Tang Xiaofan, renowned as the strongest castle lord, the first to upgrade a castle to a higher level, making a name for himself in the forest. His armored team swept through the dense woods within a 20-kilometer radius, boasting formidable strength and astonishing combat power. Yet up to now, not a single local intelligent creature had come to seek refuge with him. When he wiped out the ogre tribe, those lower-tier intelligent beings even chose to die rather than surrender. But this little girl had a level 18 peak sky swordsman Black Iron Dwarf voluntarily coming to her aid, even helping her recruit soldiers to protect the Grey Dwarf fortress. The treatment was worlds apart. She truly was favored by the goddess of luck. After finishing his conversation with the fortunate little girl, Tang Xiaofan turned his attention to the kill notifications. There were frequent updates indicating that goblins were being slain. Clearly, his armored team was preparing to attack the goblin nest hidden in the underground world. This was great news. On the final day, the Blue Star world wasn't idle either. Today, the Demon and God continent shifted to a full-day live broadcast. Because after today, the beast tide would arrive, and everyone's fate was interconnected. Hello, viewers. Thank you for tuning into today's program. Today marks the last day of the novice protection period. After today, the protective shield will disappear. The contestants from Dragon Country will face the challenge. Let's hear from the commander first. Do you think Tang Xiaofan can withstand this wave of beasts? Looking at the question sent by Yuchi, the commander rarely chuckled and said, haha, of course he can. Right now, his only drawback is his lack of reconnaissance tools. Otherwise, he would have wiped out those monsters already. The commander gestured, and a large screen displayed the sniper rifle that Tang Xiaofan had just tested. He continued, everyone, take a look at this weapon. It may look like a gun, but it's actually a sniper cannon, with a caliber approaching 20 millimeters. Concentrated fire from such projectiles could potentially penetrate even modern tanks. Chapter 53, Strategizing Operations Remotely. Humph. Animal cruelty? In my opinion, we should negotiate with these animals for peaceful coexistence. Zhang Xiaoxiao always has such unique opinions, and recently, he has been subjected to unprecedented online harassment, leaving him in a terrible mood. Damn it, has this guy hit that time of the month? The toilet situation is so disgusting. When will we get rid of this mess? Master Gung awkwardly glanced at the grim-faced commander and said, that's definitely not going to work. The animals are here to eat him, but there's no need to worry about Tang Xiaofan. I can see he is quite confident over there. Looks like he will be upgrading his castle today, right? It seems so. Although he got his hands on a blueprint for a metal laboratory last time, he can only further unleash his productivity after upgrading the castle. You're not wrong. But what I'm most curious about is how that tin shack of his could hide so many people, and all of them are burly men. It's all about advanced technology. Once we can communicate with Tang Xiaofan, we can ask him about it. In the Goblin tribe, located in the underground world, the entrance is a tree hollow. It's easy to defend, but hard to attack. However, Tang Xiaofan believes that since the armored squad has begun to take action against the goblins, it indicates that the warriors are confident in eradicating the Goblin tribe. He isn't overly worried. In Battle 1, everyone is now at level 13. He is currently wearing a Mark II armor, and when he runs at full speed, he is nothing but a streak of silver light. At his current strength, he could probably take on that fire dragon in a one-on-one fight. As long as the opponent doesn't run away, victory is assured, as long as there are no goblin kings within the tribe. The banner of victory will be in the hands of the armored squad. In the courtyard, Tang Xiaofan looked up at the protective shield enveloping the high-tech castle. It shimmered with white light, still dazzling. But after midnight tonight, it will disappear. Hundreds of castle lords will officially welcome this strange and dangerous alternate world, ushering in a new era of castles. Starting tomorrow, I will recruit more warriors and begin preparations for developing the arc reactor. By then, even without the protection of the shield, I will be the safest in my armor. At that point, I will turn this castle into my armored fortress. With one command, the armor can be donned remotely, providing maximum protection. That way, I'll be completely safe, even if wild monsters or local forces attack the castle while the warriors are out hunting. Or if the enemy manages to breach the walls and evade the warriors' defenses, I can still withstand some of it. The best solution would actually be to have 1 or 2 personal bodyguards for round-the-clock protection. That way, even if enemies attack the castle, I want to be like a turtle in a jar. I am currently at level 6, which is the level of ordinary monsters, after putting on the battle armor. Although the real combat power couldn't compare to that of a level 15 elite monster, it still provided a certain level of self-defense. With level 6 plus battle armor, they were no longer considered cannon fodder. This was the confidence Tang Xiaofan had in allowing the warrior squad to go out hunting. After all, the castle needed to develop, and eventually, they had to engage in battles. Ultimately, the number of troops was too small. If I had 1,000 marked battle armor warriors, then I could send half out to hunt and keep the other half to guard the castle and protect me. Why would I have to worry? If I had an arc reactor and could mass-produce marked battle armor, then I could rest easy. Tang Xiaofan sighed softly. He currently had nearly 100 Mark II battle armors, which was still too few. However, looking on the bright side, it didn't seem too far-fetched to have 1,000 Mark II battle armors. Today, the farmer factory was about to upgrade to level 3. The castle could also upgrade to a town, and who knows, maybe some tech talents would emerge, unlocking technological buildings and solving production efficiency issues. If that's the case, I could unleash a massive wave of troops without any worries. With that thought, Tang Xiaofan felt much more at ease. At this moment, about 8 kilometers away from the Black Technology Castle, in a dense forest, the battle armor squad had gathered completely. Today, the warriors were not hunting wild monsters. Instead, they headed straight for the goblin tribe. This wasn't part of the original plan for the battle armor squad. On the contrary, it was due to an unexpected turn of events. Just as they were preparing to hunt, a warrior discovered traces of goblins. Several large, rat-like goblins were hiding in the thick thorns, spying on the battle armor squad as hunting activities. They were soon discovered by the warriors and captured. The squad interrogated the goblins intensely, much like ogres. Although the goblins were timid, they refused to yield. However, their bodies couldn't withstand the torture, and under duress, they revealed all the information about their tribe. It was a medium-sized goblin tribe, hidden in an underground world 100 meters down. The tribe had about 3,000 goblins, with around 800 goblin warriors. The strongest goblin was their chieftain, who had just reached level 18 lord status. Additionally, there were 2 level 16 goblin leaders and 5 level 14 goblin subleaders. There were over 100 elite goblins ranging from level 10 to 12. The information obtained by the squad was relayed back to Tang Xiaofan at the far-off Black Technology Castle through the Mark II communication system. Tang Xiaofan understood that this goblin tribe was quite powerful. Even a top castle lord would struggle to defeat them. However, with the strength of the battle armor squad, it wasn't impossible to break through this goblin tribe. They could lure the goblins into battle, find an opportunity to take down those 2 level 16 goblins, and then storm into their underground world. Yijian, you handle the level 18 goblin chieftain. The remaining goblins will be left to the armored squad. The 2 level 16 goblin leaders are crucial. If they survive, they can assist the goblin chieftain in the siege against the armored squad, and they can also rally the other goblins to fight back. Therefore, they must be eliminated first. Once they are dead, we can focus on dealing with the level 18 goblin chieftain. The other warriors can also unleash their full strength against the goblin fighters within the tribe. The key to breaking the goblin tribe lies with those 2 level 16 leaders. Their fate is extremely critical. Additionally, since we are attacking underground, we should test the effectiveness of fertilizer bombs and Molotov cocktails now, rather than waiting for tomorrow's beast tide to throw us into chaos. Yes, my lord. Oh no, chieftain, this is bad. The demons are coming. Chapter 54. The fierce battle. They are clad in iron armor, wielding flaming iron chains, and they're out to kill us. The dimly lit underground world is startled awake by the unique screams of the goblins. A goblin sentry, screaming in terror, rushes through the tribe's homes, bathed in the soft glow of moonlit grass, and climbs up 49 steps. Finally, he darts into a palace built of massive stones. This palace isn't grand, but it instills awe among the other goblins in the tribe. In the square near the palace stands a statue, a dragon with enormous wings, its face fierce and menacing. On the dragon's back stands a goblin warrior, holding a massive sword. He opens his mouth wide, the sword pointing forward, as if roaring or commanding the dragon to charge at the enemies ahead. Supreme Goblin King, riding the mighty dragon, invincible. May your majesty protect the goblin race and bless our tribe with prosperity. No enemy can make us goblins retreat. Not even a dragon. Chief, we have a grave situation. The goblin sentry kneels with a thud before the grand hall. At the head of the hall, seated on a stone throne, is the goblin chief, adorned in finely crafted armor. He has recently been promoted to level 18, exuding vigor and imposing strength. His physique is more robust than the strongest goblin warriors in the tribe, standing at an impressive height of 5 feet. Goblins typically average around 4 feet tall, making a 5-foot goblin extremely rare. He is indeed a goblin giant. What has happened? The goblin chief inquires calmly, sitting upright with a massive iron sword planted on the ground before him. His expression is steady, exuding a formidable presence. Influenced by his demeanor, the goblin sentry quickly regains his composure and respectfully responds, reporting to you, Chief, those surface-dwelling creatures have invaded our territory. The third entrance to our tribe has been taken over. Many of our kin have been slaughtered by these surface beings. They are few in number but incredibly powerful. None of our tribe can stand against them. Even Captain Ugu has been killed by them. How brazen. The goblin chief's anger flares. Ugu is a level 14 goblin, a small captain of the tribe's forces assigned to guard the third entrance. Now, he has fallen to the hands of these surface beings, and the chief is furious. The goblin chief asks in a deep voice, were the assailants humans from that castle? The goblin sentry shakes his head and replies, the enemies are not the humans from the castle, but a group of warriors clad in iron armor. They also carry the scent of the surface. Iron armor? The goblin chief furrows his brow. After a moment, he inquires again, how many enemies are there, and what levels are they? The goblin sentry answers, there are quite a few enemies, with the highest level being 13. They mastered incredibly powerful combat skills and surrounded and killed the level 14 leader, Lord Ugu. How infuriating. The goblin chieftain's face darkened with murderous intent. Such weaklings dared to covet his goblin tribe. They were asking for death. Just then, a goblin warrior burst into the hall, his face filled with rage. Chieftain, I request a battle and eliminate those surface invaders. I want to avenge my brother Ugu with my own hands. Go. Take the other minor leaders and our brave and powerful goblin warriors with you. Usha, you must make the surface invaders understand that our goblin tribe is not to be trifled with. The goblin chieftain sat on his stone seat, his expression fierce as he issued orders. Yes, chieftain. Goblin leader Usha immediately left the hall, rallying a large group of goblins to surge out of the underground world. Watching their retreating figures, the goblin chieftain nodded slightly, filled with confidence. Usha, one of his level 16 leaders, along with 4 level 14 minor leaders and a group of elite goblin warriors, they would surely be able to eliminate the invaders. A group of invaders, at most level 13, was not enough to warrant his personal involvement. He believed that soon, Usha would bring him good news. In the dense forest, the ground trembled as if a rumbling sound was rising. Suddenly, the ground caved in, quickly forming a massive pit several dozen meters in diameter. A horde of goblin warriors surged out from the underground cavern. Each goblin was equipped with weapons and leather armor, fully armed and clearly formidable in battle. They were at least stronger than the ogre tribe. 200 meters ahead was the third entrance, a tree hollow. The enemy was right there. Charge forward. Avenge minor leader Ugu and the sacrifice tribe members. Revenge. Revenge. Led by level 16 leader Usha. The 4 level 14 minor leaders and over 300 elite goblin warriors surged towards the third entrance, their morale high and rage boiling over. The third entrance was merely a small tree hollow, used daily by goblins for entry and exit. However, this underground cavern served as a wartime passage, specifically designed to facilitate the movement of the goblin tribe's main forces. When war breaks out, the cavern would open, and once the war ended, it would be sealed again. Near the third entrance, dozens of goblin corpses lay sprawled out. The warriors gathered at the cave's mouth, ready for battle. If the entire goblin tribe mobilized, led by the goblin chieftain, they would immediately retreat to avoid confrontation. But if only a portion of the goblin army engaged, then their plan would succeed. Lord John, a level 17 warrior rushed over respectfully. We have spotted the goblin forces in the rear, over 300 strong, led by a level 16 goblin leader and 4 level 14 minor leaders. The goblin chieftain has not appeared. Very well. With a mighty swing of his giant axe, Zhani declared, "Relay my orders. Prepare for battle." Understood. After Zhang Shiqi left, Zhang Yi continued, "Brothers, our plan is flawless. Although only one of the 2 level 16 chieftains from the goblin tribe has shown up, all of their remaining level 14 mini-chieftains have arrived. That's right. While our warriors are surrounding and eliminating the level 14 goblin mini-chieftain Ogu, he has not revealed himself. The purpose? To feign weakness. To prevent the entire goblin tribe from launching an all-out attack. Most importantly, to guard against that level 18 goblin chieftain charging into battle himself. Now it seems his plan has succeeded. 1 level 16 goblin, for level 14 goblins, and over 300 goblin warriors ranging from levels 6 to 13. This is the elite force of the goblin tribe. Once we deal with this goblin unit, the battle armor squad can directly storm the goblin tribe's underground lair. We will eradicate the goblin tribe and complete the mission assigned by the Lord. Chapter 55. One-sided overwhelming battle in the dense forest. The goblin army encountered the warrior squad. Without exchanging unnecessary words, both sides immediately plunged into intense combat. Kill. Avenge our fallen kin. Annihilate these invaders from another world. The level 16 goblin leader, Usha, raised his wolf-tooth club and charged towards the warrior squad, furious. These steel cans, the strongest among them barely at level 13 peak, dared to provoke the powerful goblin forces. They were asking for death. The other goblins followed Usha bravely, charging into the warrior squad. At the same time, a rain of iron arrows flew from the goblin ranks, aimed at the warriors. The warriors swiftly dodged, skillfully avoiding the attacks. Such a level of ranged physical assault posed no threat to them. Then, they counterattacked rapidly. The M429 machine guns fired in a sweeping barrage, the hail of bullets surging like a tide towards the goblin forces, unleashing fury. Countless splashes of blood erupted as the goblins were caught off guard, exclaiming, "The chains of death!" In an instant, their formation was thrown into disarray, and the once high morale evaporated. The warriors, fearless and valiant, charged directly into the goblin ranks. Wherever they passed, their massive axes swung, and the once formidable goblin warriors fell one after another. Damn it! Goblin leader Usha swung his wolf-tooth club at the nearest warrior. In that split second, the warrior appeared to become a blur in Usha's eyes. This was the illusion created by high-speed movement in the eyes of the enemy. This ordinary warrior had managed to withstand Usha's attack through sheer speed. Meanwhile, another warrior had already broken away from the fight, using high-speed movement to evade the goblin's line of sight, diving towards the ground. At this moment, the remaining warriors continued to assault Usha and the goblin forces around him. Die. Dying under the glory of our Lord is your honor. These warriors had mastered the practical combat techniques of their machine guns, their massive axes and guns combining to form a deadly chain in front of them, while behind them, the massive axe blades came crashing down. A series of attacks blanketed Usha and dozens of goblin warriors. Those goblin warriors instantly turned into lost dogs, collapsing to the ground in screams. Only Usha managed to release his internal magical power, barely blocking the bullets from the machine guns. Damn it! They're level 12 steel cans. Usha's expression changed dramatically upon seeing so many steel cans. He wasn't foolish. He quickly realized they had fallen into a trap. The enemy's strongest fighter had been hiding, not yet revealed, clearly luring them in to weaken the goblin tribe's strength. What of level 12? The powerful goblin clan had once enslaved dragons, let alone you beings from another world. Goblin leader Usha roared in fury. He raised his spiked mace high, smashing the lifeless goblin warrior that stood in his way. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, he shot forward like a cannonball, charging ahead. This was his skill, and it was also the pride of a late-stage level 16 warrior. Facing him was warrior 47, unafraid. Wielding a massive axe, he transformed into a streak of black light, colliding with the goblin leader, Usha. Boom. The goblin's magic clashed violently with the power of the Mark II battle armor. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave erupted, affecting the dense forest within 100 meters. Huge boulders rolled, and even some trees were uprooted. As the shockwave and the raging energy dissipated, only warrior 47 remained standing on the ground. Meanwhile, the goblin leader Usha knelt on the ground, his mace nowhere to be found. His face was ashen as he stared incredulously at the armored warrior before him. As a seasoned level 16 warrior, he couldn't believe he was defeated by a mere early-stage level 12 being from another world. How could this be possible? What race are you? Usha asked, struggling to comprehend. Warrior 47 proudly replied, "We are farmers, guardians of our Lord. Our duty is to spread our Lord's glory and make all dissenters wash their sins in blood. I've never heard of a farmer race being so powerful. You're lying, Usha retorted. But faith. Usha rose from the ground, filled with rage. The beings of the demon and god continent do not need faith. They only pursue the truth. Warrior 47 shot back. What is truth? Truth is. Usha abruptly fell silent. Then, in a sudden outburst of anger, he declared, truth is truth. So-called faith only erodes our souls. The shameful faith in evil gods has long abandoned us. Kill. Usha roared in fury, and the battle erupted once more. Unfortunately for him, what he received was not Warrior 47's axe, but a torrential rain of bullets. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, standing at the entrance of a cave was a young man, the lord of the castle where a group of champion swordsmen had perished yesterday. Now, a large group of militia gathered around him, with not a single champion swordsman in sight. My lord, here's the situation. The battle over there is extremely intense, and we can't get involved at all. Listening to his militia's report, the young man's expression darkened. Hundreds of goblin warriors and a horde of demons were fighting. It was madness. The aftershocks of the battlefield shook the entire forest. Had he not heard the sounds of battle, he might have inadvertently walked right into it. But how could there be so many demons in this forest? He didn't understand. High-ranking hell beings like demons should be rare. Yet, a whole group of them appeared on that battlefield. Is there any other information? Facing the inquiries from the youth, the militia who went to gather information shook his head and said, My lord, both sides on the battlefield are incredibly powerful, with the strongest reaching level 16. I dared not get close and could only observe from a distance. But it is certain that those demons are targeting the goblin tribe hidden underground. This is the direct cause of the war. I see, the youth replied, waving off the militia. After a long consideration, he finally said, Send my orders, steer clear of this area. Go to other places to gather resources and hunt wild monsters. Yes, my lord. Soon, the youth and his militia retreated. Even a single level 10 or 12 demon would be enough to wipe out his militia force entirely. In the distance, a group of demons was present, and he did not have the courage to stay and take risks. He understood the saying, curiosity killed the cat. Most importantly, his castle's troops could not suffer any further losses. Therefore, he made the decisive choice to retreat. Chapter 56. The Great Crisis of the Goblin Tribe on the Underground Battlefield. The bodies of goblin warriors littered the ground. Some goblins had been turned into a mess by machine gun fire, while others lay in pieces from massive axe blows. In less than 10 minutes, this goblin unit suffered devastating losses. Out of more than 300 goblin warriors, only about 70 or 80 remained alive before their ranks suddenly collapsed. The surviving goblin warriors began to flee in all directions. Some dashed into the depths of the dense forest, while others retreated into the underground world. However, most of the goblins were unable to escape and were hunted down by the mech warriors, one by one. No more than 20 goblins managed to get away. As for the goblin leader Usher, he was slain single-handedly by Warrior 41. The other 4 level 14 goblin sub-leaders were also killed by the other warriors. This was a glorious victory. The goblin unit was nearly annihilated, while none of the warriors in the soldier team sustained any injuries. Thanks to the powerful Mark II battle armor they wore, even the elite sub-leader's extraordinary strength failed to inflict any significant damage. In contrast, the goblins had no such protection. They relied almost entirely on brute force. Even Usher, the level 16 goblin leader, lacked many skills and was utterly unable to contend with the Mark II battle armor. During his duel with Warrior 47, he was overwhelmed by strength and defense and was killed in just 20 exchanges. Prepare for a quick rest. We depart in 5 minutes to continue the assault. The warriors took a brief moment to catch their breath, though there wasn't much to recover from. They hadn't even broken a sweat. After all, with machine guns in hand and the agility and defense of the Mark II armor, they were practically invincible. Given the number of warriors present, it was rare for anyone to sustain injuries. Meanwhile, as they rested, many warriors also leveled up. The second-tier warriors remained at level 12, but several others advanced to level 11, with most reaching the peak of level 12. The overall strength of the warrior team surged dramatically. The reason for so many warriors leveling up was the sheer number of goblin warriors they had defeated, nearly 300. Among them were numerous elite goblins, including 1 level 16 goblin chief and 4 level 14 sub-leaders. Even when the experience was divided among them, it was still substantial enough to facilitate significant level advancements. Time's up. Clean the battlefield. Leave the goblins' equipment and soul stones in place. They will be transported back to the castle after the battle and handed over to the Lord. Understood. With no one left to clean the battlefield, the enemy's stronghold had been alerted, losing the element of surprise in the battle. Warrior 2 addressed the soldiers. Our mission is to wipe out the goblin tribe. The level 18 goblin chief is the responsibility of Warrior 1. We will handle the other goblins. Understood, Warrior 2. In combat operations, commanders often emerge from the grassroots level. All the warriors were summoned by Tang Xiaofan. And at the beginning, they were almost identical. Except for a few exceptions, everyone fought together and grew together. However, there are always differences among individuals. Two warriors, Jean E and Jean Air, gradually developed during their daily battles. Level is one aspect, but there is also the kind of persuasive ability and charisma that commands respect. Tang Xiaofan did not interfere with the emergence of these commanders. He himself was not as clear about the command structure as Jarvis. But he had his own understanding of the profound logic behind it. A powerful combat team, as long as it ensures overwhelming combat power, will naturally produce outstanding leaders. Not to mention, these warriors and farmers are united in their efforts to fight for the high-tech castle, with no chaotic thoughts. It's quite simple. The warriors respectfully took their orders, full of confidence. Among them, there were numerous level 10 warriors and 10 level 12 warriors. They were all equipped with Mark II battle armor, outfitted with M249 machine guns, and had several long-range sniping artillery pieces to deal with special troops. With such a team, slaying dragons would be a piece of cake. Dealing with the remaining 16th level goblin chieftain and other goblin warriors would not be difficult. If they moved fast enough, they could finish the battle and return to the high-tech castle for dinner. Unless something unexpected happened, the warrior team was more than capable of annihilating this goblin tribe. Let us go, Jean Air commanded. The warriors swiftly entered the underground cave with a diameter of several meters and charged straight towards the goblin tribe located 100 meters underground. In the underground world, within the massive stone palace of the goblin tribe, a dozen blood-soaked goblins knelt in the great hall, their heads bowed, afraid to face the furious gaze of their chieftain. They had been defeated. The elite force of 300 goblin warriors had been crushed by the enemy. In the end, only they had managed to escape alive. It could almost be said that their entire army had been wiped out. They were the disgraceful vanquished. Chieftain, this was a conspiracy. One of the only level 10 elite goblins cried out in anger. The strongest enemy was definitely not level 13. They must be much stronger, at least level 16. They hid in the shadows and only revealed themselves when the battle began. Commander Usha fought valiantly against the enemy. Ultimately, his level was no match for theirs. And he was slain. We have failed. 300 brave warriors sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. Chieftain, you must avenge Commander Usha, avenge our fallen kin. The wails echoed throughout the great hall, yet the goblin chieftain remained silent. His expression was dark as night, struggling to suppress the fury boiling within him to prevent it from erupting. Two battles had taken place, one ambush and one direct clash. The goblin tribe had been utterly defeated. All 5 of his 14-level sub-leaders are dead, and among the 2 16-level leaders, only one remains alive. The valiant goblin warriors have suffered the loss of 300. The tribe has been severely weakened. If he hadn't already advanced to level 18, he would have to worry about being annexed by other goblin tribes. Damn it. Those enemies from another world have caused him to lose a significant number of warriors loyal to him and to the tribe. This vengeance must be repaid. At that moment, a panicked goblin sentry rushed into the hall, shouting, "Chief, it's bad. Those creatures from another world have broken in. It's you again." The goblin chief recognized this sentry. He was the one who falsely reported enemy strength, claiming the strongest was only level 13, which led to devastating losses for the tribe. Thinking of this, the goblin chief was filled with rage and, with a wave of his hand, struck the sentry dead. Then, he stood up in fury, looking down at the trembling goblins in the hall. Gather all the tribe's warriors. Defend the tribe. Chapter 57. The battle begins with relentless crushing in the underground world. Within the goblin tribe, approximately 3,000 goblins reside here. Among them, there are 800 goblin warriors. After the losses inflicted by the warrior squad, around 500 goblin warriors remain. Under the command of their chieftain, these 500 warriors ascend the 4-meter-high city wall, vigilantly watching the third passage. The goblin warriors are all equipped with weapons and leather armor, and some elite goblins even wear crude iron armor and wield sharp longswords, exuding an aura of menace. News of the goblin force's annihilation has already reached the tribe. However, the goblins are not afraid. This is because their chieftain is a formidable presence. Boasting a level of 18, an 18-level lord is powerful enough to lead their tribe to victory. At this moment, the goblin chieftain appears on the city wall. Holding a massive iron sword and clad in exquisite armor, he is robust and exudes authority. Upon seeing him, the goblin warriors erupt in cheers. Long live the chieftain. Long live the goblin tribe. Very well. The goblin chieftain nods in satisfaction. Although the goblin tribe has faced great adversity, with hundreds of brave goblin warriors falling in battle, including a level 16 Grand Commander and 5 level 14 commanders sacrificed on the surface world, the morale of the goblin tribe remains unshaken. As long as there is hope, Victory will not be far away. This time, the invaders of our tribe are not the dark creatures of the underground world. They are not the insatiable black dragon either. They are beings from another world. They call themselves farmers, serving a so-called glorious lord, spreading the Lord as faith. They seek to seduce us, to make us abandon our souls and the dignity of our tribe, to forsake the pursuit of truth. Do you agree to this? Will you once again worship the shameful faith of the evil gods? No. The goblin warriors roar in unison. All wise beings on the demon and god continent know that in ancient times, the gods of faith worshipped by countless races went to war against the dimensional demon gods. Warriors of all races fought valiantly, slaying countless demons. However, in the end, the faith-based gods were defeated. The surviving gods of faith chose to abandon the myriad races, leading to a massacre by the dimensional demon gods, resulting in countless lives lost. The land and sky were stained red with the blood of countless beings, including their own goblin tribe. It was the truth that saved them, in the pursuit of truth. The myriad races united in despair and finally drove the dimensional demon gods from the demon and god continent, restoring peace to the world. From then on, the gods of faith were despised by all races. Although many weaker tribes do not know what the truth truly is, it does not prevent them from rejecting faith. The beings of myriad races firmly believe that the gods of faith are a tumor on the demon and god continent, existing not to protect them, but to poison their souls and bodies. The demon and god continent does not need the gods of faith. Things that have passed should not return. If they do return, they are enemies. The goblin chieftain speaks once more. We are goblins, born weak and living at the bottom of the divine and demonic continent. We can offer gifts to the dark creatures of the underworld, begging for peace. We can send food to the greedy black dragon, hoping it won't destroy our tribe. But we will never bow our heads to beings from another world. The enemies outside are not dimensional demons. Yet they are even more evil than the dimensional demons. We will use war, with our fiery blood, to tell those invaders from another world. Goblins can be brave and fearless too. Brave tribal warriors, pick up your weapons and defend our goblin tribe. Even if we die in battle, our great goblin king will surely avenge us. The goblin chieftain raised his giant sword high, full of valor. Kill, kill, kill. On the city walls, goblin warriors also raised their weapons. Morale surged to its peak in an instant. Even within the tribe, many ordinary goblins were shouting in fury. In the distance, the third passage. The warriors had reached the outskirts of the goblin fortress, according to the images sent back by the first battle team. The second battle team said, "This is a group of low-tier intelligent beings. Their belief is incredibly strong. Even though they are extremely weak, they still deserve our respect. Everyone, do not harbor any illusions. We must fight with all our might as if we were hunting a lion." The second battle team said, "Truth will not save the divine and demonic continent a second time. The one who can save the divine and demonic continent is only the omnipotent Lord. Let the honor of our Lord spread across the divine and demonic continent. Only when light completely envelopes the entire divine and demonic continent will the powers of evil and darkness permanently retreat. Sacrifice is redemption. The destruction of the goblin tribe is not without meaning." He swung his giant axe, pointing at the goblin tribe. "Let their blood become the embellishment on the path of our Lord's honor. Let us go." The warriors' fighting spirit grew even more fervent. They advanced silently, wielding their giant axes, charging straight toward the distant goblin tribe. The first battle team also found their opportunity. His opponent was an 18th level goblin chieftain. The great battle was about to erupt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From 100 meters away, countless arrows flew out from the walls of the goblin tribe. Among them were a few iron arrows, several meters long, capable of easily killing elite-level enemies. However, the warriors moved at incredible speed. Like streaks of white light, they easily dodged the rain of arrows from the goblin tribe. In the blink of an eye, they closed the 100-meter gap. The warriors landed on the walls, leaping up, for the Mark II type. The city wall was no different from a ditch. With no hesitation, the giant axe struck down at the nearby goblin warriors. In an instant, goblin warriors fell one after another. Blood stained the walls. The warrior's duty is to clear all obstacles for our Lord. A warrior does not need compassion. All those who are not the main commander can only wash away their sins with blood. The warriors charged fiercely toward the last level 16 chief goblin of the goblin tribe. Meanwhile, Jean-E focused on dealing with the goblin chieftain. As long as the chieftain and that level 16 goblin fell, the other goblins would pose no threat, and the goblin tribe could be easily conquered. Kill. The goblin chieftain roared. Brandishing a massive iron sword, he leaped several dozen meters into the air and swung down heavily at Jean-E. Child's play. Jean-E did not evade. Instead, he used one hand to block the giant sword strike. Then, wielding his massive axe, he engaged the goblin chieftain in close combat. Although he could use a machine gun or even employ his ghostly agility in battle, doing so would greatly diminish the impact of his attack. Besides, Zhang Yi was well aware of the combat prowess of his Mark II battle armor. It was anything but ordinary. With a thunderous crash, the goblin chieftain was sent retreating several dozen meters, while Zhang Yi stood completely unmoved. The chieftain retreated to the city wall. The outcome of the first clash was clear. He's so strong. The goblin chieftain took a deep breath, staring in shock at the seemingly effortless Zhang Yi. Chapter 58. Easily slaying the goblin chief. No wonder the goblin chief was in shock. After all, he was an 18th level lord, while the warrior before him was only at level 13. The difference of 5 levels meant a world of disparity in strength. This left him greatly astonished. At the same time, he understood why the goblin forces he had dispatched had been completely annihilated. A foe this powerful was no match for him, let alone the other goblins. You've hidden your abilities, demon. You are a demon. The goblin chief glared at the group of warriors clad in Mark II battle armor that appeared not far away. His expression grew increasingly grave. If he couldn't handle one, how could he face 100? Within a radius of several hundred meters, many goblin warriors, overwhelmed by the might of their opponents, dropped their weapons and knelt in surrender. This was a sign of despair. The fighting spirit of the goblins had crumbled. Zhang Yi did not rush to attack, but instead addressed the goblin chief. Serve the master, and you will be granted mercy. Truth cannot save you. Only the omnipotent master can redeem you and your tribe. Faith is the root of all evil. The goblin chief retorted coldly, the master you serve is more wicked than the dimensional demon. You insolent fool. To blaspheme the master, you shall wash away your sins with your blood. As soon as Zhang Yi's words fell, he stomped hard on the ground, shattering it, and swung his giant axe toward the goblin chief. Instantly, a look of agony crossed the goblin chief's face. He couldn't even block one of his opponent's arms, let alone withstand such a powerful strike. Even an 18th level goblin chief found it hard to endure, letting out a pained howl. Damn it! Kill! The goblin chief roared in fury. Unable to bear his inner fear, he launched a counterattack, wildly swinging his iron greatsword. He unleashed dozens of sword lights, each several meters long, toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's form became elusive, moving unpredictably as he dodged the sword lights aimed at him. At the same time, he closed in on his opponent, raising his giant axe high before bringing it crashing down directly at the goblin chief. Crack! The goblin chief extended his long sword to block, but the blade shattered, and the giant axe struck him directly. The exquisite armor on his body exploded in an instant, and a bloody wound appeared across his chest, deep enough to see bone, nearly cleaving him in two. You think you can kill me? Impossible. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, the goblin chief fought back with all his might, channeling every ounce of magic power within him. He leaped into the air and attacked Zhang Yi in a frenzy. He fought with reckless abandon, his momentum explosive, reminiscent of the blood-soaked goblin warriors on the ancient battlefield. The only difference was that the ancient goblins faced dimensional demons, while his enemy was merely a farmer, stubborn and unrepentant. You evil wretch must wash away your sins with blood. At that moment, Zhang Yi pulled out a sniper cannon from behind and aimed at the goblin chieftain flying in the sky. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as a blazing golden flame ignited. Soon, the goblin chieftain was engulfed in fire and fell to the ground, now a fiery figure. His screams resonated throughout the entire goblin tribe. The incendiary round from the sniper rifle set him ablaze, and he was consumed by flames. The incendiary round, carrying white phosphorus bullets, burned uncontrollably after ignition, inflicting devastating damage on all carbon-based life forms. The chieftain's blood surged, spreading the white phosphorus across his body, amplifying the damage he suffered. He was the first person in the demon and god continent to be hit by a white phosphorus round. His body was seared by the flames, and the agony was unbearable. He let out inhuman howls that shattered the resolve of some goblin warriors still struggling, causing them to completely abandon their fight. Chieftain! Many goblins screamed in rage. However, they could only watch helplessly, unable to save their chieftain wrapped in flames. In an instant, the morale of the goblin tribe plummeted, while the warriors grew bolder in battle. Led by Jean Eyre, a small group managed to kill the last remaining level 16 goblin commander during this chaos. They quickly joined the surrounding battlefield, assisting other warriors in attacking the goblin fighters on the city walls. The goblin troops collapsed even faster. Many ordinary goblins even abandoned their defenses and knelt on the ground. This was not only due to their loss of hope and confidence, feeling powerless to protect their tribe, but also greatly influenced by the ruthless slaughter inflicted by the warriors. Faced with such a one-sided massacre, most goblins would not choose to die fighting. They surrendered out of fear. The goblin chieftain, engulfed in flames, let out increasingly desperate cries. The excruciating pain forced him to struggle madly, trying to break free from the flames' grip. In a final act of desperation, he detonated the magical energy within him. Finally, he succeeded. The magic propelled him into the sky. But the flames on his body did not extinguish, continuing to inflict relentless burns. He was almost reduced to a golden skeleton. Kill. The goblin chieftain was completely consumed by madness. He knew death was near. Even if he chose to flee now, it was too late. The relentless flames would reduce him to ashes before he could escape the underworld. Unable to escape, he decided to fight with all his might. The goblin chieftain swung his blazing red iron giant sword and swiftly crossed dozens of meters to slash at Jean E. Jean E was at level 13. The one responsible for the chieftain's certain demise, and his enmity was palpable. Thus, he became the chieftain's target, fueled by hatred. The chieftain aimed to take him down before meeting his end. Jean E.'s figure flickered, instantly dodging the chieftain's attack. He gazed at the goblin chieftain with a cold, slightly indifferent expression. Fool, feudal struggles will only make you a mere embellishment to the honor of the Lord. Lay down your weapons. The all-powerful Lord will forgive your sins. Impossible. The goblin chief charges again. Immortality needs no bestowal. The creatures of the divine and demon continent are all on the path to eternal life. Faith will only lead us to ruin. Only truth can elevate us to godhood. Whoosh! The crimson iron giant sword slashed down, grazing Jean Yi's body. The sword's wind caressed his silver-white armor, and you shall perish. Jean Yi pressed his M249 directly against the goblin chief's forehead. Let it be the glory of the Lord. Bang! Countless rounds erupted from the barrel, instantly blowing the goblin chief's head apart. At the same time, a blue blueprint floated down, which Jean Yi collected. The opponent was too weak. There was no challenge at all. The so-called balance of power was nothing but nonsense. Jean Yi felt he could wipe out this goblin tribe all by himself. Chapter 59, the surprise of acquiring superior equipment somewhat underwhelming. Jean Yi shook his head slightly, lamenting his own lack of strength. As the leader of the warrior team, he should possess greater power. If he had reached the late stage of level 16, or even level 18, the goblin chieftain would have been no match for him and would have been cut down in an instant. Why complicate things? He felt a sense of urgency. After all, he had yet to fully utilize the capabilities of the Mark II battle armor. Currently only able to use it in a basic manner. The war soon reached its conclusion. All the resisting goblins were slain by the warriors, while the remaining goblins laid down their weapons and knelt in surrender. After the battle, Jean E directly leveled up to level 18. Jean Air and Jean San also advanced to the peak of level 16, just a step away from level 18. Other warriors also experienced boosts in their strength, with the number of level 14 warriors increasing from 5 to 10. As it stood, under Tang Xiaofan's command, there was 1 level 18 warrior, 2 level 16 warriors, 10 level 14 warriors, 9 level 12 warriors, and 74 level 10 warriors. In total, there were 96 warriors. The power of the warrior team surged once more. Lord Jean E, Jean Air, and Jean San approached, bowing respectfully. Communication among warriors occurred through the internal communicator of the Mark II armor. When Jean E was the first to level up, they immediately recognized that their superior had emerged and had been bestowed the name Jean E by their lord. Jean E was just like the other warriors, only having leveled up a bit quicker at the start. Now, there were no ranks or privileges within this team. Jean E had grown as a battlefield commander through combat, serving as the leader of all warriors. However, the overall strategy and tactical command fell under Jarvis's responsibilities. Through the Mark II armor, he could not only observe every detail of the battlefield, but also directly issue combat orders to each warrior. His computational abilities far exceeded those of any commander, incorporating factors such as the battlefield, terrain, and weather into a real-time command system. Moreover, he formulated combat objectives centered around the development of the high-tech fortress as a strategic core. Unfortunately, all of this was of little use at present, as the Mark II was completely overwhelming against the local forces of this demon continent. Because of this, the relationship between Jean E and the other warriors was extremely harmonious. In the warrior society, arrogance did not exist. There were only strict class distinctions between high-ranking and low-ranking warriors, devoid of any other emotions. Even arrogance, if it existed, was directed towards other races. As a derivative military force of farmers, warriors were quite capable of looking down on other races. Jean E looked at the goblins kneeling on the ground, feeling a stir in his heart, and said, "Are you willing to surrender?" At this moment, Tang Xiaofan's face was beaming with joy. Aside from witnessing the demise of the goblin tribe through the visual sharing provided by Jarvis, he had already learned about the battle situation in the underground world. The goblin tribe had been overrun, and the level 18 goblin chieftain had been slain by the warriors. This was clearly good news. Moreover, when the goblin chieftain was killed, he dropped a significant loot. Killing a level 18 Lord-class goblin grants 500 energy points, 100 soul stones, 1 blueprint, and 1 superior weapon. The goblin chieftain, being an intelligent humanoid creature, drops such a substantial amount of soul stones, a full 100 soul stones, along with a blueprint and a superior weapon. Wild monsters do not drop equipment. Intelligent humanoid beings drop soul stones, but they can also drop equipment. Rather than dropping equipment, it's more accurate to say it's looting a corpse. For instance, the level 18 goblin chieftain, after his fall, would not have his equipment disappear. That fine steel greatsword would be preserved. At the same time, it would be recognized as dropped equipment in the information prompt. What tier is a superior weapon? Tang Xiaofan wondered. Soon, he received a response. The equipment levels in the Divine Demon Continent are categorized into low tier, mid tier, high tier, king tier, holy tier, sub-artifact, and true artifact. Superior equipment does not belong to the regular equipment category. This type of equipment lies between high tier and king tier. The attributes of superior equipment exceed those of high tier equipment, but are lower than king tier equipment. After undergoing a higher level of forging, it can be upgraded to king tier equipment. Got it. Tang Xiaofan understood, signaling his comprehension. The meaning was simple. Superior equipment is equivalent to half-step king tier equipment. It can be easily refined into king tier equipment. In contrast, high tier equipment is much more challenging to forge into king tier equipment. One is half a tier away, while the other is a full tier away. Tang Xiaofan mused. I wonder what type and tier the drop blueprint is? The blueprint is still with the warrior. Once it's brought back to the warrior's castle and identified by Tang Xiaofan, the information about the blueprint will be revealed. The blueprint dropped from killing a level 18 Lord-class boss. Hopefully, it won't be a low-level blueprint. Tang Xiaofan thought. The likelihood of it being a low-level blueprint is quite low. After all, when he previously killed the level 16 Dragon Lord, he dropped a high-level building blueprint. Now, the warriors had defeated the level 18 Lord-class Goblin Chieftain, a creature of a different caliber. It should drop a rare blueprint, of course, without identification. Tang Xiaofan could not definitively determine the type and tier of that blueprint. He could only say there's a high probability it would be a rare blueprint. With that thought, Tang Xiaofan's mood lifted even more. He happily browsed the chat and trading channels. In the trading area, there were still some castle lords with advanced and top-tier troops who were buying large amounts of fine iron. They were all preparing for the high-tier equipment auction scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening. High-tier equipment is still very appealing. Even top-tier castle lords find it difficult to obtain this level of equipment. Killing intelligent creatures of at least the commander level is the only way to obtain high-tier equipment. For instance, defeating a level 16 goblin warlord or a level 14 goblin lieutenant. The warrior team managed to take down 2 level 16 warlords and 5 level 14 lieutenants from the goblin tribe, yet they only received 3 sets of high-tier equipment. The rest were mid-tier. This clearly shows that high-tier equipment is quite rare. Moreover, given the current strength of the castle lord, taking down commander-level creatures is an extremely challenging task. They can at best hunt elite-level creatures, while defeating commanders remains a formidable challenge. This rarity is precisely why the auction for high-tier equipment is so heated, attracting nearly all castle lords with high and top-tier troops. Everyone is eager to acquire high-tier equipment to ensure their safety and prevent themselves from perishing in the impending beast tide. The auction tonight is bound to be bustling. Tang Xiaofan grinned. The more people competing for high-tier equipment, the more profit he stands to make. Naturally, he was in high spirits. Chapter 60. The unexpected surrender of the Goblin Castle. Thinking happily about the scene of making a fortune that night, Tang Xiaofan pulled back his thoughts and turned to the chat channel. No one was discussing the forest demons anymore. They had been temporarily forgotten. All topics were now related to the last day of the novice period, the disappearance of the protective shield, and the beast tide activities. This was a matter of life and death for hundreds of castle lords, and it could not be taken lightly. Today was the last day, and the novice protection period was about to end. It was indeed a bit worrying. Don't worry, today will be your best day, because from now on, our situation will only become more difficult. Haha, you upstairs are too pessimistic, but indeed, even if we successfully fend off the beast tide, we cannot let our guard down. Everyone, remember this. We must be wary not only of wild monsters, but also of the local forces on the demon and god continent. We should understand that the higher our castle level, the more local forces will set their sights on us. That's right. From my observations and interactions, the local forces here deeply resent us outsiders. They can clearly identify our origins. Exactly, they even know that we come from another world, labeling us as the evil beings of that realm. Is this a deadlock? Any local force on the demon and god continent finds it difficult to coexist with our castle forces. They pursue truth, while we castle lords ultimately strive to walk the path of faith and divinity. Truth clashes with faith. That's the result. Therefore, between us and the local forces, only one side can survive. The victor will dominate this world. Looking at the information being discussed by the castle lords in the world chat channel, Tang Xiaofan felt a deep sense of agreement. He had already learned from his warriors about the local forces' attitudes toward them, the outsiders. Whether it was the ogre tribes or the goblin tribes, they harbored deep animosity toward them. There could be no peace between the two sides, only war. Facing his warrior team, the naturally timid goblins did not flee. Instead, they fought valiantly. The ogres, despite their weaker strength, were unwilling to surrender until death. From these 2 points, it was clear that only war could resolve the issues between the castle forces and the local forces. For the local forces to submit to our castle lords was as difficult as climbing to the sky. As he pondered, Tang Xiaofan suddenly thought of the little lowly from the underground world, an 18th level lord level grey dwarf, a sky swordsman, who actively pledged allegiance to the little girl and even volunteered to help her recruit soldiers and defend her dwarf fortress. One must admit, this little girl's luck and charm were off the charts. Even Tang Xiaofan felt an immense envy. The more he thought about it, the more jealous he became. With a long sigh, Tang Xiaofan reflected on himself, standing at the pinnacle among hundreds of castle lords, with his warrior team sweeping through the dense forests within a 10-kilometer radius. And what was the result? Don't even mention that local beings of the lord level willingly surrender. Even the weaker, low-level intelligent creatures like ogres would rather die than submit to his warrior team. This only proves one thing: there is no fairness in this world. Just then, a series of notifications appeared, leaving Tang Xiaofan in a daze for quite a while. Congratulations! Your troops have conquered the goblin tribe. Your castle's influence and reputation in the forest have significantly increased. Your forces have subdued the goblin tribe. You have gained the loyalty of the goblin tribe. A total of 672 goblins have surrendered to your castle and become part of your army. Special reminder, because you forced the goblin tribe to submit. The goblin race in the divine demon continent has increased their hatred towards you. Your castle has been placed on the blacklist of the goblin kingdom. In the forest, your high-tech castle has gained some notoriety. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. What on earth did Johnny do? He had been waiting for a notification to tell him whether to destroy the goblin tribe. When he conquered the ogre tribe, he received a similar notification. If he destroyed the heart of the tribe, the goblin tribe in the underground world would be completely wiped out. Yet, his warriors had directly conquered the goblin tribe instead, forcing nearly 700 goblins to submit to his castle and become part of his forces. Just moments ago, he was saying that it was nearly impossible for local forces to submit to the castle's power. In the blink of an eye, the goblin tribe had lowered its head. Tang Xiaofan frowned in thought. He suspected that the reason the goblin tribe surrendered was not due to their inherent cowardice, but rather because some warriors had used a certain method. It was highly likely that it was related to Zhang Yi's silver tongue. During training in the castle, he often promoted his theory that all lands under heaven belonged to the king. The goblin tribe's submission brought both good and bad impacts. The good news was that his castle's power had become even stronger, extending into the local forces of the divine demon continent, effectively opening a door for the future competition among the myriad races. The downside was that more local forces in the forest would now have their eyes on his high-tech castle, especially the Goblin Kingdom, which had placed his castle on their blacklist, causing his hatred value to soar. In future encounters with goblin forces, it would definitely be a case of immediate conflict. But overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. The risk was worth it. He had to admit that low-level intelligent beings like goblins, being among the bottom-tier races of the divine demon continent, did not intimidate Tang Xiaofan. If it were the dragon race, he would be far more cautious. Sooner or later, he would conquer them along with the Goblin Kingdom. In the underground world, Goblin Tribe. 3 minutes earlier, Jean-Eyre approached Johnny, asking how to deal with the goblins in the tribe after the 2 battles. Almost all the warriors of the Goblin Tribe have been wiped out. The remaining ones are just ordinary goblins, with the weakest not even reaching level 2, remaining at level 1. Even if these goblins are all killed, the warriors would gain very little energy. Blasphemers should not exist. It is enough to cleanse them with their blood. Jean-Eyre spoke bluntly, showing no mercy towards the monsters that defy their lord. As a warrior of the Orthodox faction, his duty is to clear away all obstacles for the lord. The other warriors nodded in agreement, looking to Jean-Eyre for the final decision. At that moment, Jean-Eyre said, "These goblins have surrendered. There is no need to kill them all. Even if they are blasphemers, our all-powerful Lord will show them mercy. The Lord's compassion encompasses all living things." Jean-Eyre glanced at the warriors before continuing. "Our Lord needs followers, and this is crucial for the Lord's brilliance to illuminate the realms of gods and demons. The Lord's return will reign over all worlds, and the realm of gods and demons is just the starting point." Chapter 61. The farmer factory successfully upgrades again upon hearing this. Jean-Eyre immediately said, "Then I'll leave it to you. It's up to you to persuade them to surrender." Jean-E approached the goblins and said, "You should consider yourselves fortunate to be under the command of our lord. The land beneath the heavens belongs to the king." After delivering his speech, it was clear that the goblins were not fools. They understood that refusing to submit would lead to their demise. They immediately began to chant in unison, "Our lord is great." Before long, the goblins had all submitted. However, to everyone's surprise, the heart of the tribe also underwent a transformation, becoming a subordinate force of the Black Technology Castle. This shift in the heart of the tribe affected the goblins' mindset, making them genuinely devoted and obedient. Thus, these goblins became Tang Xiaofan's subjects, viewing him as a deity, just like the warriors and farmers. This marked the beginning of a new chapter for Tang Xiaofan in his quest to attain divinity through faith and recruit followers. At the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan wore a radiant smile. Before him lay the spoils of war brought back by the warriors. Over 200 sets of goblin equipment. Most of them were low tier, while a few reached mid-tier. Their former owners were elite goblins and several commander-level goblins. The value of mid-tier equipment was at least 10 times that of low tier. So although the quantity wasn't high, the total value was significant. Overall, he had profited immensely from this war. Moreover, once he conquered the goblin tribe in the underground world, he would earn even more. Unfortunately, despite having slain so many elite and commander-level goblins, he hadn't obtained many soulstones or blueprints. Tang Xiaofan felt a bit disappointed. He was short on soulstones, and as for blueprints, the drop rate was simply too low. However, he quickly shook off these thoughts and focused on the soulstones. In this battle, he had collected 85 soulstones. Adding the 448 soulstones stored in the castle's warehouse, he had a total of 533. The farmer factory could finally be upgraded. Farmer factory requires 500 soulstones to upgrade to level 3. Tang Xiaofan concentrated, and the upgrade materials for the farmer factory were all gathered. Do you wish to upgrade the building type, farmer factory? Yes, no. Tang Xiaofan immediately selected yes. In an instant, the room of the farmer factory was enveloped in a brilliant golden light. The light was so dazzling that the interior was obscured. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that the golden glow gradually faded. Finally, the upgraded farmer factory appeared in Tang Xiaofan's view. Farmer factory, unique building type, current level, level 3. Can now summon ordinary farmer masters, blacksmith masters, carpenter masters, chef masters, builder masters, warrior masters, and mechanic masters. Upgrade required. 5,000 soulstones. The farmer factory has reached level 3, and the tin-roofed building has undergone some changes, gaining a more high-tech feel with the addition of electronic components. The presence of neon lights has transformed the originally dull structure into something quite impressive. Perhaps it's just Tang Xiaofan's imagination, but the size of the farmer factory has expanded from its original 10 square meters to 30 square meters. This is the most significant change. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find tables and chairs inside. The level 3 farmer factory can now summon mechanics. Tang Xiaofan felt a surge of excitement. This is the fundamental purpose of upgrading military buildings. The number of military units is directly related to the future of the castle's influence. For Tang Xiaofan, the classification of farmers is the key to victory. He currently relies heavily on the Mark II battle armor, and if he can have enough mechanics working together to develop new production lines, then the automated production of the Mark II will vastly improve compared to the current manual crafting. Only in this way can the scale of the battle armor legion continue to grow. In addition to the original profession evolving into a master, the farmer factory has another enhancement. The probability of summoning special farmers has also increased. At level 1, the chance was extremely low. At level 2, it was low. And now at level 3, it has become relatively low. It's clear that the probability has improved. The chances of summoning special farmers have increased accordingly. So far, all the farmers Tang Xiaofan has summoned have been ordinary, whether they are warriors or other professions, and he has yet to see a special farmer. The farmer factory hasn't given him any surprises. He hopes that the upgraded farmer factory will bring him good fortune. It's time to summon the mechanics. Would you like to summon a mechanic? Yes, no, summon. Tang Xiaofan didn't hesitate to choose yes. Soon, the farmer factory was enveloped in a dazzling white light. Moments later, a tall man in blue overalls and a hard hat appeared before Tang Xiaofan. Greetings, Lord. In an instant, Tang Xiaofan's eyes lit up. The mechanic looked impressive and professional. Today is definitely my lucky day. The mechanic's expression was slightly excited, his gaze filled with unwavering faith. In his heart, Tang Xiaofan was his omnipotent lord, a great being. Tang Xiaofan is the only hope for saving the demon and god continent. This is not just a simple slogan. It represents the most steadfast belief in the hearts of warriors. Lord, the newly summoned mechanic respectfully bowed to Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly, a smile creeping onto his face. He was genuinely pleased. He quickly arranged for him to check on the progress of the Mark II battle armor at the blacksmith shop. The mechanic's name was Ji, and he diligently fulfilled his responsibilities. Not only did he visit the blacksmith shop, but he also took a look at the weapon workshop, the lumberyard, and the stone masonry workshop. Finally, his gaze fell on the town center, specifically the castle. There were several machines there. The place where Tang Xiaofan was working on the prototype of the Mark mech. Watching the busy GE, Tang Xiaofan began to formulate his next plans. The farmer factory had reached level 3. The next consideration was upgrading the castle level and constructing the advanced building, the metal laboratory. In the short term, it would be difficult for the farmer factory to upgrade again, unless a significant war broke out. This was because upgrading the farmer factory to level 4 required 5,000 soulstones, compared to the tenfold increase needed for level 3. Gathering such a quantity of soulstones would be challenging in a short time. However, Tang Xiaofan was not in a hurry. At this stage, there were only a few castle lords who had upgraded their troop buildings to level 2, while he had already upgraded his troop buildings to level 3, putting him ahead of hundreds of other castle lords. He was far ahead. The ones who should be worried were those castle lords with advanced or even top-tier troops, as they were always looking for ways to surpass him. But clearly, that wouldn't be easy. If all went well, he could upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a Black Technology Town today. If tonight's equipment auction went well, he might even be able to construct the metal laboratory at the same time. Tang Xiaofan was looking forward to tonight's auction and was confident that his hopes would be realized. Chapter 62. The Shock of the Submissive Goblins in the Dimly Lit Underground World. Goblins were busy repairing houses damaged by the battle. The crumbling city walls were also being restored. Bodies of the fallen goblins were gathered together, burned to ashes by the warriors. The scars of war were gradually being erased. Soon, this goblin tribe would return to its usual state. The warriors had secured the critical regions of the underworld, patrolling the goblin settlement. Many goblins gazed at them with reverence. The warriors, Iron Warriors, were powerful fighters created by their master. They were the omnipotent Master-S representatives, walking embodiments in the multiverse. Wherever the Iron Warriors appeared, it signified that the omnipotent master was watching over that place. Their admiration for the Iron Warriors was a reflection of their faith. They were not mistaken. Through Jarvis's visual sharing, Tang Xiaofan could easily see the situation here, and the goblin's loyalty brought him a sense of satisfaction. Johnny, accompanied by several warriors, ascended the 49 steps and entered the Grand Stone Palace. This imposing palace originally belonged to the level 18 goblin chieftain and was a forbidden place for ordinary goblins. Without permission, ordinary goblins could not even approach the steps leading to the palace. At this moment, the treasury door of the palace had been opened. Under Zhang Yi's command, the goblins transported a large quantity of brand new equipment and soulstones from the treasury. There were over 200 sets of equipment, all pristine. The majority were mid-tier items, with only 2 high-tier sets. The soulstones numbered over 400. Now, all of these belonged to Tang Xiaofan. What is this? In one of the treasure chests, Zhang Yi discovered a circular ring. The ring was entirely silver-white, made from a special metal. Strangely, the diameter of the ring reached an astonishing 5 centimeters. This was definitely not a goblin's item. Even humans couldn't have fingers thick enough to fit a 5-centimeter ring. Its original owner must have been a giant. Jean Eyre took the giant ring from Zhang Yi and observed the 9 gemstones embedded in its surface. He said, "This is a giant's equipment, radiating powerful magical energy. I can't decipher the specifics. Let us take it back for our master to identify." Agreed, Zhang Yi nodded. Not long after, the treasury was emptied by the goblins. Everything was piled up in the square outside the palace, including spoils collected from the battlefield. In total, there were 640 sets of equipment, 758 soulstones, and various metals like fine iron. This was a tremendous harvest. Jean Eyre looked at the Grand Stone Palace and remarked, "This palace is unnecessary. It should be torn down. We can carve a statue of our master from its stone materials to gather the faith power of the goblin tribe. All right, let us get to work." Zhang Yi swung his giant axe. A white light slashed down upon the statue, and with a powerful surge of energy, the Grand Stone Palace immediately collapsed with a thunderous roar. The goblins gathered a large number of stones together. After being sculpted by the warriors, they transformed into a stone statue about 10 meters tall, roughly the height of a 3-story building. The statue was clad in battle armor, holding a scepter, and wearing a crown. Its face was that of Tang Xiaofan. "Your Majesty." As the statue was revealed, the warriors immediately bowed in respect. The goblins in the tribe also knelt down, praying towards the statue. The warriors said to the goblins, "Every sunset and dawn, you must gather in the square to pray to your majesty. Your faith is steadfast, and his light will surely envelop you. Your majesty, who shows mercy to his subjects, will also protect his followers. By believing in your majesty, your souls will live on forever in the land of gods and demons. Even in the unfortunate event of death, you will still enjoy your majesty's care and glory. Praise your majesty." The goblins excitedly worshiped Tang Xiaofan's statue. Under the influence of the heart of the tribe, the seeds of faith had been sown deep within each goblin's heart. All the goblins in the tribe had become followers of Tang Xiaofan. Afterwards, the warriors gathered 100 adult goblins and filled their bags with the spoils piled up in the square, bringing them out of the underground world. Long after the warriors had left, some goblins continued to kneel in the square, praying to Tang Xiaofan's statue. "Almighty your majesty, the greedy black dragon from the underworld often harasses your followers. The goblin tribe prays for your protection. We seek light to overcome darkness and evil." In the high-tech castle, Tang Xiaofan faintly heard a voice near his ear. But when he listened closely, there was nothing to be heard. He reached up to rub his ear, somewhat suspecting that the recent stress had caused him to hear things. Not thinking much of it, he awaited the return of the warrior team. Soon after, the entire warrior team returned to the castle, accompanied by 100 goblins carrying large bundles. The goblins stacked their bags in the courtyard and then knelt down before Tang Xiaofan in unison. "Almighty your majesty, great creator God, your devoted followers greet you. Praise you for creating all things and bestowing light and kindness upon the world. Almighty Lord." Tang Xiaofan. In the Blue Star live stream room, viewers burst into laughter at this scene, easing their previously tense emotions, especially since it was the last day and everyone was quite worried. Now, seeing a group of little green-skinned goblins kneeling seriously on the ground, praying to Tang Xiaofan, was simply hilarious. Haha, what am I seeing? Did the Dragon Kingdom recruit a bunch of monkeys? That's right, green-skinned monkeys. These are goblins. You useless folks don't even recognize them? Why are they kneeling to Tang Xiaofan? Didn't they say that the local forces and we Blue Star people are sworn enemies? It seems that Tang Xiaofan has a strong charm and a powerful allure over the local creatures. It's hard to believe. He must have somehow compelled those adorable little green monkeys to worship him. In the live stream of today's Demon and Magic Continent, the guests were thoroughly entertained. It's rare for Zhang Xiaoxiao not to seek the spotlight for herself, instead aligning her views with the other three. This is definitely a breakthrough. It indicates that the local forces in this Demon and Magic Continent can communicate. Indeed, what Zhang Xiaoxiao said is correct, if that is the case. Tang Xiaofan might be able to unite with other factions in the future, or even conquer them. Now, we don't have to worry about him being besieged by the local powers. After all, his development is too rapid, and as the saying goes, the tall trees catch the wind. A remark from the general provided some comfort to everyone's worries today. There is no denying it. If Tang Xiaofan fails, the Dragon Kingdom will suffer significant losses, hundreds of times the loss. Meanwhile, some countries' contestants have completely lost hope of surviving the beast tide. Their nations are already beginning to collapse. Chapter 63. The overwhelming boss. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized another downside of conquering the goblin tribe. When 100 dirt-covered goblins knelt before him, fervently chanting Almighty Lord, anyone would feel as awkward as he did. However, Tang Xiaofan chose not to correct their title. He thought that the more he heard it, the less awkward it would become. Additionally, it was also due to his current lack of strength that he felt embarrassed. Once he advanced to godhood and exerted his power over the entire divine and demon continent, such titles would undoubtedly be incredibly impressive. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand. Zhang Yi understood his intent and ordered the goblins to return to their tribe and await further summons. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaofan learned that subduing the goblin tribe was indeed Zhang Yi's idea. After the goblins left the castle, Zhang Yi personally handed over the most valuable spoils from their conquest: a superb weapon, soul stones, blueprints, and a peculiar giant ring. Tang Xiaofan did not examine them immediately, but instead addressed them, saying, "There are still a few hours until nightfall. You all should lead the warrior teams to continue hunting and clear out the wild monsters and the dense forests surrounding the castle. Beast tides are essentially concentrated uprisings of wild monsters. At that time, it is highly likely that the previously scattered beasts will converge on the nearby castle to launch an attack. Moreover, these beasts might gain mutated abilities, becoming stronger or leveling up. Even that fire dragon should make its appearance as expected. On the other hand, the local forces of the divine and demon continent will not participate in attacking the castle at this time. Instead, they might also face disturbances from the beast tide. The black dragon that the goblins mentioned earlier could very well be one of the beasts that regularly harass the goblin tribe. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan believed that clearing the wild monsters around the castle would significantly reduce the difficulty of dealing with the beast tide. Understood, my lord. The warriors bowed respectfully and then swiftly exited the castle. They were very enthusiastic about hunting, as it would rapidly enhance their strength. All the warriors looked forward to leveling up soon, at which point they would be able to assist their lord even more effectively. Tang Xiaofan retrieved the superb weapon. It was a massive iron sword about 1.5 meters long, 60 centimeters wide, with a spine thickness of 13 centimeters. This was truly a giant sword. It was hard to imagine that the small-statured goblins could wield such a colossal weapon. Its previous owner must have been a two-headed ogre. Goblin Chief's Sword. Rank. Superb. Effect. Increases the user's attack power. Description. Originally a high-tier piece of equipment, it was upgraded to the superb rank after undergoing intense forging. With further refinement, it could become a rare king-tier magical equipment. This was the information Tang Xiaofan had identified. It turns out that the upgrade of the sword was thanks to the forging power of the fire, specifically the effect of the incendiary bomb. This was something Tang Xiaofan had not anticipated. The flame temperature of the incendiary bomb was so high that it actually had the effect of refining equipment. Of course, not all equipment can be refined by great fire. If it were low-tier or mid-tier equipment, encountering the flames of the incendiary bomb would result in it being reduced to ashes. Even high-tier equipment could only withstand the burning of the incendiary bomb for a short time before being melted away. This is due to the material of the equipment. As for the Goblin Chief's Sword, there was no need to auction it off for now. Zhang Yi could definitely use it. Tang Xiaofan put away the Goblin Chief's Sword. This extraordinary weapon could greatly enhance Zhang Yi's combat power to deal with the impending beast-tide crisis. Next, he looked at the other spoils. In the courtyard, there was a large pile of equipment, soul stones, and other resources. After counting, they had obtained a total of 903 sets of equipment from the Goblin tribe. Among them were 5 high-tier sets, 89 mid-tier sets, and the rest were low-tier equipment. They had also harvested over 200 soul stones and 300 units of refined iron, along with about 100 units of special metal. A broad smile spread across Tang Xiaofan's face. Whether it was the equipment, soul stones, or important resources like refined iron, it was a bountiful harvest. His strategic plan to send the warrior squad to attack the Goblin tribe had clearly been very successful. He then stored all the important resources, including soul stones, in the castle warehouse. As for the Goblin equipment, Tang Xiaofan kept 5 sets of high-tier gear for an auction later that night. The remaining equipment was divided into 20 portions and listed on the trading channel for exchange for wood, stone, refined iron, and other resources. With nearly 900 sets of equipment listed at once, it immediately shook the castle lord's circle. Countless people expressed their astonishment in the world chat channel. Oh my god, is this for real? Tang Xiaofan is simply invincible. How many goblins did he have to kill to amass this pile of nearly 900 sets of goblin equipment? Previously, he wiped out an ogre tribe, and now he is targeting the goblin tribe with this many goblin items. The tribe he must have annihilated was definitely a medium-sized goblin tribe with thousands of goblins. Typically, a medium-sized goblin tribe would have several leader-level goblins. To be able to eradicate such a tribe, Tang Xiaofan's castle power is simply terrifying. By conquering the goblin tribe, Tang Xiaofan must have made a huge profit. Not only in terms of equipment, but he must have also gained a large number of soul stones and even blueprints. Let us not even talk about medium-sized tribes. Even small goblin tribes, my castle wouldn't dare provoke. I, too, can only hunt some small-scale wild monsters at most. Is this the gap between the bottom-tier players and top-tier bosses? Envy the boss. Envy him so much. As of today, there are still a few castle lords with top-tier troops selling equipment in the trading channel. These elite castle lords don't lack for gear, rather, they simply have no use for it. This is because all of their troops are of the exotic beast type, which cannot wear equipment. Up until now, gear remains quite scarce, mainly due to the high difficulty of obtaining it. Equipment can only be acquired by defeating intelligent humanoid beings, which represent the local forces of the divine demon continent. Even the top castle lords wouldn't dare to provoke them lightly. After all, there is only one Tang Xiaofan. Most of the castle lords selling equipment in the trading area are just lucky individuals. They happened to encounter small groups of local forces, defeated them, and collected a small amount of gear as a result. This is why the quantity of equipment they sell is so limited, usually only around a few dozen sets. In contrast, Tang Xiaofan stands out by offering nearly 900 sets of equipment in one go. Such a grand gesture is enough to astonish any castle lord. Even those with top-tier troops can only look up in admiration. Chapter 64, Professional Evolution, Becoming a Top Mechanical Master on the Endless Grasslands. They stared at the rows of equipment appearing in the trading channel, lost in thought for a long time. The strength of Tang Xiaofan's castle was becoming increasingly formidable. Previously, he had only wiped out a small ogre tribe and collected over 100 sets of equipment. Now, just a few days later, he was attacking a medium-sized goblin tribe and reaping enormous rewards. Honestly assessing his situation, Bei realized that his bear castle was far weaker than Tang Xiaofan's. Just this morning, while hunting in the wild, he discovered a local faction, the Prairie Kobold tribe. The tribe housed more than 500 kobolds, making it a small tribe. However, he dared not provoke them and could only keep his distance. Currently, he commanded dozens of ancient giant bears, the strongest of which was at level 14. When standing upright, these ancient bears were over 5 meters tall, possessing incredibly high defenses and overwhelming attack power. Yet, even with such strength, he hesitated to attack the kobold tribe. It wasn't that he couldn't conquer such a small tribe. He was simply worried about casualties among his ancient bears. He didn't want to lose any of his troops, especially with the impending beast tide activity approaching. But what about Tang Xiaofan? He continuously attacked the local factions of the demon god continent. First the ogre tribe, and then the goblin tribe, as if he didn't care about troop casualties at all. Could it be that Tang Xiaofan's troops were undead? The greatest advantage of undead units is their resilience. As long as their soul fire remains, they can be reborn. If he could summon the undead, that would be even more outrageous. At least in the early stages, a castle lord with such units would have a clear advantage. They suspected that Tang Xiaofan's troops were somehow related to the undead. Otherwise, how could he repeatedly attack the local factions of the demon god continent? It was utterly insane. Like Bei, many castle lords speculated that Tang Xiaofan's troops belonged to some top-tier undead category. They were fearless, could be reborn, and might even summon the undead using the corpses of their enemies. This would explain why Tang Xiaofan was so far ahead and why he dared to conquer the local factions without fear of troop losses. Some speculated that Tang Xiaofan's troops were Death Knights or even liches. Others suggested he might have skeleton kings capable of summoning skeleton armies. Various theories emerged continuously. Of course, speculation remained just that, speculation. Tang Xiaofan had never directly responded to questions about what kind of troops he had. Regardless, my goal remains the exclusive reward from the beast tide activity. As long as I can obtain it, I believe surpassing Tang Xiaofan is not impossible. Tang Xiaofan's castle power is indeed strong, leading all other castle lords. But often, timing and terrain are equally important. The strongest person doesn't always stay at the front. With this thought in mind, Beiyue's mood lightened significantly. He still held hope for that singular reward. All castle lords had a chance to be the lucky one. It all depended on whose luck was better. Many other castle lords shared Beiyue's sentiment, equipped with advanced, top-tier troops. They firmly believed that the one at the front doesn't necessarily get to laugh last. Some even hoped that Tang Xiaofan's castle troops would suffer heavy losses during the beast tide event, causing him to fall from grace. When that time came, they would seize the opportunity to rise over Tang Xiaofan. In the forest, at the high-tech castle, Tang Xiaofan didn't pay attention to the lively world chat channel. His gaze was fixed on two items in his hands, a blue blueprint and an oversized silver ring. Discovered an unknown blueprint. Would you like to identify it? Yes. No. Tang Xiaofan immediately selected yes. Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the blueprint in his hand. Just 2 seconds later, the white light faded, revealing the true nature of the blueprint. It was still blue, covered in countless mysterious runes, but the information had changed. Rare Evolution Blueprint. Job Evolution, Grade, Advanced, Effect. Allows one of your troop types to evolve to the highest level of their profession. Special reminder, the rarer the troop type, the lower the success rate of evolution. Castle lords must consider carefully before using a job evolution blueprint. A special blueprint? Tang Xiaofan was somewhat surprised. Blueprints are divided into 3 main categories: building blueprints, equipment blueprints, and special blueprints. Compared to the first two, the third type, special blueprints, is much rarer. The job evolution type is clearly one of them. Tang Xiaofan murmured to himself, no wonder the level 18 Lord-level Goblin Chief dropped a job evolution blueprint. Although it's only advanced grade, it's still quite lucky. Now, which profession should this job evolution blueprint be used on? The success rate should be quite high. As my troop type is the farmer, the most basic type. Forget it. I'll let the mechanic evolve first. There's no rush for the other professions. The priority is to increase the production of the battle armor. Without the mechanic, there's no chance for an automated assembly line. That's right. Tang Xiaofan now felt he couldn't rush his expansion too much. After the last encounter with the Fire Dragon and now the Goblin Empire, his growing strength would provoke hostility from many local forces. As he had considered before, his power was too strong enough to ignore all enemies. So, he made up his mind. This blueprint would go to the mechanic. Mechanic, come over here. The summoned mechanic was busy tinkering with several machines in the castle workshop, pulling out a few assembly line modification plans. To be honest, in Tang Xiaofan's eyes, they were nothing but junk. Sir, why don't you give him the assembly line plan I provided? Jarvis, your plan is too advanced. We can't implement it yet. But, sir, this is already the most simplified version of the proposal I could come up with. When Machine 1 arrived, his current mechanical skills were just at the level of a maintenance worker, so he struggled for a long time without making any progress. Tang Xiaofan clicked on the Profession Evolution blueprint and selected the Mechanic Evolution. A beam of blue light descended from above and enveloped Machine 1. His appearance changed. The blue overalls transformed into a white lab coat, and his physique became slim, no longer resembling the burly figure he once had. My lord, I am now a top-tier mechanical master, ready to serve you. Machine 1's image and demeanor had changed, but his loyalty to Tang Xiaofan remained unwavering. Great. Now this is the look of a cutting-edge talent. Machine 1, how do you suggest we set up the assembly line? My lord, I believe we should first develop an automated mechanical arm. An automated mechanical arm? Yes. Once we successfully develop the mechanical arm, we can put the machines here to use. Moreover, Jarvis can control the mechanical arm, which will greatly enhance our production efficiency. Excellent idea. Chapter 65. Creating a high-precision mechanical arm. Indeed, it is a top-tier profession. And the proposed ideas are exceptionally good. Jarvis immediately provided feasible mechanical arm designs from the database. Upon receiving the designs, Machine 1 took a quick look and confidently stated that it could be built. As it turns out, Machine 1's hands were indeed born to create. Once it entered work mode, its face displayed an expression of utmost seriousness, with hands holding tweezers steady without the slightest tremor. Each component was placed precisely in its designated position, with almost no margin for error. With the collaborative effort of Tang Xiaofan and his companion, the final component was soon installed, and after covering it with a metal casing, the first mechanical arm was completed. At first glance, it looked similar to most mechanical arms found in factories, except it had more joints and a slightly more complex transmission structure. However, upon closer inspection, the complexity of this mechanical arm became evident. Breaking down the construction of each arm revealed over 10,000 components, with the smallest parts measuring less than 1 millimeter in diameter. Wait, there's an introduction here. Suddenly, Tang Xiaofan spotted the description of the mechanical arm. High-precision mechanical arm. An ultra-flexible mechanical arm. The arm features a multi-joint structure, allowing for independent movement on 4 axes without interference. Its modular design enables the replacement of dexterous hands, making it suitable for any complex working conditions. The maximum operational precision reaches the nanometer level. The description was filled with boastful words. Nevertheless, this mechanical arm indeed reached the pinnacle of technological standards. Thanks to the honeycomb battery, there was no shortage of power. Sir, power supply to the mechanical arm has been restored. Voltage is stable, Jarvis reminded. Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan couldn't wait to say, Jarvis, let's test your arm. Yes, sir. Jarvis, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, promptly connected the assembled mechanical arm, quickly collaborating with Machine 1 to manufacture additional arms. A total of 4 were created. 2 were fixed at the top of the workshop, while the other 2 were mounted on bases equipped with motors and wheels, making them mobile. During the installation process, Jarvis made some modifications to the mechanical arms to better suit his own use. Sir, the 4 mechanical arms have been completed. Great, Jarvis, let us test them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 4 mechanical arms in the basement sprang into action simultaneously. Each joint began to move, seemingly testing their flexibility and precision. Sir, the mechanical arms are functioning normally. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaofan immediately positioned himself in the center of the basement. Jarvis, don the Mark II armor. No sooner had he spoken than the 4 mechanical arms moved together, swiftly equipping Tang Xiaofan with the components of the Mark II armor. The entire process was precise and rapid. What would have taken the soldiers most of the day to accomplish, the 4 mechanical arms completed in less than 30 seconds. Very good, take it off. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. The mechanical arm moved again, quickly removing the Mark II battle armor from Tang Xiaofan. Immediately, Tang Xiaofan recruited 9 top-notch mechanics and had GE lead them to set up a dedicated workshop for operating mechanical arms, responsible for producing the Mark II battle armor. Once this workshop was completed, the production of the Mark II armor would skyrocket. Of course, they still couldn't create intelligent wearables, but at the very least, the mechanical arm gear could enhance the soldiers' reaction times. By the way, GE set up a specialized battle armor-wearing workshop to help the soldiers conserve their energy. At the very least, it should facilitate rapid donning of armor within the castle, Tang Xiaofan instructed before turning his gaze to a silver-white ring. This was a circular ring, adorned with 9 gemstones along its outer surface, which looked quite exquisite. Its diameter reached 5 centimeters, which was somewhat extravagant. If it weren't for the information indicating it was a ring, Tang Xiaofan would have suspected it was a bracelet. Detected unknown equipment. 1 ring. Would you like to identify it? Yes. No. Tang Xiaofan chose yes. Immediately, a beam of white light appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the silver-white ring. This was the identification light, capable of revealing the specific attributes of items. The lord of the castle could identify unknown blueprints, unknown equipment, unknown items, and so forth. Soon, the white light dissipated, and the information about the ring was fully revealed. Ring of the Cyclops, rich in magic. Grade, King. Effect 1, contains 10 cubic meters of space for storing items. Effect 2, under rich magic conditions. Can release 3 high-level spells of natural protection light. Effect 3 has a certain level of deterrent power against the Cyclops clan. Special reminder, this is a treasure of the Cyclops clan found in the forest. Wearing it will attract the attention of the Cyclops clan and increase your hostility value. It was actually a king-grade piece of equipment. A look of surprise appeared on Tang Xiaofan's face. This was the highest grade of equipment he had obtained so far. The most crucial point was that the ring of the Cyclops was a spatial ring, capable of storing and retrieving items. This was of immense practical value to Tang Xiaofan. The only downside was that it was a treasure of the Cyclops clan, symbolizing royal authority. Wearing it would lead to hostility from the Cyclops clan. After pondering for a moment, Tang Xiaofan decided to ignore the Cyclops clan. His castle's influence had already been blacklisted by the Goblin Kingdom, so he didn't mind provoking another Cyclops tribe. Moreover, his first stage goal was to dominate the forest and establish his own power. The high-tech castle would inevitably clash with the indigenous intelligent forces in the forest sooner or later. Since they were bound to be enemies, why should he hold back? How does one recognize ownership of the Ring of the Cyclops? Tap into your own mental power to establish a mental connection with the magical equipment. Magical equipment? Tang Xiaofan looked at the Ring of the Cyclops in his hand. He never expected it to be magical equipment. The exceptional grade Goblin Chieftain's sword is not a piece of magical equipment. It can only be considered the most powerful and top-tier ordinary gear. He then glanced at the 9 gems embedded in the outer surface of the ring and realized that they were all soul stones. Tang Xiaofan immediately felt an impulse to seize them all. After all, these were 9 soul stones. However, in the end, Tang Xiaofan chose to let go of that thought. The value of space equipment that can store items is still extremely high. Moreover, the farmer's factory still has a way to go before leveling up to level 4. And taking the 9 exotic crystals now would mean losing a piece of king-tier space equipment, which would be a waste. Should he tap into his own mental power? Tang Xiaofan pondered. As a level 6 life form, he possesses mental strength. Of course, all intelligent beings have mental power. The difference lies only in its strength. Powerful beings can project their mental force to attack enemies, or even condense it into a tangible form. Weaker beings have very faint mental power. Tang Xiaofan didn't know how to activate his own mental strength. He tried a few times, but was unsuccessful. Just as he was about to ask again, he suddenly felt a strange movement within his body. Chapter 66. The Clash of Haters and True Fans. Tang Xiaofan carefully sensed the unusual changes within his body. His eyes intensely focused on the Cyclops ring. After a moment, something seemed to fly out from his forehead, extending towards the Cyclops ring. Tang Xiaofan realized that this must be his spiritual energy. It was very subtle, but it didn't dissipate completely. Eventually, his spiritual energy penetrated the Cyclops ring, successfully establishing a connection. In an instant, Tang Xiaofan saw the inner space of the ring. It was quite small, only about 10 cubic meters. Inside, it was empty, with nothing stored. It seemed that whatever had been in the ring had already been taken by that goblin chieftain. From now on, this Cyclops ring belongs to me. Tang Xiaofan's spiritual energy attached itself to the ring. Outsiders would be unable to peer into the world within the ring unless they forcibly destroyed his spiritual energy, severing his connection with the Cyclops ring. Or, in the event of his death, if his spiritual energy vanished, the Cyclops ring would again become an unclaimed object. Tang Xiaofan shook his head, dismissing the strange thoughts in his mind. He tried to wear the Cyclops ring on his wrist, but found it difficult to put on. In the end, he found a piece of rope, tied the ring to it, and wore it around his neck. Then, he retrieved all the stored soul stones and the goblin chieftain's sword from the castle's warehouse and placed them all into the Cyclops ring. Spatial equipment was indeed very practical. Storing and retrieving items only required a thought. Especially after leaving the castle and being out in the wild, its utility increased significantly. After finishing all of this, Tang Xiaofan looked up at the protective shield enveloping the entire Black Tech castle. It shimmered with light and was invincible in defense. Unfortunately, it would disappear at midnight tonight. In the evening, smoke rose from chimneys, and the world chat channel was still lively. Everyone's nostalgia for time was palpable because today marked the last night of the beginner period. Tomorrow, evening would still be evening. But the situation for the castle lords would be entirely different. All castle lords would face a harsh survival environment. The disappearance of the protective shield signified that the real test was about to begin. Those who could not adapt would be eliminated. The divine and demon continent had always been a brutal world. Only the fittest could survive. The world chat channel remained bustling. The castle lords enjoyed the last moments of peace. Some were fearful, some panicked, others were in despair. Yet, there were also confident individuals looking forward to the future. Most of these confident ones were castle lords with advanced or top-tier troops. They were already prepared to join the competition of the myriad races. There is a player from the Sweet Potato Kingdom named Tamuka, who boldly proclaimed in the World Chat channel that a true era of greatness is about to arrive. Tamuka claimed that he would surpass all castle lords and represent Blue Star in the battle for supremacy on the demon and god continent. Standing at the pinnacle of that realm, he is both arrogant and confident, primarily because he has randomly drawn the top-tier unit, the Titan Giant. Titan Giants are ancient deities from mythology that once ruled the world. Standing around 10 meters tall and possessing immense strength, they can cleave mountains and part seas, wielding lightning for long-range attacks. Additionally, they are immune to all magical attacks and are the sworn enemies of dragons. It's no wonder he is so boastful. The power of his Titan Giants is truly formidable. Even when dragons attempted to harass his castle, they were injured and forced to flee by the Titan Giants. However, soon after, Tamuka found himself facing a collective assault from numerous castle lords. Even the so-called strongest castle lord, Tang Xiaofan, had never made such bold claims. After all, simply having a top-tier unit doesn't grant someone the right to speak so grandly and seek to suppress everyone. Many other castle lords, like Bei from the Ugly Kingdom, Fu from the Pipe Kingdom, and Sao from the Maple Leaf Kingdom, are also top-tier players on Blue Star, having previously sold monster gear in the trading market. Although they may not be as powerful as Tang Xiaofan, they have proven themselves capable of defeating at least elite monsters. In contrast, Tamuka from the Sweet Potato Kingdom has yet to prove anything and merely comes forth with empty boasts. Some even pointed out that Titan Giants are not invincible. His Death Legion is actually the nemesis of Titan Giants, advising Tamuka to temper his arrogance. Nevertheless, Tamuka remained defiant and undeterred. In the trading channel, he showcased a king-tier staff, priced at an astronomical 999 soul stones, to demonstrate his capabilities. He reiterated his claims, stating that Tang Xiaofan and others are merely temporary frontrunners. Now that they have entered the era of the demon and god continent and the battle of races, only the strongest will endure, while the weakest may be swept away by the tides of fate. He argued that those currently in the lead are not truly leading. Only those who maintain their lead can be considered the real leaders. He believes that Tang Xiaofan's unit must be a dragon type, which is precisely countered by his Titan Giants. If it weren't for a dragon type unit, how could Tang Xiaofan achieve his victories without losses? After all, ogres and goblins are races that cannot withstand the might of dragons. Tamuka claimed that Tang Xiaofan was simply lucky, asserting that if they were to face each other, Tang Xiaofan would be on his knees begging for mercy. Naturally, the players from Blue Star did not agree with his assertions and began to vocally criticize him. Nonsense. How do you know that Tang Xiaofan's unit is a dragon type? It could be angels, they argued. It could even be a phoenix tribe, reborn from flames. Immortal and indestructible, or perhaps even Blue Star's armored units. My unit is machine gunners, and I can also defeat monsters without taking damage. So what's your point? These people have all benefited from Tang Xiaofan's kindness. Although Tang Xiaofan prices his food relatively high, he is one of the few castle lords willing to sell food. Sometimes, it's not just a matter of how much one eats, but whether one has anything to eat at all. These individuals are able to purchase food, preventing the betrayal of their troops, and they owe a favor to Tang Xiaofan. So when they see him being dissed, they naturally stand up for him. However, Tamuka was not willing to back down. He loudly proclaimed for the third time that he would lead the invincible Titan Legion to suppress the Beast Tide, claiming the sole reward from the Beast Tide event and trample over Tang Xiaofan and other big shots. He declared himself the one true god of Blue Star, ready to compete with the local forces of the divine and demonic continent, insisting that all other Blue Star inhabitants should bow to him. Such arrogant words naturally drew rebuttals from countless castle lords, some of whom were fans of Tang Xiaofan, including a significant number of female fans. They fiercely criticized the speaker with sharp and pointed language. It was one thing to be arrogant, but why drag Tang Xiaofan into it and treat their idol as a stepping stone? Yet, with fans, there are always rivals. Some argued back, stating that since Tang Xiaofan claims to be the strongest castle lord, he naturally becomes the target for others to surpass. If Tang Xiaofan were to lose his power, it would be quite normal for him to become a stepping stone for those aiming to become top castle lords. Soon, a verbal battle erupted over who truly is Blue Star's savior. It was a clash between true fans and haters. Chapter 67. The long-awaited equipment sale even split into several different organizations. The Ugly Nation naturally had a group of traditional allies supporting them, while the representative of the Dragon Nation, Tang Xiaofan, was regarded as a big shot by players from the Stick Nation, the Goryo Nation, the Rice Nation, and the Iron Brother Nation. Meanwhile, the traitor from the Cherry Blossom Nation had defected to the Miracle Nation. The players from Miracle Nation were overjoyed, claiming they would gift the Cherry Blossom Nation's Mei Chuan K-Trousers player with 10,000 points worth of manure to build defensive fortifications. As for Tomoka, the castle lord who had boasted 3 times, he was simply forgotten. Such minor characters seeking attention were of no concern to anyone. After all, once they finished their grandstanding, perhaps this beast tide would just wipe them out, and they weren't worth taking seriously. There were even speculations that the royal-level staff Tomoka had showcased was merely something he had obtained from a treasure chest, and that he never really fought any level 18 elite monsters. In short, the world chat channel was buzzing with activity. Countless castle lords were venting their negative emotions in it. The impending end of the newbie protection period was causing immense pressure for many castle lords. Tang Xiaofan scrolled through the chat messages for a while before closing it. The castle lord with the top-tier unit, the Titan Giant, boasted that he would trample him underfoot and surpass all other castle lords, standing atop the peak of the divine and demon continent. This was indeed somewhat arrogant. However, Tang Xiaofan couldn't be bothered to refute him. After all, what good is a loud mouth? In the end, everything would come down to real combat. And when the time came, he believed that even if all these compatriots from Blue Star teamed up, they wouldn't be able to match his legion. The mechanical arm workshop was nearing completion, and the Mark II armor production line was about to start operating. Moreover, as someone had rebutted earlier in the chat, compared to the vast number of hundreds of castle lords, those who possessed top-tier units were indeed rare. However, when all the top-tier castle lords gathered together, their numbers were quite significant. That particular castle lord was just one among many. Furthermore, there were distinctions and strength even among top-tier units. Titan Giants were certainly not the strongest. Yet, he boldly claimed he would suppress all castle lords, which was overly confident and dismissive of other top-tier castle lords, understandably provoking many people's anger. As for Tang Xiaofan, he didn't take that person seriously at all. His mark armor, paired with the most ordinary farmers, would create a crushing advantage, surpassing the top tiers. If the two sides were to engage in battle, his farmer legion could easily turn that person's Titan Giant legion into a small fry army. He had decided to summon a full 1,000 warriors tonight, preparing thoroughly for the impending beast tide tomorrow. The warrior squad should be returning soon. Tang Xiaofan's gaze turned toward the dense forest outside the castle. The night had already shrouded the woods. Wild monsters were beginning to go berserk, their strength tripling as angry roars echoed through the night. The night remained dangerous. Just then in the distant forest, a dazzling white light flickered continuously. It was the bright flash of tracer rounds from a machine gun, embodying pure destructive power. The forest trembled, echoing with the wails of wild monsters. Clearly, the warrior squad returning to the castle had encountered an ambush from these enraged creatures. A battle was underway. Before long, the once chaotic forest settled into silence. The white lights ceased to flicker, and the cries of the monsters faded away. Shortly after, the warriors returned to the castle, laden with the corpses of numerous wild monsters. It was evident that the brief skirmish had ended in victory for the warrior squad. In fact, given the current strength of the warrior squad, hunting at night was no longer a challenge, even when facing level 18 Lord-class monsters in a berserk state. The squad was still capable of triumph. The only creatures that posed a threat to them were those above level 18, such as the adult fire dragon. Although the dragon had made an appearance once, it had long since departed. To this day, Tang Xiaofan had only seen it once, but he would never forget it. Nor would he lower his guard, for he had seen the intent to kill in its golden vertical pupils. Tang Xiaofan believed that the adult fire dragon would return one day to attack his high-tech castle. He was already well prepared for dragon slaying. Lord, after piling the wild monster corpses in the courtyard, the warriors respectfully bowed to Tang Xiaofan. Each warrior's gaze was fervent, filled with unwavering faith in him. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly, signaling them to head to the newly established automated workshop, where mechanical arms would assist them in removing their mark battle armor. Then they could freshen up, eat, and rest well. At midnight, everyone needed to be ready to face the vanishing shield and the impending beast tide. Meanwhile, at the castle, the forest trembled as countless wild monsters lurked nearby. The roars of the creatures were deafening. During the day, They had been driven away by the warrior squad, scattering in fear of the castle. But at night, their power surged threefold. Under the influence of the blood moon, their temperament turned wildly aggressive. They lost their fear and ceased to dread death. Gathering together, they surrounded the high-tech castle. Some monsters attacked the protective shield, crashing into it until they bled, ultimately collapsing and being dragged away by their brethren to be devoured. Bird-like wild monsters circled in the sky, occasionally diving down to strike the castle's shield, only to lose their balance and fall to the ground, where they were torn apart. This vividly illustrated a world fraught with danger. However, Tang Xiaofan remained unaffected. Having grown accustomed to these circumstances over the past few days, he watched as the farmers collected and dismantled the wild monster corpses piled in the courtyard. Over the course of one afternoon, the warrior squad had hunted more than 200 wild monsters, yielding 2,700 units of food and various materials from the monsters. Tang Xiaofan traded all these food items to the little girl from the underground world in exchange for the refined iron she had gathered and forged. Time was running short. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the world chat channel and noticed a large number of castle lords reminding him that there were only half an hour left until 8 o'clock when he could start selling equipment. The 900 sets of goblin gear he sold in the morning were nowhere near enough to satisfy their appetite. Even if he had 9,000 sets, the castle lords would quickly snap them up. Unfortunately, equipment drops were scarce. Only Tang Xiaofan had a substantial amount of gear for sale, and they were eagerly hoping to be the lucky ones to snag some, even if it was just a small portion. The new player protection period would end in just a few hours. With the Beast Tide event approaching and the wild monsters lurking around their castles at night, they felt the pressure to find ways to strengthen their troops. If they couldn't boost their power, they wouldn't be able to handle the raging monsters outside the castle. They might not even survive the night, let alone face the Beast Tide. Chapter 68, The Trade with the Iron Dwarf Castle. There's no doubt about it. A brutal survival test is sweeping through. Tang Xiaofan speculated that a significant number of castle lords would not make it through the night and would not see the sun rise again. The demon and god continent is harsh like this. It's a place where only the strong survive. Certain weaker castle lords are destined to be eliminated. Tang Xiaofan didn't dwell on it for long. He opened his friend list and contacted the little lowly who was in the underground world. In the dimly lit underground space stood a solitary gray castle. Inside and outside the castle, a throng of short figures gathered. They were the Iron Dwarf clan. This was QRS Iron Dwarf Fortress. The little lowly, with her grayish face, was waving her small hands from the third-floor balcony of the castle, directing the Iron Dwarves to throw the iron or they had collected today into the smelting furnace to forge refined iron. On the eastern side of the castle courtyard, there was also a blacksmith shop, where 20 Iron Dwarf blacksmiths were busy crafting equipment. From time to time, 2 Iron Dwarves would carry a large wooden box out of the blacksmith shop. The box was filled with completed standard equipment, including defensive leather armor, simple iron armor, as well as offensive weapons like large swords and spiked clubs. However, these were merely ordinary equipment. Most were low tier, with only a few refined ones reaching mid-tier. There were no high-tier items. As for more powerful magical equipment, blueprints were required for their creation. But even just the low to mid-tier equipment was invaluable for the current castle lords. After all, many of the castle lords' humanoid troops were still barehanded, at most wielding wooden sticks, wooden spears, or handmade wooden arrows. Without a blacksmith shop, they wouldn't be able to produce any iron equipment. This was why the gear Tang Xiaofan put up for sale was in such high demand. The 900 sets of goblin equipment he listed that morning were snatched up within mere seconds. Come on, everyone, work hard. The little lowly's clear and youthful voice echoed in the dim underground world, lacking any inspiring power. However, the Iron Dwarves in the castle felt their spirits lift, and they worked even harder. Just then, a large group of shadows appeared outside the castle. Cure shrank her neck, not daring to make a sound. The underground world was actually more dangerous and cruel than the surface world. It was filled with all sorts of dark and evil creatures. Just a couple of days ago, she had even seen a large army of undead marching in the distance, disappearing into the darkness. Thankfully, this undead army had not discovered the Iron Dwarf castle. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do. Moreover, the underground world was notorious for its man-faced spiders, dark elves, cyclopes, and so on. These dark races were not only brutal and bloodthirsty, but also possessed formidable power, making them the overlords of the underground. If these dark races discovered her castle, the weak Iron Dwarves would stand no chance against them. Fortunately, those shadows were not enemies, but fellow Iron Dwarves. Uncle Zeviel, that's great. The little girl clearly recognized the leading shadow and immediately ran down from the castle, greeted by a middle-aged black Iron Dwarf. He stood about a meter tall, but carried an exaggeratedly large iron sword on his back. Despite his small stature, every step he took seemed to shake the ground. Following him were over 100 black iron dwarfs, each one a skilled warrior. Princess Kur. A kind smile spread across the face of the black iron dwarf, Xavier. He was the peak-level powerhouse, an 18th-level Earth Knight, who had voluntarily pledged allegiance to the black iron dwarf castle. Today, he fulfilled his promise by bringing over 100 elite black iron dwarf warriors to help the little girl defend the castle. 135 black iron dwarf warriors have willingly pledged their loyalty to you. Would you like to accept them? Yes, no. Kur immediately chose yes. Of course. She would select yes. Soon, Xavier and the black iron dwarf warriors entered the castle. Greetings, Princess Kur. The black iron dwarf warriors respectfully bowed to the little girl. Their loyalty was astonishingly high, around 97 points. This was an incredible figure. Most castle lords struggled to achieve such loyalty from their recruited troops, let alone from local intelligent beings who pledged allegiance. This could only mean that the little girl had an extraordinary charm that directly influenced the loyalty of her troops. Good evening, everyone. Kuo excitedly said, "Thank you so much, Uncle Xavier. You've brought so many warriors, and now I can finally stop worrying about the beast tide." Xavier replied earnestly, "Princess Kur, rest assured, no monster can breach your castle. The Black Iron Dwarf clan will swear to protect the Black Iron Fortress and guard Princess Kur." Yes, yes. The little girl nodded rapidly. However, Xavier suddenly hesitated and said, "Princess, we might not have enough food." The little girl quickly responded, "I'll contact Master Tang Xiaofan right away. We have over 5,000 units of fine iron, which we can trade with Master Tang for a large amount of food." Praise Princess Kur. Xavier breathed a sigh of relief. The Black Iron Dwarf clan, while small in stature, had a large appetite, especially the Black Iron Dwarf warriors, who required ample food to maintain their combat effectiveness. As for the Master Tang Xiaofan that the little girl mentioned, Xavier was familiar with him. He had heard Princess Kua speak of him multiple times. He was a legendary castle lord, ranking among the top of hundreds of castle lords. He looked forward to meeting Master Tang one day and witnessing the aura of a legendary figure. Huh? Master Tang is contacting me. Kua opened her friend messages and saw that Tang Xiaofan had sent her a message, inquiring about the fine iron and equipment crafting situation. She quickly replied, "Lord Tang Xiaofan, I have prepared 5,000 units of fine iron, and I've also finished crafting the equipment." That's fantastic. Kua is indeed amazing, but be cautious of the beast tide tonight. Yes, I'll be careful, but I need a lot of food to get through this beast tide. No problem. I'll send you 10,000 units of food shortly. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Lord Tang Xiaofan. After their exchange, Kuder listed all the fine iron stored in the Black Iron Dwarven Castle on the trading channel, along with a high-level armor suitable for Tang Xiaofan to wear, specifying him as the buyer. The trade was quickly completed. In the warehouse of the Black Iron Dwarven Castle, a massive amount of food, 10,000 units, appeared out of thin air. Uncle Xavier, look. Lord Tang Xiaofan just gave Kuder 10,000 units of food. Kuer proudly showcased the mountain of food piled up in the warehouse to the Black Iron Dwarfs. Let's praise that legendary castle lord. Chapter 69. The Boiling World chat channel. The Black Iron Dwarf phone wire smiled and nodded. This batch of food was enough to resolve the food crisis in the Black Iron Dwarf fortress. Moreover, this food was not just simple meat or rice. It was processed food, and there was even alcohol. That's right, Tang Xiaofan was no longer offering raw materials. The food in his warehouse had been transformed into meal boxes, complete with beverage packages. In short, with the kitchen at his disposal, he was creatively ensuring that his farmers enjoyed delicious meals. Upon seeing the alcohol, Phone Wire's eyes immediately lit up. The Black Iron Dwarves love their drinks. With alcohol, their combat effectiveness could double. Princess Kur, this is fantastic. We haven't tasted fine wine in ages. Princess Kur smiled happily. What are we waiting for? Hurry and distribute it to everyone. After we repel the beast tide, we can drink to our heart's content. Long live Princess Kur. The Black Iron Dwarves cheered, feeling invigorated as they worked harder. In 10 minutes, it would be 8 o'clock. Tang Xiaofan instructed Kur to put the gear up for trade right on schedule. Low-tier and mid-tier gear should be separated, with every 10 sets counted as one batch for trading wood and stone. High-tier gear will be auctioned separately for refined iron. Got it. The little lowly quickly instructed the Black Iron Dwarves to move the gear out and categorize it into sets. Soon, the time reached 8 o'clock. She put all the equipment up on the trading channel, totaling around 2,300 sets of mid-low tier standard gear, divided into 230 batches. Additionally, there were 9 sets of high-tier equipment crafted from materials obtained from a level 16 Mammoth Chief. The high-tier gear would be sold via auction, only accepting refined iron. With an auction time of 3 hours, going to the highest bidder, the gear was listed by Tang Xiaofan's little follower. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, the World Chat channel erupted with excitement. The World Chat channel was buzzing with activity. This was likely the last chance for all Blue Star contestants during the newbie protection period to celebrate. After midnight, the newbie phase would end, and the protective shield would disappear. The situation for the Castle Lords would no longer be as harmonious and peaceful as it was now. Therefore, the contestants were frantically communicating in the chat channel, seeking a sense of that illusory presence and security. It's tonight that the protective shield will close. Brothers, how many of us will survive tomorrow? Furthermore, once the castle core is breached, the nation will suffer losses 1,000-fold. Who cares about what's behind us? Let's just focus on ourselves for now. Honestly, I haven't been eating or sleeping well these past few days. I miss my phone so much. Upstairs, I miss my new car, the supercar I just bought. What brand of supercar? A Kia D Supercar 2A Q3. Pretty impressive, right? Brothers upstairs. If one day we can go back, I'll get you a Thunder Tiger. Just don't embarrass us competitors. Boss, that's bold. What's a big shot from Blue Star? Once you're here, you've got to play it cool. That's right. All the contestants sent to the Demon and God continent are facing the greatest crisis. The threat to these castle lords comes not only from beasts and monsters, but also from the local forces of the Demon and God continent. These local forces have all been forged in blood and fire, fighting their way up step by step. None of them are weaklings to be trifled with. Even the two-headed ogre tribe that Tang Xiaofan defeated is battle-hardened and cunning. Ordinary castle lords are definitely not a match for these local forces. Not to mention, there are other castle lords eyeing each other covetously. After all, this is a battle for supremacy in another world. Only the strongest castle lord is qualified to stand at the top among all races. Otherwise, if you let your guard down, you'll just become someone else's stepping stone and help them achieve greatness. Therefore, the conflicts among castle lords will officially begin with the disappearance of the protective shield. For example, Tang Xiaofan has already set his sights on a castle about 18 kilometers away from Angel Castle. The lord of that castle once attempted to capture his warriors and even lured other castle lords in the World Chat channel to kill demons for loot. To Tang Xiaofan, that is the enemy's castle power. If that castle hadn't disappeared during the beast tide, he would have chosen to take action personally. Tang Xiaofan isn't afraid of exposing the secrets of his armor. He only cares about clearing the enemies from his path. He also wants to warn other castle lords not to mess with his armored team. Tang Xiaofan, hurry up and gear up. A bunch of people are getting anxious. This is a massive opportunity, and there is a lot to grab. Oh wow, here it comes. So much gear. Of course, all of this is brand new standard equipment crafted by Black Iron Dwarf blacksmiths, which is considered excellent among equipment of the same tier. There must be at least several thousand pieces, right? All sets. A total of 2,300 sets. No wonder Tang Xiaofan is so generous. What a big spender. Hurry up and grab it. First come, first served. If you get it, you profit. Damn. Move. If you're slow, I click one and a whole batch disappears. Can you give me a chance? Haha, I got one too. This is awesome. With these sets, my Sun Swordsman will definitely have a significant power boost and can easily fend off the beast tide. I'm crying. The notification says I don't have enough resources. Tang Xiaofan is too heartless. Those low-tier castle lords can't afford it at all. The title of Black-Hearted Merchant for Tang Xiaofan isn't given for nothing. Get lost upstairs. With rarity comes value. Even if the price is tripled, people are still fighting to buy it. Tang Xiaofan has already been generous enough. No matter how much the World Chat channel criticizes Tang Xiaofan, the trading area is buzzing with activity. Countless castle lords are flooding into the trading channel, desperately snatching up the equipment that has been put up for sale. It truly proves the saying, if you buy it, you profit. There is simply no way to lose. Moreover, this batch of equipment directly affects the upcoming Beast Tide event, which is crucial for their livelihoods. How could they not go all out? Unfortunately, there are just too many castle lords competing for these items. At least a few hundred are vying for them. Among them are even top-tier castle lords, whose humanoid troops also require gear. With only a little over 2,000 sets of equipment divided into 230 small portions, it's nowhere near enough for everyone to grab. In a matter of seconds, all the equipment is sold out. Each piece is snapped up instantly. The castle lords who manage to secure equipment are undoubtedly seasoned veterans, having been single for decades. Their hands are steady and their moves decisive. At the same time, they are incredibly lucky. Meanwhile, those who didn't manage to get any equipment can only stew in frustration, blaming themselves for being too slow. Some are even venting their dissatisfaction in the World Chat channel. Is that it? It's all over in just a few seconds. The equipment is way too scarce. There are too many people. After all that anticipation, this is all we get? Who are we kidding? Chapter 70. The Metal Laboratory of Inferior Iron Upstairs. The Paradise of Lost Wisdom. How many more pieces of equipment can be crafted? Apart from the great Tang Xiaofan, who else can suddenly produce over 2,000 sets of equipment for sale? So far, the equipment sold by Tang Xiaofan has approached 4,000 sets. Only Tang Xiaofan has such capability. I've realized that the one crafting the equipment isn't actually Tang Xiaofan. Damn, do they really think this is just a game? With all the counts? This little sidekick isn't Tang Xiaofan. There must be someone else behind it. The blacksmith dwarves have revealed blueprints for crafting equipment, enabling the creation of gear. The sidekick and Tang Xiaofan are clearly in a partnership. With the great legs of the boss, there's hope for this lifetime. Many people are adding Tang Xiaofan as a friend, and a lot of others are sending friend requests to the little lowly of the underground world. Among them are the lords of castles with top-tier troops. At this stage, it seems only the little lowly can craft standard equipment. The top lords from various factions want to collaborate with her. This way, their troops' equipment will have a reliable source, and they can also get a discount, avoiding being taken advantage of by Tang Xiaofan. The profits from this round of equipment sales have all gone to Tang Xiaofan. The top castle lords see Tang Xiaofan as a benchmark to surpass and naturally don't want to support him. However, all their friend requests have been rejected by the little lowly. She knows very well who she can truly rely on. Even when they offer her high prices to craft equipment, she still doesn't agree. Although she is young, don't think you can fool her. The little lowly is determined to continue down this path with the sidekick, so she directly closed the friend request tab. Gleefully, she began counting the resources in her warehouse. About 2,300 sets of standard equipment were sold out in just a few seconds, bringing in a massive amount of materials. Not bad. Wood harvested, 187. 500 units. Stone harvested, 124, 900 units. A great harvest. Tang Xiaofan will surely be very pleased. Kiki, the little lowly is very happy. Of these resources, 60% belong to Tang Xiaofan, and the remaining 40% is hers. After the profit sharing, her castle can be upgraded to a higher level, and it won't be long before it can level up to a town. Thinking of this, the little lowly hurriedly contacted Tang Xiaofan to inform him of the gains from the equipment sales. Soon, she received a reply from Tang Xiaofan. After exchanging a few words, the little lowly designated Tang Xiaofan as the buyer for 60% of the resources, with the exchange rate set at 1 unit of food. Now, only the auction for high-tier equipment remains. The little lowly looked towards the trading area. The soaring value of refined iron beneath the high-tier equipment made her eyes widen with excitement. Black Technology Castle harvested 113,000 units of wood and 69,000 units of stone. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. This truly counts as a bountiful harvest. He only invested some monster materials but reaped a massive amount of resources for castle upgrades. It's a classic case of making a fortune with minimal investment. Indeed, crafting and selling equipment is the most profitable venture. In terms of standardized equipment, he and the little lowly have effectively monopolized the entire industry. This is because only those who possess the blacksmith shop can craft equipment. As long as the blueprints for the blacksmith shop remain scarce, he and the little lowly can continue to profit. Although his own blacksmith shop and weapon workshop are more advanced and efficient than the little lowly's blacksmith shop, he is not interested in delving into the production of low-tier equipment. He aims to build his own Mark Battle Armor Legion, which includes various types of Mark Battle Armors, as well as the significant weapon upgrades that will come after resolving the arc reactor issues, like the Jet Ari missiles, which will require substantial resources from the blacksmith shop. Moreover, Tang Xiaofan discussed with Jarvis that once they navigate through today's Beast Tide crisis and assess the dangers of the Demon and God continent, he intends to quickly establish a modern military system incorporating vehicles, aircraft, and satellites. Of course, this will require a large amount of energy to support. Next, Tang Xiaofan needs to expedite the construction of a metal laboratory to produce the arc reactor. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the trading area. The 900 sets of goblin equipment listed at noon and the 1,000 units of food listed in the evening have all been sold out. Equipment is in high demand and sells the fastest. Even without releasing advance notice, the 900 sets of equipment sold out in less than half a minute. However, the food sold much more slowly, and the reason is simple. There are too many castle lords selling food, while the number of lords needing food is rapidly declining. Nonetheless, food is an essential daily commodity that never goes out of style. As long as it's listed, someone will buy it, compared to other castle lords selling food. The popularity of Tang Xiaofan ensures that his food sells the best. Many lords' food listings remain unsold for an entire day, while Tang Xiaofan's inventory sells out quickly. In total, from the 900 sets of goblin equipment and 1,000 units of food, he has gained 93,800 units of wood and 55,260 units of stone. Adding the resources already stored in the castle warehouse, he now has a total of 336, 900 units of wood and 173, 640 units of stone, not to mention 15, 800 units of fine iron. He truly struck it rich overnight. With a beaming smile, there is no doubt that he is the wealthiest among the hundreds of castle lords. Upgrading the Black Technology Castle to a Black Technology Town requires 100,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, and 10,000 units of fine iron. Constructing the Metal Laboratory requires 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, and 50,000 units of fine iron. Considering both buildings, an additional 45,000 units of fine iron are needed. Regarding wood and stone, his reserves have far exceeded the upgrade requirements. He was now just waiting for the refined iron to arrive. Tang Xiaofan glanced at the castle's warehouse, and with the over 5,000 units of refined iron previously traded to him by the little lowly, he currently had a total of 15,800 units in reserve. This meant that the Black Technology Castle was ready for an immediate upgrade. If the amount of refined iron reached 60,000 units, he would be able to construct the Advanced Metal Laboratory as well. With the Metal Laboratory in place, he could finally produce the arc reactor. At that point, the Mark Battle Armor would be on the fast track for upgrades. And the future of nano armor was also promising. This was an incredibly powerful energy source, and not only would it solve the issues related to the battle armor, but the defenses and production capabilities of the Black Technology Castle would also experience explosive growth. It's no exaggeration to say that energy is the cornerstone of all civilizations. No matter how advanced the core forces of the Divine and Demon continent become, they would find it hard to surpass the arc reactor, which is a core technology from the Marvel Universe. Chapter 71. Successfully upgrading to the high-tech town even in a world filled with magic and extraordinary powers, even with artifacts. Their practical value pales in comparison to a metal laboratory. This is high-tier equipment. To the lords of the tiered castles, please show some mercy. My refined iron is limited, so let my younger brothers have some. Dream on. Tang Xiaofan watched the heated discussions in the trading area. In addition to the 9 sets of high-tier equipment listed by the little lowly, he himself had also put up 5 sets of high-tier equipment, all of which were spoils from conquering the goblin tribe. 14 sets of high-tier equipment. The refined iron values beneath each set of equipment were rapidly increasing, jumping every 2 seconds. This indicated that many castle lords were bidding for these high-tier items. Just a couple of days ago, when Tang Xiaofan announced the upcoming auction of high-tier equipment, those top-tier castle lords who coveted them started frantically acquiring refined iron, desperate to secure high-tier equipment and enhance their strength. The castle's protective shield was about to expire, and a beast tide could arrive at any moment. The top-tier lords, valuing their lives, did not want to risk being wiped out in the beast tide. High-tier equipment could significantly ensure their safety. Although they all understood that by buying this equipment, they were essentially funding the very targets they wanted to surpass, further widening the gap between them and Tang Xiaofan. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and bid. After all, high-tier equipment was tied to their fortunes, even their very survival. Moreover, with only 14 sets available, the competition was fierce. If you don't buy, someone else will. If someone else gets it, they'll have the advantage. At that point, not only would they fail to surpass Tang Xiaofan, but they would also struggle against other lords of the same tier. How could they compete for dominance? As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Falling behind in the early stages makes it exponentially harder to catch up later. The crazier it gets, the more I earn. Tang Xiaofan calculated the auction's refined iron values beneath the 14 sets of high-tier equipment. If all went well, before noon today, he would not only upgrade his castle to a town but also construct the metal laboratory. For now, let us upgrade to the high-tech town. Everything was ready. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan activated the castle's upgrade prompt. Do you want to upgrade the high-tech castle to a town? Yes. No. Upgrade. Instantly, a brilliant golden light enveloped his high-tech castle. Under the intense glow, it was impossible to see what was happening inside. One could only vaguely observe that the castle's height was increasing and its scale was expanding. Meanwhile, the ground trembled, and the novice protective shield began to expand outward. Wild monsters gathered outside the castle were forcibly pushed back. Some of them were roaring in fury and attacking the novice protective shield, but they only ended up injuring themselves against it, while the shield remained undamaged. The novice protection period still had about 2 hours left. For now, it was still invincible. Tang Xiaofan watched as the protective shield expanded, causing the trees and giant rocks around the castle to vanish into thin air. The entire ground transformed into a flat, open space. A few minutes later, the anomaly came to an end. A clear area with a diameter of about 200 meters appeared around the high-tech castle. with his castle positioned right at the center. The surroundings were empty, with no other buildings generated. All the structures from the blacksmith shop that had been built before were pushed outside this open space. Clearly, the buildings in the high-tech town needed to be constructed by the players themselves. Tang Xiaofan didn't mind this. He was already quite skilled at building. And with so much open space left in the town, it was obvious there would be plenty of functional buildings to erect. As he collected more building blueprints in the future, the constructions in his territory would naturally increase. He looked at his castle, and at that moment, the golden light had dissipated, revealing a brand new appearance. It had become even more magnificent and colossal, standing nearly 10 meters tall, equivalent to about 3 or 4 stories. It featured what appeared to be 4 floors, with a prominent emblem on the rooftop, a black scythe. The castle's exterior decorations were also much more exquisite, no longer resembling the shabby low-level castle it once was, which looked as if it hadn't been inhabited in over a decade. Now, his castle resembled a standard office building. High-tech castle, current level, beginner town, standard building, warehouse, special building, farmer factory, upgrade requirements, 500,000 units of wood, 300,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of refined iron. Next level, intermediate town, new buildings, temple, beginner dormitory, primary school, theater, tavern, library. Hospital, current status, invincible, current faction, none. Looking at the upgrade requirements for the next level, intermediate town, Tang Xiaofan felt a bit of a headache. This was just to upgrade to an intermediate town. How many resources would be needed to upgrade to a city, a metropolis, a kingdom, or an empire? Just thinking about it made him feel a bit more at ease, because while this demand might be daunting for others, for him, once the arc reactor was completed, resource gathering and transportation could surely be mechanized. By then, no matter how many resources he needed, it would be a piece of cake. Moreover, with the expansion of his territory, the equipment he produced could also be sold to the lords of these castles, or even to local factions, allowing them to fund him. Soon, the warriors in Mark armor would be fighting to protect resources. Just then, the information alert arrived as expected. Congratulations, Castle Lord. Your high-tech castle has upgraded to a beginner town, expanding your influence to 20 kilometers. The defense value of the castle heart has increased 5-fold. Your high-tech castle's influence and prestige in the demon and god continent have significantly increased. Special reminder 1. Certain factions in the forest have taken notice of your castle. Special reminder 2. The Goblin Kingdom's hatred towards your castle has increased. Influence range, 20 kilometers. They were almost on the verge of encroaching on the territory of that person's castle. The lord of the castle, whom Tang Xiaofan regarded as a hostile force, was only about 18 kilometers away. The territories of the two were about to intersect. In such a situation, even without the previous conflicts, it was inevitable that the two castle forces would go to war. So, a battle between the castles was unavoidable. If there was someone to blame, it could only be that their castles were too close together. The defense value of the castle heart would be increased 5-fold. With each upgrade of the castle, the defense value of the castle heart would double. Influence and prestige would also see a significant boost. However, the Goblin Kingdom's hatred level was rising. What does upgrading my castle have to do with the Goblin Kingdom? It seems the Goblin Kingdom is steadfast in their desire to destroy my castle. Tang Xiaofan turned to the warriors guarding him and said, "The Goblin Kingdom wants to demolish our high-tech castle. What do you think we should do? Eradicate the Goblin Kingdom. Use our Lord's power to punish them. Let the goblins atone with their blood and lives. Destroy their bodies and burn their souls." The warriors shouted in unison. Chapter 72. Feeling a loss of 100 million, even the most benevolent chefs expressed their disdain for the Goblin Kingdom. They all understood one fundamental truth. The Lord shows mercy to the world, and the world should revere and worship the Lord. To go against the Lord's divine will and to desecrate his majesty is an act of treason that must be atoned for with death and blood. Those who betray must be punished and purified. Only by purifying the traitors can redemption be achieved. Very well. Tang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. The hatred value the Goblin Kingdom held against him was continuously rising, and how could he not want to annihilate the Goblin Kingdom? To dominate the forest. Where was the only shortcut? The future forest could only belong to him, his farmers, and his subordinate forces. Wait a minute. No rewards for upgrading the castle to a town? Surely I'm the first castle lord to upgrade to a town. Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized this and inquired with the system. Soon, he received a response from the castle system. There are no special rewards for upgrading the castle. Only a world announcement will be made. The world announcement is meant to encourage other castle lords to develop their castles. What kind of logic is that? Tang Xiaofan immediately retorted. How can there be motivation for other castle lords without rewards? You have to understand that because there are no rewards for upgrading the castle. Many top castle lords are delaying their upgrades to accumulate resources for consumption. How can castles develop? And how can the world progress under such circumstances? Castle lords who receive outstanding scores during the Beast Tide event can receive rewards. In summary, no matter how you slice it, upgrading a castle to a town comes with no rewards. Even if you are the first to upgrade, there are no rewards. Tang Xiaofan was quite unhappy. He felt like he had lost 100 million. He opened the world chat channel, which was already in an uproar due to the world announcement of his successful upgrade to a town. Congratulations to Castle Lord Tang Xiaofan, the first to upgrade a castle to a town, significantly increasing influence and prestige in the Demon and God continent. We look forward to other castle lords staying true to their original aspirations and continuing to strive. Together, let us promote our castles and ascend to divinity, achieving immortality. A world announcement. Wow, Tang Xiaofan is incredible. You are my idol. This is the first world announcement since I joined the Demon and God continent. Damn, I've only been here for 7 days. It feels like 70 years have passed. Tang Xiaofan upgraded to a town so quickly, and I still have a mid-level castle. The gap is just too huge. Big shot, please take your time. Wait for me. Though I have a high-level castle, upgrading to a town is still a long way off. It requires 100,000 resources. Tang Xiaofan is auctioning gear today and making a fortune. Okay? What is so surprising about upgrading to a town? Hey, stop whining up there. Don't interrupt my admiration for Tang Xiaofan. You useless people can only look up to the big shot like I do. It's a world announcement. When can I get one too? Then I can die in peace. Maybe you're the first to be knocked down by a monster at the heart of the castle, and there will be an announcement. So you can leave in peace. You upstairs are just fools. Stop making noise. Come on, Tang Xiaofan, tell us. What rewards did you get for being the first to upgrade from a castle to a town? In typical online game novels, world announcements usually come with tangible rewards. It could be a legendary artifact. Anyway, the rewards must be substantial, especially since a world announcement was made. Do you think it might be an artifact that boosts troop strength? I think it's an artifact that increases troop production. My behemoth can only produce one a day. Damn, you upstairs and your pretentiousness can just go away. The world chat channel was buzzing with excitement, as many castle lords speculated about the rewards Tang Xiaofan received, artifacts, blueprints, troops, and more. Various theories were put forth, and even some lords with top-tier troops joined in to congratulate Tang Xiaofan while trying to coax him into revealing his rewards. But for Tang Xiaofan himself, it didn't really matter. Whether he received rewards or not was inconsequential to him. With or without artifacts, his Mark Armor Legion would still dominate others. However, the reality was that besides the world announcement, there were no real rewards, and it even increased the Goblin Kingdom's hostility towards him, which felt like a significant loss. Nevertheless, even if he had known that this would be the outcome, Tang Xiaofan would still upgrade the castle. It was part of the main quest line that had to be completed, with or without rewards. This world announcement event came suddenly and left just as abruptly. Next, all castle lords had to pull out all the stops to deal with the Beast Tide. The top-rank unique reward was his goal. As time passed, gradually, some castle lords with insufficient funds began to withdraw from the competition for high-tier equipment auctions. The frequency of the rise in refined iron prices was slowing down, but it still hadn't stopped. As Tang Xiaofan expected, those top castle lords were truly desperate to obtain high-tier gear. At this stage, refined iron was still extremely valuable and required a high price to acquire. However, the top castle lords were willing to expend vast resources, such as wood, stone, and food, to compete for high-tier equipment. This directly affected their castle upgrade speed, making it even more difficult to catch up with Tang Xiaofan. But they had no choice. High-tier equipment was too alluring, and they could only grit their teeth and persevere. As long as I get high-tier equipment, my safety will be assured. My top-tier troops are incredibly strong and can definitely withstand the Beast Tide. But I'm too weak at level 8. If I died during the Beast Tide event, it would be a huge loss. I need high-tier equipment to protect myself. With high-tier gear, I can achieve a higher score in the Beast Tide event. The high-tier equipment is mine, and the unique reward is also mine. Upgrading the castle comes without rewards and can be postponed, but high-tier equipment is a must. No one is allowed to compete with me for high-tier equipment. This is the sentiment of many top castle lords and the direct reason for their frenzied bidding. So far, there have been 14 sets of high-tier equipment. Each set's bidding has already exceeded 5,000 units of refined iron. Among them, 2 sets, originating from the Goblin Chieftain's treasury, have seen bids soar to 9,500 units of refined iron. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan has managed to calm his previously anxious mood. The auction has been a success, even if it were to stop now. He has gathered enough refined iron to build the metal laboratory. Tang Xiaofan is in quite a good mood. He glances at the world chat channel, which is buzzing more than in the previous days. With the castle's protective shield set to disappear after midnight, how can hundreds of castle lords find the mood to sleep? Even Tang Xiaofan can't close his eyes. Chapter 73. The generous little lowly Tang Xiaofan couldn't sleep, mainly because he wanted to see what the beast tide would look like once the protective shield disappeared. He was planning to send well-rested warriors to clear out the rampaging monsters lurking around the castle to prevent them from storming in alongside the beast tide. However, with 2 sturdy city walls and a solid defense system, Tang Xiaofan was quite confident they could hold their ground, even if a fire dragon showed up. He didn't think it would be a big deal. After all, he had arranged for 500 sniper cannons on the walls, just waiting for the enemy to reveal itself. But the people in the world chat channel weren't as calm as he was. The big shots were going crazy. Fine iron was essential for upgrading towns, and the current prices were outrageous. The big players were bidding furiously without batting an eye. With the beast tide on the way, who cared about upgrading the castle when high-level equipment was at stake? As soon as the auction ended, the price of fine iron would plummet. With the castle lord's growing power, fine iron would become increasingly common, eventually becoming as ordinary as wood. When that time came, town-level castles would spring up like mushrooms after the rain. Exciting. Tang Xiaofan, no matter what you say, I'm making a killing tonight. Envious of Tang Xiaofan. By the way, why won't you add me as a friend? I've sent so many requests, all rejected. Do you look down on me? Come out and explain yourself. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? What a joke. You should take a good look at yourself. What are you even? Am I the only one trying to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend? Tang Xiaofan promptly shut down the world chat channel. It was perfectly normal for him not to add friends. Ever since he arrived in the demon realm, he had been inundated with friend requests from castle lords, at least dozens, if not hundreds, every day. If he accepted them all, the constant barrage of messages would be overwhelming. Not to mention, even top-tier castle lords like Bea, who had the ancient giant bear as a top-tier unit, had been turned down multiple times. So far, his only friend was the little lowly. He enjoyed chatting with the little lowly from the underground world. It was easygoing. Having too many friends would complicate things. And Tang Xiaofan was someone who preferred to avoid trouble. He liked to solve problems in a straightforward and decisive manner. Finally, after 3 long hours, the auction came to an end. All 14 sets of high-level equipment found their new owners. Bea, clad in simple leather armor, muscular and robust, stood atop his castle, gazing at the monsters gathering outside. He let out a sigh of relief. The competition for high-level equipment had been fierce, but he managed to snag a set. No small feat. He took out the high-level gear he had won at the auction and donned it immediately. A deep sense of security washed over him. The protection that high-level equipment provided was significant, whether it was for clearing out the rampaging monsters outside the city or preparing for the impending beast tide. The only downside is the price. It's surprisingly high, and it hurts a bit. High-tier equipment is ultimately not the same as arcane gear, and it's bound to become commonplace in the future. Yet, to obtain this high-tier equipment, he has already consumed a substantial amount of precious refined iron, which is distressing for him. Without refined iron, he has to trade for more, and in order to do so, he's depleted his stock of wood and stone. This directly impacts the upgrade path of the ancient giant bear castle. Upgrading the castle to a town within a short period is simply impossible. In terms of the castle's development, everyone who participated in this auction has suffered significant losses. Only Tang Xiaofan has truly profited. He is the biggest winner. Beiyi is envious. Tang Xiaofan has already upgraded his castle to a town, widening the gap between him and many other castle lords, and this gap is quite substantial. This is unavoidable. As the first person to take the plunge, Tang Xiaofan naturally reaps the most benefits. However, this doesn't mean that he will always be able to seize such opportunities. The upcoming Beast Tide event presents my chance. Looking at the brand new high-tier equipment on him, Beiyi gradually gains confidence in catching up to Tang Xiaofan. Other top castle lords who have also acquired high-tier equipment share Beiyi's sentiment. Now that their safety is assured, they can fully commit to tackling the Beast Tide event. Every top castle lord aims to claim that singular reward to suppress Tang Xiaofan once and for all. Conquering the myriad races is the future goal. At this stage, surpassing Tang Xiaofan, who is hailed as the strongest castle lord, is the most critical task. In the underground world, at the Black Iron Dwarven Fortress, the little girl Mifun is counting the refined iron she has harvested. A total of 103. 800 units of refined iron were acquired from 9 sets of high-tier equipment. So much. If all of this were mined from my castle, it would take at least a week. Selling equipment at this stage is incredibly profitable. 103, 800 units of refined iron means she can pocket 40, which amounts to 41, 520 units of refined iron. At that moment, however, Kur hesitates. Upgrading her castle to a higher level is sufficient for now. There's no need to prepare for an upgrade to a town just yet. She can decide that after the Beast Tide event. Tang Xiaofan is already making extensive preparations to upgrade to a town, and he desperately needs this batch of refined iron. After pondering for a moment, the little girl decides to transfer all the refined iron she acquired at the auction to Tang Xiaofan. She isn't in a hurry to stockpile refined iron. Besides, her castle has the ability to forge refined iron. If she needs refined iron later, she can just forge it. At this stage, she feels that Tang Xiaofan needs it more than she does. With that thought, the little girl promptly lists all the refined iron on the trading channel, designating Tang Xiaofan as the buyer, with the exchange rate set at 1 unit of food per unit of refined iron. Tang Xiaofan will surely be very happy about this. Right? Hee. Just then, standing beside her, the black iron dwarf Xavier looks out at the castle's exterior and says, Princess Ke. The monsters gathering outside the castle are becoming increasingly agitated. Outside the black iron dwarf's fortress, a multitude of monsters were gathered, man-faced spiders, skeletal warriors, bloodthirsty black wolves, dark creatures, and magical rats, all denizens of the underground world. The little girl felt a bit uneasy. The castle's protective shield was about to vanish. Uncle Zeviel, will those monsters break in? Don't worry, Princess Kur, replied Zeviel, a dwarf of the black iron clan, as he unsheathed the massive sword from his back and slung it over his shoulder. With a serious expression, he declared, Unless every warrior of the black iron dwarves falls in battle, no creature will breach your castle before that happens. We swear to protect the fortress and safeguard Princess Kur. The black iron dwarven warriors inside the castle raised their weapons high, their spirits formidable. In addition to their valiant efforts, the fortress was equipped with defensive barriers designed to withstand attacks from the wild monsters outside. With this thought, the little girl's anxiety began to fade, and she happily nodded her head. Chapter 74. The moment of life and death is approaching. The high-tech castle. You have lost a set of high-risk equipment and gained 350 units of refined iron. You have lost a set of high-risk equipment and gained 400 units of refined iron. You have lost a set of high-risk equipment and gained 760 units of refined iron. You have lost a set of high-risk equipment and gained 480 units of refined iron. You have lost a set of high-risk equipment and gained 510 units of refined iron. At the moment the auction ended, 5 notifications came through. The refined iron reserves in Tang Xiaofan's castle warehouse skyrocketed, exceeding 30,000 units. The 5 sets of high-grade equipment that I auctioned off collectively yielded over 30,000 units of refined iron. Kuo's 9 sets of high-grade equipment yielded a total of 103,800 units of refined iron. A huge profit. Tang Xiaofan beamed with joy. With this calculation, the refined iron reserves in the castle warehouse had already reached over 92,000 units. The town upgrade was complete, and the remaining resources had satisfied the upgrade requirements for the metal laboratory, a true windfall. Now he was just waiting for the little lowly to send over his 60 share of the refined iron. At that moment, he received a message from the little lowly. Oh, after opening the friend message, Tang Xiaofan immediately squinted his eyes. He didn't expect that the little lowly had forwarded all the refined iron obtained from the auction to him without taking a 40 cut. This surprised him a bit. Was she not planning to upgrade the town? One of the conditions for upgrading the castle to a town is to have 10,000 units of refined iron. Now that the little lowly had transferred all the refined iron to him, she no longer had any left. Although the black iron dwarf castle could forge refined iron, it would still take some time to accumulate 10,000 units. After some hesitation, Tang Xiaofan didn't decline. Refined iron was an important resource that he indeed needed. And the more, the better. He considered it part of their trade. Tang Xiaofan felt quite touched. He would send food over tomorrow. He and the little lowly already had a trading agreement, where the little lowly exchanged refined iron for food from him. Although the little lowly stated in the message that this batch of refined iron was a gift for Tang Xiaofan, he felt he couldn't just take it for free, especially since food was something he could easily obtain. After chatting with the little lowly for a while, Tang Xiaofan was all smiles. After wishing each other safety through the night, he closed the friend message. Then he exchanged the refined iron he received for resources. His current refined iron reserve stood at 138,200 units, with wood nearing 237,000 units, and stone close to 124,000 units. Under normal circumstances, the castle lords would have discussed this for quite a while, but the situation was different now. There were only half an hour left until midnight. This meant that in half an hour, the invincible shield protecting the castle lords during their beginner phase would disappear for everyone. The castle lords would officially be integrated into this harsh alternate world. There is no longer an invincible shield to rely on as the king of the castle. If I want to survive, I have to fight with all my might. The protective barrier is about to disappear. I'm feeling very anxious. Although my troops are high level, I'm still unprepared to face this world. Tonight, many castle lords may vanish forever. Stop talking nonsense. Can we not discuss this? There are monsters everywhere outside my house. There are also many colorful giant pythons around my castle. Just thinking about the possibility of them storming in makes my legs shake. The monsters have surrounded my castle. Don't even mention the upstairs. I've already wet myself. I'm terrified. Countless castle lords are speaking in the world chat channel. And the atmosphere instantly turns melancholic and bleak. From the messages in the chat, it's clear that many castle lords are in a dire situation. There are large numbers of wild monsters gathering at their castle gates. Some lower-tier wild monsters might be manageable. Even in a frenzy, most castle lords could handle them. But if high-tier monsters appear in a frenzy, like level 14, 16, or even 18 lord-level monsters, it would spell disaster for the castle lords. Tang Xiaofan has reason to believe that many people will not see the sunrise tomorrow. When the beast tide strikes, even more castle lords will be eliminated, highlighting the brutal survival environment of the divine demon continent. The early stages are always tough, but as long as they survive the initial crisis, the castle lords will quickly grow stronger and expand to actively attack the forces of the divine demon continent, embarking on the path of competing with all races. Tang Xiaofan believes this is human nature, including his own. Few would willingly accept mediocrity when they hold great power. Ambition and desire will naturally arise. This is unavoidable. As time passes, the world chat channel fills with cries of despair. Negative energy spreads continuously. And some castle lords have even lost hope and are saying their goodbyes in the chat. Some castle lords, in despair, claim they will break out of their castles and perish alongside the wild monsters in a frenzy. Others are waiting for death, hoping to return to Earth after they die. But clearly, this possibility is extremely low. Tang Xiaofan sighed softly and then turned off the world chat channel. Some were trying to comfort those castle lords who had already given up hope, but unfortunately, it was futile. Because even if they miraculously survive tonight, there will still be tomorrow night and the night after. Wild monsters always become frenzied at night, gathering to attack castles. Additionally, the beast tide could arrive at any time, amplifying the warrior's combat power and increasing both attack and defense by 20%, which is crucial. Tang Xiaofan had a thought, and a blue blueprint appeared in his hand. It was the blueprint for a high-level building, the Metal Laboratory. In today's Demon and God continent, the atmosphere grew heavy as everyone's expressions froze. Even someone as thick-skinned as Zhang Xiaoxiao felt hesitant to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 minutes left before our contestant Tang Xiaofan's castle shield disappears. And the beast tide is about to arrive. As we just saw, many monsters have already appeared in the forest. Right now, Tang Xiaofan's armored team is clearing the monsters outside the shield. Commander, what's your take on this? Yuchi spoke more than usual, clearly nervous and perhaps even worried. The commander, usually serious, took a moment to consider before responding, I'm not concerned about these monsters. Just look at how they can't withstand the machine gun fire. On screen, the soldiers were firing at the monsters outside the shield, with 1,000 soldiers covering the entire defensive line. So far, Tang Xiaofan had summoned nearly 300 farmers and professionals, all of whom were now clad in mark armor, ready on the walls. After all, this was a test of life and death, and all forces had to be mobilized. Chapter 75, the successful construction of the Metal Laboratory. Master Gung was quite nervous. He took a big gulp of water and pointed at Tang Xiaofan's newly commissioned Mark II battle armor, saying, this batch of armor is very mature. Just look at their warriors. They show no signs of discomfort whatsoever. Moreover, everyone is calm and focused, without a hint of noise. An elite force. This is the word that comes to everyone's mind. It seems Tang Xiaofan has secured this round, but unfortunately, he hasn't launched a counterattack. He's being too conservative. We still need to quickly send in a substitute. Damn it. The viewers watching the live stream were so frustrated they could almost smash their TVs, wanting to drag Zhang Xiaoxiao out and give him a beating. What time is it? He still needs to highlight his presence. This guy can't seem to speak normally unless he is making a scene. Constructing a high-level building like the Metal Laboratory requires 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, and 50,000 units of refined iron. For other castle lords, this is a massive amount of resources, especially the refined iron, which is extremely scarce in their possession. However, for Tang Xiaofan, this amount of resources is negligible. He had already consumed a lot while upgrading his town. Yet he still had nearly 123,000 units of refined iron left. As for wood and stone, he had over 200,000 units of wood and over 100,000 000 units of stone. He could easily construct the metal laboratory. Tang Xiaofan walked to an empty space beside the castle and took out the building blueprint. Do you want to construct the metal laboratory at the current designated location? Yes, no, build. Naturally, Tang Xiaofan chose yes. Instantly, the blueprint in his hand vanished. And a rich golden light enveloped the designated area. Within the golden light, a building resembling a small red brick house could be faintly seen. It was gradually transforming from a phantom into a solid structure. A few minutes later, the dazzling golden light disappeared, revealing an extremely ordinary two-story red brick house before him. The house was a dark red color, emanating a soft holy light. Inside on the first floor, there were rows of metal analysis instruments. A cool, scientific aura greeted him. This was the sanctuary of black technology. It represented the favor of black technology for the demon realm, and this was the starting point of our great enterprise. Praise the Lord. All the farmers and warriors clad in Mark II battle armor bowed in admiration to Tang Xiaofan. Unifying the world was the purpose of the farmers' existence. The metal laboratory was the foundation for achieving this goal. Of course, the farmers didn't fully understand the value of the metal laboratory, but they held blind trust in Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan's gaze was also fixed on the magnificent red brick building before him. High-level building, metal laboratory. Effect 1. Can randomly mutate one type of metal into an equivalent quality metal that can be described. Effect 2. Can convert one type of metal into a known metal in the laboratory. Effect 3. Can transform known metals into production formulas, allowing the blacksmith shop to refine them. Effect 4. It can reveal the distribution of metal ores within the castle's influence. Effect 5. Increases hatred from all local factions. Tang Xiaofan's expression showed surprise. When he identified the blueprints for the metal laboratory, it only had the first 3 effects. However, now that the metal laboratory had been constructed, it had 2 additional hidden effects. This surprised him. He hadn't expected such unexpected gains. The ability to detect the distribution of metal ores within the castle's territory was obviously fantastic. The town's influence was still small, but if it expanded significantly in the future, mining would become much easier. As for the hatred from local factions, he didn't care about that at all. Tang Xiaofan was indifferent. His farmers were natural enemies of the local factions. They belonged to inherently hostile camps. Farmers, as a unit type, didn't need any interaction with local creatures. They only had one way to be dealt with, unless they were willing to submit. Therefore, even if the hatred reached extreme levels, it wouldn't affect Tang Xiaofan. At most, it would just mean a relentless fight whenever they crossed paths. Tang Xiaofan turned to look at the farmers gathered behind him and could faintly see a faint golden halo surrounding each farmer's armor, which was a buff aura from the metal laboratory. It seemed that the metal laboratory had another function. It could enhance the attack and defense of metal equipment by 10%. This meant that his weapons and armor would collectively increase the combat power of the farmer squad. However, the combat power of the Mark armor was already terrifyingly high. If it were further enhanced, Tang Xiaofan glanced at the beasts below the city wall that didn't even have time to wail, feeling a bit sorry for them. At the same time, he realized that the hidden amplification effect of the metal laboratory applied to all metal weapons. The buff aura from the metal laboratory enhanced not just the Mark armor but all metal weapons. As long as they were metal weapons from his castle, they would receive the amplification. As Tang Xiaofan had said, the existence of the metal laboratory could directly influence the overall combat capability of the Black Technology Castle Legion. The metal laboratory could be considered a god-level building for late-game legions. It was no exaggeration to say that its value could rival that of a true artifact. Tang Xiaofan's gaze shifted to the warehouse building next to the castle. An information frame appeared before him. Wood, 206, 900 units. Stone, 112, 140 units. Refined iron, 73. 600 units, various monster materials. Special reminder, if the castle heart is destroyed, the warehouse's interdimensional space will collapse, and all stored resources will drop as loot for enemy factions. Please protect your castle heart. There was still a way to go before upgrading to an intermediate town. Just having upgraded to a beginner town, Tang Xiaofan was already thinking about a historic town. Although upgrading the castle doesn't come with any rewards, he still feels an urgent desire to elevate it into a stronghold, a grand city, or even a royal capital. He aims to establish his own technological dynasty. Once this technological dynasty is established, he will truly have a foothold in the realm of gods and demons, unlike now, when he can only struggle in a corner of the forest. In the future, as the lords of various castles begin to build their own kingdoms, it will herald a true era of competition among the myriad races. For now, however, it's still just a minor skirmish. Tang Xiaofan shook his head. The speed at which his castle's power was developing was already quite impressive, having surpassed hundreds of other castle lords. Yet he remains unsatisfied. He wants to rise higher and see further. Lord, the warrior, Zhang Yi, called out to him. Sensing that the time was drawing near, Tang Xiaofan looked at him, a smile spreading across his face, feeling much calmer. As a warrior, a fierce and indomitable fighter, he exuded a reassuring aura. Tang Xiaofan looked up, and at that moment, the protective shield above the castle suddenly began to tremble. Chapter 76. Clearing the monsters outside above the castle, the glow of the protective shield was gradually dimming. Was it about to disappear? Tang Xiaofan opened the world chat channel and glanced at the standard time displayed on the right side. There were 3 minutes left until midnight. At this moment, countless players were speaking in the world chat channel. It's almost time. The power of the castle's protective shield is fading. Oh no, the shield is really disappearing. I'm not ready yet. Who is ready, besides the lords with high-level, top-tier troops? If we want to survive, we have to fight with all we have. Easier said than done. There are at least 100 wild monsters outside my castle, and they are definitely going to break in. My castle's troops are low-tier goblins. They're weak and won't hold them off at all, not to mention holding them off. If we can't even stop these wild monsters, how are we going to resist the beast tide? How are we going to attack the local defenses? You guys at least have some troops. Mine suffered a disaster the day before yesterday, and 90 of them are dead or injured. My only option now is to retreat to the castle's main gate and try to use the narrow space to stop the wild monsters from getting in. Hang in there. Brothers upstairs. If it were daytime, it would be a bit better, but it's nighttime now. The wild monsters are in a frenzy, and their combat power is even stronger. Those wild monsters are strange. It's as if they can sense that our protective shield is about to disappear, and they are gathering. Exactly. There are already wild monsters banging against the shield. Damn it. Brothers and sisters, take care of yourselves. We have 3 minutes left. And I'm ready for a bloody fight to the end. Hopefully, we can all meet again tomorrow. The crowd sent their blessings. And then the world chat channel quickly fell silent. The battle was about to begin, and no one had the heart to chat anymore. Tang Xiaofan also closed the world chat channel and shifted his focus back to the castle's defenses. The area near the protective shield had already turned into a wasteland. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere. After the machine gun fire, not many monsters could remain standing. The blood pooling from the corpses reflected the crimson moonlight over the dense forest, casting a dim and grim atmosphere. Within the forest, shadows flickered, and countless green eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Compared to other castle lords, Tang Xiaofan's fortress felt eerily desolate. In contrast, the perimeters of the other lords' castles were still bustling, with many wild monsters crashing against their shields, seemingly aware that the protective barrier was about to vanish. The forest trembled. The roars of the monsters sounded like a dense drumbeat, heralding that a massacre was about to begin. It was time. As the castle's protective shield began to shake violently, its glow grew fainter. Tang Xiaofan didn't hesitate. He directly donned a Mark II armor and took out the massive iron sword gifted by the goblin chieftain. He held it in his hand and examined it. The sword was about 1.5 meters long, 60 centimeters wide, and had a thickness of 13 centimeters. It was truly a giant sword, named the Goblin Chieftain's Sword. A top-tier equipment. Battle 1, catch the sword. Got it. Battle 1 nonchalantly caught the massive sword. For him, even wielding a stick would be enough to defeat enemies. In addition to his weapon and armor, Tang Xiaofan wore a ring about 5 centimeters in diameter on his chest, the Eye of the Giant ring, a king-tier magical equipment. This colossal ring could be considered the pinnacle of equipment. Tang Xiaofan wore it close to his body. Everything was ready. Tang Xiaofan pointed outside the castle, towards the wild monsters hidden in the forest, and said expressionlessly, "Eliminate them all." "As you command, my lord." The farmers shouted in unison. They raised their massive axes with fervent expressions, declaring, "My lord, we will unify the world." Following this, the farmers marched out of the castle's protective barrier in perfect formation. The farmer battle team could suppress even level 18 lord-level monsters in a berserk state. The monsters surrounding the castle were not insurmountable foes for Tang Xiaofan. On the contrary, they were all targets for his hunting. The farmer battle team had grown stronger. Even if the protective barrier hadn't vanished, Tang Xiaofan would send the farmer battle team out hunting at night. The dense forest shrouded in darkness could no longer threaten his farmers. The Lord declared that the world needs to be under his glory. With Battle 1's clear voice, a dazzling white light poured down, instantly illuminating the dense forest within hundreds of meters as bright as day. This was the effect of the tracer round. Under the illumination of the tracer round, all wild monsters hidden in the forest were forced to reveal themselves. The camp of wild monsters immediately fell into chaos. However, influenced by the blood moon, they were caught in a berserk state and did not retreat. Neither the deaths of other beasts nor the gunfire could make them back down. At that moment, a massive wail erupted from the monster horde. Tang Xiaofan looked up and was surprised to find several undead ghouls among them. 3 of them were level 8. Under the light of the tracer round, black smoke erupted from their bodies as they writhed in agony on the ground. This was not ordinary light. It was the enhanced light from the metal laboratory. The light contained the power of metal, dealing immense damage to undead creatures, coupled with the damage from the ammunition. These ghouls, the highest level being only 8, naturally could not withstand it. They fell to the ground, rolling and struggling in a desperate attempt to escape the onslaught of ammunition, but it was clearly futile, as the tracer round was followed by an endless barrage of bullets raining down upon them. Compared to other monsters, they are more vulnerable to ammunition. When they take damage from bullets, the skin that gets hit emits a sizzling sound, and black smoke starts to waft out. Soon, several ghouls ceased their struggles, collapsing into lifeless bodies, which were thoroughly shattered by the ammunition. Even their soul flames were extinguished. Undead creatures can typically be resurrected using their soul flames along with certain specific necromantic materials. However, for Tang Xiaofan, the farmer, there was no distinction between undead creatures and wild monsters. In fact, they died even faster. Undead ghouls had appeared. This was a first for him. Since his arrival, it was the first time Tang Xiaofan encountered an undead creature. Generally speaking, undead beings are often found in graveyards or burial mounds, places thick with necromantic energy where these entities are most likely to emerge. The underworld is also considered a stronghold for undead creatures. However, in forests, wild monsters mainly consist of beasts and birds, while the local factions are predominantly composed of goblins, gremlins, and two-headed ogres, intelligent beings that straddle the line between evil and neutrality. Undead creatures are quite rare in these areas. Chapter 77, The Disappearance of the Shield and the Start of Battle. It must have something to do with the metal laboratory. Tang Xiaofan had a hunch that the metal laboratory would increase the hostility of all local factions. The sudden appearance of these ghouls was likely attracted by the metal laboratory. However, he hadn't anticipated that his estimation of the combat power of the high-tech castle was insufficient. They suffered a heavy loss from a conventional machine gun barrage that completely wiped them out. Tang Xiaofan felt fortunate that his castle hadn't appeared near the undead stronghold. Otherwise, he would now be facing an endless army of the undead. It seemed that there were undead creatures in the forest as well, but in much smaller numbers. Tang Xiaofan didn't dwell on it any longer, as his warrior team had already engaged in battle with the wild monsters outside the castle. On the battlefield, the enraged wild monsters gathered together, frantically attacking the warriors clad in mark armor. Influenced by the blood moon, they had lost their sanity, showing no signs of retreat even when their companions were killed. One batch fell, and another rushed in to take their place. Outside the high-tech castle, the battle appeared to be fierce, but in reality, the warriors were handling it with ease. Among the 200 warriors, the highest level reached 18, while the weakest was at level 10. Coupled with their double-bladed giant axes, unmatched strength, and incredibly sturdy mark armor, the wild monsters were no match for the warrior team. Not to mention, on the castle walls, the continuous gunfire from machine guns was relentless. Jarvis had successfully taken over all targeting operations, allowing the mark armor to control the M249 machine guns, which unleashed a torrent of steel. Additionally, within the territory of the high-tech castle, the warriors received a 10% boost to their attack and defense from the metal laboratory, making them even more formidable. The wild monsters in front of them, at most elite level 12, fell in droves. Soon, a large pile of wild monster corpses accumulated outside the castle. At this moment, the shield above the castle, which had been trembling for a long time, finally gave way. It shattered with a thunderous crash, disappearing completely. At the same time, the shields of hundreds of castle lords also vanished. The beginner phase was over. The brutal new era had arrived. Roars of the wild monsters echoed from all directions. Following that, a large number of wild monsters surged into Tang Xiaofan's territory from various directions. His castle territory had a diameter of 18 kilometers, and centered around the castle, he sensed wild monsters approaching from other directions. The warriors quickly retreated to the walls, forming a defensive circle to block the wild monsters. The open ground surrounding the castle walls transformed into a new battlefield. Tang Xiaofan didn't linger on the walls any longer. He returned to his castle, which now had 4 floors, allowing him to oversee the entire defense from the rooftop. He saw that most of the warriors were shooting down from the city walls, and sometimes they would choose to jump down directly into the mob of monsters to engage them in battle. They were purposefully hunting the monsters, targeting those that had gathered together. When these monsters gathered in sufficient numbers, they posed a significant threat to the walls, especially the minotaurs or elephants, which were particularly dangerous. Therefore, these warriors would occasionally jump down to eliminate these 2 types of monsters. Among them was Warrior 1, whose massive 2-handed sword gleamed with a red light, making him very conspicuous in the sea of monsters. Suddenly, a gigantic figure lunged at him, its paw as large as Warrior 1's body. In an instant, it struck Warrior 1 and Tang Xiaofan, watching from the rooftop, saw him hit by a terrifying force, causing his body to involuntarily fly through the air. Warrior 1. Tang Xiaofan gasped. This monster was no ordinary foe. Meanwhile, in the underground world, the Black Iron Dwarven Fortress was also under siege by wild monsters. Kill. Defend the fortress. Protect the honor of the Black Iron Dwarfs. They shouted, aiming to eradicate these dark creatures from the underground world and protect Princess Kur. Led by the Black Iron Dwarf Xavier, over 200 dwarves gathered near the fortress's palisade, fighting fiercely against the attacking wild monsters. The Black Iron Dwarves were low-tier units, starting at a low level with limited growth potential. However, the Little Girl's Black Iron Dwarves were fully armored and armed, and with the 18th level peak powerhouse Xavier, the Sky Sword of the Dwarven clan, they had brought over 100 elite Black Iron Dwarf warriors to the fortress. Additionally, the Black Iron Dwarven Fortress was equipped with strong defensive structures, making it nearly impossible for the wild monsters to breach the stronghold at its center. Uncle Xavier, please be careful, the little girl cried from the 4th-floor balcony of the fortress. Her own strength was weak, only at level 6, and she wasn't skilled in combat. Her actual fighting ability might even be less than that of a level 2 wild monster, so she could only stay in the safe zone. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to keep her body from shaking, her small face pale with fear. She wanted to hide inside the fortress, curling up in bed or crawling under it to avoid being seen by the red-eyed wild monsters, but she didn't. She insisted on appearing on the balcony, calling out loudly to let the Black Iron Dwarves on the battlefield know she wouldn't back down. Although she was young, she was very brave. The morale of the Black Iron Dwarfs soared. Under the leadership of the 18th level peak warrior Xavier, they fought fiercely against the wild monsters. At that moment, their loyalty had surpassed 90 points. For Princess Kur, nothing could make them retreat, not even the looming threat of a dark dragon. They were ready to stand and fight. As the slaughter continued, the wild monsters outside the castle have finally begun to dwindle. Of course, some Black Iron Dwarves have perished in the battle, with their bodies even torn to shreds by the creatures. Yet, none of the Black Iron Dwarves retreat. Loyalty is their faith, and they are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the fortress of their kin. On the balcony, the little girl's big eyes were filled with tears, and her cute porcelain doll face was smeared with dirt and grime. Summoning her courage, she retrieved a set of low-grade bows and arrows from the storeroom. Clumsily, she knocked an iron arrow onto the bowstring and, with trembling hands, pulled the bow back into a full arc. She lacked combat experience and strength, but as a level 6 life form, she still possessed some power. With shaking hands, she aimed at one of the wild monsters and gritted her teeth as she released the arrow. Thud! The iron arrow struck the ground, missing its target. The little girl didn't give up. Again and again, she drew the bow and shot, her cheeks flushed with effort. Finally, she succeeded. She shouted excitedly, "Kur can kill monsters too. Long live Princess Kur." The Black Iron Dwarves on the battlefield cheered, as if they could see the dawn of victory approaching. Chapter 78. The insatiable madness of immortal monsters on the vast grassland. Hundreds and thousands of prairie monsters are attacking the castle of Lord Bay, the fortress of the ancient giant bear. Clad in high-tier armor, Lord Bay leads dozens of top-tier troops into battle. As the ancient giant bear tears through the swarm of monsters, with muscles bulging, Lord Bay wields a massive sword, swinging it with ferocity, sending beast blood flying. His battle attire is already soaked in blood, yet he remains unfazed. Like a god of war, he commands the ancient giant bear legion, cutting down monsters left and right. The ground is littered with the corpses of fallen beasts. In a certain valley, the sound of booming gunfire echoes continuously. Looking up, a large group of wild monsters surrounds the castle at the center of the valley. The castle's master commands over 60 dwarf musketeers, forming a protective circle. Their fierce gunfire holds back the assault of the wild monsters. The crack of muskets resonates. The smell of gunpowder fills the valley, and one by one, the wild monsters fall into pools of blood. Only elite-level wild monsters manage to get close, but they too are shredded by the nearby dwarf musketeers. The battle is intensely brutal. In a swamp, a solitary castle stands. Surrounding it are corpses, both of wild monsters and the castle's troops. The battle is not yet over, but the swamp monsters clearly have the upper hand, breaching the castle's territory and systematically slaughtering its defenders. Finally, they invade the castle, and with a terrified scream, the castle's master is torn to pieces. Soon after, the heart of the castle is breached by the swamp monsters. This once grand intermediate castle collapses with a thunderous crash, instantly turning into ruins. The swamp monsters disperse like a school of fish, vanishing into the marsh. In a corner of the forest, a young man stands on a balcony, commanding his elite troops, the stone giants, as they wreak havoc. Dozens of stone giants sweep through, and the wild monsters fall one after another. There is hardly any resistance. They are too weak. Even elite-level monsters are scarce. What has happened to this forest? This level of battle poses no challenge for my stone giant legion. The young man shakes his head and sighs. He had expected that with the protective shield gone, a horde of wild monsters would attack his castle, putting him in a difficult position. To his surprise, they are all low-tier monsters, with only 3 or 4 elite-level ones, presenting no threat at all. It seems only a beast tide can bring me a bountiful harvest. The young man gazes at the blood moon hanging high in the sky, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the beast tide. In the demon and magic continent, across the world, hundreds of castle lords are facing assaults from wild monsters. Some castle lords stand tall, leading powerful troops to push back the wild monsters and slay them mercilessly. Others struggle to hold their ground, suffering heavy losses among their troops. Meanwhile, some castle lords have already become remnants under the teeth of the monsters, their castles reduced to ruins, fading from the memories of others. Each castle lord is experiencing the ravages of war. In the realm of gods and demons, victories may be celebrated, despair may lead to pleas for mercy, and some may meet a tragic end on the battlefield. It varies. The harsh realities of this land have finally been revealed to the lords of the castles. Whether one lives or dies depends solely on their ability to adapt. In the forest, the technologically advanced castles face even larger and more powerful wild monsters. Elite-level creatures emerge one after another, and occasionally, a few commanding-level monsters make their appearance, which can only be attributed to luck. If Tang Xiaofan were to speculate, he would believe this is directly linked to the Black Technology Castle upgrading to a town. After all, the influence and prestige of the Black Technology Castle in the forest have reached a level of modest renown. This somewhat famous Black Technology Castle not only draws the attention of local forces, but also attracts wild monsters from the dense nearby woods. In this dark forest, Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle stands out like a glaring beacon. On the battlefield, Zhang Yi's body was sent flying over 10 meters into the air. But he did not crash to the ground. Instead, he performed a roll in midair and landed steadily. He looked up to see that the enemy who had ambushed him was a level 16 commanding bear-like monster. Its bare body stretched over several meters. An intimidating sight reminiscent of ancient ferocious beasts. The ground seemed to tremble with its movements. The level 16 black bear commander was also fixated on Zhang Yi. Its blood-red eyes filled with brutality, bloodlust, and madness. Under the influence of the blood moon, even this level 16 commanding monster had lost its sanity. At that moment, a massive crimson sword fell from the void, piercing through the body of the level 16 black bear commander and pinning it to the ground. This was Zhang Yi's counterattack. Now equipped with the Mark II battle armor, he could leap over 10 meters into the air, and with extraordinary speed. He struck down the black bear before it could react. With Zhang Yi's level 18 strength, killing the level 16 black bear commander was not difficult. Even at the same level, this exemplifies the dominance of higher-tier life forms over lower-tier ones. My lord, Zhang Yi, holding the massive bear carcass, leaped over to Tang Xiaofan's side. Presenting the enemy's corpse to his lord was a warrior's honor. The other fighters were also on the lookout for powerful monsters, eager to boast about their feats in front of their lord, and they were not stingy with their skills. Tang Xiaofan patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder with satisfaction, saying, "Well done, Zhang Yi, you truly are the top warrior." He could see that Zhang Yi was uninjured, and Jarvis had transmitted an image of Zhang Yi's physical condition. Even after being struck by the level 16 black bear commander, Zhang Yi remained lively and vigorous. The Mark II battle armor indeed had exceptional defensive capabilities. The monster's attack could not shake him at all. Moreover, the armor was currently powered by ordinary batteries for its defensive actions. Once the arc reactor was produced, the defense of this armor would increase 1,000-fold. "Sir, I shot most of the monsters with the machine gun," Zhang Yi reported. "All right, Jarvis, you're the strongest warrior." "Thank you, sir." After calming the competitive Jarvis, he looked at Zhang Yi, who continued to wield his massive sword to slay the wild monsters in the open ground. He then asked, "Jarvis, how's the progress on the palladium element?" "Sir, it's coming along quickly, but due to the lack of skilled researchers, we only have mechanics and blacksmiths temporarily filling in. The progress is expected to be completed the day after tomorrow." "The day after tomorrow? That's quite soon. Once we have the palladium element, we can construct the arc reactor. We'll be making the non-toxic version, right?" "Yes, of course, sir." The new element produced based on palladium will not only increase the reactor's efficiency several times over the original design, but also eliminate potential heavy metal pollution issues. "Great. I'm looking forward to it." At that moment, more monsters gathered outside the castle, but the barrage from the M429 machine guns caused many wild creatures to collapse, writhing in pain and howling in agony. No matter how frantically they fought, they couldn't withstand the steel projectiles. Few wild monsters could endure the excruciating pain after being hit by the barrage, and the vast majority of those caught in the onslaught fell to the ground, screaming in despair as they perished. Chapter 79. Successfully slaying the rampaging beasts. The monsters that managed to rush through the hail of bullets would be met by waiting warriors, who would swing their massive axes to take them down. However, the number of wild monsters besieging the high-tech fortress was overwhelming. There were still at least 1,000 of them. They showed no fear of death. For every batch that fell, another would surge forward, seemingly unwilling to relent until Tang Xiaofan's high-tech fortress was destroyed. It seemed that the disappearance of the protective shield hadn't caused too much trouble for Tang Xiaofan's fortress. Zhang Xiaoxiao, do you still believe Tang Xiaofan should take the initiative? Yu Qi unusually refrained from freezing Zhang Xiaoxiao again, and instead asked for his opinion. Being asked by such a stunning beauty, Zhang Xiaoxiao shyly made a face but quickly replied without hesitation, of course. As a representative of Long Country, how could Tang Xiaofan be so conservative? That would be a disgrace to Long Country. Now is the time to take the initiative and sweep the battlefield. I disagree. From a tactical standpoint, after Tang Xiaofan built the walls, he has gained a significant strategic advantage. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, he will naturally hold the upper hand. The commander had long been displeased with Zhang Xiaoxiao, and hearing his brazen remarks now prompted him to respond sharply. Furthermore, the disappearance of the shield did not mean that the beast tide was upon them. Although Tang Xiaofan's fortress was currently safe, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be unexpected events when the beast tide arrived? Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't dare to oppose the commander directly, but he wasn't one to back down easily either. He pouted and fell silent, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. Yes, I agree with the commander's viewpoint. Although I'm not an expert in combat, from what I can see regarding Tang Xiaofan's armor, the biggest issue is the energy supply. If they recklessly leave the fortress without a way to replenish energy, the powerful armors could become a deadly threat. Batteries? Exactly. Look over there. Although the number of Tang Xiaofan's armors has increased significantly in the past 2 days due to the automated mechanical hands, all these armors require batteries to operate. The glowing ores next to the fortress are the source of battery energy. As everyone followed Master Gung's finger, they indeed saw a cluster of glowing ores behind Tang Xiaofan's fortress. This was a detail everyone had overlooked. It could be said that these ores were the foundation of Tang Xiaofan's current development. But look, these ores are the true source of energy. Upon inspection, everyone realized this was indeed the case. These ores were the primary material for manufacturing batteries. Master Gung, what can you tell us about these ores? As a strategist and tactical expert, the commander showed great interest in the emergence of this new energy source. I wonder if we could bring these ores back to Long Country. Yes, if this new energy could be implemented in Long Country, the global situation would change dramatically. Indeed, this energy source, capable of powering massive war armors, will be a core factor for Long Country's future. While everyone was placing their hopes on the ore, Zhang Xiaoxiao continued to sing a different tune. No, I think Tang Xiaofan has secrets. This battery isn't his energy solution. What a contrarian. Of course, far away in the demon and god continent, Tang Xiaofan had no idea that Zhang Xiaoxiao was right for once. Unfortunately, he paid no mind to her thoughts, as his attention was deeply captivated by the battlefield. Bang, bang. The M249 unleashed a torrent of bullets, and instantly, the wild monsters on the battlefield fell into pools of blood. It wasn't just the ordinary monsters, even the elite ones were smashed to pieces. In this period, hundreds, even thousands, of wild monsters had perished on the battlefield. Those few that managed to survive, despite witnessing the carnage around them, showed no signs of retreating. Attack! Zhang Yi took the lead, leaping down from the city wall, swinging his massive axe to clear out the remaining wild monsters. At the same time, other warriors jumped down as well, swiftly slaughtering dozens of wild monsters in an instant. Low-tier, elite, and commanders, none could withstand the onslaught. This was a genuine massacre. Even Tang Xiaofan felt a surge of excitement. The stronger the warriors became, the more powerful his castle's forces would be. As time passed, more and more wild monsters fell to the warriors' might. The monster faction besieging the high-tech castle finally began to show signs of fatigue. The surviving monsters roared and howled in rage. They were far from willing to give up. No matter how they charged, they couldn't break through the warriors' defensive circle. Instead, they were slaughtered in waves. Eventually, all the ordinary low-tier monsters were wiped out, and the elite ones followed suit, leaving only a few commander-level monsters still standing. Influenced by the Blood Moon, they became frenzied and fearless. Their goal was clear, to break into the high-tech castle, as if something within the castle was provoking them, fueling their rage and driving them to charge recklessly, determined to destroy the castle. But in the end, those commander-level monsters also fell on the battlefield, easily dispatched by the warriors wielding their giant axes. For now, it was over. Tang Xiaofan let out a slow sigh of relief, and at the same time, A dazzling golden light appeared once more, enveloping all the warriors under his command. This was the phenomenon of promotion. After a long while, the golden light finally dispersed. Tang Xiaofan had soared from level 6 directly to the pinnacle of level 7, just one step away from level 8. Some warriors had advanced 2 levels, while others had even jumped 4 levels. The improvements were extraordinary. Currently, all 1,000 warriors under his command had experienced varying degrees of growth, with the lowest combat power among the team being at level 14. Their overall strength was skyrocketing. This increase in levels allowed them to wield their battle armor with even greater proficiency. Even if that fire dragon were to attack now, Tang Xiaofan wouldn't be afraid at all. The warrior squad is not only capable of fighting, but also has a high chance of slaying dragons. The farmer factory has reached level 3. If it can continue to upgrade to level 4, could it possibly produce special talents like scientists or snipers? In this battle, having a diverse combination of troops might lead to quicker victories. The fertilizer bombs and Molotov cocktails in the warehouse are not yet being used at the optimal time. We need to wait for tomorrow's beast tide to deliver a heavy blow to those monsters. Ideally, we could seriously injure a group of them, forcing them to retreat to their lairs and spread the terror of the high-tech castle. With the disappearance of the shield marking this minor battle, Tang Xiaofan has already glimpsed the dawn of forming a farmer legion, and his spirits are high. Jarvis, keep an eye on the progress of the metal laboratory. Yes, sir. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan turned to look at the distant dense forest. The forest had calmed down. There were no swaying trees, no roars from monsters, and no blue starlight. Everything had returned to silence. That's fine. He felt that at least tonight, there shouldn't be any wild monsters coming to their doom. Everyone could finally get a good night's sleep. Chapter 80. Post-war harvest statistics. The first-class farmers conducted a rough count of the monster corpses on the battlefield. There were approximately over 3,800, including around 20 commander-level monsters and more than 500 elite monsters. If such a large number of monsters had attacked, any other lord of a castle might have already been overrun, with their stronghold reduced to rubble and turned into a wasteland. Only his warrior team was able to withstand such an assault, and they did so with remarkable ease. In fact, throughout the entire ordeal, not a single wild monster managed to come within 100 meters of the castle's outer walls. All were kept at bay on the battlefield beyond that distance. Piles of monster corpses formed a ring around his castle, with bright red blood pooling on the ground. Night owls shrieked from the distant woods, yet they dared not approach. As the blood moon hung low in the western sky, the forest grew even quieter. The first deep night following the end of the newbie protection period was drawing to a close, and hundreds of castle lords finally witnessed the brutal reality of nighttime on the demon and god continent. However, with the dawn's first light breaking through the horizon, hope would soon arrive. Everyone needed to rest while leaving enough hands on watch. Tomorrow's beast wave would be far more serious than today's appetizer. They needed to take advantage of this time to recuperate. Yes, my lord. The other farmers had already prepared food and hot water. The warriors who had fought lined up in the automated mechanical workshop to remove their battle armor, then headed for hot showers before coming out to eat. After a good meal, they washed up and went to sleep. With so many people now, the farmhouse had been replaced by Tang Xiaofan's dormitory building. Otherwise, the system's farmhouse wouldn't fit in this small town. Observing the orderly line, Tang Xiaofan opened his friends list to contact the little girl in the underground world. Kober, how's it going on your side? Tang Xiaofan had never been to the underground world and was unfamiliar with the realm dominated by dark creatures. He had only heard about it from the little girl, who described it as even more brutal than the surface world, teeming with countless dark beings and hordes of undead. It was a paradise for evil races. The little girl quickly replied to Tang Xiaofan's message. Big brother Tang Xiaofan, Kuer successfully held off the wild monsters. Uncle Zeviel and the others are cleaning up the battlefield, and the castle is safe and sound. But many black iron dwarf warriors have died. Tang Xiaofan shook his head helplessly. When does war not come with casualties? Even his farmers would have suffered devastating losses in the recent battle without their armor. After chatting with the little girl for a while longer to encourage her, he closed the friend message. It was now around 3 or 4 in the morning, and he was extremely tired. However, he didn't go to rest. The air was thick with the scent of blood. This was his first night without any protection, and the intertwining feelings of fear and excitement made it difficult for him to fall asleep. Some farmers are busy collecting soul stones, equipment, and blueprints dropped by wild monsters. In this castle defense battle, Tang Xiaofan has gained a lot. First and foremost, he has harvested a substantial number of soul stones, along with equipment and blueprints. After all, there were about 20 monster leaders and more than 500 elite monsters invading the high-tech castle. It's only natural that the haul is impressive. Soon, the statistics of the loot were handed over to Tang Xiaofan, and seeing so many resources made his breath quicken. It's truly a bountiful harvest. Around 4 in the morning, Tang Xiaofan had nearly pulled an all-nighter and was extremely tired. However, looking at the pile of loot before him, his sleepiness and fatigue vanished in an instant. The spoils of war were divided into 3 categories: soul stones, equipment, and blueprints. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan was excited and couldn't calm down because the gains were just too significant. Nearly 1,000 soul stones had dropped, which are essential for upgrading troop buildings. His farmer factory is currently at level 3, and it requires 5,000 soul stones to upgrade to level 4. This means that just from this battle, he has already made a leap of nearly 1/5 towards upgrading his farmer factory. Previously, he had some soul stones stored up, and with this recent harvest, his stockpile has reached 2,240 stones. He is now only about halfway to the 5,000 stones needed for the upgrade. This is a major breakthrough. Tang Xiaofan initially thought that leveling up the farmer factory to level 4 would take a long time, at least 10 days to half a month. But now it seems that the progress is exceeding his expectations. If he can have 2 or 3 more battles of this scale, his soul stone reserves will meet the upgrade requirements for the farmer factory. In addition to the great harvest of soul stones, he also collected a significant amount of equipment, 14 pieces of low-tier gear. These 14 low-tier items can be sold for a good amount of resources. Now that the protective shield has disappeared, the beast tide is about to begin, and many people should understand the importance of equipment. They will surely spend a large sum to acquire it. To be honest, Tang Xiaofan was not entirely satisfied with the drop rate of the equipment. It's worth noting that when his warrior squad killed their second elite monster, they dropped equipment. Yet in this castle defense battle, the number of participating elite monsters reached over 500, along with 20 leader-class monsters and 1 level 18 lord-class monster. And the result? Just 14 pieces of low-tier equipment. This was somewhat disappointing. Could it be that the warrior's strength increase led to a reduced drop rate against monsters of unchanged levels? That was the only explanation Tang Xiaofan could come up with. After pondering this, Tang Xiaofan opened his friends list and contacted the little girl in the underground world. Tang Xiaofan, how many pieces of equipment did you harvest? Little girl, let me count. Just a little over 10 pieces. Tang Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. This shows that his luck is still holding up. Just as he was about to close the friend messages, he inexplicably replied, "How many elite and commander level monsters are fighting on your side?" "So many." The little girl replied, "There seem to be more than 20 elite monsters and 3 commander level ones. If it weren't for Uncle Xavier, Kuer's castle wouldn't be able to hold up." Tang Xiaofan, "Those monsters are really scary. It's okay, it's all over now. Get some rest." Tang Xiaofan quietly closed the friend message window and fell into a long silence. Eventually, all the negative energy inside him transformed into a deep sigh. Indeed. When it comes to luck, even he has to step aside compared to the little girl from the underground world. His warrior team had taken down so many elite, commander, and even lord-level monsters, yet they only dropped 14 pieces of equipment in total. Meanwhile, the little girl had defeated less than 1/10 of the monsters he did, but her equipment count was nearly the same. Truly a favorite of the goddess of luck. This kind of luck is just downright unfair. Chapter 81. Constructing new buildings. Tang Xiaofan didn't ask the little girl how many blueprints she had obtained, as he was genuinely afraid of being further disappointed. He himself had collected 3 blueprints, and if it were before, he would have been quite happy and satisfied. However, now, Tang Xiaofan felt that his efforts did not match his rewards. He shook his head, trying not to think too much about it. He then picked up the 3 azure blueprints. Discover unknown blueprint. Would you like to identify? Yes. No. Identify. The 3 blueprints were enveloped in a light of identification. In no time, the identification light faded, revealing the true nature of the blueprints. The first one, low-level building blueprint, barber shop, construction requirement, beginner town, effect, slightly increases the loyalty of castle residents. The second one, intermediate building blueprint, diplomatic hall, construction requirement, territory radius greater than 10 kilometers, effect, increases the loyalty of castle residents, effect, increases the active cooperation rate of local intelligent beings. The third one, intermediate building blueprint, shop, construction requirement, mint, effect, increases the loyalty of castle residents, effect, randomly engages in commercial cooperation with one local intelligent being's faction each day. Looking at the 3 blueprints in his hands, Tang Xiaofan felt a bit numb inside. None of them were high-level blueprints. Even another low-level troop bloodline evolution blueprint would have been fine. Instead, all 3 were basic building blueprints for the castle. 1 low-level and 2 intermediate. These blueprints were solely aimed at increasing the loyalty of castle residents. While this might be useful for other castle lords, for Tang Xiaofan, it was somewhat optional, as his farmer troops had a loyalty fixed at 100 points. in a state of unwavering loyalty, which couldn't go down or up. A loyalty of 100 points was already the maximum value. One could say that having something was better than having nothing. Tang Xiaofan did not plan to sell these blueprints. Although he believed that these 3 blueprints could fetch a high price, his castle's territory spanned 18 kilometers, with a direct domain of 2 kilometers. There was an open space around the castle, free from trees or any obstructions. He could build the barber shop and the diplomatic hall to make his direct territory look less empty. Moreover, he had just upgraded to a town and the new temple. Beginner dormitories, elementary school, theater, tavern, library, and hospital had yet to be constructed. Once these buildings were completed, especially the beginner dormitories, the empty space in the town would be filled. Additionally, these buildings would provide some entertainment for the farmers. Otherwise, they would remain like a drawn bow, constantly tense and prone to breaking. With these recreational facilities, the farmers and soldiers could enjoy their leisure time more easily. With dormitories, a diplomatic hall, and walls, his high-tech town would truly resemble a town. There is only a castle, a warehouse, and a metal laboratory, whereas the town in that. In truth, while the basic structures may seem of little use to me, they are absolutely essential. These are the fundamental facilities of the territory and cannot be overlooked. Eventually, his city of advanced technology will be grand and spectacular, with countless farmers living within it. What would it look like if there was just a bare castle? Tang Xiaofan took out a blue blueprint. The first building he constructed was a barber shop, as some building materials disappeared from the warehouse. A 2-story barber shop appeared near the city wall. This small building showcased a typical 1990s style, with an exaggerated sign and a bright barber shop light box, making it quite eye-catching. Soon, 2 idle farmers walked in and transformed into barbers. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan became the first customer, eager to experience the services of the barber shop. Looking at the dazzling array of hairstyles and color combinations, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Jarvis, this technology is so advanced and pays such great attention to the details of life." "Yes, sir, this level of technology is hard to replicate, especially at the civilian level." Indicating a high technological standard here, Jarvis replied. Tang Xiaofan nodded, casually selecting a hairstyle he liked, with a slightly grayish-white color. And then he heard the barber's hearty voice beside him. "Your Excellency, thank you for your patronage. It's all done." Looking at the handsome young man in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction. After leaving the barber shop, he chose another vacant lot to build a diplomatic office. With a loud boom, a 3-story building rose from the ground. Several farmers automatically walked inside to begin their work. Tang Xiaofan entered and found it to be a traditional office setup, with one office labeled Diplomat. Pushing the door open, he saw a farmer sitting at a desk, studying a map. "Your Excellency." Tang Xiaofan gestured for the diplomat to remain calm as he examined the map titled Diplomatic Situation Map. "Currently, there is only one local force that maintains a subordinate relationship with us. Subordinate forces are required to regularly pay resources?" Tang Xiaofan asked after seeing the information displayed on the map. "Yes, Your Excellency. All subordinate forces must pay resources in exchange for our governance over them," the diplomat confirmed. "All right," Tang Xiaofan nodded, appreciating the assertive tone of diplomacy. "Our governance is indeed quite valuable." After touring the 2 new buildings, Tang Xiaofan instructed Jianyi, who was following him, to construct the remaining buildings within the inner city tomorrow. Once completed, the remaining vacant land should be developed into dormitories. With his tasks arranged, Tang Xiaofan strolled up to the city wall and gazed down at it, reflecting on how the wall had done its job today. For an ordinary elite-level monster to destroy it and breach the castle's territory, especially with the support of machine guns, would indeed be quite challenging. The defensive capabilities of the castle walls far exceed those of mere fences. The presence of the walls made the entire battle feel much easier, instilling a sense of security in him. This feeling was a product of the specific environment, unrelated to whether his team of warriors could protect him. Facing an open plain is a different mindset compared to confronting a world surrounded by 5-meter-high walls. At this moment, the world had settled into silence. The light of the blood moon gradually faded as it descended toward the west. Tang Xiaofan yawned and returned to his bedroom on the top floor of the castle. He was utterly exhausted after this night. The castle's protective barrier had vanished, allowing nearly 2,000 wild monsters to invade. He had personally witnessed the battle, watching countless monsters fall around the castle. The mix of tension and excitement had finally left him feeling mentally and physically drained. After taking a shower, Tang Xiaofan collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep instantly. This night, he was destined to sleep soundly, for the weight on his mind had finally lifted. He knew that he had embarked on the path to conquer all races. Chapter 82, Summary of the Castle Defense Battle. The time in the Demon and God continent aligns with that of Blue Star. At this moment, it's deep night on Blue Star, Yet there are still netizens glued to Tang Xiaofan's live stream. It has been confirmed that the contestants from Longhua have performed the most impressively, with 0 casualties and complete annihilation of the monsters. Of course, just look at it. The great Tang Xiaofan has already built walls. Have you seen something like this in the castles of other contestants? That's right. I've also discovered one crucial feature about Tang Xiaofan. All his equipment is self-made. I mean, I've watched contestants from over 150 countries, and the contestants from Longhua are the most unique. While others are developing step by step, the contestants from Longhua have already started building their own kingdom. Absolutely. This town of over 1,000 people can easily overpower all other forces. I fear that in the future, his army will reach tens of thousands. My goodness. Have you thought about it? If these armors could fly, then the entire demon and god continent would belong to the great Tang Xiaofan. Impossible. The armor is too heavy. How could it possibly fly? It's completely unthinkable. Seriously, you're just being too fanciful. It's unclear how long he had slept. Suddenly, Tang Xiaofan woke up with a start. He glanced out the window and noticed that the sky was still somewhat dim. But the light of dawn had begun to illuminate the world. He had only slept for a little over 2 hours. Tang Xiaofan felt a bit helpless. His body's biological clock seemed to be set, as he woke up at this time every day. Despite still feeling somewhat tired, he couldn't fall back asleep. So, he got up to wash up, then enjoyed a hearty breakfast before opening the trading channel. A new day began, and the trading area was bustling. Everywhere he looked, there were countless food items and monster materials listed for sale. Many of these were substantial trades. The castle lords were listing thousands of units of food at once, which was astonishing. This had never happened before. Even Tang Xiaofan had only listed 2,000 or 3,000 units of food at most in the past. Clearly, this was the harvest from the battle earlier that morning. As the protective shields of hundreds of castle lords disappeared, they were all ambushed by wild monsters. The battle was fierce, and who knows how many castle lords perished, but those who survived undoubtedly reaped great rewards. The food gathered from the wild monsters was far too much to consume in the short term, so they all rushed to sell it. Unfortunately, there were hardly any castle lords who were still in need of food. At least for the short term, they had enough. Therefore, the food they listed was going unsold. However, there were signs that some monster materials were being exchanged. This caught Tang Xiaofan's attention. It must mean someone uncovered blueprints for a blacksmith shop during the castle defense battle. They were likely buying monster materials at low prices to craft equipment. This isn't good news. My castle's power is growing, and so is the power of other castle lords. The establishment of blacksmith shops as a basic structure is bound to become widespread one day. This is inevitable. Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment and chose not to dwell on it too much. The market is vast, and he couldn't possibly consume it all by himself. For a long time, the castle lords who owned blacksmith shops won't affect his profits in standardized equipment. Moreover, this isn't entirely a bad thing. The conflicts among the castle lords are secondary. Their greatest enemy is actually the local forces of the demon and god continent. As other castle factions grow stronger, they could alleviate some of the pressure he faces from the local powers in the future. As for the struggles between the castle lords, Tang Xiaofan wasn't worried. He has always been ahead of all the other lords and is confident that he will continue to lead. Tang Xiaofan looked at the bustling trading area, felt a spark of inspiration, and couldn't help but jump in. He listed a total of 23,000 units of food for sale, which included 4,000 units of elite-level food, 300 units of commander-level food, and 20 units of level 18 lord-level food, all special items that can boost energy values, sold at high prices. Ordinary food went unnoticed, but special food still had market demand. Additionally, he sent all the monster materials he had gathered to the little girl in the underground world to craft standardized equipment. Although the black iron dwarves she worked with lacked combat prowess, they were experts in the field of equipment crafting. Tang Xiaofan glanced at his castle warehouse. Previously, he had consumed some resources building various structures. Now, he had 161,900 units of wood, 83,640 units of stone, and 28,200 units of refined iron left. As for soul stones, he kept them stored in the Cyclops ring. This rare material, he preferred to keep close at hand. Then he stepped outside and took a stroll around the city to check on the progress of the construction. Since it wasn't the first time building, many structures required the architects to lay each brick and tile meticulously. Watching the bustling construction site, Tang Xiaofan felt a bit dazed. As if he had returned to Blue Star during the rapid development of Longhua, where buildings were going up and roads were being paved everywhere. Paving roads. Yes. To get rich, one must pave the roads first. He exclaimed, Jarvis, we need to develop a transportation vehicle to help those farmers transport resources. Yes, sir. You are absolutely right. However, based on my database analysis, I recommend an aerial transport solution, but this option has limited capacity. Alternatively, we could consider a land armored transport vehicle, which has a strong capacity but is vulnerable to attacks. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, let's create prototypes for both plans and see how they perform. Yes, sir. However, these production facilities are large-scale enterprises that require extensive space to begin manufacturing. Right. The city is already full. It's time to start building satellite cities. Tang Xiaofan instructed Jarvis to prepare a plan and have the construction team ready to start after the beast tide. As Tang Xiaofan watched the construction site bustling with activity, he opened the global chat channel. The chat was still lively, seemingly unaffected by the castle defense battle. Numerous castle lords were chatting away, sharing their woes. What a disaster! I lost a full 40 units just to wipe out those raging monsters. One lamented. 40 units? That's nothing. I'm down to just 3 great swordsmen. Nearly my entire army has been wiped out. It's a miracle I'm still alive. Units can be summoned back, but as long as I'm alive. That's good news. Just a couple of days ago, he had made a new friend who had gotten lucky and randomly summoned a high-tier unit, a harpy. It was a powerful addition, but today, he noticed his friend's name was gone from the list. Did even a high-tier unit fail to protect him? So many castle lords had perished in the castle defense battle. I estimate at least 100 have been eliminated. Chapter 83. A small regret in the high-tech castle. This is just the beginning. There is no doubt that more castle lords will fall in the future, as this is a death game after all. To establish ourselves in this world, we must fight with all our might. Brothers and sisters, don't lose heart. The early days are always tough. We must remember and honor those who have passed. They will not be forgotten. Those of us who are alive must keep moving forward. We are the castle lords, the chosen ones. Just give us time, and we will grow stronger. What are the wild monsters to us? Our true opponents are the local powers of the god and demon continent. You have a lot to say, and you're right. Our goal is to conquer all races and let the castle powers rule this vast and boundless otherworld. I believe that one day, this world will belong to us. Every living castle lord is a god. May that era come soon. I think, esteemed leaders, we should focus on the immediate challenges. The beast tide could strike at any moment. Someone in the world chat channel made a gloomy remark that instantly cooled the atmosphere, which had just started to heat up. In the blink of an eye, everyone's spirits dropped. The castle lords seemed to finally realize that the castle defense battle was merely an appetizer before the main course. The beast tide was still to come. Damn it, who mentioned the beast tide? Drag them out and deal with them. My mindset just exploded. Can't I continue to bask in the joy of victory? Even an extra minute of enjoyment would be nice. Why remind me about the beast tide? I've already blocked that person. Spreading negative energy? Blocked. The world chat channel was in chaos, with many people venting their frustrations and negative emotions. If the appetizer is this brutal, how horrific could the beast tide be? The castle lords were reluctant to think about it, as even a moment's thought could shatter their composure and make their skin crawl. Tang Xiaofan didn't dwell on it either. He wasn't afraid of the beast tide. With the current strength of the high-tech castle, overcoming the beast tide crisis wouldn't be difficult. Closing the world chat channel, Tang Xiaofan headed to the castle courtyard. The town was in full swing, with farmers looking at him with admiration and enthusiasm. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded at them, then turned to look at the farmers lining up for haircuts and baths. It was clear that everyone needed to relax. The temple, basic dormitories, primary school, theater, tavern, library, and hospital had all been constructed. The skilled construction workers were indeed impressive. The temple was particularly notable, housing an image of Tang Xiaofan, as all the farmers worshipped him as their lord, praying and offering their devotion. There was a priest responsible for managing the temple. The primary school was a bit awkward, though, as the students were burly men learning basic arithmetic. A 3-meter-tall giant, comparable to Shaquille O'Neal, held a tiny textbook in his hand and said to the students, "You all need to study hard. If you don't, you'll end up in a bad way. Let's review. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Stumbling out of elementary school, Tang Xiaofan wanted to laugh but couldn't. Learning, after all, must be a gradual process. Fortunately, none of these farmers had diplomas, and everyone needed to obtain a primary school graduation certificate. Therefore, Jarvis assigned study tasks to all the farmers, who came to class according to schedule. The atmosphere in the theater became much livelier, as a dozen farmers became actors, performing a play. Watching burly men awkwardly portray women and sweetly call themselves my lord, Tang Xiaofan fought the urge to laugh out loud and quickly ran outside. Jarvis, there's a critical issue with our castle. Have you noticed? Sir, our development is progressing very well. It's thriving. Tang Xiaofan walked through the now somewhat prosperous streets towards a tavern, shaking his head as he spoke. No, we're lacking women. This is a military camp filled only with men, and without women, it feels like something's missing. Yes, sir. However, there are no female farmers to summon. Perhaps continuing to upgrade the farmer factory could help. Tang Xiaofan nodded and pushed open the door to the tavern. It was bustling with noise, as most people were chatting or passing the time. He found an empty seat at the bar. The bartender served him a glass of whiskey with a round ice ball. No, I don't drink. Give me some bubble tea. Sorry, my lord, we don't have that. Then a soda, please. Apologies, my lord. We don't have that either. Tang Xiaofan helplessly turned to leave, complaining to Jarvis. Looks like we need to upgrade the town faster. Life without soda is too hard. Sir, that may not be possible, but I have all the recipes for soda, though we currently lack the suitable ingredients for production. All right. Tang Xiaofan continued to visit the library and the hospital. Just like on Blue Star, those who love reading are always a minority. Even though the collection of books here is quite rich. From production formulas in the blacksmith shop to blueprints in the weapon workshop, it has everything. Currently, the hospital had no visitors. Not only were the farmers unscathed on the battlefield, but they also hadn't even caught a common cold. Much to the regret of the burly doctor holding a stethoscope. Seeing the sparse crowd, Tang Xiaofan turned to head to the Metal Research Institute. Eager to check on the progress of the elements he cared about the most. My lord, you've arrived. Farmer 1, who had been one of Tang Xiaofan's earliest followers, was now clad in a white lab coat and sporting a crew cut, serving as the boss in the metal lab. Oh, Farmer 1. Excellent. How's the progress? My lord. We can only proceed with the research slowly for now. All positions need to be staffed continuously. According to Lord Jarvis's arrangements, I've assigned 30 people to rotate shifts and ensure we complete the research on schedule. Tang Xiaofan could only nod in encouragement. He looked towards a containment chamber in the building, where a reactor emitted a blue glow. Through the transparent glass, he saw flashes of light, and the monitor at the entrance displayed the progress. 26. That's not too bad. As long as it can be completed, that's what matters. As long as this metal laboratory can operate normally, a slower pace is fine. Once the farmer factory upgrades later, he should be able to recruit higher-level farmers. By the way, he called out Farmer 1 and quietly asked, do you think the city is lacking anything? The Lord's castle is perfect. No, I mean, is there anything missing? Nothing is missing. The Lord's castle is perfect. Tang Xiaofan helplessly sent him back to work. It seemed that asking his farmers for feedback was unnecessary. After all, they were summoned from the farmer factory and were in a state of maximum loyalty. If they could express dissatisfaction, that would be something else entirely. Chapter 84. Dispatching a team to eliminate the unruly after finishing his stroll, Tang Xiaofan encountered Johnny, who had come to request permission to engage in battle. Johnny respectfully said to Tang Xiaofan, my lord, I request to lead the warrior team on a hunting expedition. Tang Xiaofan nodded in agreement. All right. Let us investigate the source of the beast tide. After a brief pause, he continued, while hunting, take a look at that castle 18 kilometers away. Check if it has been destroyed by monsters. If it still stands, then we will conquer it. After all, the protective shield for new players in that castle has already vanished. I certainly want to let anyone who dares covet the mark armor off the hook. Moreover, since there are no signs of the beast tide approaching yet, let our warrior team pay that individual a visit. If he wishes to capture my farmers, he must pay the price. Furthermore, the two castles were too close to each other, with their territories almost bordering. Even if they didn't engage in battle now, a conflict would eventually arise, and that was unavoidable. Rather than waiting for the other party to grow stronger and then facing friction, it would be better to strike early and prevent a larger-scale castle war in the future. Once we eliminate that individual's castle power, the surrounding dense forest will belong to Tang Xiaofan. His warrior team could hunt the wild monsters in that area without any disturbances. Understood, my lord. The warriors naturally did not refuse Tang Xiaofan's orders. They loyally executed every command he gave, even if he ordered them to hunt gods. They would charge into battle without hesitation. At this moment, Johnny said, my lord, if we deploy everyone, the Black Technology Castle may lose its absolute defensive capabilities. Should we send a team of warriors to guard the castle? Guard the castle? Tang Xiaofan realized that this was indeed a concern. The castle walls could withstand wild monsters, but there was no defense overhead. If flying monsters attacked the Black Technology Castle, they could easily penetrate inside. It wasn't safe for him to stay alone in the castle. What he was most wary of was the Fire Dragon's assault. At his current peak level 7, he was far from a match for an adult Fire Dragon. After pondering for a moment, Tang Xiaofan looked at Jean Eyre and said, Jean Eyre, you stay behind to guard the Black Technology Castle. Take 500 warriors and form Warrior Team 2. Jean-E, you lead 500 people to form Warrior Team 1. Understood, my lord. Jean-E and Jean Eyre respectfully acknowledged the command. The two divided the warriors, splitting the 1,000-person team into two. One team, under Jean-E's leadership, departed the castle. As Tang Xiaofan watched their retreating figures, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Nowadays, the number of warriors under his command was steadily increasing. He already had 1,000 warriors equipped with Mark armor, while the blacksmith shop was still forging new Mark II armor. This set of armor would become the main battle gear for some time to come. And the warriors clad in this armor had become his iron fist, capable of sweeping away all opposition. The strength of the warrior squad can no longer be considered weak. At least when facing the top creatures of this world, they possess the ability to fight back, and their chances of winning are quite high. Of course, Tang Xiaofan has also considered going out hunting with the warrior squad. Currently, he is at the peak of level 7, protected by the Mark II battle armor. So his safety is completely assured, and it wouldn't affect the hunting efficiency of the warrior squad. However, the safety of the high-tech castle is a concern. He needs to stay behind to prevent monsters from attacking his lair. If wild monsters or other enemies take advantage of his absence to breach the heart of the castle, all his efforts during this time would be in vain. Therefore, guarding the castle is the top priority. However, as it stands, even if there is a beast tide, there is no immediate need to call the warrior squad back. In the future, the squad will hunt far from the castle's influence. And the key is that once they are equipped with the arc reactor, their flying speed will be incredibly fast, allowing them to return quickly even in emergencies. With this thought, Tang Xiaofan felt much more at ease. He looked at Jean-Air, who was guarding him. Jean-Air was slightly shorter than Tang Xiaofan, but his powerful muscles made the Mark armor appear particularly formidable. Lord? Jean-Air asked, somewhat puzzled. He thought Tang Xiaofan had some instructions for him. Tang Xiaofan replied, Jean-Air, this time you will protect the high-tech castle. Next time, let Johnny and the others take your place. Jean-Air respectfully responded, I will follow the Lord's arrangements. At that moment, he glanced at the Cyclops ring he wore, noting that the soul stone inside was still slowly growing. He wondered if Jean-E and the others could bring back new soul stones this time to upgrade the farmer factory as soon as possible. At this moment, the weather was calm and serene, and with nothing much to do, Tang Xiaofan, accompanied by Jean-Air, strolled through the newly built dormitories. The dorms were designed for 4 people per room, similar to traditional corporate accommodations with shared bathrooms and showers. As for washing clothes, they still used the old method, using the system's small bug to exchange for new garments. Fortunately, there was no demand for personalized clothing among the farmers. They all wore the same uniform. However, Tang Xiaofan was glad to see that the farmers had started to acquire personal items. Some were raising small flowers, while others had little pets. He didn't express any disdain. At the very least, he understood that these farmers were living, breathing individuals, and providing them with welfare options was not a mistake. After leaving the dormitory, he ascended to the top floor of the castle to gaze out over the distant forest. However, he could see nothing. The forest was filled only with flying birds and a gentle breeze, everything appearing so tranquil. Tang Xiaofan turned to Jean-Air and asked, I wonder if that guy's castle still exists. Did he survive yesterday's monster outbreak? Lord, there's no need to worry, Jean-Air replied. Even if that guy withstood the monster riot early this morning, your warrior squad can still destroy his castle and make him disappear from this world. Those who refuse to submit must be eliminated. On this matter, the warriors team is very confident, and so is Tang Xiaofan. While they might not be able to break through large local factions, destroying a castle that is inferior to their own is quite easy. Of course, he also knows that this castle battle will likely expose the secret of the Mark armor to other castle lords. The Mark armor, an invincible piece of gear. If the other castle lords find out about it, they would probably be quite shocked, right? Tang Xiaofan shook his head, not particularly concerned. This secret will eventually be revealed. It's just a matter of when. Haven't the castle lords always wanted to know what type of troops he has? Once the secret of the Mark armor is out, I wonder what expressions those top castle lords, who want to surpass him, will have. On their way to the enemy castle, the warriors team encountered several waves of beast hordes. The battle quickly came to an end, and the warriors were busy clearing the battlefield and collecting the soul stones dropped by the monsters. Dozens of corpses of wild monsters were piled together. This was the result of the warriors team clearing out the surrounding dense forest over 1,000 meters. Compared to before, this number seems a bit smaller. Chapter 85, The Attack of the Twisted Evil Goddess has a direct connection to the Battle of the Castle Guards in the early morning. During the fight, nearly 3,000 wild monsters were slain, which naturally reduced the number of wild monsters in the nearby dense forest. To encounter a large-scale monster horde, one would need to stray far from the influence of the Black Tech town. However, the warriors did not do this. After sending the spoils back to the castle, they gathered together and marched towards the enemy castle several kilometers away. While hunting monsters, some warriors moved ahead to scout. The castle had not turned into ruins, and there were still figures moving inside and outside. Clearly, the enemy had successfully overcome the monster outbreak from the early morning. This is a gathering place for traders. Under the orders of the Lord, it must be eradicated. Before long, the warriors arrived outside the castle, which was clearly an advanced fortress surrounded by a fence. Nowadays, more and more players possessed advanced castles, which was not surprising. However, for the warriors, the fence was practically useless as a defensive structure. What was surprising, though, was that several towering arrow towers, nearly 10 meters high, stood around the castle. Each tower had 1 or 2 human soldiers armed with bows. It was evident that the castle's owner had gained significantly during the monster defense battle. What terrible luck! After painstakingly building up his forces, he had suddenly lost half of them. Not long ago, his warrior-level troops were annihilated by mechanical demons. Fortunately, since that defeat, he had worked hard to recruit and hunt, gradually rebuilding his forces even stronger than before. But the battle from yesterday morning dealt him a heavy blow, wiping out the weaker militia units completely. Now, only about 20 champion swordsmen remained in his ranks. This was a devastating loss. However, the appearance of 2 blueprints provided him with immense comfort. He felt that fate had not abandoned him, and even with the impending beast tide, he was confident he could prevail. He wondered where that demon had gone. There was still no news. The young man had suffered greatly last time and was eager for revenge, hoping to kill that demon. If he could obtain a divine artifact, he would be set for life. At that point, he would not only surpass those top castle lords who bragged endlessly in the world chat channels, but he would even eclipse the so-called strongest castle lord, Tang Xiaofan. He was confident of his potential. The demon was a tremendous opportunity for him to change his fate. No need to rush. Let that demon live a little longer. Once he navigated through the beast tide crisis and strengthened his castle's power again, he would go after that demon. The young man was fully confident in acquiring a divine artifact. In his view, evil beings like demons, once slain, would surely yield abundant rewards. And he was not the only one who thought so. Many other castle lords shared the same belief. After all, demons are legendary creatures from hell, and in the context of a game, they represent the ultimate boss. However, what no one knows is that the forest demons do not come from hell. They are actually part of Tang Xiaofan's army. The young man is equally unaware of this. If he had known, he would have fled far away with the heart of the castle, never wanting to be neighbors with Tang Xiaofan again. Unfortunately, it is too late to say anything now. Just as the young man was preparing to lead his team out for a hunt, he suddenly heard someone shouting outside. It was the voice of the captain of his champion swordsman squad, someone he knew well. An enemy attack? Could it be that another horde of wild monsters is coming to raid my castle? Instead of feeling afraid, the young man was filled with excitement. Times had changed. Although the number of troops under his command had decreased, the castle had gained defensive structures, fences, and arrow towers. Moreover, the castle's garrison had not diminished but rather increased. Heaven is surely favoring me. Quickly assemble and defend the castle. The young man shouted with enthusiasm. The troops in the castle quickly gathered, totaling over 20 champion swordsmen, along with a group of poorly equipped militia. These militia were only level 2, summoned by the young man that morning, practically useless. The young man donned the mid-tier equipment he had purchased and rushed to the top of the castle to look outside, only to discover that there were no signs of wild monsters at all. He was momentarily stunned and then shouted angrily at his champion swordsman captain. "What the hell are you shouting about? An enemy attack? Where are they?" The captain's expression was serious as he pointed into the distance. "My lord, the enemy is right there." "Huh?" The young man looked up. In an instant, his expression changed from stiff to twisted, ultimately settling into one of sheer terror. How is this possible? He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Because not far away, on a high ground, a large group of demons had appeared. Yes, a massive group. He had imagined countless times the scene of defeating demons in his mind, but never did he expect it to be like this today. Leading the charge were 3 demons. The strongest among them at level 18 peak, followed by countless others, all clad in silver armor and wielding giant axes, strolling towards his castle. The young man rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. He couldn't believe how so many demons had suddenly emerged and raided his castle. Had the forest been invaded by demons? Why had none of the other castle lords in the forest seen demons besides him? The young man was confused. Was he overly fortunate, or had he drawn the short straw? In a daze, he realized he was indeed unlucky. The last time he encountered a single demon, he had suffered significant losses. Now, the demons had returned, bringing countless companions with them, surely intent on destroying his castle. The young man felt his body tremble, his legs going weak. His instincts told him that it was all over for him. With his current strength, there's no way he can withstand this group of demons. Moreover, the demons just happened to arrive today, which means they are aware that the protective barrier has vanished. The fences are utterly useless against such powerful demons. A few scattered arrow towers can hardly pose a threat to an entire team of fully armored demon warriors. He's in deep trouble. It's even possible that this time next year could be his last, but he doesn't want to just sit back and wait for his doom. He wants to fight back. So, summoning all his courage, he shouts, "Demons from hell, twisted agents of evil. Put down your weapons. We are not your enemies." Upon hearing these venomous words, the warriors, led by Zhang Yi, are filled with fury. How dare he slander their master? This is unforgivable. You despicable worm. Deep within your heart, I see your vile ambition. Only death can save you. A barrage of attacks descends, obliterating one of the arrow towers behind the fence. The two archers inside are instantly killed, falling lifelessly to the ground. The young man's face pales. The last time he encountered demons, he lost a group of champion swordsmen to their machine guns. He stands no chance. Just as he is about to beg for mercy, his expression shifts to one of disbelief. At that very moment, he receives a notification. Your castle is under attack from enemy forces. Please respond immediately. Chapter 86, The Battle of Bullying the Weak in the Blue Star live stream room. The recent actions of Tang Xiaofan ignited a fierce debate among netizens from the Digua Kingdom and the Long Kingdom. It's so unfair. The Long Kingdom is bullying us. Exactly. It's a classic case of the strong oppressing the weak. How can a tiny nation like Digua endure such tyranny from the Long Kingdom? Blue Star is supposed to be fair. Stop talking nonsense. The netizens from Blue Star are no pushovers. Those who have experienced the Great Emperor's voyages know how fierce their online combat skills can be. Absolutely unrivaled on Blue Star. If the Demon and God continent were a contest of online trolling, the Long Kingdom would have already conquered the world. Both the Long Kingdom and Digua Kingdom's players descended onto the Demon and God continent with the same foundational development. In this context, it's actually Tang Xiaofan who is at a disadvantage. Moreover, the Digua Kingdom players actively provoke Tang Xiaofan's farmer character. What a death wish. Is that a farmer? No way. That's a real demon, a mech demon. It's a farmer. It's called an exoskeleton, so don't get it twisted. Exoskeleton? You think I don't know about exoskeletons? Tang Xiaofan's so-called exoskeleton is powerful enough to rival the military might of Blue Star. Everyone, can we please stay on topic? The Digua Kingdom is definitely going to face a 1,000-fold punishment. They deserve it. Hurry up and migrate. The doors of the Long Kingdom are closing fast. The Digua Kingdom has always been at odds with the Long Kingdom, and this time they've really bitten off more than they can chew. After expressing their condolences to the Digua Kingdom, netizens from the Long Kingdom eagerly tuned in to watch the live stream of Tang Xiaofan's team demolishing the Digua Kingdom players' castles. Meanwhile, the young player from the Digua Kingdom wore a twisted expression, completely stunned. He found it hard to believe the sudden notification he received. Like himself, all the castle lords now thought that the demons appearing in the forest were either native creatures of the Demon and God continent or beings from hell, simply because the demons tier was too high. In both fantasy novels and movies, demons are typically the final bosses, extremely difficult to defeat. So, no one connected the demons in the forest with the castle units. After all, compared to demons, top-tier units like nature spirits, Medusas, Death Knights, and Thunder Giants seem to be on a different level altogether. What are top-tier units? They are the pinnacle of military might. How could there be demons that surpass these top-tier units? That is impossible. Otherwise, the other castle lords would have no chance at all. Yet now, he stood there in shock, his face filled with disbelief. He received a notification that his castle was under attack by enemy castle forces. Enemy castle forces? Since his arrival, he had never made enemies with other castle lords, nor had he even met them. How could he be under attack? Moreover, the only ones attacking his castle were the demons that had appeared outside. A demon that looked like a leader raised its hand and unleashed a barrage of gunfire, demolishing one of his castle's arrow towers and killing 2 of his archers in the process. At the same time, a notification of the attack appeared. All the signs combined point to one thing. The demons outside the castle do not come from hell, nor are they native creatures of the divine and demon continent. They are, in fact, the troops of a certain lord of the castle. The young man suddenly realized. Back then, he had coveted that demon he encountered by chance, wanting to capture it. This had directly offended the lord behind that demon, and now he had become a target. With the castle's protective barrier gone, that lord had decisively dispatched a demon squad to attack his castle. They were here for revenge. How could this be? The young man exclaimed in disbelief. How could this happen? Who on earth had such twisted luck to randomly have demons as troops? And I even ended up as his neighbor. He had every reason to believe that the lord's castle was nearby, no more than 20 kilometers away, hidden within the dense forest. However, because his hunting range had been too small, never exceeding 2 kilometers, he had failed to discover that demon castle. Could the person behind the demons be the great Tang Xiaofan? The young man speculated. Tang Xiaofan, the undisputed strongest castle lord. He had always been ahead of all other castle lords. Even the top-tier ones could not surpass him. He stood at the pinnacle among hundreds of castle lords. Many speculated that Tang Xiaofan's troops were top-notch undead units, numerous, fearless, and powerful, capable of resurrecting through soul fire after death. Which was why he had led the pack in the early stages. This speculation was acknowledged by many castle lords, but in the end, it was still just a guess. No one could definitively determine what Tang Xiaofan's troops were. At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck the young man, and he directly associated Tang Xiaofan with demons, which could explain why he could look down on all other castle lords. Although this was still merely his conjecture, after all, the information only hinted that the other party was also a castle lord. He firmly believed that the man behind this group of demons was indeed Tang Xiaofan. I can't believe I ended up as Tang Xiaofan's neighbor, and I unintentionally offended him, prompting him to send demons to attempt to destroy my castle and take revenge on me. The young man's face turned pale, filled with regret to the extreme. If he had known, he would have never dared to provoke that demon. He would have even tried to please Tang Xiaofan and become his follower. But now the demon squad had already arrived outside his castle, and it was too late for regrets. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. I have to survive. The young man immediately shouted to the warriors outside the castle, "Don't attack. We are not enemies. I am a good friend of your Lord Tang Xiaofan, from the same planet. How dare he directly call the Lord by his name? Indeed, a disloyal person. Kill." The warrior in charge of the attack shouted furiously, and a barrage struck the walls of the castle, sending debris crashing down on the young man's head. Damn it. Fight back. We must fight back. The young man, conditioned by reflex, let out a furious roar. At the same time, the militia inside the castle began to fight back, shooting dozens of arrows at the warriors. Other champion swordsmen in the castle raised their long swords and charged out. However, their strength was simply too low. With the highest among them barely reaching level 10, they were no match for the armored warriors. It's important to note that under Tang Xiaofan's command, the warriors were all equipped with Mark II battle armor, which not only provided exceptional defense, but also immense strength. One warrior casually swung his giant axe, obliterating a champion swordsman. As for the arrows, despite their seemingly high speed, they couldn't even graze the warriors. The two sides were not even in the same league. In the blink of an eye, the warrior squad had penetrated deep into the heart of the castle. The giant axe gleamed as it fell. The soldiers under the young man fell one after another, and the 20 or so champion swordsmen couldn't even last half a minute before being completely annihilated by the warrior squad. The arrow towers surrounding the castle were also blown apart by machine gun fire, killing all the archers inside. This was a battle of an entirely different magnitude. In fact, even if the young man's castle were to multiply its strength tenfold, it would still be unable to withstand the assault of the warrior squad. Don't kill me. Seeing a warrior charging at him with a giant axe, the young man screamed in terror. Chapter 87. The Thousandfold Punishment. The fall of the Yam Nation. As he watched the giant axe come crashing down, he thought of many things. He didn't want to die here. He had grand ambitions. He wanted to establish his own empire, select brides from all races, and compete for supremacy among nations to achieve greatness. Then he would seize resources and give back to the Yam Nation. He aimed to dominate Blue Star. However, a figure wielding a double-bladed giant axe swung down without mercy. The young man was dead. The castle behind him began to tremble as if it were about to collapse. The Lord was dead. Inside the castle, several militia members exchanged glances. They seemed to have no intention of avenging the young man. Instead, they threw down their rudimentary weapons in unison and chose to surrender. This was because their loyalty had dropped below 60 points. With the Lord dead, they naturally defected and became free citizens. Had their loyalty been above 60 points, or even 70, they would have fought to the end, even in the face of their Lord's sacrifice. Meanwhile, the warrior raised his giant axe and addressed the militia. "My Lord forgives you. Now pray to him." Under the pressure of life and death, they quickly began to pray. At the same time, in the temple of the high-tech town, their prayers echoed back to them, filling them with warmth. Their expressions grew calm, and their fear dissipated. They knelt on the ground, sincerely praying to Tang Xiaofan. Soon, several militia members softly chanted Tang Xiaofan's name in unison. The warrior nodded slightly. He then remarked to the other soldiers, "These believers have acquired basic skills in logging and mining. They are not without value. They have accepted the Lord and can serve as his outer disciples here." The soldiers nodded in agreement, saying, "This is excellent. With them, our Lord won't need to send farmers to occupy these resources. Furthermore, we can hand over the monster corpses we hunt to these believers for processing. Every castle that descends into the demon and god continent comes with nearby resource points. Generally, stone and wood resources are easy to claim, while special resource points vary. For instance, the titanium mine near Tang Xiaofan's castle is quite rare and occupied by monsters. Once Tang Xiaofan's castle was taken, it was only natural to seize the surrounding resource points. At this moment, the warrior was using the communication device in his armor to contact Tang Xiaofan. Soon, he received a response and said to the soldiers beside him, "The Lord has issued a command. Destroy the heart of this castle." "At your command, all-powerful Lord," the soldiers replied, flooding into the castle. They located the heart of the castle and swung their giant axes to shatter it. As the heart of the castle was destroyed, the high-level castle collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into a pile of rubble. They really did tear it down. The castle of the Yam nation was overturned just like that. It was utterly defenseless. The battle was of a completely different caliber, pathetic. My goodness, quick, turn on the TV. Yam Nation. On Blue Star's television, all global networks and live broadcasts turned their attention to the Sweet Potato Nation. The screen displayed scenes of earthquakes, landslides, and mudslides wreaking havoc in Sweet Potato Nation. The destruction left this already impoverished country in a state of hell on earth. Survivors began fleeing en masse, crossing oceans to the shores of Ugly Country, where they clung to the land and established refugee settlements. Little did they know, this punishment was indeed real. Of course, it's only the 27th, and there will be more to come. So many nations have had their castles toppled. There is no choice. Sweet Potato Nation is too small to withstand such devastation. In the realm of high-tech castles, Tang Xiaofan had no idea that his actions had directly led to the annihilation of a nation on Blue Star. Although this nation was small, it had always been a loyal follower of Ugly Country. If he had known, he would have felt quite pleased. At that moment, he received a timely notification. Your soldiers have destroyed the enemy's castle heart. The enemy castle has vanished. You have achieved victory in this castle battle. You have demolished the enemy castle and gained an additional 300 soul stones. You have obtained a blueprint for an arrow tower. You have acquired 480 soul stones from the enemy castle's warehouse for 100 units of food, 8, 500 units of wood, 5, 600 units of stone, 900 units of refined iron, and various monster materials. Congratulations, you are the 27th Lord to defeat an enemy castle. I'm only the 27th? Tang Xiaofan was somewhat surprised. Indeed, the rewards for destroying an enemy castle were quite substantial, which brought him great joy. After all, not only did he receive a blueprint for an arrow tower, but he also collected hundreds of soul stones and various other resources, just by destroying a single castle. He had reaped such a bountiful harvest. However, the last notification left him astonished. Before him, 26 other castle lords had already destroyed enemy castles. He had thought he would be the first, only to find himself ranked 27th. The disappearance of the novice protection shield meant that the battles between castles had begun. It would be difficult for the castle lords in close proximity to remain in peace mode, as resources are limited. Even if they didn't go to war now, conflict would be inevitable in the future. Whether it was castle battles or attacks on the homeland, it was just a matter of time. Yet here I am, only in 27th place. Those guys are truly insane. Among the hundreds of castle lords, there are always a few lucky ones at the top of the castle hierarchy. Their abilities and strength are formidable, and they harbor ambitions of domination over all races. These fortunate individuals warrant Tang Xiaofan as caution. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. This ranking didn't signify much. If he wanted to contend for such a ranking, he could easily send out a warrior squad at dawn to eliminate that castle. With the strength of the warrior squad, securing first place was an easy feat. The rewards for ranking were merely some influence and prestige, which Tang Xiaofan didn't find worth his attention. However, he didn't expect to directly obtain the blueprint for the arrow tower. Named blueprints don't require identification. And Tang Xiaofan speculated that the reason for the arrow tower blueprint drop was related to the defensive structures present in that person's castle. Similarly, one could conclude that destroying an enemy's castle and its facilities has a chance to yield related blueprints. The arrow tower blueprint was proof of this. Although the arrow tower was of no use to the current high-tech castle, as his defensive system didn't need an out-of-place arrow tower, it was still a positive sign for the future, as it could be utilized to collect other building blueprints. After spending over an hour, the warrior squad finally transported all the spoils back to the high-tech castle. As of now, Tang Xiaofan's warehouse contained a variety of resources and equipment. The soul stones, however, were kept in the Cyclops ring he wore close to him. He felt it was better to keep these items nearby. Chapter 88. Tang Xiaofan's major troop type is demons. After checking the reserves in his ring, Tang Xiaofan found that he had a total of 3,020 soul stones. He still had a long way to go before upgrading to a mid-level town. However, the upgrade of the farmer factory was already halfway complete. This was good news. As a troop building structure of Tang Xiaofan's castle, The farmer factory could produce professional farmers, and even female farmers, making its importance self-evident. In fact, the speed of upgrading the farmer factory was even more critical than that of the high-tech castle. The earlier it was upgraded, the more, higher level, and more efficient farmers could be produced. In contrast, upgrading the castle seemed less important, especially since there were no rewards for upgrading it. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan's enthusiasm for upgrading the castle was far less urgent than for upgrading the farmer factory. Upgrading the castle could be done gradually, step by step. Once the resources were sufficient, he would upgrade it. But upgrading the farmer factory was Tang Xiaofan's top priority. At this moment, a blue blueprint appeared in Tang Xiaofan's hand. The surface of the blueprint was covered with countless mysterious runes, looking quite extraordinary. It was the Arrow Tower blueprint that he and his team had seized. Low-level building blueprint, Arrow Tower. Effect: increases the castle's defensive capabilities and slightly boosts the loyalty of castle residents. Description: each Arrow Tower can accommodate up to 4 archers. Construction requirements: 2,000 units of wood, 300 units of stone. This is useless for me. Just a glance at the blueprint's description, and Tang Xiaofan knew the Arrow Tower had no practical use for his high-tech castle. His troop type was the battle armor farmer, which was already powerful in combat. There was no need for such a mediocre defensive structure. Stationing warriors in mark armor at the Arrow Tower would actually lower the overall strength of the warrior team. In fact, he didn't need castle defensive facilities at all. Automated attack facilities for protecting resource points, like landmines or automatic sentry guns, would be far more useful. Jarvis, should we develop landmines or automatic sentry guns? No, sir. You are currently in an expansion phase and do not need defensive weapons at this time. That makes sense. Once he got through this wave of beast tide, he would need to ramp up his troops. Based on the current situation, if the arc reactor could be completed before the beast tide hit, it could also be put to practical testing. However, the deployment of the arc reactor would definitely not be ready before the beast tide. As for the Arrow Tower, building it would just take up space. Without much hesitation, Tang Xiaofan listed the blueprint on the trading channel. Auctioning building blueprint. Arrow Tower auction duration: 3 hours. Bidding currency: Soul Stones. Auctioneer: Tang Xiaofan. In addition to the Arrow Tower blueprint, Tang Xiaofan also decided to sell the food from his warehouse and the low-tier equipment he had collected. The monster materials were still packaged and sent to the little lowly in the underground world. After completing all this, Tang Xiaofan cast his gaze upon the few militiamen brought back by the warrior team. There were 9 of them in total, all at level 2 and relatively weak. Praise you, omnipotent lord. The militiamen humbly knelt on the ground, facing Tang Xiaofan and making gestures of prayer. They no longer belonged to the enemy's castle but were now under Tang Xiaofan's command, just like the nearly 2,000 goblins from the underground world. They were both his troops and his followers, with loyalty ratings hovering just below 100. However, all of them exceeded 90 points. The chance of defection was non-existent. This was the power of faith and the loyalty boost from various castle buildings. Lord, I've come to report, said Jean-E as he approached. These followers possessed basic skills in logging, mining, and other tasks. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. It seemed these militiamen were not entirely useless, at the very least. They could be tasked with resource gathering. Furthermore, in the future, he could send them out to spread his faith among the human empires in the realm of gods and demons. The spread of faith was crucial for Tang Xiaofan. He would eventually ascend to godhood through faith. The more followers he had and the stronger their belief, the greater the power of faith he would acquire. When his followers were spread across every corner of the realm, the deities of this world would be insignificant to him. With a mere gesture, he could suppress them. Tang Xiaofan contemplated the ruins of the castle that had just been destroyed. It was located on the edge of his territory. In the future, my high-tech castle will be divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city will be the core area where I and the farmers reside, separated from the living quarters of followers from other races. No non-farmers will be allowed to reside there. This is a strict rule. Moreover, not every follower will have the privilege to visit my high-tech castle. The level of faith is key. I want to consider the racial background of non-farmers, only their faith. Faith levels are categorized as ordinary believers, true believers, devout believers, fanatics, and saints. Only those who are at least devout believers or fanatics will be allowed to visit the high-tech castle. In the future, my followers will be responsible for spreading the faith, while the farmer corps will serve as the main fighting force. No one from outside the farmers will be allowed to interfere with my army. Jarvis. This is also a strict rule. Anyone found coveting my forces will be captured and executed after interrogation. Yes, sir. Tang Xiaofan understood that as his nation expanded, the powerful battle armor would become something that all opposing forces would desperately seek. Therefore, the corps must consist of loyal farmers, with no room for any outside interference. For a moment, Tang Xiaofan thought of many things. It wasn't until he opened the world chat channel that he realized the channel was buzzing with excitement. Unbelievable. My goodness. Tang Xiaofan's troops are demons? Can you believe it? Tang Xiaofan's troops are demons? I absolutely can't believe it. Demons are legendary creatures from hell. How could they possibly become troops? If there really were demons as a unit, then not only us ordinary castle lords, but even those with top-tier units would find it extremely difficult to survive. Natural spirits, liches, death knights, and other top-tier units would probably be unable to challenge demons. It's not just a possibility, it's utterly impossible. This must be a tall tale. The castle lord who spoke up earlier had a clear intention to provoke enemies for the great Tang Xiaofan. There is no doubt about his identity. He is someone I just met. His previous message was not only shared in the world chat channel, but also sent directly to me. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I have no choice but to accept the truth. He has disappeared from my friends list. I'm sure you all know what that means. A friend disappearing can only imply one thing. They are dead. If it were just a matter of deleting a friend, there would be a notification. The person who sent the message claimed that his castle was under attack by a horde of demons. The coordinates point to a forest, and the castle lord behind the demons is Tang Xiaofan. Now that person is dead, which indirectly confirms his claim. There is at least an 80% chance that it's true. In the chat channel, everyone fell silent. Chapter 89. Why don't you investigate the truth in the live streaming room of the demon and god continent of Blue Star? Things were heating up. It's obvious. Tang Xiaofan's troop type is demons. I'm so anxious. Why are the competitors that were teleported over so clueless? Can't they see it? The strongest castle lord's troop type is unknown. Isn't that enough to indicate something? Tang Xiaofan is too cunning. He has deceived the competitors from other countries in Blue Star. Shut up. The competitors from Dragon Nation look down on you useless people. Your competitors will end up like the Sweet Potato Nation, just waiting to be annihilated. The netizens from Dragon Nation are not backing down at all. They are directly countering. What a joke. Today is the day for Dragon Nation to stand tall, okay? For so many years, Dragon Nation has never revealed its claws. Now, in the otherworldly demon and god continent, Tang Xiaofan is finally making his presence felt with overwhelming force. If we don't support him now, then when? Moreover, after occupying the resource point of Sweet Potato Nation, Dragon Nation has also manifested a lot of resources. Although not many, they are long-term resources. Dragon Nation, like Tang Xiaofan, is going to dominate Blue Star. On the vast Kalami Prairie of the demon and god continent, the imposing and robust Bai Yi, clad in high-level gear, is leading his ancient giant bear legion to besiege a group of butterfly people. The butterfly people are native intelligent beings of the demon and god continent, also known as the Despicable Wanderers. They belong to the chaotic and evil faction, enjoying stealing from and attacking weaker opponents. This group of butterfly people numbers nearly 50, led by 2 level 14 commanders. An hour ago, they attacked Bai Yi's castle, the ancient giant bear fortress, but were defeated and tried to flee. Bai Yi intercepted them with his ancient giant bear legion and is now in the final stages of encirclement. As of today, Bai Yi's ancient giant bear legion has grown quite powerful and is no longer afraid of losses. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Bai Yi, sitting on the back of an ancient giant bear, gives the cold command. At this moment, he receives a message from a top-level castle lord. Upon opening it, his expression freezes. Someone has leaked the secret of Tang Xiaofan's troop type. It's highly likely that Tang Xiaofan's troop type is demons. The coordinates of his castle are located in the forest. Demons? Bai Yi inhales sharply. Even he finds it hard to remain calm. Demons are creatures of hell, on the same level as the angels of the divine realm. In the presence of demons, even apex predators like dragons are considerably weaker. As for his ancient giant bears, they are far from being comparable to demons. Are you sure? Bai Yi quickly inquires. The top-level castle lord replies. No one can be certain. After all, this is just one person's word, and there is no conclusive evidence. We can only say the probability is very high. Bai Yi expresses regret. If only there were battle footage. Only top-level castle lords can enable that feature. Beard opened the world chat channel next to him. And at this moment, the channel was in complete turmoil. I am 100% sure that Tang Xiaofan's troops are demons. This is outright cheating. What are demons? Creatures from hell. I once read a novel where a demon slaughtered an entire nation, which shows just how powerful demons can be. But can we take that novel seriously? I also believe that demons can't be stronger than the limits of their troop type. Otherwise, how would we castle lords survive? That would just make Tang Xiaofan a supporting character. I agree with the previous comment, even though we are indeed just supporting characters right now. Regardless, the power of demons must be terrifying. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason why Tang Xiaofan has been able to stay ahead of hundreds of castle lords. When demons appear, even dragons must spread their wings to flee. If demons are out, This game is unplayable. Then just quit the game. Quit. As if this is the real world. Quitting means death. Who wants to die? Even if Tang Xiaofan's troops really are demons, there's nothing we can do about it. If anyone wants to quit, they might as well take matters into their own hands. Everyone, calm down. It's not even confirmed yet. That person's castle has already been conquered by a demon team. And he himself is dead. Can that still be fake? The existence of demons is surely real. But whether the person behind them is Tang Xiaofan is another matter. After all, aside from that deceased castle lord, who has seen Tang Xiaofan leading demons to hunt monsters. To put it bluntly, no one knows what Tang Xiaofan looks like. We can only say that the likelihood of it being Tang Xiaofan is high, but it's not absolute. I agree with that, but it doesn't really matter. The world chat channel was in chaos, with countless castle lords debating whether the demons appearing in the forest were indeed part of Tang Xiaofan's castle army. Many believe this to be true because Tang Xiaofan's castle is extremely powerful, consistently outpacing others and attacking local forces, first wiping out the two-headed ogre tribe, then annihilating a medium-sized goblin tribe. And it doesn't stop there. Tang Xiaofan was also the first lord to upgrade his castle to a town. From the very beginning, he has stood at the pinnacle among hundreds of castle lords. Even those with top-tier troops can only look up to him. So many believe that Tang Xiaofan is the man behind those demons. Of course, some remain skeptical for a simple reason. Aside from the deceased castle lord, no one can confirm whether his claims are true, and no one has witnessed Tang Xiaofan hunting with demons. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Only first-hand evidence can instill belief. At this moment, a castle lord spoke up, saying that if what that person said is true, then Tang Xiaofan's castle should be in the forest. Are there any castle lords in the forest who can send troops to investigate? Indeed. Why not send someone to check it out? This is the simplest way to directly prove whether Tang Xiaofan's troops are truly demons. I hereby call upon all the lords of the forest castles to take action together and investigate. Agreed. Let us uncover the secrets of the demons. Call to action 1. Come on. My castle is right in the forest. But do you think I'm foolish? Investigate? If I offend the big boss, do I even want to live anymore? Exactly. If we offend Tang Xiaofan, the ones who will suffer first are us lords in the forest. You all are safe and sound in other regions, completely unaffected. It's just a matter of investigating the truth. It can't be that serious, right? Not serious? Then you go investigate. Tang Xiaofan, there are people here plotting against you. If it really is Tang Xiaofan, then we're just walking straight into our doom. Since Tang Xiaofan has already eliminated one castle lord, he wouldn't hesitate to take out a second one. Chapter 90, Warning, Don't Investigate. Don't Investigate wasn't the first person to expose the appearance of demons in the forest. The castle lord, who just died. That guy had been claiming to hunt demons and unleash powerful artifacts. Once the newbie protection shield disappeared, Tang Xiaofan immediately sent his demon squad to flatten that man's castle. In an instant, many castle lords in the forest broke out in a cold sweat, feeling their scalp tingle. Despite the lively conversations among the castle lords in the world chat channel, where the atmosphere seemed harmonious, this was merely a facade. The harsh truth behind it was brutal. The castle wars were a matter of life and death. After all, this was a battle for supremacy among the myriad races, with war as the main theme. It wasn't just a war between castle lords and the local powers of the divine and demon continent. There was also the merging of castle lords among themselves. In the Blue Star live broadcast room, when the netizens from the countries behind the contestants saw someone actually planning to investigate Tang Xiaofan, they panicked. Don't go. Don't go. Oh my God. Are there really such foolish people? What can you do by going? You can't win a fight, and if Tang Xiaofan finds you, it's a dead end. Don't go. I don't want to immigrate. It was outrageous, and there was a strong demand to replace that contestant. Even sending a pig would be better than this guy. Meanwhile, the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom were reveling in the situation, encouraging the contestants to scout. Go on, quickly investigate Tang Xiaofan. Oh, and you can even attack his castle. There's a ton of resources inside. If you take it down, you'll hit the jackpot. Haha, hurry up. Don't hesitate, or you'll miss out on this opportunity. It's important to note that there were also wars among the castle lords. Being in the forest alongside Tang Xiaofan, sharing this territory, was definitely not good news. Tang Xiaofan's goal was undoubtedly to dominate the entire forest, no doubt about it. And for the castle lords who shared the forest with him, facing a powerful army like Tang Xiaofan's, they probably had only two outcomes, either death or retreat. They had no confidence in defeating Tang Xiaofan. Enough said. I'm already packing my things and preparing to leave the forest. Goodbye, everyone. I'm ready to get out of here. Staying in the forest will only lead to certain death sooner or later. Wait, can a castle even be moved? Of course. You just need to take the castle heart with you. Excuse me, what happens to the buildings in the castle if you move? For example, The unit buildings, warehouses? Someone has tried it. After moving the castle heart, the castle buildings turn into blueprints, and you can rebuild them by consuming resources. However, the resources already consumed won't be refunded. Got it. I'm out of here too. Let's all leave together. Hello, fellow leavers. In the Blue Star Live broadcast room, seeing these contestants recognize reality brought joy to the netizens, as they no longer had to worry about being wiped out by Tang Xiaofan and facing a thousandfold punishment. That's great. I knew these kids were smart and knew how to read the situation. That's right. If you can't win, just leave. There's no shame in that. Strategic retreat. You understand? That's right. Admitting defeat isn't embarrassing. In the land of gods and demons, the world chat channel was flooded with messages from players. Some couldn't hold back their frustration and spoke up. Cowards. What's there to be afraid of? The Lord of the Forest Castle has at least 800, if not 1,000, troops. Even if Tang Xiaofan's troops are demons, they wouldn't stand a chance against us. That's right. We can form a forest anti-demon alliance to fight against Tang Xiaofan's demon troops together. Someone replied, Hey, I think we've added each other as friends. Your castle is in the Kalami grasslands, right? You're in the same region as Lord Bay. What kind of forest anti-demon alliance are you talking about? Get lost. Let's unfriend each other. There have always been people who love to stir up drama. However, the idea of forming an alliance was indeed a good one. The proposal to form an alliance gained support from many castle lords in the forest. After all, relocating a castle isn't as simple as just saying it. There are many issues to consider, such as how to leave the forest, the dangers they might encounter along the way, and the time wasted in development. Plus, the beast tide was about to strike, making it impossible to leave smoothly. Instead, forming an alliance to counter Tang Xiaofan was a smart idea. Even if they didn't oppose him directly, it would prevent him from attacking their castles one by one. This proposal received a lot of support from the forest castle lords. However, some castle lords on the edge of the forest quickly gathered their troops and fled, eager to distance themselves from the demon-infested area. Overall, this demon incident had caused quite a stir in the world chat channel, leaving countless castle lords feeling uneasy. In the Kalami grasslands, the powerful ancient giant bear legion had wiped out the swarm of butterfly people, with the level 14 butterfly leader falling to the jaws of the ancient giants. Yet, Lord Bay's expression did not reflect joy. The fact that Tang Xiaofan's troops were demons struck him with great shock and dismay. Although he lacked concrete evidence, he felt there was over a 90% likelihood. It couldn't be confirmed with absolute certainty, but it was enough to worry him. No wonder his development speed was so fast. No matter how hard we, the tier-ranked castle lords, tried, we couldn't catch up. Demon troops are truly a game changer. It seemed that forming an alliance was imperative. Otherwise, in the future, Tang Xiaofan's castle power would dominate. Up until now, he hadn't had any contact with Tang Xiaofan. As all his friend requests had been rejected, there were no friendships, no enmities. But Lord Bay believed that precautions were necessary. Only by forming a powerful alliance could they effectively combat Tang Xiaofan's demon legion in the future, preventing them from being suppressed and unable to lift their heads. Even if they didn't become enemies later on, an alliance was essential. It was their leverage for equal discourse with Tang Xiaofan. Lord Bay understood that the strength of the demons was not something that any other castle lord could challenge alone. The only way to move forward is to form an alliance and unite together, even if there isn't a real war with Tang Xiaofan in the future. The alliance must exist. With this in mind, he immediately reached out to many top castle lords in his friends list. He had hundreds of friends, each possessing elite troops. This was the network he had built over time. He had started preparing for this since his initial arrival, though he never expected to need it so soon. Once he communicated his idea of forming an alliance to his friends, he received unanimous support. It wasn't just him. Those top castle lords were also wary of Tang Xiaofan's power. Soon, the initial members of the alliance reached 8, with Lord Bay among them. After the alliance was established, a corresponding internal group was created. What if we could bring Tang Xiaofan into our alliance of gods? Would that mean we wouldn't have to go to war in the future? There is a possibility, but it's not guaranteed. No one knows what kind of person Tang Xiaofan truly is. Why discuss this? If we want to bring Tang Xiaofan into the alliance, we should first add him as a friend. Who among you has added Tang Xiaofan as a friend? It seems even Lord Bay hasn't managed to do so. Chapter 91. The Anti-Demon Alliance is formed. Hearing their size, Bai thought to change the topic with Tang Xiaofan. He rubbed his forehead, feeling that not being able to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend was a hurdle he could never overcome in his life. Regardless of whether they would be enemies or friends in the future, his determination to add Tang Xiaofan as a friend remained unwavering. One day, I will add you. Meanwhile, the lords of the castles in the forest were also forming their own alliance, aptly named the Anti-Demon Alliance. This name clearly highlighted the core purpose of the alliance, to oppose demons. The alliance was established by several top castle lords residing in the forest. The initial membership consisted of 5 individuals, all top castle lords who were unwilling to leave the forest just like that. Since they didn't want to leave, they decided to unite. In the alliance chat group, everyone was passionately discussing, can we really contend against Tang Xiaofan's demons? There was no doubt about it. Myths and legends exaggerate the power of demons. Since demons have already been reduced to mere troops, they cannot possibly be as strong as mythical beings. That's right. If they are troops, they can be defeated. Our 5 troops are all top tier, and we will develop further, bringing in other castle lords from the forest, absorbing them all into our anti-demon alliance. I refuse to believe that so many castle lords combined can't handle a single Tang Xiaofan, no matter how strong the demons are. They have their limits. As long as the castle lords and the forest unite, taking down Tang Xiaofan will be a piece of cake. Since his arrival, Tang Xiaofan has been pressing us down, and I've been fed up with him for a long time. The formation of this alliance is solely to eliminate his castle's influence. Once Tang Xiaofan is gone, the forest will belong to all of us. The 5 top castle lords were full of confidence and fighting spirit because they were not fighting alone. Speaking of which, why has there been any news about the Beast Tide activity? The world announcement has changed. It's still about Tang Xiaofan upgrading his town. No need to rush. The Beast Tide will eventually come. I actually hope it comes a little later. I lost 3 lightning titans in the castle defense battle this morning. It was a heavy loss. I also lost 1 unicorn guardian. I consider myself lucky. My stone giant has strong innate defense, and although it was heavily injured, it still counts as a victory. Lightning titans, unicorn guardians, and stone giants are all top-tier troops. Just wait. We will strive for that unique reward. And when the time comes to deal with Tang Xiaofan's demon troops, it will be much easier. That's right. Let us scout out Tang Xiaofan's castle location. The sooner we act, the sooner we can resolve future troubles. Move out. He is a massive threat to our anti-demon alliance. Agreed. It's really lively. Tang Xiaofan was also active in the world chat channel, aware that the revelation of the demon's secrets would cause a huge uproar. Little did he expect it would cause such a stir. The lord of the castle, before his death, had set him up, revealing the secret of the demon and explicitly naming him as the person behind it. Countless castle lords were discussing him, and many were tagging him in the global chat channel, hoping he would respond to the situation. Naturally, he chose to ignore it. In reality, even that deceased castle lord didn't know whether the person behind the demon was truly him. After all, Tang Xiaofan hadn't participated in that castle war. It was his warrior team that destroyed the castle, while Tang Xiaofan himself had stayed in the Black Technology Castle the whole time. This could only mean one thing. He stood too high above them. As soon as that person learned about the secret of the demon being a type of troop, he immediately thought of Tang Xiaofan. Regardless of whether he had seen Tang Xiaofan in person, he sent a message to the global chat channel, exposing Tang Xiaofan. The reasoning was simple. Tang Xiaofan had the highest probability of being the one. With his death imminent, that person didn't have time to verify this guess. So whether it was right or wrong, he decided to upload the message. Other castle lords shared the same sentiment. After all, Tang Xiaofan was universally recognized as the strongest castle lord. Although no one had witnessed him hunting with the demon team, he stood at the pinnacle of hundreds of castle lords with the highest notoriety. If the demon wasn't his troops, then whose could it be? It was fair to say, if it wasn't him, it had to be. Additionally, some castle lords were seizing this opportunity to unite and form alliances against him, attempting to topple his legendary status and stand on his shoulders to rise to power. As it stood, Tang Xiaofan had become the public enemy of top castle lords. However, this only underscored the immense pressure he exerted on them. These castle lords viewed Tang Xiaofan as the greatest threat in the upcoming competition among all races. Only by eliminating this bug-level powerhouse could they compete fairly. An alliance? Tang Xiaofan suddenly laughed. These people had no idea how strong their farmer truly was. Once his farmer army was assembled, no matter how many castle lords formed an alliance, they would merely be ruins beneath his mighty axe. Tang Xiaofan then closed the global chat channel and checked the auction for the Arrow Tower blueprint in the trading channel. The auction was unaffected, with numerous castle lords still bidding. After all, the Beast Tide event could strike at any moment, and buildings like the Arrow Tower, which could enhance castle defenses, were highly sought after. Moreover, it seemed this was the first time anyone was selling architectural blueprints, calming those participating in the auction. It was a well-known fact that anything Tang Xiaofan put up for sale was a rare treasure. As of now, the bidding price for the Arrow Tower blueprint had already risen to 115 soul stones and was still climbing. Tang Xiaofan estimated that the final selling price of this blueprint would likely reach around 300 soul stones. This price was already quite high. considering the Arrow Tower was merely a low-level defensive building. He was about to order Team 2 to continue their hunting expedition when Team 1 reported to him, "My lord, there are several goblins outside the castle requesting an audience. They are your followers from the underground world. What do they want?" Tang Xiaofan wondered. He had taken a hands-off approach with those goblin followers, allowing them to pay their taxes on time without much interference. He never expected them to come seeking him out. "Let them in," he instructed. Before long, several goblins entered the castle through the gate. Led by an elder goblin, they knelt before Tang Xiaofan with profound reverence. If it weren't for the warriors holding massive axes pointed at their heads, they might have attempted to kiss Tang Xiaofan's feet to demonstrate their fervent devotion to their lord. It was clear they were zealots, and the temple's priests had already confirmed this. "Almighty Lord," the elder goblin exclaimed, "please save your humble followers. The evil lizard men have invaded the lands of your faithful. We beseech your boundless divine power to punish those shameful invaders." Chapter 92. The Twilight of the Lizard Empire. Lizardmen? Tang Xiaofan frowned slightly. He looked at the elder goblin kneeling before him and asked, "What kind of force are the lizardmen?" The old goblin was quite talkative and recounted the entire history of the lizardmen to Tang Xiaofan in detail. Lizardmen were not mere wild monsters. They belonged to the indigenous intelligent races of the divine and demon continent, much like goblins and ogres. In terms of strength, lizardmen were far superior to goblins and ogres. Goblins and ogres occupied the lower tiers of the indigenous forces on the divine and demon continent, classified as low-level intelligent races, generally at around level 10, with only a few elites reaching beyond that. In contrast, lizardmen were considered a mid-level intelligent race on the continent. Upon reaching adulthood, they were typically elite level, with potential to ascend to commander or lord level, and their potential for advancement was much higher than that of goblins and ogres. The old goblin also mentioned that a long time ago, there was a lizardman empire that created its own civilization and built an enormous empire, ruling over half of the divine and demon continent and enslaving other free races. However, the lizardman's empire could not maintain its dominance and fell during previous contests among the races, leading to the collapse of their vast empire. The lizardmen scattered across the continent, forming various large and medium-sized tribes. After listening to the old goblin, Tang Xiaofan felt somewhat puzzled. The lizardmen seemed to be surface-dwelling creatures, while goblin tribes had always been constructed underground. Goblins had more frequent contact with the dark creatures of the underground world than with surface-dwelling beings. In response to the Lord's inquiry, the elder goblin trembled as he replied, "Almighty Lord, the territory of the lizardmen is not far from our goblin tribe. We have had contact with them in the past, and relations were relatively peaceful. So why are they attacking you now?" "Because our tribe's chieftain and many leaders have been punished and sent to the heavens by your warriors." The old goblin shook his head helplessly and said, "Seeing the goblin tribe's decline, the evil lizardmen sent their armies to take advantage of the situation and invade our tribe. Almighty Lord, your followers pursue the light with unwavering faith, viewing dark and evil creatures as their mortal enemies. However, we find it difficult to withstand those lizardmen who represent the abyss. The citizens of the goblin tribe are on the brink of death. We pray for your protection. Please send powerful divine messengers to eliminate those evil beings." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaofan immediately understood that the goblin tribe and the lizardmen had previously existed in a state of peaceful coexistence. Although the two tribes had interacted, they had not gone to war, as the goblin tribe was under the protection of a level 18 goblin chieftain, making the lizardmen hesitant to invade. Now that the goblin chieftain and many elite goblins had been killed by his warriors, the tribe's strength had plummeted, allowing the lizardmen to seize the opportunity to invade the goblin territory. The invasion of the goblin tribe is directly related to Tang Xiaofan. However, for him, this is good news. He has been worried about where to find the native forces of the forest. His immense military power is wasted on fighting minor monsters every day, especially since the beast tide has yet to arrive. Now, the lizardman tribe has delivered itself to his doorstep. He can't neglect the enthusiasm of his first vassal tribe. At this moment, Jean-Air stepped forward, drawing his sword and pointing it directly at the goblin elder's forehead, shouting angrily, "As a follower of our Lord, how can you fear death? I see that your faith is not steadfast. A believer with weak faith can only prove their faith with blood. Please, noble envoy, do not be angry." The goblin elder prostrated himself on the ground, with Jean-Air's sword aimed at his head. Surprisingly, he did not show any signs of fear. Instead, his expression was resolute and fervent. He said, "The followers of our Lord are fearless in the face of death. Our faith is unwavering. Death is the path to our ascension into the heavenly kingdom, the highest honor for a believer. We are willing to sacrifice everything for our omnipotent Lord. However, our mission is not yet complete. We must spread our Lord's faith to all goblin tribes, to the goblin kingdom, to every corner of the world. When our Lord's holy light envelopes the entire demon and god continent, the devout believers will be guided by the Holy Spirit. We will embrace our Lord and serve the Omnipotent One for eternity. Jean sheathed his sword and nodded, saying, "Very well." He then began to share his insights with the elder goblin. To believe in our Lord, you must truly believe in the Omnipotent One from the bottom of your heart. Our Lord will protect the devout believers. As long as your faith is strong enough, you will be as eternal and indestructible as the sun. Praise our Lord. The goblin elder and the others looked at Tang Xiaofan with even more fervent eyes, kneeling before him with an unprecedented level of faith. Tang Xiaofan had no doubt that if he commanded the goblin elder and the others to die, they would not hesitate to turn themselves to ashes, allowing their pure souls to ascend to the heavenly kingdom. This is the power of faith. The God of faith will protect his believers. Tang Xiaofan believes that one day he will become a true god and establish the legend of the divine. As for now, he must first eliminate the lizard man tribe. Becoming a god is a step-by-step process that cannot be rushed. Tang Xiaofan nodded to Jean, who understood his intent and turned to gather the troops. Praise our Lord. The goblin elder exclaimed excitedly. The invaders of our territory are a lizard man tribe, consisting of over 500 lizard men, with an average level around 10. There are nearly 300 elite lizard men, 8 commanding level lizard men, and 1 level 18 lord level lizard man chief. Before our chief ascends to the heavenly kingdom, the power of our goblin tribe is not much different from that of the lizard man tribe. Overall, the goblin tribe is slightly weaker than the lizard man tribe at its peak. The strength of lizard men at the same level surpasses that of goblins. 2 elite lizard men can easily handle 2 or 3 elite goblins. However, if a tribal war were to break out, the lizard man tribe would not be able to completely defeat the goblin tribe and would suffer heavy losses. This is the reason why the 2 tribes can barely coexist in peace. If one tribe were significantly stronger than the other, war would likely have erupted long ago. The local factions in the land of gods and demons are not harmonious or stable, especially among the races in the chaotic camp, where warfare is quite common. According to the old goblin, wars are relatively less frequent only in the central region of the land of gods and demons. Those races that occupy fertile lands pride themselves on being part of the good and orderly camp, at least maintaining the appearance of peace in the central region, using their formidable military power to deter surrounding coveters. Chapter 93. Determining future development plans on Blue Star at the production team of today's Demon and God Continent. There was intense discussion sparked by the thousandfold punishment of the Sweet Potato Kingdom. Some netizens left comments expressing their disapproval of Tang Xiaofan's actions, especially after he destroyed the Sweet Potato Kingdom contestant's castle, leading to the kingdom's downfall. Many were disappointed in him. Yuqi had regained her composure as a professional host and tried to steer the conversation appropriately. However, Zhang Xiaoxiao abruptly took over the discussion. I have something to say. It's important to know that in most interview shows, there are unspoken rules everyone understands, such as respecting those with higher status or seniority and allowing them to speak first. Given his status and age, the host would normally take the lead in this program. But Zhang Xiaoxiao broke this unwritten rule. Ignoring the surprised looks from others, he declared, Tang Xiaofan, you need to listen. What you did is a crime against humanity. You've embarrassed the Dragon Kingdom, and all my friends are really unhappy with you. Yuqi and the others were taken aback. They didn't expect Zhang Xiaoxiao to be so outspoken this time. And if you see this video, I hope you can confront your issues. He continued, this is ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. Hearing Zhang Xiaoxiao's outrageous comments, the host slammed his hand on the table in anger. How can you speak to a soldier fighting on the front lines like that? He is struggling for his life. His actions reflect the honor and disgrace of the Dragon Kingdom. It is only right for him to eliminate all unstable factors. Moreover, it was the Sweet Potato Kingdom's contestants who attacked first. Tang Xiaofan, focus on your own responsibilities and ignore what others say. The host's furious reaction shocked many viewers. They never expected the usually easygoing host to be so patriotic. Well said, host. That was refreshing. Zhang Xiaoxiao is just stirring the pot. Host, I love you. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked smug, completely unfazed by the host's words. The topic on the internet was heating up again. Meanwhile, in the Demon and God Continent, Tang Xiaofan was still arranging for Team 2 to assist the goblins in defending their homeland. However, he was not in a hurry. As warfare was commonplace in the chaotic and evil territories, especially in the underground world, which was a paradise for dark creatures and far more brutal than the surface world. The old goblins were long accustomed to battle formations and would not be defeated easily. Tang Xiaofan said to the newly arrived Team 2. You will lead Team 2 to the underground world to help the goblin tribe fend off the lizardmen's invasion. After we secure victory, head straight to the lizardmen's territory and eliminate that lizardman tribe. Understood, my lord. Team 2 responded respectfully. They then set off with several goblin elders toward the goblin tribe located in the underground world. Team 1, as usual, stayed behind, leading a group of 500 warriors. Zhang Yi follows Tang Xiaofan to guard the Black Technology Castle. For Zhang Yi, serving alongside Tang Xiaofan is an honor he greatly cherishes. Compared to leveling up, this opportunity feels far more significant to him. However, Tang Xiaofan sees the task of guarding the castle as a significant waste of resources for Zhang Yi. He should be out on the battlefield with the warriors, defeating enemies to gain energy points and advance to a higher rank, thereby maximizing his potential. After all, Zhang Yi is already at the peak of level 18, just one step away from reaching level 19. Yet now, he is forced to remain within the castle, unable to participate in combat to gain experience. This situation is indeed a setback. However, Tang Xiaofan is in a difficult position. The Black Technology Castle must be protected. His own strength is limited, and the arc reactor is not yet complete, leaving uncertainty about its deployment. If he were to recruit a large number of warriors and produce Mark II battle armor now, it could lead to awkward situations in the future where significant modifications to the armor would be necessary. Therefore, maintaining a force of 1,000 warriors while the factory produces parts and prepares for future needs is the priority. Of course, having Zhang Yi by his side is not a bad thing. Among all the warriors, he is most satisfied with Zhang Yi. Tang Xiaofan said to Zhang Yi, "You all need to be prepared. A beast tide could strike at any moment. We must not be careless." "Yes, my lord," Zhang Yi replied promptly. "Guarding the castle and protecting you is my duty as a warrior." They all envy me, he thought. That's not the point. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand. He understood that the warriors were fervently devoted, viewing service to him as an honor, but his main focus was on strengthening the castle's defenses. In this plan, Zhang Yi is one of the key players, and a warrior of his caliber shouldn't be confined to castle duty. He needs to go out and fight to realize his true value. Tang Xiaofan thought to himself, in a while, once the arc reactor proves to be scalable, we can let the warriors go hunting and gain experience. For most castle lords, defending their stronghold is a major headache. They cannot do as Tang Xiaofan does and send all their troops out to hunt wild monsters for experience. Instead, they must allocate a portion of their forces to stay behind in the castle to prevent surprise attacks from enemies. This division of forces not only hampers the efficiency of hunting, but also adds to the castle lord's troubles. The root cause of all this is an insufficient defense. Tang Xiaofan, however, does not share these concerns. Once his arc reactor is completed, the Mark II battle armor will gain tremendous mobility, effectively keeping enemies at bay. Moreover, he has heard from Jarvis about a protective energy shield that can effectively defend against hostile infiltrations. With the energy shield, the castle's defenses will be significantly enhanced. Even if that fire dragon were to attack, he would not be afraid. With the defensive power of the energy shield, he could easily stall until the warrior team returned urgently and then slay the dragon. Tang Xiaofan had been thinking about that fire dragon, which had only appeared once. It dared to set fire to the birds and beasts in his territory, spread its dragon wings to cast a shadow over the high-tech castle under the blood moon, and looked down on him coldly before soaring away with overwhelming force. This fire dragon was the first. How could Tang Xiaofan forget such a domineering creature? One day, he would strip the dragon of its skin, bones, and scales to forge a king-level magic energy equipment to wear himself. Ultimately, he still lacked enough warriors. If he had tens of thousands of warriors guarding the high-tech castle, what problem would that pose? Tang Xiaofan sighed softly. Compared to other castle lords, his warrior team was already quite powerful. One could almost say they were invincible in the world. However, he only had 1,000 warriors at his disposal. That was far from the scale of a warrior legion. He could only call it a warrior team. Therefore, upgrading the farmer factory was the top priority, followed by deploying the energy shield, and finally upgrading the castle. This was Tang Xiaofan's current development plan. Chapter 94. The brightest star is Big Brother at this moment. He felt something and opened his friends list. The little loli from the underground world had sent him a message. Big Brother Tang Xiaofan, I have some good news for you. Hiki. Tang Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this lucky little loli had found another blueprint? During the castle defense battle in the early morning, she had discovered 3 blueprints. This was due to the relatively low number of violent monsters attacking the Black Iron Dwarf Fortress. If the quantity had matched that of the monsters attacking the high-tech castle, Tang Xiaofan suspected that the little loli would have harvested at least 5 blueprints. She's not just lucky by chance. Her luck had been proven by facts. Now that the castle defense battle had ended, did the little loli's luck still linger? Tang Xiaofan asked, "What good news? Did you find another blueprint?" "Not exactly," came the reply. Tang Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief, but then the little loli sent a smiley face. Big Brother Tang Xiaofan, Uncle Xavier found a dark gold treasure chest while hunting this morning. He opened it and found 3 huge monster eggs. Hee. A dark gold treasure chest? Monster eggs? Tang Xiaofan's heart raced again. He never expected that there were treasure chests in the demon and god continent. Truly, the lucky little loli was something else. He suddenly recalled that when they conquered the goblin tribe, a little warrior had found a treasure chest in the goblin chief's treasury, which contained several soul stones and the king tier equipment, the forest giant ring. Could that have been a treasure chest too, rather than just the goblin chief's collection? As for the monster eggs, based on the little loli's incredible luck, he suspected they might be eggs of top-tier units. The little loli continued, Uncle Xavier, doesn't he know what kind of monsters the eggs are? But he said they are powerful, and he is sure they will hatch in a couple of days. Oh, Tang Xiaofan fell silent for a long time. Indeed. When it came to luck, the little loli had never lost to anyone. Not only had she found a treasure chest, but she also opened it to reveal top-tier monster eggs. What more could he say about such unbelievable luck? At that moment, the little loli sent another message. Big brother Tang Xiaofan, Kuo wants to give you the 3 monster eggs. When they hatch in a couple of days, you can have the top-tier monsters as your pets. Tang Xiaofan was taken aback and quickly asked, why would you think of that? Those are top-tier monsters native to the demon and god continent, not the top-tier units recruited by castle lords. With them, your castle will become even stronger. As far as Tang Xiaofan knew, the units of castle lords of the same race were slightly weaker than the native creatures of the demon and god continent. The most notable difference was the initial level. For instance, top-tier monsters from the demon and god continent were born with at least level 14 strength and could easily reach level 20. In contrast, the top-tier monsters recruited by castle lords started at level 4 and only reached adulthood at level 18, which was a significant difference. Little loli bit her finger and replied, Kura knows that there are many bad people trying to target Lord Tang Xiaofan. If Lord Tang Xiaofan has these 3 magical beasts, his strength will become even greater, and he won't have to fear them. Clearly, little loli had seen the information in the world chat channel, where some castle lords were forming alliances to combat the potential demon troops that Tang Xiaofan might possess. As Tang Xiaofan's little follower, little loli naturally chose to support him. Firmly standing by his side, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a bit touched and replied to little loli, you don't need to worry about me, Kuer. I'm fine, as long as Lord Tang Xiaofan is okay. Little loli was relieved. Little did Tang Xiaofan know that Uncle Xavier had already been promoted to a level 20 commander, capable of protecting Kuer, while the top-tier magical beast egg was even more important to him. Seeing little loli's message, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Xavier, the Black Iron Dwarf, has been promoted to level 20 commander, having already reached the peak of level 18 as a sky swordsman of the Black Iron Dwarf clan. Now he has even advanced to level 20 commander, outpacing both his Battle 1 and Battle 2. Little loli's unbelievable luck was almost suffocating. However, in the end, Tang Xiaofan still did not accept little loli's kind offer and refused again. He changed the subject. Why haven't you asked me what my troops are? If it were anyone else, after being pointed at by thousands, they would have likely inquired about the truth as soon as the secret of the demons was revealed. But little loli had never asked him. She replied easily, Kuer has said it before, Kuer doesn't he want to bother Lord Tang Xiaofan? If Lord Tang Xiaofan wants to tell Kuer, he will definitely do so. Kuer doesn't he want to make Lord Tang Xiaofan angry over this? Tang Xiaofan's expression was complex. This little loli was so considerate that it made his heart ache. He really couldn't imagine how she had persevered alone in the dim underground world when she first arrived, especially since her troops were so weak. After thinking for a moment, Tang Xiaofan decided to be honest. They guessed correctly. The demons appearing in the forest are indeed my troops. So, you can keep the top-tier magical beasts for yourself. I don't need them. Tang Xiaofan didn't mind revealing this, as many castle lords already believed it to be true. Some even formed alliances against him. Whether or not to make it public had become less significant. Unfortunately, little loli's curiosity was insatiable. Lord, are your demons fierce? Fierce, very fierce. Oh, Lord Tang Xiaofan. Do you think Kuo will have a chance to see you and the demon brothers in the future? Of course, there will be a chance. Just make sure to protect yourself. Kuer knows now. Kuer is very strong now. That's good. In the dim underground world, in the Black Iron Dwarf fortress, little loli looked a bit dejected as she gazed at the 3 giant black eggs placed in the yard. Uncle Xavier, Tang Xiaofan doesn't he want these 3 beast eggs? But your highness, these are top-tier beast eggs. Hearing Tang Xiaofan's firm refusal, the dwarf Xavier let out a sigh of relief. He eagerly said, Your highness, since that legendary lord of the castle doesn't he want them, let us hatch them ourselves. The little girl nodded and said, All right. We'll hatch them ourselves and become strong quickly to help Tang Xiaofan. At your command, Princess Kuer. The dwarf Xavier was overjoyed and immediately summoned a group of black iron dwarfs to carry the top-tier beast eggs to the castle cellar, providing soul stones to speed up their hatching process. Meanwhile, the little girl stood alone on the balcony of the castle's top floor, leaning against the railing with her small hands propping up her chin. Her big, watery black eyes gazed into the sky. The brightest star there was Tang Xiaofan. Chapter 95. The limitless growth of Mark's battle armor Kuer was lost in thought, eager to leave the underground world as soon as possible. She longed to see the great Tang Xiaofan and her demon brother. The Great One had said that there would be opportunities in the future. However, Kuer worried that she might not be able to wait until that time. The underground world was a perilous place, filled with countless dark and evil creatures. She had always known this. In another part of the underground world, the war between the Goblin tribe and the Lizard Men tribe had reached a fever pitch. Hundreds of elite lizard men wielded their spear guns, assaulting the Goblin tribe's walls. The walls were battered and full of holes. And behind the breaches stood a multitude of frail goblins, fighting desperately to fend off the invading lizard men. Their faith made them fearless. Death was not an end but a path to eternal life. The all-powerful princess watched over our Goblin tribe. Sacrifice and devotion were our glory. Faith in the great Lord brings eternal life. The goblins shouted defiantly, unafraid of the formidable lizard men. More and more goblins were struck down by the lizardmen's spear guns. Blood splattering everywhere, yet not a single goblin retreated. Instead, a frenzy of goblins charged out from the walls, engaging the lizard men in a fierce battle. War was always brutal. But their faith remained unshakable. The goblins believed that their lord would protect them. Finally, reinforcements arrived. Dozens of warriors clad in steel armor stormed onto the battlefield of this underground world. It was the divine envoy. The omnipotent Lord had heard our prayers and sent the divine envoy to protect us. Praise the Lord. Annihilate those two-legged monstrosities. In the dim underground world, the warrior squad descended with immense power. Once on the battlefield, the warriors raised their machine guns and began to fire, merciless bullets raining down upon the lizard men. The dazzling flashes of gunfire illuminated the underground world completely. Compared to the lizard men on the battlefield, Tang Xiaofan's little warriors were far too powerful. The ordinary lizard men, and even the elite ones, stood no chance against them. Even the commanding lizard men were swiftly eliminated. Shortly after the warrior squad joined the fray, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the Goblin tribe. The goblins went wild. Kill. The Lord's divine envoy has arrived. Victory belongs to us. Light will ultimately triumph over darkness. On the battlefield, more and more goblins transformed from true believers into devout followers, and then from devout followers into fanatics. Their faith was unwavering. Unafraid of death, they leapt out from behind the tribal walls, engaging the lizard men in a bloody fight. Their fighting style was almost akin to the frenzied beasts of the night. Nothing could instill fear in them. Not only were they unafraid of the lizard men, but they would also dare to charge at real demons, ready to take a bite. In ancient times, the Goblin clan had also fought bravely in the divine wars. How detestable. Where did these steel monsters come from? What is the Master's divine envoy? Damn it. I know their origins. They are evil creatures from another world. This cursed Goblin tribe has betrayed the truth and allied with beings from the other realm. The goblins have been seduced by the worship of an evil god. The dark power of their faith has driven the timid goblins insane, giving them the courage to fight us. Retreat. The strength of the beings from the other world is too great. We are no match for them. We must withdraw from the underground world and settle the score later. On the battlefield, many lizard men are roaring as they retreat. The lizard men are tall, generally around 4 meters, while the goblins, barely standing at 1 meter 20 or 30, are dwarfed in comparison. The thighs of the lizard men are thicker than the waists of the goblins. One slap from a lizard man could easily crush a goblin. But now, the lizard men are fleeing in panic, dropping their armor and weapons in their desperate escape, while the scrawny, short goblins, armed with weapons, scream madly in pursuit of the lizard men. This scene is both ridiculous and absurd, yet it is the reality. Under the onslaught of the warrior team, the lizardmen's ranks have completely collapsed. Over 100 elite lizardmen have been swiftly slaughtered by the warriors, with only 40 or 50 desperately trying to escape toward the exit of the underground world. If they can leave this faith-infused underground world and return to their lizardman tribe, they will be safe. Unfortunately, this is merely their wishful thinking. The warriors will never allow them to escape back to their tribe. Their only fate is death. Disloyal ones. After invading the Master's sacred ground of faith, do you still think you can return to the surface world? Warrior, wielding a giant axe and clad in battle armor, stands directly in front of the fleeing lizardmen. Whirlwind slash. He transforms into a whirlwind of steel, crashing into the oncoming lizardmen. The speed of the whirlwind slash is astonishing, as if it transcends space, crossing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Wherever he goes, blood spills everywhere. Several elite lizardmen are instantly killed, their dismembered bodies littering the ground. Behind him, other warriors rush in, unleashing a barrage of gunfire and axe strikes, casting a shadow of death over the greater number of lizardmen. In an instant, those lizardmen surrounded by the warriors are transformed into corpses amidst their screams. The warriors' assault is overwhelmingly powerful, and thus, the war in the underground world comes to an end. More than 300 elite lizardmen who invaded the goblin tribe, along with 3 commanding lizardmen, have all fallen. Meanwhile, a golden light appears on several warriors. This is a sign of promotion. In addition to the warriors leveling up, many goblins from the goblin tribe have also advanced to higher levels. Ever since they surrendered to the Black Technology Castle, they automatically became troops under Tang Xiaofan's command, gaining the ability to earn experience through killing. Of course, goblins are considered a low-level intelligent race with limited growth potential. Once they reach their growth limit, they can no longer gain experience from defeating enemies. This applies not only to goblins, but also to Tang Xiaofan's warriors and the troops of other castle lords. This highlights the significance of growth limits, which is the fundamental reason why Tang Xiaofan disregards those castle lords and forms alliances to combat him. His warriors have a growth cap, but his Mark armor does not. The Mark II armor is already incredibly powerful if he later finds more advanced machinery to produce nanomaterials. A set of nanotech armor could dominate the entire divine and demon continent. Growth limits are something only these backward natives should be concerned with. No matter how strong their troops become or how many times their numbers multiply, they can't compete with the Mark armor. Moreover, while developing the Mark armor, Jarvis will simultaneously roll out other cutting-edge technologies. Satellites, missiles, and even giant mushrooms could emerge. In the later stages, who could possibly stand against him? Chapter 96, A Crisis of Urgency on Blue Star. In today's Demon and God continent, the chief was genuinely enraged by Tang Xiaofan and continued to support Tang Xiaofan, saying, "Look, what reason is there to discuss in this battle? This is a fight for survival, not some theoretical debate in a studio. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Given the resources Tang Xiaofan currently controls, if his fortress is destroyed, the punishment manifested 1,000-fold in the Dragon Kingdom would leave everyone here unable to sleep peacefully." In the Demon and God continent, looking at the countless lizardmen corpses strewn across the ground, an outpouring of praise erupted. "Praise the Lord." The elder of the goblins knelt down in excitement, and the other goblins from the tribe followed suit. They believed that the simultaneous level-ups of a large number of tribal warriors were a reward from their omnipotent lord for their brave fighting. The glory of the Lord enveloped their goblin tribe. The goblin elder knelt on the ground, facing the statue standing in the center of the goblin tribe, praying earnestly. "Omnipotent Lord, creator of the world, creator of all things, creator of light, creator of the sky and the earth, creator of stars and living beings. May the original holy light always be with you eternally." The statue at the center of the goblin tribe was that of Tang Xiaofan, towering several dozen meters high. The faithful of the goblin tribe gathered every dawn and at sunset in the nearby square to pray to him through the statue. A faint glow could be seen shimmering on the statue's surface. That was the brilliance of the power of faith. Although the statue was not a special structure and was merely carved from ordinary giant stones, faith itself is a profoundly mysterious force. Anything can become a vessel for the power of faith under specific circumstances. The faithful of the goblin tribe prayed devoutly every day, and the faith that emerged from their prayers accumulated on this statue, transforming it into a vessel for the power of faith. When Tang Xiaofan grew to the point where he could collect faith, he would be able to extract the power of faith from the statue and convert it into divine power. Moreover, this power of faith would belong to him. Other deities, even if they took it, would not be able to utilize it or convert it into their own divine power. Instead, it would lead to disputes over faith with Tang Xiaofan. Therefore, generally speaking, deities from faith-based pantheons do not steal the power of faith from other deities. Doing so not only harms the deity's virtue, but could also attract disaster. Jean-Eyre approached, carrying a giant axe. Looking down from a height at the goblin elder who was worshipping the statue, he waited until the elder's prayer concluded before speaking. "By the decree of the Lord, your tribe is to send personnel to join me in exterminating the disloyal lizardmen tribe. Honorable divine envoy, it is my honor." The goblin elder was thrilled. Revenge was finally within reach. He then cautiously inquired, "Divine envoy, how should we handle the lizardmen corpses on the battlefield?" With a wave of his hand, Jean-Eyre replied, "All equipment and items should be sent back to the Black Technology Castle." "As you command, great envoy." The goblin elder let out a few excited yelps to those behind him, and instantly, over 1,000 goblins rushed out from the tribe to start clearing the battlefield. For them, the equipment and the mysterious soul stones were not their goals. They couldn't use the equipment, and they had no idea how to utilize the soul stones. Instead, The massive bodies of the lizard men made for excellent food. The enthusiastic goblins were busy tidying up the battlefield, while the goblin elder led a few goblin warriors to guide the young warriors towards the lizardman tribe. In the high-tech castle, Tang Xiaofan wore a broad smile. He had kept in close contact with Jean-Air. After the battle ended, he roughly tallied the results. They had taken down about 120 elite lizardmen in total. They had collected a significant amount of energy, over 250 soul stones, and several pieces of lizardman equipment. As for the rare blueprints, as usual, they had not dropped. However, Tang Xiaofan was not disappointed. Blueprints are something one can only encounter, not seek. He was already very satisfied with the 3 blueprints that had dropped during the castle guard battle at dawn. Moreover, considering they had killed over 100 elite lizardmen and obtained more than 200 soul stones, he felt quite lucky. So far, he had stored nearly 2,400 soul stones, getting closer to upgrading the farmer factory. Tang Xiaofan eagerly hoped to upgrade the farmer factory to level 4 soon. By then, he hoped to recruit female farmers through the factory, allowing his farmers to settle down and start families. Since his arrival, Tang Xiaofan had remained within the castle, rarely venturing beyond 500 meters, which had begun to irritate him. Once the energy shield was set up, he would finally be free. Tang Xiaofan opened the trading channel. The batch of food and equipment he had listed in the morning remained unsold. The food was untouched because the castle guard battle at dawn had provided all the castle lords with ample supplies. However, the earlier batch of food from elite and commander levels had sold out. For the time being, the market for food was not looking good. Aside from some special food items, the over 20,000 units of ordinary food he had listed in the trading area had garnered no interest. It was an unavoidable situation. As for the equipment, it had been completely snatched up. There was still about half an hour left until the auction time he had set. As of now, the bidding price for the Arrow Tower blueprint had reached 286 soul stones, not far from his predicted final price of 300 soul stones. After that, Tang Xiaofan scanned the chat channel, which was still buzzing with activity. Countless castle lords were discussing the demon mystery. The curiosity regarding the demons appearing in the forest was intense among the castle lords. Many of them were tagging Tang Xiaofan, hoping he would personally confirm whether his troops were indeed demons and if his castle was located in the forest. As usual, Tang Xiaofan ignored them. What difference did it make to confirm or not? Even if he claims that his troops are not demons, will the alliance that has formed to oppose him disband? Clearly, that is not going to happen. He stands too high, exerting immense pressure on certain castle lords, making it almost impossible for them to breathe, and naturally, they see him as their enemy. Many castle lords with top-tier troops want to knock him off his pedestal and take his place. At this point, whether his troops are demons or not has become irrelevant. What matters now is how to suppress his castle's power, or even eliminate him entirely. Tang Xiaofan has every reason to believe that alliances have already formed in the forest, centered around the goal of opposing him. Some castle lords, unwilling to retreat from the forest, have already forged pacts to prepare for a confrontation. What a delusion! Tang Xiaofan suddenly scoffed. In his view, this so-called anti-demon alliance is utterly useless, at least for now. At this stage, the castle lords have explored barely a tenth of the forest's map and have no idea where the other castle lords are located. What is the point of forming alliances? Moreover, the real threats these castle lords should be focusing on are not him, but the wild monsters and local forces in the forest, as well as the impending beast tide. Chapter 97. The birth of a new element to change the world. The local forces are currently the greatest enemy of all the castle lords transported to Blue Star. If these castle lords can wait until the local forces in the forest are eradicated, then relocate their castles together to form an alliance to compete with his high-tech castle for the ownership of this forest, that would be the right approach. It's just a matter of whether you can hold on until it's time to fight me. Tang Xiaofan had a premonition that the beast tide was about to arrive. As for the beast tide, let's see if you can withstand it. Just as his words fell, a blood-red lightning bolt suddenly flashed across the sky, stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers, as if it aimed to split the heavens in half. The sudden clap of thunder followed, and then several more blood-red lightning bolts appeared. Tang Xiaofan climbed to the top of the castle and gazed into the distance, where he saw a towering mountain being obliterated at the tail end of the blood-red lightning, vanishing into thin air right after. The power of the lightning is terrifying. Tang Xiaofan's face changed drastically. If that lightning struck his side, he and his high-tech castle would likely disappear in an instant. In the end, 9 bolts of blood-red lightning struck before it ceased. The entire world was stunned into silence by the lightning, as if time had stopped because of it. After an unknown amount of time, the residual power of the blood-red lightning faded, and finally, the roars of monsters echoed from the nearby dense forest. The sounds were dense like war drums, and at the same time, the forest began to tremble, with the ground's sand and stones jumping. In the distant mountains, an alarming number of birds took to the sky in droves, their shrill cries resembling those of night owls, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, a terrifying roar erupted. It was a dragon roaring. Tang Xiaofan turned to look and saw a massive dragon covered in dark red scales flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. It was that fire dragon. It hadn't left at all. In fact, it was very close to his castle. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. The local forces of the demon and god continent are indeed cunning and battle-hardened. Fortunately, the high-tech castle currently has 500 warriors stationed, all armored and ready for battle. Otherwise, if the castle were left defenseless, this fire dragon would seize the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot directly confront a seasoned dragon alone. Thankfully, he was cautious enough not to give the dragon any chance. As long as he remains vigilant, the dragon is not a cause for concern. However, he noticed that the fire dragon did not fly toward his castle. Instead, it seemed disturbed and was wildly flapping its wings, retreating into the depths of the distant forest. But before it left, the dragon turned its head and glanced in the direction of Tang Xiaofan's castle. The gaze of the dragon and the man met mid-air, sparking a connection. Tang Xiaofan suddenly understood. The dragon was signaling to him with its eyes that it would return. It's not that I'm afraid you won't come back. I'm just afraid you won't come at all. If you dare to plot against my castle, I will surely strip you of your dragon skin. Tang Xiaofan responded fearlessly, even meeting the threat with a provocative gaze. As he witnessed this scene, a furious roar echoed from the distant sky. A jet of crimson dragon fire erupted from the dragon's mouth, incinerating vast stretches of forest. The roaring flames surged upward, while the instigator beat its massive wings and vanished into the fiery sky, leaving no trace behind. Why did this fire dragon flee? Once he calmed down, Tang Xiaofan felt a hint of confusion. Dragons were highly intelligent creatures. Logically, it should have taken this opportunity to attack his fortress, as it was the perfect moment. Missing this chance would mean its doom. Yet, the fire dragon flapped its wings and unhesitatingly flew away into the blaze. It left with remarkable decisiveness. Could it be related to those blood-red lightning strikes from earlier? Tang Xiaofan gazed at the distant horizon, where the towering mountain had completely vanished, reduced to ashes by a bolt of blood-colored lightning. Meanwhile, the sounds from the surrounding dense forest grew increasingly intense, like the beating of war drums. My lord, Zhani approached, reporting, I sense that something bad is about to happen. Something bad? Tang Xiaofan frowned. Is this a sign of a beast tide approaching? But does it need to make such a commotion? The sky was almost split open. Just then, Nongi rushed over, holding a glowing piece of metal, shouting, my lord, it's done. The new element for the arc reactor. The metal laboratory managed to produce it ahead of schedule. Jarvis also chimed in with congratulations. Sir, congratulations. You finally escaped the era of primitive farming. Your time has finally come. Tang Xiaofan was overjoyed. He took the hard-earned metal, looked in the direction the fire dragon had flown, felt the surging power within the metal, raised it high with one hand, and shouted, I'm coming. I will conquer. My lord. Divine might. The farmers and soldiers throughout the city were moved by Tang Xiaofan's majestic figure, kneeling on one knee to pay their highest respects. Let us gather Machine 1 to Machine 5, along with Nong Air and a few old blacksmiths, for a meeting downstairs. With a command given, Tang Xiaofan prepared to mobilize his high-tech talents to immediately start developing the arc reactor. Jarvis, this new element isn't radioactive, right? It's fine for me to handle it, right? Tang Xiaofan quickly confirmed with Jarvis, realizing in his excitement he had been holding a metal that was obviously radioactive. Sir, please don't worry, it's safe. This is a pollution-free new element. While others were on their way, Tang Xiaofan took the opportunity to open the global chat channel, which was already buzzing with activity. All the castle lords were discussing the 9 shocking blood-red lightning strikes that had just occurred. Clearly, the blood-red lightning was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It crossed the entire demon hunter continent, shocking hundreds of castle lords scattered around the world. How terrifying. This is the first time I've seen such a fearsome lightning strike. It felt like the heavens were collapsing. That's nothing. Countless wild monsters are being disturbed and are going berserk. What on earth is going on? Is a disaster about to strike? Don't worry. It might just be a natural phenomenon. Come on. The chances of it being a natural occurrence are slim. That blood-red lightning is too regular. And the intervals between each strike are almost the same. How could this possibly be a natural phenomenon? Absolutely. The analysis from upstairs makes perfect sense. My instincts are telling me that something big is about to happen. Just as countless castle lords were wildly speculating, a sudden world announcement silenced the entire chat channel. The previous announcement that belonged to Tang Xiaofan had vanished from the top of the world chat channel, replaced by a new world announcement. World announcement. The newbie protection period has officially ended. A new chapter in the castle era begins. Congratulations, castle lords. In 2 hours, the initial beast tide will strike. Chapter 98. The beast tide is about to begin. World announcement. The beginner protection period is officially over, and a new chapter of the castle era begins. Congratulations to the castle lords. In 2 hours, the initial beast tide will strike. The scale of the beast tide is random. Additional battle power leaderboard. The top 100 castle lords will receive rewards. The castle lord in first place will receive a unique special reward. Castle lords who fail the beast tide test will be eliminated. In the grand competition of all races, only castle lords who endure brutal tests are qualified to stand at the peak of the divine and demonic continent and wield the authority of the supreme deities. Wishing every castle lord the best in passing the test. In this great era, compete for the one and only throne of the God King. As soon as this world announcement was made, the world chat channel exploded. The beast tide was finally coming, and they only had 2 hours to prepare. This meant that in just 2 hours, hundreds of castle lords' territories would be invaded by the beast tide. Instantly, countless castle lords were left in despair and panic. Completely caught off guard. What a joke. Only 2 hours? I'm not ready yet. This is it for me. During the castle defense battle earlier today, I lost 90% of my troops to those frenzied monsters. How can I possibly withstand the beast tide now? I suffered heavy losses in the defense battle too. The recruits I managed to gather today couldn't even replenish the fallen troops, and the new recruits are all the weakest types. Not enough time to level them up. Completely useless. After the early morning defense battle, the overall strength of the castle lords had taken a significant hit. Many thought the beast tide was still some time away, but they never expected there would be no time to rest. Now, the beast tide is upon us. It's like they're giving us castle lords no chance to survive. The castle defense battle was just an appetizer. The real main course is the beast tide. Brothers and sisters, this truly feels like an apocalyptic catastrophe for us. The frenzied monsters that appeared during the castle defense battle already proved too much for many castle lords to handle. It's estimated that at least 100 castle lords were eliminated. And now, an even more terrifying beast tide is coming. Isn't this an apocalyptic disaster? I boldly predict that this time, at least another 100 castle lords won't be able to stand against it and will be eliminated. Predict that for yourself. Get lost. This is beyond what any human should say. What? Are you happy seeing castle lords being torn to shreds by monsters? And you dare to make bold predictions? Why don't you predict if you'll see the sun tomorrow? People like you are dark inside. Just block them. The world chat channel was filled with negative energy, with everyone under pressure feeling very hostile. Many castle lords were in despair, barely managing to get through the castle defense battle, and their troops were still not back to full strength. The beast tide has reemerged, leaving no escape for those at the bottom, the lords of the castles. There is no glimmer of hope in sight, and for them, this is the most brutal reality. Faced with death, everyone experiences a primal fear that comes from deep within their souls. It's instinctual. You can't simply brush aside the fear of death by claiming indifference. Many castle lords have broken down, even bursting into tears, as they see no dawn ahead. For many castle lords who have already suffered significant losses, the beast tide is a cataclysm, a death sentence from the underworld, a preordained bill for their burial. At that moment, one castle lord suddenly spoke up. Everyone, don't panic. Listen to me. The world announcement stated that the beast tide is random. The meaning of randomness is clear. The scale of the beast tide invading each castle lord will differ. Some will face a massive onslaught, while others will encounter a smaller one. This is a ray of hope. That is clever. Someone exclaimed, but I can't take the risk. I believe it must be related to the number of wild monsters around the castle. The more monsters nearby, the larger the beast tide. Conversely, the fewer monsters, the smaller the tide. After all, the divine demon continent is a real world. Wild monsters can't just spawn like they do in games. So, the number of wild monsters around the castle directly influences the scale of the beast tide. That's why the world announcement emphasized the randomness of the beast tide. My castle is located near the Ice Kingdom, surrounded by a tundra with very few wild monsters. During last night's castle defense battle, there were hardly any monsters present. The scale of the beast tide invading my castle shouldn't be too great, right? The possibility is very high. You and the tundra don't need to worry. You'll definitely get through the beast tide. The only downside is that if the beast tide is too small, it will be difficult for you to earn higher combat points. In one of the tundra castles, a short-haired woman in combat gear let out a sigh of relief. She was speaking the truth. There were indeed too few wild monsters around her castle. It was already quite challenging to hunt wild monsters in the area, which directly impacted the strength of her troops, preventing them from leveling up. If a large-scale beast tide were to occur, her castle would surely struggle to withstand it. Now, it seemed she could finally relax. As for the issue of combat points, she didn't give it a second thought. In the leaderboard of combat points for hundreds of castle lords, only the top 100 receive rewards, and she hadn't even considered competing for it. The combat points leaderboard was meant for the top-tier castle lords, such as Tang Xiaofan, Bei Yi, and other castle lords with elite troops like the Stone Giant and Lightning Titan. Although her troops were advanced, she didn't qualify to compete for those rankings. Among the hundreds of castle lords, there were at least 50 who possessed top-tier troops. In the face of these elite castle lords, those of them who barely counted as fortunate advanced castle lords simply couldn't compare. There was no hope of competing for one of those 100 spots. Therefore, as long as she could safely pass through the Beast Tide event, she would be satisfied. In the early hours of the castle defense battle, each of the castle lords has eliminated many wild monsters, and I believe this will impact the scale of the Beast Tide, making it smaller. The local factions won't attack our castles during the Beast Tide, so everyone can rest easy about that. I suspect that the Beast Tide will not only target our castles, but may also attack the local factions. This brings me to an important point. Just a moment ago, my troops engaged in battle with a group of goblins, and as soon as the blood-red lightning struck, they immediately retreated, shouting that disaster was upon them and calling for a return to their tribe. So, the local factions will indirectly relieve some pressure on us castle lords. That's good news. However, we shouldn't be overly optimistic. We can't rule out the possibility that once the local factions regain their composure, they might turn against us. Indeed, this land of gods and demons is incredibly dangerous. There are threats everywhere. Have you all just realized this? We've only been here a few days, and so many castle lords have already perished.